Recorded Books and RB Digital present Foxmask by Juliet Marillier. Narrated by Saskia Malaveld. Chapter 1. Excerpt from letter reads, "If anyone can understand, it will be you. I have always respected your intellect. I had so much to offer here. I could have achieved great things, and in time all would have thanked me for it. Yes, even the Wolfskin. That he has been the one to wrench the possibility from my grasp is bitter indeed." The day Thorvald's mother gave him the letter, everything changed. Cray was weaving, hands busy on the loom, shuttle flying, a fine web of blue and crimson unfolding before her in perfect pattern, testimony to the skills Aunt Margaret had taught her. So industrious was she, and so quiet, that it seemed she'd been forgotten. The bestowal of such a perilous gift as that letter was surely best suited to a moment of complete privacy. Aunt Margaret spoke to her son quietly in the long room before the hearth. Cray could see them through the doorway from the weaving chamber. They did not argue. Voices were seldom raised in this most orderly of households. But Cray heard the front door slam open, and she saw Thorvald go down the 3 steps in a single stride, then vanish across the yard and out over the spring fields as if hunted by demons. She saw the bloodless, driven look on his face, and although she did not know it at the time, that was the moment Thorvald's life, and her own, took a twist and a turn and set off in an entirely different path. Cray knew Thorvald better than anyone. They had been childhood playmates, and they were fast friends. Thorvald had few friends. The fingers of one hand would be more than enough to count them. There were perhaps only 2 to whom he ever spoke freely, and whom he allowed close. Herself and Sam, the fisherman on whose boat Thorvald sometimes helped. As for Cray, she understood Thorvald well. His black moods, his lengthy silences, his sudden, brilliant schemes, and his rare times of openness. She loved him for all his faults. In her mind there was no doubt that one day they would marry. He wasn't a real cousin, just as Margaret wasn't a real aunt. The tie was one of old friendship, not kinship. If Thorvald hadn't seen yet that he and Cray were destined to be together forever, he'd realize sometime. It was just a matter of waiting. The shuttle slowed to a stop. Cray stood gazing out the doorway across a landscape dotted with sheep, new lambs at foot. From Aunt Margaret's house you could see all the way to the western ocean, where stark cliffs marked the margin of land and sea. Far off now, there was the small dark figure of Thorvald, running away. Cray had seen a terrible change in his eyes. "Finished?" Cray jumped. Margaret had come up beside her without a sound. "No, but maybe I should go home. Father's due back from Sandy Island, and I should be helping." Cray fell silent. Aunt Margaret had tears in her eyes. Such a phenomenon was astounding. Her aunt was a model of propriety and restraint. She never lost control. This household, run by Margaret's longtime retainer, Ash, but ordered by Margaret herself, operated to a strict routine with little allowance for errors. This approach was reflected in Margaret's own appearance. She was a handsome woman of around 36, her hair a rich auburn, plaited neatly and pinned up under a snowy lace cap. Her linen gown was ironed to immaculate pleats, her woolen overdress fastened with twin brooches of patterned silver, polished to a moon-bright shine. She bore the accoutrements of a good housewife, knife, scissors, and keys hanging from a chain. Margaret was capable. Some found her intimidating. She had never remarried after her husband died in the very first year of Norse settlement here in the Light Isles, before Thorvald was born. Cray did not find her aunt frightening. There was a bond between them. Cray might not be skilled in the arts of a priestess, as her sister Ayanna was. She might not be beautiful in the style of the island girls, slender, dark, and graceful. But she had other abilities. Young as she was, Cray had the best hands for midwifery in Rosie. and had advanced quickly from assisting the island expert to taking a full share of responsibility. The women valued Cray's deft touch and cool head. These made her youth irrelevant. The same clever hands gave her a talent for spinning, weaving, and embroidery. Margaret valued that talent, and over the years she had taken pleasure in fostering this buxom, fair-haired niece's skills. "If Thorvald never comes round to marry me," Cray told herself sourly, "some other man surely will, just so we can see his wife's the best weaver in Rosie." It wasn't as if nobody was interested. Cray was never short of partners for dancing. Sam had made her a whalebone comb with sea creatures carved on it. Egil had composed a poem for her and recited it, blushing. Brood had kissed her behind the cowshed when nobody was looking. The problem was she didn't want sweet-natured Sam or scholarly Egil or handsome Brood with his merry blue eyes. She only wanted Thorvald. Thorvald had eyes dark as night and smooth auburn hair like his mother's. Cray loved his cleverness, his wit, the way he could always surprise her. She loved his moments of kindness, rare as they were. She wished sometimes that he were a little less aloof. She'd heard other girls call him arrogant, and she didn't like that. He did keep himself to himself. She was lucky to be one of those he considered a friend. Cray sighed. Thorvald was taking a long time to realize she could be more than just a friend to him. At 16, she was a woman and ready to be married. More than ready, she thought sometimes. If Thorvald didn't wake up to himself soon, her father would start suggesting likely husbands for her, and what could she say then? As her mother's daughter, she must wed and bear children. It could not be long before Eyvind began to apply subtle pressure. "Cray?" "Oh, sorry." She'd been daydreaming again. "Are you all right, Aunt Margaret?" "Well enough." The words belied the red eyes, the tight mouth. "Go on then, if Nessa's expecting you home. This can wait for tomorrow. The design's coming out well, Cray. You're quite an artist." Cray blushed. "Thank you, Aunt." She paused. "Aunt Margaret." Margaret raised a hand. It was a gesture that said plainly, no questions. Whatever it was that had sent Thorvald out of the house like a man pursued by dark dreams, it was not going to be shared just yet. "Cray," said Margaret as her niece hovered in the doorway, small bundle of belongings in hand. "Don't go after Thorvald. Not today. Believe me, he's best left alone a while. But if he wants to tell you, he'll tell you in his own time. Now off home with you. Your father's been away a long while. I expect he'd enjoy some of his daughter's fine cooking. Perhaps your roasted mutton and garlic, or the baked cod with leek sauce. Off with you now." The tone was light, kept carefully so, Cray thought. It was her aunt's eyes that gave her away. Thorvald's had held the same shadow. Sometimes Cray did as she was told, and sometimes she didn't. Thorvald was sitting on the ground, his back to a low stone dike overlooking the western sea. He had his head in his hands, his face concealed. His sleek red hair had escaped its neat ribbon, and the wind whipped the strands like dark fire in the air around his head. He was very still. Behind him, in the walled field, sheep bleated and lambs answered. Above in the sky, birds fluted songs of spring. Cray climbed over the wall and sat down by his side, saying not a word. She had become quite good at this kind of thing. "Go away, Cray," Thorvald growled after a while. He did not open his eyes. There was a little boat out in the swell, coming in from fishing. The wind was picking up. The scrap of sail carried the vessel forward on a fast, rocking course southward, perhaps to Hafnavagar, or some point closer. Cray raised a hand in greeting, but they did not see her. "I mean it, Cray," snapped Thorvald. "Go home. Go back to your embroidery." She took a deep breath and let it out, counting up to 10. It was useful to have wise women in the family. One might not learn the mysteries, for those were secret, but one did at least pick up techniques for staying calm. "What is it?" she asked him quietly. "What did she give you?"
"I don't want to talk about it. Not to you, not to anyone."
"All right," Cray said after a moment. "I understand. When you do want to, I'll be here to listen." Thorvald balled his hands into tight fists. His eyes were open now, staring out to the west. It seemed to Cray that what he saw were not cliffs, gulls, clouds, a wind-stirred ocean, but something quite different and much farther away. Time passed. Father would be home soon. The remark about roast mutton had been true. Such simple pleasures had the power to bring a smile to Eyvind's lips, and a light to his eyes that warmed his whole family. It was not so much the good food that did it, as his daughter's thoughtfulness and skill. Cray rose to her feet, picking up her bundle.
"Cray."
It was a dark whisper. She stood frozen in place a moment, then sat down again without a sound.
"A letter," Thorvald said. "From my father. She kept it all these years. She never even told me."
Cray was at odds to understand the bitterness in his tone. His father had died before he was born, and that was indeed sad, though surely sadder for Margaret than for this son who had never known the father he had lost. From what folks said, Margaret's husband Ulf had been a fine, noble chieftain who had led the first Norse expedition here to the Light Isles. He was a father to be proud of. A letter was good, wasn't it? It seemed not inappropriate that Margaret had saved it until her son was a man. "From Ulf?" Cray asked gently. "I suppose that is distressing. It reminds you of what you might have had. It is a sorrow he was not here to watch you grow up."
"I didn't say it was from my mother's husband, the worthy Ulf Gunnarsson."
Thorvald's voice was sharp-edged.
"I said it was from my father. The man she tells me was my real father, that is. Here, if you're so interested. Why not find out all about it, since it seems half the island knows already?"
He drew the little roll of parchment from the breast of his tunic and thrust it into her hand. Cray was mute. What could he mean? He untied the cord that bound the letter and uncurled it to reveal row on row of neat black script. It was old, the edges worn, the characters smudged here and there, as if by drops of water. There was a pale line all across the outside where the cord had fastened it, as if the small scroll had lain long untouched. "You know I can't read, Thorvald. What is all this about?"
"I'll tell you what it's about. It means I'm nobody. Worse than nobody. I'm the son of some evil madman, a crazed killer. Forget Ulf. Forget a conception in the respectability of marriage, and the sad demise of my father before I saw the light of day. Ulf was not my father. She kept that from me all these years, and they knew. Your father, Nessa, Grim, everyone who came here in those first days. Even that stick of a serving man, Ash, knew the truth and kept quiet about it. A conspiracy of silence."
His voice was shaking. He stared fixedly at the ground by his feet.
"How could my own mother be so cruel?"
Cray was lost for words. She wanted to put an arm around him for comfort, as she would do if this was one of her sisters. But she did not. Thorvald would shake her off the instant she touched him. This news was indeed terrible, if true. What if such a thing had happened to her? Her own father was the centre of her world, the warmth at the core of the family. Indeed, sometimes it seemed Eyvind was father to the whole community, guardian and loving protector to them all. To hear your father was not your father would be like the snatching away of everything safe. It would be like sundering the heart from the body. There seemed no way to comfort him.
"You're very quiet," Thorvald said suddenly, turning his head to glare at her. "No ready words of advice? No quick solutions to my problems?"
His eyes narrowed, his mouth went tight.
"But perhaps you knew this already. Perhaps I am indeed the last to be told the truth about my own heritage. Did you know, Cray?"
His tone was savage. Cray shrank back before it. "Of course not! How could you think—" Thorvald's shoulders sagged.
His anger was turned inward again. "That's just it. I don't know what to think anymore."
Who was he?" Cray ventured. "Was this letter written to you? Where is he?"
"Ask your father. He knows the answers. But ask Eyvind. He was the one who exiled my father from this shore, so that he never knew he had a son. The letter was to my mother. It says nothing of me. It attempts to explain to her why her lover killed her husband. It tries to justify his murder of his own brother. You see the delightful heritage my lady mother has chosen to make me aware of now I'm deemed to have reached years of maturity." Thorvald picked up a stone and hurled it out beyond the cliff edge. A cloud of gulls rose, screaming protest. His face was sheet white, the eyes dark hollows.
"What was his name?" Cray asked, playing for time as her mind searched frantically for the right thing to say.
In such a situation, there probably was no right thing. "Somerled."
He threw another stone. "Why don't they speak of such a man? They must all have known him."
"Why don't you ask them if you're so interested?"
She breathed slowly. "Thorvald."
"What?"
"Aunt Margaret was wise not to tell you this before. You're grown up now. Couldn't you see this, not as a reversal, but a challenge?" His brows rose in scorn.
"What can you mean, Cray?"
"You could find out about Somerled. As you said, there must be plenty of people in the islands who knew him back then. Maybe he wasn't as bad as you think. Everyone's got some good in them."
"And what comes after that?" Thorvald snapped. "I jump in a boat and go off looking for him, I suppose."
The words hung between them as the silence stretched out, giving them a weight Thorvald had not intended. Blue eyes met black. There was recognition in both that this crazy idea was, in a way, entirely logical. Thorvald rolled the letter up and knotted the cord around it. He put it away and leaned back against the wall, arms hugging his knees, eyes firmly closed. She waited again. At length, not opening his eyes, he said,
"I know you're trying to help, Cray, but I really do want to be by myself."
There was a pause.
"Please,"
he added. It was not possible to bestow a gesture of affection, a quick hug, a hand clasp, although Cray longed to touch him. "Farewell, Thorvald," she said, and made her way home under darkening skies. She couldn't ask them straight away. This was not a topic that could be broached amidst the general joy and chaos of her father's return, with dogs and children jumping about making noise, with Nessa failing to hold back her tears, and Eyvind himself doing his best to hug everyone at once while burdened with axe, sword, and large pack of belongings. He was not a man who asked others to fetch and carry for him, not even now he bore such authority in the islands. When he had married Nessa, he had allied himself to the last royal princess of the folk. This had conferred a status above that of ordinary men, and Eyvind had built on it by dedicating himself to the establishment of a lasting peace between the two races that had once been bitter enemies, the Norse invaders and the folk who had inhabited the islands since ancient times. It was due more to Eyvind than anyone that the two now lived so amicably side by side, and indeed together. It was almost possible to forget that it had all begun in blood and terror. As for Nessa herself, she had never lost the respect due to her as both priestess and leader of her tribe, a rallying point in times of terrible trial. Now Eanna was priestess. Nessa no longer enacted the mysteries, nor withdrew to the places of ritual. She had her husband, her 4 healthy daughters, her household and her community, and played a part in councils and negotiations, as befitted her special status. For all that, there was a sorrow in it. Eanna had been the first child for Eyvind and Nessa. The next had been a son, and the sea had taken Kinnart before he'd seen 5 years in the world. After him there were only girls. Cray herself, then Brona and Ingegerd. That was not as it should have been, not as the ancestors foretold it. Despite their near-royal status in the islands,
Cray's family dwelt in a compound that was more farm than palace, a sprawling set of low stone buildings surrounded by walled infields, somewhat east of the tidal island known as the Whaleback. The Whaleback had once been the centre of power in the Light Isles. Nessa had lived there. Her uncle had been a great king. When the Norsemen first sailed out of the east, Margaret and Nessa and Eyvind had not been much older than Cray was now. That voyage of discovery across the sea from Rogaland to the sheltered waterways of the Light Isles had begun as a search for a life of peace and prosperity. It had turned, in the space of one bloody year, into a bitter, destructive conflict that had come to an end only after most of Nessa's folk had been cruelly slain. It was Eyvind and Nessa, Norse warrior and priestess of the folk, who had won that peace, the two of them side by side. What different lives they had had, Cray thought, watching her mother and father as they stole a quiet moment together. Nessa brushed Eyvind's cheek with her fingers. He touched his lips to her hair. The way they looked at each other brought tears to Cray's eyes. Their youth had been full of adventure, journeys, battles, struggle, and achievement. Looking at them now, she could hardly imagine that. One did not see one's own parents as heroes, even if that was exactly what they were. One simply saw them as always there, an essential part of one's existence. Where would one be without that? She had to ask them, but not yet. Supper first. There were men and women who lived in the household, housecarls, Eyvind called them, in the manner of his homeland. These were capable folk who seemed almost part of the family. The women had become used to Cray taking charge in the kitchen, especially when she wished to prepare a special meal for her father. Today, someone had been fishing, and there was fresh cod. Cray sent Brona out into the garden for leeks and fetched garlic and onions herself. Small Ingegerd was soon persuaded that cutting vegetables and stirring sauces and grinding herbs would be tremendous fun, and it was possible for Nessa and Eyvind to retreat to the inner room for some time alone. Cray told her sisters a story as she prepared the fish. It was a tale about the hidden tribe, those tricky spirit folk who were seen from time to time in ancient underground places, and she made sure it was long and exciting and allowed the children to interrupt with questions as often as they liked. It grew dark. The folk of the household gathered around the table for supper. Cray's efforts were rewarded by Eyvind's smile and Nessa's quiet words of approval. Brona ate every scrap and carried her platter to the wash trough without being asked. Ingegerd was falling asleep even as she finished her meal. Respecting the family's need for privacy with Eyvind so newly returned, the men and women of the household did not linger after supper, but retired early to their sleeping quarters. It was night outside, and a sudden chill crept into the longhouse, though its walls of stone and earth were thick and sturdy. Eyvind put more turf on the hearth, and they moved in closer. One on either side of the flickering oil lamp, Cray and Brona worked on their embroidery. Brona was making laborious progress with a row of small red flowers across an apron hem. Cray's project was more complex and more personal. She called it the journey and worked on a small section at a time, keeping the rest folded out of sight. It was quiet now. Ingegerd drowsed on Eyvind's knee, held safe by the arm he curled around her. It was a shame, Cray thought, that the whole family could not be here together. That would happen increasingly rarely now that Eanna had completed her training as a priestess of the mysteries and retired from ordinary life to dwell in the hills alone. She must ask them tonight. This could not wait. Eyvind carried Ingegerd to her bed and tucked the covers over her. Brona pricked her finger and yelped. She sewed doggedly on for a while, then sighed, yawned, and packed her work away. "Good night, Brona," Cray said a little pointedly. "I'll help you with that in the morning if you like." Brona flashed a grin and turned to hug first father, then mother. She bent to light her little oil lamp with a taper from the fire, then disappeared along to the sleeping chamber she and Cray shared. "More ale?" Nessa queried. "What about you, Cray? Don't strain your eyes with that fine work, daughter. You look tired out."
"Come, sit by me," said Eyvind. "I've missed my lovely girl.
Tell me what you've been doing while I was gone. I expect Aunt Margaret's been working you hard.
Cray sat. She took the cup of ale her mother offered. Her father put his arm around her shoulders, warm and safe. If the topic were to be raised, there could be no better time for it. Father, Mother, I want to ask you something. They waited. It's about Thorvald. Silence again, though there seemed a change in the quality of it, almost as if they had expected this. Today he was very upset. It was because Aunt Margaret told him about his father. His real father. She felt the sudden tension in Eyvind's arm and heard Nessa's indrawn breath. I tried to help him. I tried to listen, but he was too angry. He said Aunt Margaret told him his real father was a murderer. That's what he said, that he killed his own brother, Aunt Margaret's husband. And he said... She faltered.
What, Cray?
Eyvind's tone was calm enough. That you sent Thorvald's father away, she whispered. Banished him from the islands so that he never knew he had a son.
I see.
Father, why is it none of you told us that story? Is it true? And wasn't it cruel of Aunt Margaret not to tell Thorvald until now? He's so angry and bitter. I've never seen him like this. There was nothing I could do to help. A look was exchanged between her parents, a complicated look. Eyvind took his arm away from Cray's shoulders and clasped her hand instead.
Did you talk to Margaret about this, Cray?
No, she told me to wait until Thorvald was ready to tell me, but
you couldn't wait.
Nessa's tone was dry, but not unkind.
Cray, this is Margaret's story and Margaret's secret. It was her choice to wait until Thorvald when she judged he was ready. Those were terrible times. To dwell on what had happened was to set a barrier between your father's people and mine that would keep us at enmity all our lives, and would be passed on to our children and our children's children. There had been enough hatred and cruelty. We made the decision in those early days to put it behind us. We didn't forget. One carries such memories in one's mind forever. But we chose to move on, all of us. I suppose now it will be discussed more widely. Thorvald is sure to talk to his friends, you included.
Ayana knows what happened, Cray, Eyvind said quietly.
One cannot follow the calling of priestess without the knowledge of history. She has kept it to herself, as we promised Margaret. That was for Thorvald's sake.
Cray said nothing. It hurt sometimes to be nobody special, even though she had no great ambitions for herself. It hurt even more that her parents hadn't trusted her to keep a secret.
I had an interesting talk with a man called Gartnet at the Thing on Sandy Island,
Eyvind remarked, apparently changing the subject completely.
A chieftain from the Northern Isles, a fine-looking young fellow of around 22, very well-mannered and courteous. He asked me about you, Cray. It seems talk of you has spread quite far.
Talk? What talk?
Eyvind smiled. Nothing bad, or I'd not have spoken so fair of the fellow. You were described as a model of young womanhood, highly skilled in all the domestic arts, and far from ugly into the bargain.
Eyvind. Nessa frowned at him.
His exact words were a good deal more complimentary than that. In fact, your virtues were enumerated at quite some length, but I won't repeat them for fear of giving you a swollen head, daughter. It was clear the young man's interest had been sparked by what he'd heard of you. He's looking for a wife.
Oh.
You'd have liked him, Cray, her father said. He was an honest, open sort of man, with a ready smile, and handsome. Did I say that? You will need to start thinking of this sometime soon. You know how important this is, not just for yourself, but for all of us. For the islands.
This is not the first such inquiry your father has had, Nessa put in. Cray stared at her mother, sudden hope making her heart race.
Had Thorvald said something at last?
"Cray," Eyvind said quietly. "We wondered how you would feel about going away for a while, perhaps with your Aunt Margaret to chaperone you. A stay in the Northern Isles would do you good, expose you to a wider circle, allow you to mix and give you some respite from your domestic duties here. You work yourself very hard, my dear. A visit over the summer would be easy to arrange. We have friends there. I'm not pushing an alliance with this Gartnet. You'd meet many folk. It would enable you to be seen and put you in a position to get to know both him and others. You could make your own judgments then."
"You know the importance of a good choice," Nessa said. "If we do not nurture the bloodline, the identity of the folk is quite lost. It is your children, as well as Brona's and Ingegerd's, who will carry forward the royal line." Cray did know. One did not grow up in such a family without an understanding of the royal descent, and the significance of marriages. Nessa had been the only surviving kin of the great Angus, last king of the folk in the Light Isles. She was his sister's child, and as the royal succession came through the female line, it was vital for her daughters to marry men with impeccable credentials, since their sons would have a claim to kingship. As Nessa herself had no surviving sons, this was doubly important. It still mattered, even though the islands were governed by council now, and no longer chose kings. "You must wed wisely," Nessa added. There was a silence. "I thought we were going to talk about Thorvald," Cray blurted out suddenly, finding herself on the verge of tears for no good reason.
"We are talking about Thorvald, Cray," said her father gently.
She felt herself grow cold, a weight lodged in her heart. There seemed to be nothing to say. "You asked for the story," said Nessa. "We'll tell it, but I suggest you take Margaret's good advice and keep it to yourself. This is Thorvald's dilemma and hers. They are best left to deal with it in their own way. Thorvald's father was a man called Somerled. He was indeed Ulf's brother, and came here to the islands in that first expedition, the same that brought Eyvind to this shore."
"Ulf wanted peace."
Eyvind took up the tale.
"He made a treaty with King Angus, Nessa's uncle. All seemed well, but Ulf died. He was murdered under very odd circumstances. My people blamed the islanders, and war broke out. There was great ill-doing. Many died."
Nessa glanced at him, a little frown on her brow. In the soft lamplight, with her pale skin and wide grey eyes, she looked very young, not at all like a mother of 4 daughters. She reached out and took her husband's hand. "My own people were all but wiped out," she said gravely. "My uncle died, my cousin, everyone close to me save Eyvind and Rona." Nessa paused. The loss of her old mentor, the wise woman who had taught both Nessa and her daughter Ayana the mysteries of the ancestors, was still fresh, for Rona had lived long, passing peacefully with the coming of last spring. "It grew clear to me and to your father that Somerled, who had become leader after Ulf's death, was responsible for the wave of fear and hatred that had gripped the islands. Your father was very brave. He confronted Somerled at risk of his own life and proved him guilty of his brother's murder." Eyvind smiled faintly, though his blue eyes were troubled.
"As I recall it, it was your mother's courage that tipped the balance. Without her, all would have been lost."
"I don't understand," Cray said, struggling to make sense of this. "Where does Aunt Margaret fit in?"
"Despite what he did," Eyvind said, "Somerled was not a wholly evil man. At least I did not believe it of him, and nor did Margaret. We saw some hope for redemption in him, a spark of kindness, of goodness that might become more, given the right nurturing. There was a time when Margaret was very lonely. Ulf, fine man though he was always busy with his own projects, and I think she suffered for that. Somerled admired her greatly. Subtlety and cleverness had great appeal for him. In Margaret he saw something he found only rarely,
an equal. But in the end, theirs was not a happy alliance. She could not tolerate what he did in his quest for power.
But she bore his child, and yet you exiled him.
It seemed very cruel, even if the man had been a murderer. It seemed not at all the kind of penalty loving, generous Eyvind would impose. I was faced with a choice. Under the law he himself had instituted, I could have sentenced him to death. That was what Somerled wanted. He had always been fiercely ambitious. For a season he had been king here. Now he was defeated. Even those who had supported his actions were deserting him. He had nobody left. He begged me to kill him. The sentence I decreed was a measure of the fact that I still had faith in him, even after the terrible havoc he had wrought. It gave him another chance to change his path, to learn to walk straight. I thought I was being merciful. To Somerled, the punishment I imposed seemed cruel beyond belief.
He left this shore without knowing Margaret carried his child, Nessa said. Rona knew, I guessed. But Margaret did not tell him, nor did she speak of it to me until Somerled was gone. That would have made no difference to Eyvind's decision. Somerled was not fit to remain in the islands. He treated my people with contempt. Many thought Eyvind's decree too merciful. They feared Somerled's return. He was a man who could wield great power. He influenced people through fear, and fear is a potent weapon. But Eyvind made him promise never to come back. He made him promise to do his best to change. Whether Somerled kept to that, I suppose we'll never know. Why would he promise such a thing?
Because of this, Eyvind said, rolling back his left sleeve to show the long scar that ran up his inner forearm. Cray had always thought this a legacy of the life her father had once led as a Wolfskin warrior. His body bore its share of the marks of combat. Somerled and I were blood brothers, sworn to lifelong loyalty. He challenged me with that bond at the end, and at the end I held him to it. Then I sent him westward across the ocean. Perhaps it was, after all, a sentence of death. In all these years, we've never had any word of him.
Cray was speechless. This was like something from an old saga, the kind full of gods and monsters. It was surely not real life.
It's true, Cray, her mother said.
Those were terrible times. Eyvind and I were lucky. Our love for each other made us strong. The ancestors warned us all along that our path would be hard, yet they told us we were doing right. Some very old powers stepped in to aid us in the end, but it was human courage that won the day. You must not think harshly of your Aunt Margaret, although she lay with a man who was not her husband. She's a strong woman, and proud. Her life has been lonely because of the error she made then. She has never forgiven herself for it. She has Thorvald. Yes, and she loves her son, even though he is a daily reminder of the sorrows of the past. I imagine she will speak of this to him and explain it as best she can. I hope he will listen and not judge her too severely. He spoke little of her, Cray said slowly, except to call her cruel for holding back the truth for so long.
Would Thorvald have dealt with it better last year, or the year before? Asked Eyvind mildly. He's still a boy for all his 18 years. He'll come to terms with it in time. The lad still has some growing up to do.
His expression was thoughtful. Father? There was a question Cray knew she must ask, although she did not want to hear the answer.
Yes, daughter.
I would not like to think folk would judge Thorvald on the strength of what his father did. It seems unfair that people might think him unsuitable because his father performed an ill deed all those years ago. It seems to me, I think a person of good judgment should disregard that and assess Thorvald on his own merits.
This was very hard to say.
That is what I plan to do. He's still the same person he was yesterday.
Tears were close. She blinked them back.
I hope you will remember that when you speak of sending me away to the Northern Isles.
Oh, Cray, Nessa said with a sigh. We wouldn't be sending you away. Don't think of it like that. It's an opportunity. Your circle is so narrow here in Rosie.
Father?
Daughter, I am taken aback that you would think me capable of such prejudice. You should know I always judge a man on his own merits, not on his lineage or the deeds of his kinfolk. Thorvald is not Somerled. He is his own self, and far more Margaret's son than anyone else's. I do not weigh him with the burden of the past on his shoulders.
And yet you want me to go to the Northern Isles and make friends with some chieftain I've never met. He smiled.
And yet I want you to go, although I'll miss that roast mutton terribly.
I have to think about it, Cray said, swallowing hard.
It was as good as an edict, what they had said and what they had so carefully not said.
We do not think Thorvald a suitable husband for you. She almost wished they were not so sweet and tactful, the two of them, so she could scream and yell and stamp her foot at them. Inside her head was a jumble of feelings clamouring to be released, and there was no way to let them go. Cray rolled up her embroidery and rose to her feet. Good night, Father. Sweet dreams, Mother. Cray, Nessa began, but Cray had turned her back, heading for bed. It was only when she had snuffed out the lamp and wriggled under the covers next to the sleeping Bruna that she let her tears fall. It wasn't fair. None of it was fair. The ancestors played tricks sometimes and turned things all awry. If she'd been at all interested in Gartnet from the Northern Isles, this would have been simple, since the fellow seemed to view her as a catalogue of feminine virtues, without so much as meeting her once in the flesh. Gartnet was probably exactly as her father had said, a fine specimen of young manhood, and utterly suitable to father a future king. Why did she have to love the one man in the world who hardly seemed to see her on some days, and on others treated her as if she were no different from a boy? It just wasn't fair. Cray? Bronna's voice was muffled by layers of blankets. What's the matter? Nothing, sniffed Cray, moving closer to the warmth of her sister's body. It might be spring, but the air was bitterly cold, and even in this well-made house, little draughts stirred in corners. Nothing. Go back to sleep. It was like a curse, a darkness that would hang over him for the rest of his life, shadowing every step he took. It was one thing to have a heroic dead father whom one had never met, a man who was remembered, still, as leader of the first bold voyage from Norway to the Light Isles. It was quite another to discover your father was a crazed murderer, a tyrant who had unleashed a tide of blood and terror on the islands. Thorvald did not want to acknowledge, even to himself, what that seemed to mean. Striding along the track towards Stensaker, with a violent wind whipping his hair out behind him and tugging his cloak with insistent cold fingers, he shrank from the terrible truth that had hit him like a hammer blow after the first numbing shock of his mother's news. But he could not shut it out. This made sense of everything. His legacy was not Ulf's but Somerled's, not light but darkness, not order and sanity but discord and chaos. This was the missing piece of a puzzle. It told him why he had always felt outside the world of other people, why he could not smile and clasp hands readily, why he turned on those who tried to befriend him, despite himself. It gave the reason why, some days, he felt as if he carried his own grey cloud of misery with him, which nobody else could see. No wonder he'd never fitted in. No wonder he'd never felt a part of things. No wonder he had so few true friends. Thorvald shivered. As his father's son, by rights he did not deserve friends, most certainly not loyal ones like Cray, who could always be relied upon to listen and wait by him, even when his dark mood made him snap and snarl like a feral cur. Cray would be better off staying right away from him. Who knew when his bad blood would surface?
It was not safe for any man to befriend him, nor any woman, least of all a guileless girl like Cray with her cosy domestic pursuits. She was a child and knew nothing of the world. She was innocent of such destructive forces as those he bore hidden inside him. From now on, nobody would be safe. Unless, against all evidence, what they told of Somerled was somehow wrong. If the tale had been twisted and changed, as is the pattern of stories over so many years, if that was so, then maybe there was a glimmer of hope. If his mother said Somerled had killed Ulf, that fact must stand. But perhaps there was a reason for it, a justification. Why had Somerled acted as he did, and what had become of the man? He'd been cast out to sea from the west coast, near the whaleback. Trackless ocean was all that lay before him then, until he reached the rim of the world. What a punishment that was, a penalty grand and terrible enough to belong to an ancient saga, like a burden imposed by a vengeful god or thwarted monarch. That it was Eyvind who had determined it was unbelievable. Cray's father was widely respected in the islands, not just as husband of a royal princess of the folk, but also as a mainstay of the group of landholders who assembled twice yearly at the Thing to maintain order and administer justice. Eyvind was known as scrupulously honest and absolutely fair, a model of strength and honour. But he was most certainly not a man of devious imagination or cunning irony. To devise such a method of exile seemed to Thorvald quite out of character. Maybe there were parts of the story Margaret hadn't told him. Asking Eyvind was just not possible. Pride forbade it. He couldn't talk to his mother. The thought of what she had done disgusted him. If she had such a model husband as Ulf, why lie with some misfit wretch of a brother-killer? And how could she not tell her own son all these years? It was this that hurt Thorvald most. Up until now, when he was angry or upset, he had relied on Margaret's grave advice, her calm words to soothe him. When he could see his mother was lonely or out of sorts, he had done his best to divert her with a game, or a walk, or a tale of what he'd been doing. It had been thus ever since he could remember. Mostly just the two of them, unless you counted Ash hovering silently somewhere in the background. Why his mother kept Ash, Thorvald couldn't comprehend. It was quite clear to him the fellow wanted a bit more than the relationship of trusted servant to mistress of the household, and that Margaret was not in the least interested. A man who would hang around like a stray dog for years and years, waiting for table scraps that never came his way, seemed to Thorvald a lost cause. But silent, poker-faced Ash stayed, while other servants came and went. All the same, they were a small family of two, Thorvald and Margaret, neither much given to open displays of affection, yet trusting and depending on each other. Until now. That closeness was destroyed forever now. She might as well have thrust a blade through his heart, Thorvald thought, kicking savagely at a stone that lay on the track in his way. She might as well have cast him out like his father, away from the paths of right-thinking men and women, so he could be conveniently forgotten. How could he ever forgive her for this? It was late afternoon when he came down the hill past the small settlement of Stensakur, where smoke from cottage fires was whipped sideways by the wind, and the heather thatch shivered, straining at its bindings. Thorvald could see the sea dove making a steady course back to shore, the red-striped sail taut before the gale. His timing was perfect. He must talk to Sam, must tell him as much as he needed to know. He'd have preferred to keep his news to himself, but this was necessary. Thorvald needed a boat. Sam had one. He just hoped Sam would be able to keep his mouth shut. It would be a while before his friend reached the jetty, doubtless with a good catch from the treacherous waters between this northeastern shore of Rosi and the rising ground of Hrolfsi, which the old folk called Queen's Isle. It was most certainly not the safest place to fish, but Sam was an expert sailor and an astute judge of currents and tides. He had prospered and built his own cottage in Stensakur. He talked of marrying and starting a family. Thorvald thought that ridiculous, and had told his friend so. Being an equable sort of fellow, Sam had only smiled. Not only was this waterway a perilous fishing ground, it also housed the strangest of dwelling places. On the level of Holy Island, situated halfway between the larger isles, lived a community of Christian hermits. The brothers had travelled across the ocean from a land far to the southwest, in tiny, frail shells of boats. This small isle, with its weight of law, had been their chosen home. The folk had shunned the place for generations. It was known to be a dwelling place of the seal tribe, a dangerous people at home, both in water and on land. The women of unearthly beauty, the men so fearsome they could scare a person to death with a single glance of their dark green eyes. Shielded by the courage of their faith, or by blind ignorance, depending on how you looked at it, the brothers had settled on Holy Island nonetheless, and now lived in a well-ordered though simple fashion, running a few sheep, a goat or two, some chickens. As far as anyone knew, the seal tribe had never bothered them, though it was said that the sea folk were immensely patient and had long memories. Say someone offended them or received a favour. Generations might pass and all seem forgotten, and then, suddenly, there they'd be, demanding vengeance or asking for payment. Because of that, there were very few visitors to Holy Island, and those who made the trip always carried a piece of iron with them for protection. If you forgot this essential item, there was no saying you'd ever get home safely. Sam was one of the few who put in regularly to the brothers' small jetty, with a message or a gift of bread or fresh fish. Sam was a big fellow and not easily frightened. Thorvald waited on the shore, watching as the sea dove bobbed closer. This was a superior kind of craft, a vessel such as a young fisherman like Sam might dream of all his life and never hope to own. Sam had built her for a man called Olaf Eilson, who had wealth enough to buy in the fine oak from Rogaland. The sea dove was perfect in every detail, from her eye-sweet lines to the sturdy strength of her keel. The lower strakes were of oak, the sheer strake of lighter pine. She was a half-boat, an ocean-going craft, though small. The 2 pairs of oars she carried were seldom employed, for she went far better under sail, with one man stationed near the stern to handle the steering oar, which was mounted on the starboard side, the other adjusting the trim as required. Sometimes they rowed in and out from the jetty. That was all. Sam had made the sail himself, not trusting any other man in Rosie with such a critical piece of craftsmanship. On the day she was finished, Olaf Eilson had taken sick with an ague, and within 7 nights he was dead. But not before he told every one of his kin that nobody was getting their hands on his boat but the man who had made her with such love. If he were to die, the sea dove must be Sam's, for only Sam would use her as she deserved. The half-boat was as well maintained as any vessel in the islands. Her master had a reputation for thoroughness, for all he was barely 20 years of age. The boards that formed the small decks fore and aft had been replaced last autumn when squalls drove a handy supply of pine trunks up on the beach at scale. The mast could be lowered to rest on a low, crutch-like frame, though Sam never undertook this manoeuvre at sea. The mast remained in place save when the sea dove was hauled up for work in winter. Every year Sam's pride and joy was recorked, her hull scraped clean, her thwarts rubbed down with coarse sand, then oiled against the salt water. In the right conditions, the boat could be handled comfortably by 2, at least in the coastal waters around Rosie, which were not without their challenges. All in all, Thorvald thought the sea dove seemed up to a longer voyage. He hoped very much that his friend would agree. Sam had a passenger today. The grey-haired priest stepped out neatly onto the jetty, while Sam and the deckhand tied up the boat and began to unload their catch in a seamless sequence of well-practiced moves. Of all the brothers, it was Tig who was best known in the islands, for it was his practice to travel widely, telling his tales of the Christian faith. Tig was an old friend of both Eyvind and Nessa. A long time ago he had known Nessa's uncle, the last great king of the Light Isles. His appearance now was remarkably convenient. Thorvald must make the most of the opportunity it offered. "Go on up to the house, Thorvald," Sam yelled as he hefted a crate of fish onto his shoulder. Take Brother Tig with you, and stir up the fire for me. I'll be done here soon.
Thorvald made his way up to the settlement and let himself into Sam's neat cottage, main room open and light with a shuttered window to the east, so you could read the moods of the sea, back room housing sleeping platforms and a separate small hearth, and a snug little shelter beyond for stores of various kinds. Today there appeared to be a broody hen in there, grumbling to herself in a cosy basket of straw. Brother Tig came in behind Thorvald, the skirts of his brown robe blown crazily about him by the fierce wind. He shut the door with some difficulty. Thorvald raked out the embers of the fire, fetched turf, set a kettle to heat. Because there was limited time, he decided to dispense with the niceties.
I want to ask you something. Go ahead, said Tig, seating himself by the fledgling fire and reaching down to warm his hands. I found out about Somerled, that he was my father. My mother told me. You must have known him back then. I want you to tell me what sort of man he was. I want to find out why he killed his brother, and what, Thorvald?
The brother did not sound at all perturbed by this volley of difficult questions. The fire was starting to pick up now. Thorvald put on more turf.
And I want you to tell me where you think he would have gone when Eyvind set him adrift. On Holy Island you've got men who sailed here from far away, men who must know the pattern of the currents out there in the Western Ocean, and where the islands and skerries lie. Tell me what you think. Could he have survived?
Tig did not reply immediately. It looked as if he were rehearsing the words in his head, choosing each one with care.
Tell me, Thorvald demanded. Don't bother to couch it in comforting terms. If you think he would have died, just say so. If you think he was evil and depraved, tell me straight out. My mother held back the truth for 18 years. I've no patience for falsehoods, nor for polite half-truths. Whatever you have to say, it can be no worse than finding out I've lived a lie my whole life. You're a young man, Thorvald, Tig observed, regarding him gravely. You have many years ahead of you. It is those years that matter, not the ones that are past. What your father was and where he went makes no real difference. It's your own life you are living, not Somerled's. Spare me your philosophy, Thorvald snapped. Give me facts. Why did my father kill Ulf? Is it true that he single-handedly wiped out most of the islanders before Eyvind stopped him? You wish me to answer before your friend arrives home? These are big questions, Thorvald. Please.
It took some effort to get this word out. Still, he saw understanding in the priest's grey eyes and heard compassion in his voice. It was expedient to take a deep breath and attempt calm if he were to have a chance of getting the answers he needed.
Only Somerled could tell you why he killed his brother, Tig said. There seemed obvious reasons, the lust for power, jealousy, frustration that there was no real role for him here. His feelings for your mother, perhaps. There were older reasons, which he brought with him from Rogaland, matters of the distant past. You need to ask Eyvind about those. Eyvind? Why? The two of them were close friends, blood brothers. It was in a sense of responsibility for Somerled's ill deeds that Eyvind banished him. He could have killed him. Instead he chose a way that gave his friend a second chance. It was a wise and generous decision. A second chance. A chance to sail over the edge of the world and perish. That is one possibility, agreed Tig evenly. You think there are others? Tell me. I will, Thorvald. One answer at a time. Somerled brought a weight of trouble with him when he came here with his brother's expedition. Ulf was a friend of mine. We spoke much during his all-too-brief season as chieftain here. For all Somerled was his own brother, Ulf feared him greatly. It was not on his invitation that Somerled came here, but at the behest of the Jarl back home. Ulf was under pressure to agree since the Jarl had financed his venture. The result was catastrophic. Somerled did terrible things as leader here. He was a clever man, subtle, ingenious. He was also completely ruthless. It seemed to me he had no awareness at all of the suffering of others. It was as if some essential part of a man's understanding were closed to him, and always had been. It is troubling to consider that, had it not been for Eyvind's intervention, and Nessa's, he would have remained king here, and none of the island folk would have survived. Your father believed the Norse people to be superior in every way, and far better fitted to rule. He saw no place here for folk he believed to be primitive, weak, and ineffectual. He'd have wiped them out entirely. Somerled never understood them. He never understood the islands. He'd have killed Nessa if she was too influential to be left alive. Eyvind, too. At one point, both the Wolfskin and myself were imprisoned and on the verge of execution. Somerled did not take kindly to hearing the truth if it happened not to suit his own purposes.
There seemed to be nothing for Thorvald to say. He had asked for answers, after all. Too bad if it hurt to hear them, when he had believed nothing could hurt much after what his mother had told him. "King," he said finally, his tone hollow.
Indeed, that was his lifelong ambition, so Eyvind told me. For a short while he achieved it. The cost was high.
Thorvald felt a bitter laugh escaping from his throat.
Ha! Just think, if he'd stayed on here, I might have been king after him. King Thorvald. Very amusing, that. And Eanna would never have been born, no Cray, nor the others. Thank the gods he was sent away. As ruler here, I would probably have turned out just like him. We must concern ourselves with the path that was taken, not the one abandoned,
Tig said, using an iron hook to lift the kettle's lid and see if the water was boiling.
You want to know where he might have gone? Why?
This one must be answered carefully.
He was my father. It is of some interest to me whether he lived or died. I can speak of possibilities, Thorvald, but nobody can say what happened. Your mother told you, I imagine, that there has been no news of Somerled since that day. No sign at all that he ever reached safe shore. All I can give you is surmise. That'll do,
Thorvald said, trying not to sound too interested. It was important that nobody got any hint of what he intended to do.
Very well. Under conditions such as were apparent that day, my guess is that the boat might have travelled somewhat north of due west, perhaps sharply north. We have no proof that there's land of any significance to the west, but there are some very strange tales. I heard that a fellow came into the Northern Isles some time back, in a state of shock so severe it was almost as if he had lost his wits entirely. He was one of our own kind, and had sailed the same path as I did, but was blown off course by contrary winds, and failed to touch shore in the Light Isles. His words were a stream of nonsense, but he seemed to be telling of a sojourn of 2 or 3 seasons on another group of islands farther to the northwest. They'd be several days sailing from here at least, and maybe considerably more, since we've heard so few reports of such a place. 1 or 2 other accounts do seem to confirm their existence. That would be the last land of the west, a marginal place. It would be easy to miss it. Should your father's craft have drifted somewhat northward, it is possible he may have reached that shore.
Thorvald's heart was thumping.
Why was the man in such a state of mind? He asked eagerly. Was he deranged by the journey itself, or something more?
Tig frowned.
My account is third hand, of course. The fellow was terrified out of his wits. They could get little sense from him. He was frightened of staying by the seashore, as if he expected an enemy to come from the water. He spoke of stealing children, and of some kind of singing. It was quite odd. Very probably his long voyage on the isolation had caused these waking nightmares. It's not the easiest experience. A man's faith can be sorely tested. Yes, well, that's the way you do it, isn't it?
Tig smiled.
Indeed. And I will be honest with you, I have often wondered whether such a voyage would change Somerled for the better, as Eyvind hoped it would. Perhaps he was unable to change, Thorvald said. He could hear the crunch of Sam's boots on the path outside. Maybe he was so evil that he could never redeem himself. Aye, Tig observed. While we cannot say what did happen to your father, I can tell you one of God's most profound truths, and you would be wise to ponder it, Thorvald. No man is quite beyond salvation. God's grace is in all of us. If nurtured well, that little flame may grow into a radiant goodness. We are all his creatures. We are part of him. To change, all we need do is learn to love him. Even Somerled could do that. You must believe it possible that he did so in his own way. The arrival of Sam, with a string of pale-bellied fish dangling from one hand and his bundle of gear grasped in the other, put an end to that conversation. Cups were filled with ale, a meal was cooked, and easy talk flowed. Of the weather, of the arrival of new lambs on the brothers' small farm, of a forthcoming wedding and the death of an old man down at Hafnavagar. That was where Tig was heading, quite away. Sam offered him a bed for the night, but the priest refused. He'd a lift arranged with a local farmer. Indeed, he'd best be heading over there now, before it got too dark. They'd sleep at the fellow's house and take the cart on in the morning with a load of vegetables and some chickens for the market. Tig wiped his plate clean with a scrap of bread, then rose to depart. "Remember what I told you, Thorvald," he said mildly. "Take time to consider. On reflection, a monster can become no more than a fleeting shadow, an unassailable mountain, a gentle rise. You are young. You rush to seek answers, heedless of the cost. If you allow time, you may find that all you need to do is wait."
Thorvald let him finish. There was no point in arguing. The truth was simple. He bore his father's legacy, and it marked him as surely as Eyvind's courage and goodness had marked his small son Kinnart. If that child had not been snatched by the sea, he'd doubtless have grown up into the sort of leader folk followed to the ends of the earth. Tig had missed the point. To know himself, to look into his own spirit, Thorvald must find out what kind of man his father truly was. And there was only one way that could be done. It was perilous. His mother wouldn't like it. Sam would take a lot of convincing. Nonetheless, he must attempt it, or forever live with the knowledge that he had not faced up to the truth. If his father still lived, he would find him. It was a quest, grand, challenging, heroic. Do this, and his life might come to mean something after all. Sam was not easily surprised. He listened calmly to the story. Margaret, Somerled, Ulf, battles and blood, murder and exile. From time to time he sipped his ale and nodded. Once or twice he frowned. One of the reasons Sam had remained a friend for so long was his talent for calm. He was almost as good a listener as Cray, and a lot less inclined to make helpful suggestions when they weren't wanted. When Thorvald came to the end of the tale, Sam did not comment at once. He poked the fire, topped up his friend's ale, and let a cat in the back door, all in complete silence.
"You want to borrow the sea dove?" he stated eventually,
his blue eyes thoughtful.
"Not exactly," replied Thorvald, a wave of relief sweeping through him that Sam had understood this part of it without needing to be told. "I'm not enough of a sailor to take her there myself. You'd have to come with me. I could pay you, if that would help."
Sam's brows lifted a little. He took a mouthful of ale.
"How long do you plan being away? From full moon to full moon? Or maybe a season? Perhaps more if the wind carries you astray. There's a lot of fish to be caught in such a time, enough to pay for a fellow's wedding and furnish his cottage nice and snug. Best woolens, fine linens, a piece of seasoned wood for a cradle. Enough to cover his hand's wages. What if the boat's damaged? That's my livelihood down there, Thorvald. She may be a sturdy craft, but she's not made for that kind of ocean voyaging."
The words were less than encouraging. On the other hand, there was a certain note in Sam's voice, and a certain glint in his eye that showed his interest had been sparked.
It needn't be long.
Thorvald leaned forward, elbows on knees, keen to press what little advantage he had.
Brother Tig didn't seem to think it was very far. We could be there and back again almost before anyone knows it. We could tell them...
Sam raised a hand, cutting off the flow of words.
Not so fast. What about when we get there? If we get there? You're planning to pop in, announce that you're this fellow's son, then sail right home again. What if you can't find him? What if you do and he wants you to stay? Where does that leave me?
The smile that curved Thorvald's lips felt like a mockery.
I assure you that won't happen. I'm not expecting to be greeted with open arms, even supposing we do find what we're looking for. I've no intention at all of staying there. All I want is the answer to a question. And what question's that?
Sam asked, stroking the cat, which had curled itself on his lap in a bowl of grey-striped contentment, purring like a simmering kettle. But Thorvald did not reply, and the silence lengthened between them.
I'll think about it, Sam said eventually. But I'll be straight with you, Thorvald. I can't see much in it for me beyond helping an old friend.
One last adventure before you settle down, Thorvald suggested. One last foray as a single man.
You worry me with your talk of cradles. I did say I'd pay.
Sam nodded slowly.
If I agreed, it'd be as a favour to a friend. I'd expect that to be returned sometime. Of course, I'll do whatever you want, Thorvald offered eagerly.
The fact was such a favour would be easily repaid, since Sam never asked more of him than a day's help on the boat, or a hand with laying thatch. His friend was easily pleased.
Sam said with a funny look in his eyes. I'll hold you to that, Thorvald. Give me a day or two to think about this. One thing, though, in open water you'll need a crew of 4 at least. We'd have to get another couple of fellows in on it, and they'd certainly want to be paid. No.
Thorvald had wondered when Sam would get to this. He had known there needed to be a good answer to it, but the look on his friend's face told him none of those he had thought up was going to be sufficient.
I can't have anyone else. Asking you to come along is one thing, getting other men to do it is another thing altogether. As soon as we started asking about, the whole island would know. This is secret, Sam. It has to be just you and me. You've told me often enough how well the Sea Dove goes under sail, and it's not very far. We could do it easily. Don't you go out every day with just your deckhand to help you? You're crazy, Sam said flatly. I wouldn't so much as consider it, not without one more man at least. You seem pretty confident about how far it is. I thought we didn't know that for sure. Brother Tig said a few days' sail. Folk would hardly get the chance to miss us.
A lie, that, almost certainly.
Come on, Sam. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A true adventure. An adventure isn't worth having if you never get back to tell the tale, Sam observed flatly.
There was a brief silence.
So you won't even consider it? Thorvald asked, watching his friend closely. Not as a test of your boat, or of yourself? Not at any price?
Sam's mouth stretched in a faint grin.
At any price? You're not as rich as that, Thorvald, however good a farm your mother runs. Now tell me, did you mean what you said about returning the favour? Say I do it, and then what I ask you isn't to your liking. Will you stay true to what you promised?
Thorvald's heart leaped. Evidently there was still hope.
Of course,
he said with complete confidence. He could not think of a thing Sam could ask for that he would not be prepared to deliver.
I gave you my word, didn't I? I know how much you'd be risking, Sam. If you do this, I'll be in your debt forever. If I do it, I'll be as mad as you are, Sam muttered. Well, I'll give it some thought and let you know. Maybe we could pick up a crew in the Northern Isles, fellows that don't know you, if that's what matters. That'd be a lot to organise. It must be kept secret, Thorvald put in quickly. I'd be stopped if they knew. My mother, Eyvind, any of them. You mustn't tell Cray." "You're a grown man," Sam observed, rising to his feet. The cat, dislodged, fell bonelessly to the floor and strolled away unperturbed. "All the same, they'd think this foolish, dangerous. They chose not to speak of my father all those years. They made a decision to forget him. It's hardly likely they'll want him brought to life now, when he so conveniently faded into the mists of memory." "Still," said Sam, "your mother did tell you."
Thorvald shivered.
"So she did," he agreed. "More fool her. A bit hard on her, aren't you?"
Thorvald did not reply, but later, while Sam slept as tranquilly as a babe, he lay awake pondering this, wondering if he had been entirely fair to Margaret. There was no doubt in his mind that she should have told him the truth earlier, not saved it for now, then expected him to absorb, understand, and forgive, as if this were a small everyday matter. On the other hand, she'd been young back in those days, younger than he was now. And perhaps Somerled had not been what people said. Perhaps there'd been reasons for what he did, reasons nobody else understood. Maybe he'd been like Thorvald, an outsider, a man with few friends, a person too clever for his own good. Thorvald lay staring up at the roof thatch, listening to the purring of the cat as it kneaded the blankets behind Sam's knees. The fisherman sighed, turning over. Thorvald considered the implications of his plan. There was no doubt he would hurt people he cared about, his mother and Cray especially. It was a long voyage, almost certainly longer than he had given Sam to believe, and there were no guarantees of safe landfall. Somerled might not be there, might not ever have been there. He might have perished long since, somewhere out at sea alone in his little boat. When she learned what he had done, Margaret would be horrified. Cray would be hurt that he had not confided in her. She was accustomed to sharing his inmost fears, his frustrations, his schemes and plans. This he could not tell her. He must hope she would forgive when he returned, if he returned. One thing was certain. This was a journey he was bound to undertake, bound by his blood. Chapter 2. Monk's margin note reads, 3 tides on western shores. Whale harvest, blood tide. Night of voices, death tide. Isle of clouds, fool's tide. Cray's weaving was almost finished, a soft blanket of finest wool, vivid red on deepest blue. The decorative borders with their pattern of foxes, owls, and little trees had already been done on the strip loom. Cray would sew the pieces together to produce a seamless effect. Margaret asked her what project she would start on next, but Cray could not answer. For some reason there didn't seem to be a next, not right now. Perhaps she would go to the Northern Isles as her parents wanted, she told her aunt. It might not be a good time to embark on a new piece of work. And there was always the journey, that very private embroidery, which seemed to grow and never quite be finished to her satisfaction. "Don't worry about Thorvald," Aunt Margaret told her bluntly one afternoon, when the two of them were beginning to fasten off the warp heads, working side by side as late afternoon sun slanted in through the open doorway, touching the coloured wool to fiery brightness. "He'll come home when he's ready. He told you what this is about, I suppose." "Some of it," Cray said awkwardly. It was difficult to approach such a subject, even though Aunt Margaret was a trusted friend. This was not just about secrets. It concerned murder and betrayal, and it was beyond imagining that neat, self-sufficient Margaret, a woman who displayed none of the signs of a passionate nature, had ever been embroiled in such high drama. "I know he's unhappy," Cray went on. "I'd like to help him, but—" "A man can't be helped if he doesn't want it," Margaret said. "You'd be best to leave him alone, Cray. Thorvald has to work this out for himself. Your father's right. A trip away would be good for you."
Cray said nothing. Margaret might think Thorvald was off brooding somewhere and would come home when he'd forgiven her. Cray knew better. Thorvald was away visiting Sam again. Sometimes it seemed to Cray that Thorvald thought she was stupid, just as he thought the pastimes she loved so much, weaving, sewing, cooking, were women's pursuits, requiring little in the way of cleverness. She knew she was not stupid. She could tell Thorvald was planning an expedition. He was going to find his father, and Sam would be travelling with him. It took 2 men to sail the Sea Dove. If Margaret had not worked that out, she knew her son less well than she imagined. This was going to be a challenge. It might be quite a long way, and Cray had never enjoyed the motion of a boat, not even the small fairing they used to take out when they were children. But one thing was for certain. For all his 18 years, Thorvald was not very grown up at all, and had no idea how to look after himself. And whatever anyone might say about him, he was deserving of her help, of her love. People looked at Thorvald and saw only the bad side, the gloomy moods, the sudden anger, the silences. Cray knew him better. He had been her friend as long as she could remember. He had been there the day Kinnart died, a terrible long-ago day when her parents were too shattered by shock and grief to take heed of their little daughter. Cray had stood quietly in the shadows, watching as the cold, pale form of her brother was laid out on the table to be washed and dried, and prayed over and cried over. Margaret had come, and Thorvald with her, himself still a small child. It was Thorvald who had settled by Cray's side, wiped away her tears, warmed her hands in his. It was he who had kept away the terror of the unknown that day, when her whole world went awry. And later there were many more times when she had been sad or upset, and he had heard her catalogue of woes in accepting silence, and told her it would be all right. Times when he got her out of trouble. She could remember a trip out on the lake in a forbidden boat, a capsize, and an embarrassing rescue. If not for Thorvald that day, she might herself have drowned. If not for his help, she'd most certainly have had to go home in wet clothes and confess her stupidity to her parents. Then there was the reading and writing, something Cray had always found immensely difficult. She'd struggled with Margaret's lessons, for her attention kept straying to the things she'd rather be doing, baking, embroidery, or just being out of doors in the fresh air. Thorvald had helped her then, adding his own unofficial tuition to Margaret's formal sessions. He'd sit with Cray down by the western dyke and watch gravely as she made letters in the earth with a pointed stick. He never got cross when he was teaching her. It was her own fault that she hadn't been able to learn. There was no doubt in Cray's mind that that patient teacher, that kindly child, represented the real Thorvald, the essence of the man he would become. Other folk might see him as arrogant, unfeeling, even cruel. There was no doubt he could be all of these. His true face, Cray thought, he showed only to those he trusted, and there were precious few of them. All the same, right now he was still unpredictable and moody, and still prone to sullen, illogical decisions. He must not undertake such a grand adventure without her by his side. Once she had decided this, there were plans to be made. There was no way Thorvald and Sam would agree to take her with them, so she'd have to stow away. That meant finding out when they were leaving and getting to Stensaker the night before. How long would they be gone? Which way were they going? And how could she do it without worrying Eyvind and Nessa half to death? The very thought of it made her belly churn with unease. There was such danger in it, peril and uncertainty. Thorvald must have asked around, of course, though she knew he had not spoken to Eyvind. He must have found out the likeliest route, the probable landfall for Somerled's lonely voyage. Surely Sam, the most practical man in Rosie, would not have agreed to take him if there had not been suitable safeguards. All the same, there were questions hanging over the very idea. What had it come from, after all, but a chance remark of her own about finding out the truth? Perhaps their destination was far away. Perhaps they would be gone a long time, a whole cycle of the moon or even 2. Her mother would be anxious, her father shocked. Eyvind would be furious with Thorvald, even though her presence on the boat would be all her own doing.
He might even take into his head to come after them, though there was no other vessel in the Light Isles that could match Sam's for speed and maneuverability. Her father could hardly commandeer a longship. And what about Margaret? Who would help her with the weaving? Who would comfort her when she discovered her son had abandoned home and hearth in a wild search for a father he had never known? All the same, Cray knew that she must go. It was knowledge that owed little to logic, but was nonetheless deep and strong. A conviction that beat in the heart and flowed in the blood. She must be there. Without her, Thorvald could not do this. Without her, this quest would fail. She was careful to follow her usual routine, making herself useful at home, walking or riding down to Aunt Margaret's most days. Her parents talked about her trip to the Northern Isles again, and she pretended to be thinking about it. It was not a good feeling to deceive them. The household was built on trust and truth. She longed to seek their wise advice, but could not, knowing they would never agree to let her go on such a voyage. Her sister Brona was the only one who sensed there was something wrong, and it was Brona who helped Cree find a way. A wedding was to be held near Stensaker. Grim's eldest daughter, Sigrid, was marrying a farmer from West Island, and the whole family was invited. The day before they were to head eastward for the festivities, a messenger came with news that the chieftains of the Cat had sent a delegation to Hafnavagar, wanting to speak with Eyvind about some kind of arrangement to protect the straits between the Light Isles and their own northern coastline. The traffic of Norse and Danish vessels in those parts had picked up considerably, and one could never be sure whether an attacker might decide to help himself to a cargo of livestock or fine timber, furs or thralls. It was necessary for Eyvind to travel south immediately, and Nessa, who was looking tired and pale these days, made a sudden decision to stay at home with Ingegerd, rather than go to the wedding without her husband. Nessa did not want to disappoint her daughters. Cree and Brona could still go, she decreed, as long as they travelled there and back with the 3 men Eyvind had chosen to accompany and guard them, and stayed with Grim and his wife, Eira, until the celebrations were over. Margaret was not going, and nor was Thorvald. At around the same time, Cray had an amazing piece of luck. One of Eyvind's housecarls, a girl called Solveig, was walking out with the fellow who worked on the Sea Dove as deckhand. When Solveig happened to mention that Sam was giving her sweetheart an unexpected holiday soon after the coming weekend, it all fell into place. There could only be one reason, Cray thought, for a decision that would cost Sam dearly in lost fish. The Sea Dove must be almost ready to leave, and she herself would be close to Stensaker at just the right time. Perfect. It almost seemed meant to be. The hurt she was about to inflict on her family weighed heavily on Cray, but her mind was made up. The 2 girls packed their bags, a good gown each for the wedding, Cray's prize string of amber beads, Brona's favourite yellow ribbon, 2 pairs of fine stockings of white wool. Gifts for the happy couple had already been stowed away. There was a box carved with images of whales and seals in pale soapstone, holding a good weight of silver pieces, and a woolen wall hanging of Cray's own making, which showed a magical tree whose limbs held fruit and foliage of many shapes and hues, apple, pear, and berry, all springing from the same branch. Cray was glad the blue and red blanket had not been given away as yet. She was pleased her handiwork was so prized, but it was always sad to see it go, for there was a part of herself in every piece she crafted. Thorvald would think that silly. It was the sort of thing she could not tell him. Her mind wandered ahead to the time when the 2 of them would be man and wife. Perhaps the blue and red blanket might cover the bed they would share. She imagined waking as the dawn light streamed in across the rich colours of the wool. She felt the warmth of Thorvald's body against hers, the strength of his arm around her. "Cray?" She started. Brona must have said something, and she hadn't even heard her. "Why are you packing that?" Brona asked, staring at the rolled-up linen of the journey, which Cray was tucking into the outer pocket of her bag. "We'll only be there a few days, and there'll be feasting and dancing every night. You won't get any time for sewing. I'm not taking mine." "It can't hurt," Cray said, glad her sister had not noticed some of the other items she had packed. A sharp knife, a length of strong cord, a bar of soap, a roll of soft cloths in case she had her monthly bleeding before they sailed back home, a pair of shears, a piece of flint, bone needles, coloured wool, herbs to counter seasickness. At the bottom of the bag was an old shirt and trousers of Thorvald's, removed surreptitiously from one of Aunt Margaret's storage chests, and a warm felt hat with ear flaps. Thorvald's clothes did not fit her very well. Her figure was not of the kind one would call boyish. Still, she suspected this would be a voyage ill-suited to her fine linen gowns and soft woolen tunics. It would be wet and cold until they got there, wherever there was. She must be practical. "Cray?" queried Brona, staring as her sister fastened the strap around her bundle of belongings. "What?" "That's a big bag." "So's yours." "Not as big as yours." "What is this, a competition?" Brona frowned. She was a slight, wide-eyed girl, with soft brown hair like Nessa's, and a sweet look about her that did not quite conceal her sharp mind. "Cray, you wouldn't be planning something, would you? You've been acting very strangely this last little while." "Planning? What could I possibly be planning?" Cray raised her eyebrows in what she hoped was an expression of innocent surprise. Brona put her hands on her hips. "Planning to run off with Sam, that's what," she snapped. "You'd better not be doing that, because if you marry Sam, I'll never speak to you again. Not even when I'm a wrinkled old crone with no teeth." "There wouldn't be much point in speaking to me if you had no teeth," Cray retorted as relief swept through her, closely followed by the spark of a very useful idea. Brona had come alarmingly near to the truth, and yet had missed it entirely. "I wouldn't be able to understand a word. Mind you, I'd probably be deaf as a post myself by then." "Well?" glowered Brona. "Are you?" "Of course not," Cray said, seeing that her sister was almost in tears, and marvelling that she had not noticed how much of a woman Brona had become, so wrapped up had she been in her own concerns. "Sam's not exactly the running-away kind, Brona. If he wanted something, he'd just ask for it." "So has he?" "Has he what?" Asked you to marry him. Asked father for your hand. I know he made you a comb. I've seen him looking at you." "No, Brona," Cray said, sitting down on the bed and putting an arm around her sister's slender shoulders. "Sam hasn't asked, and I don't expect him to." This was not the time to tell Brona that it was possible their father might consider kindly, hard-working Sam no more suitable as a prospective son-in-law than he did Thorvald. "But I do have a secret. You guessed that right." "What?" Brona's attention was instantly seized by this. The calculating look on her face showed she was sifting the possibilities, all of which probably had a young man in them. Brona had always been fond of tales of romance. "I'll tell you when we get to Grim and Ada's, but only if you swear to keep it secret." "Why should I swear?" "I'll tell you that once we get there too." Told just enough and no more, Cray thought, her sister might prove immensely useful both to cover for her own departure and to soften the bad news for Eyvind and Nessa. Judging by the look in Brona's eyes whenever the name Sam was mentioned, it wouldn't be very hard to dream up a return favour. "Now let's take these bags out to the horses and say our goodbyes. I hope it's not going to rain. Make sure you put your winter boots on." Eyvind had already left, riding halfway to Hafnavagar at dawn with a group of his most trusted men. They would collect ash on the way. Margaret's taciturn steward was a man valued for his ability to ease the awkwardness of negotiations on tricky subjects by summarizing, clarifying, and suggesting useful compromises. Eyvind had once remarked that Ash had acquired this useful skill by living in the same household as Thorvald and Margaret, neither of whom was known for a pliant disposition. If Ash could survive that, the fearsome chieftains of the Cat should present him with little difficulty. Nessa bade her daughters farewell with a grave kiss on either cheek. She spoke quietly, first to Brona, then to Cray, while Brona was hugging her small sister one last time. "Be safe, daughter," Nessa said softly, her grey eyes gazing with alarming clarity into Cray's own. "This is a branching of the path for you. I've seen it. There will be a choice of ways, and some of them trouble me." "You looked in the fire for me," Cray whispered. Her mother had once been a powerful priestess. She'd given that up to wed Eyvind, but the skills she'd learned were deep and enduring. She'd helped train Ayana in the arts, and Cray knew that her mother still used them herself when the need arose. The images in flame, the voices in earth, the song of wind and waves each told a little of the ancestors' wisdom and the paths ahead. "What have you seen?" "A journey. A finding and losing, death, love, hurt. I cannot tell if this is a tale encompassed by a single waxing and waning of the moon, or over a far longer span. There's a strangeness and terror in it that makes me want to keep you here at home, safe where you belong. But I can't. The ancestors don't lie to us." Cray shivered. Her mother's eyes were shadowed now. "Have you told father about this? About what you saw?" "No," Nessa said. "I'll stay home if you want." Cray's words tumbled out in a rush. "You don't look well. I did wonder—" Nessa smiled, and the sudden chill was gone as quickly as it had come. "I'm fine, daughter. And I'll do well enough with Ingegerd to keep me company until you girls come home. Enjoy yourselves. It will do you good to have some dancing and fun. Perhaps for you the path branches only as far as the Northern Isles and a certain fine young man. What happens will be your own choice. Now go on, the men are waiting. Is this your bundle? What have you got in here, a loom and a sack of wool?" Then small Ingegerd began to cry, and Nessa gathered her up with soothing words, and all at once it was time to go. Cray looked back over her shoulder as her mother's slender figure grew smaller and smaller, standing in the doorway with Ingegerd in her arms, and a brave smile on her face, not quite concealing the unease in her eyes. A shiver ran through Cray. How long would it be before she saw them again? And what, oh what, would her mother say when she learned Cray had sailed away in a little boat toward the edge of the world? In the end, it was almost too easy. The first night of the wedding celebrations, Sam came up from the settlement in his best tunic with the red embroidery and joined in the dancing. It was quite a party. Grim's wife, Eira, had not stinted on the ale, and Grim himself had slaughtered a couple of pigs to complement the usual spread of fish and baked goods. A woman called Zyra, who was famous for her cakes, had made a splendid confection with bear flour and honey, and nuts and spices brought over on a knar from Norway. The goods had their origin in markets far east, places so far away they were like something in a dream. Zyra herself had come from just such a distant land. She was a fine dancer, and as her husband Thord was away at the same council as Eyvind, she partnered one man after another with her dark hair flying and her red lips smiling. She was a little flirtatious, Cray judged, but there was no harm in it. Scarred, gap-toothed Thord, a man built like a monolith, had kept this lively woman's heart since he'd been awarded her as some sort of prize long ago in another land. Pairings did not follow any strict pattern of culture or kinship in the Light Isles. Look at the bride herself. Her father had once been a Wolfskin warrior, and her mother, much younger, bore island blood at its purest. Look at Eyvind and Nessa. Cray herself was part of two races. A suitor who could show he was strong and good, and able to provide for a family, might gain approval regardless of his origins. It was a little different for Cray and her sisters. If one's sons were to be some kind of kings, one could not wed just any man, though it might seem to some people that Nessa herself had done just that. Eyvind was a Norseman, and had once been a warrior servant of Thor.
His people had been the enemy, the invaders who had brought devastation to the islands before valour and magic had put an end to that brutal season of conflict. But Eyvind had been as carefully chosen as any princeling or jarl. Both Nessa and her old teacher Rona had subjected him to trials of their own, trials in which he had proved his mettle not just as a warrior, but as stalwart protector, strong in courage and goodness, wise and loving. If ever a man were fit to be a father of kings, it was he. Cray sighed. Today she had extracted Brona's promise of silence, and in return made a promise of her own. Yes, she had told her sister, if Sam asked you-know-what, Cray would say no. In addition, she'd do everything she could to ensure Sam turned his attentions to Brona herself, who was nearly 15 after all, and would be quite ready for marriage in a year or two. Everyone knew Sam wanted to settle down as soon as he was satisfied the house was cozy enough. He was saving his profits and making it all perfect for just that purpose. Seeing the look on Brona's face, Cray knew her sister's determination. It was going to be Brona lying under those fine woolen blankets, cooking a hearty meal for her man's return, and providing a bouncing baby boy for the new cradle, and not any other girl on the islands. So Cray promised, and did not say perhaps a fisherman was not the right father for a king, however pleasant a fellow he might happen to be. And in return Brona gave her word to keep quiet for a certain length of time, long enough so it would be too late for someone to take a boat and set off in pursuit with any likelihood of finding the sea dove in open water. After that, Brona would tell Nessa and Eyvind what Cray had instructed her to tell, a task that would demand no little courage. Cray knew the bargain was unfair. Though Brona wouldn't believe it, she'd never wanted Sam for herself. She liked him, everyone did, but Cray could never put another man before Thorvald. It was as simple as that. A pity Sam himself didn't see it the same way. He was coming across the room toward her with a purposeful tread now, and there was a certain look in his steady blue eyes that worried her. Brona was down the other end with a group of girls. Brona was watching. "Will you dance, Cray?" Sam asked politely, sketching a little bow that, from another man, would have looked ridiculous. Sam had a natural dignity and could get away with it. Cray took his hand and they moved into the circle. Brona was frowning. This was not part of any bargain. The music struck up again and the circle began to move this way and that, hands clasped, feet light, or not so light, in the steps of a chain dance. There was a lot of noise, folk chattering, whistles and drum in lively discourse, boots stamping on the earthen floor. "You're looking well, Cray," Sam yelled above the general din. "You too," Cray shouted back. "I didn't think you'd be here." "I like a good party." Sam grinned as the circle broke into couples and began a weaving in and out motion. "A late night," Cray observed. "If you have to take the boat out at dawn, or before—" "Ah, well," said Sam, whirling her around in a circle rather faster than the other men were doing with their partners. "I might take a day off, work on the cottage." Cray nodded. She needed to ask just the right questions, not to sound too inquisitive. "Will you be coming again tomorrow night? Grim says there will be games. I don't know what kind." Sam drew her adroitly back into the circle. Now Brona was on his other side, partnered by young Håkon, Grim's son. Sam winked, and a delicate blush rose to Brona's cheeks. Sam turned back to Cray. "Games, is it? Well, I suppose I'll miss those. Going on a bit of a trip. I may be away a few days, perhaps longer. Up north. No late night for me tomorrow. Heading off at sunup next day." "Oh," Cray said lightly, though her heart was thudding with excitement. It had been easy, after all. He'd come right out with the information she needed. Only another day to wait, and then she would creep out while the games were on, and... The pattern of the dance changed again, and she found herself with a tongue-tied farmhand, while behind her, Sam danced with Brona. A glance over her shoulder showed her the two of them were not talking at all. Indeed, her normally voluble sister appeared quite lost for words. though Brona cut a graceful figure as she moved to the music, her large grey eyes fixed on her partner's with a sweetly solemn expression. Brona's pale complexion was still touched with pink in the cheeks. At least Sam was looking at her. It was a start. The unfortunate part of it was that Brona did not quite comprehend Sam's role in the expedition to come. How could Cray tell her that she was, indeed, running off with the object of her sister's affections, though not at all in the way Brona would have understood it? There would be some explaining to do when she got back. Well, fate had delivered exactly what she wanted. Games tended to be noisy and accompanied by a generous flow of ale. Nobody would notice her slipping away. She must trust Brona to hold her tongue until long after it was discovered she was missing. Brona knew she would be with Thorvald, and why, and the general sort of direction they were going in. As long as Eyvind did not leap into a boat and head straight after them, always possible, then the voyage would unfold as it must. So she just had to creep out of Grimm's house, find the sea dove, get on board and hide, put up with a certain amount of discomfort until the right time came, and then she would deal with that part of it when it happened, Cray told herself. She must put her fears to the back of her mind, that the weather would be bad, that the boat would sink, that they would sail on and never find their destination. She must set aside the guilt. She could not afford to picture her father furious, her mother frantic, Margaret grieving, Brona in trouble because of her. If she thought about these things, she might be tempted to change her mind. And that inner voice, the powerful, deep voice that was both part of her and at the same time outside her, was making it very clear that she must go on with this. She had made the decision. Thorvald needed her, and she would be there for him, as so often in the past her friend had been for her. She would be strong. As for the aftermath, she would deal with that when it came. Frightening it was, he had to admit, frightening and exhilarating as the sea dove fought a precarious way northwestward, now sliding down to the dark trough of a wave, as if she would carry them relentlessly on into the very depths of this watery kingdom, now riding high, steeply rising over the peak of a monstrous surge that surely she could not breast. Surely they'd be smashed in splinters. Sam barked out terse instructions, and Thorvald, tight-jawed in a strange blend of excitement and terror, obeyed them as best he could, fighting to keep the quivering boat on some sort of stable course, and realizing it had not been very wise to talk Sam out of taking a third man with them from Stensakur. The plan had been to sail as far as the Northern Isles and pick up a crewman or two who didn't know either of them. That way they'd have sufficient numbers for the difficult bit. The trouble was, things were already more difficult than anything Thorvald had experienced. The sky was wild with shredded clouds. The sea was a fractious monster with a mind and a will there was no gainsaying. If it wanted to gobble them up, men, craft, provisions, it would do so as casually as a dog snatches a morsel dropped from the table. In truth, Thorvald loved it. The gale whipped all confusion from his mind, the ache in his back, the blisters on his palms. The constant struggle to keep firm footing emptied him of all but the will to stay alive just a little longer and not lose Sam's fine boat for him. He was on a mission. It was good. Today he was a man. Their course was somewhat farther westward than Thorvald had expected. Once out of the sheltered waters of the Light Isles, they'd made good speed, for the wind had been favourable for a straight course to their destination. After a quick debate with himself, Sam had made the decision. They would head northwest, abandoning the plan to go by the Northern Isles and pick up 1 or 2 extra men, since that would add at least 2 days to the trip either way. Things were going well, but they were managing, and the sooner they got there, Sam said, the sooner they'd be home again. He didn't want his deckhand defecting in the absence of paid work. It would take him too long to train another. When they found these islands, Thorvald could talk to his mysterious father, Sam would do a spot of fishing, and then they'd come home. From half-moon to full should see the trip accomplished, and the two of them back where they should be. So it was straight out into open sea, with no more than guesswork to guide them. Sam did not use sunstones, since the sea dove fished solely in the coastal waters of the Light Isles, where cliff, dune, and skerry were the only markers a man needed. But he watched the light and the clouds, and eyed the birds passing overhead on their wind-harried journeys. And as dusk fell, Thorvald could see him squinting upward, working out what the patterns of sun and moon could tell him. It had grown calmer. For a while, Thorvald had wondered if they would both have to stay awake all night, clinging to line or thwart or steering oar, as the sea clutched and released, heaved and subsided. But the gods had had enough of playing for now, and the sea dove settled, creaking, to a gently swaying movement. They lashed the steering oar in place and dragged a sea anchor, heavy rope with a conical bag attached, to slow their progress. It might be possible for each to snatch a little sleep, while the other kept watch for reefs and skerries, whales and sundry creatures of the deep. Who knew what lurked in these untravelled waters? Somewhere to the west, perhaps not far at all, was the very rim of the world. A man might be swept over before he knew it, and find himself falling away into the true unknown. Perhaps, after all, they would not sleep. "Food," grunted Sam, kneeling to retrieve a skin water bottle and an oiled bag of provisions from the box where he'd stowed them. He was used to long days on the water. He and his hand were often out from before dawn until nearly sunset, and Sam was a big man with a big appetite. Salted mutton, flat bread baked hard, an egg or two boiled in the shell. His hens were laying again. Under the circumstances, it was a feast. Sam leaned across to pass the water to Thorvald, and froze suddenly as if turned to stone. "What?" Thorvald queried, somewhat alarmed. "What is it?" "Shh," hissed Sam, now staring intently at the pine decking between his feet. "Listen." At first Thorvald could hear nothing beyond the constant creak of the boat's timbers and the wash of the sea. But wait, perhaps there was something else, a sound like a faint moan or a sigh, and a sort of scrabbling noise, very small, down there under the boards. "Rats?" Thorvald suggested, brows raised. Sam, it appeared, had something other than vermin in mind. His broad, amiable features had turned pale, and now he was levering up the boards that lay loosely over the boat's ribs to allow for easy adjustment of cargo or ballast. One short plank, 2, 3, and Thorvald, taken aback by the speed and intensity of his friend's reaction, moved forward to peer down into the shadowy hull of the sea dove near the bow. There was a smell. Someone had been sick. And a sound. Not the animal's scrabbling now, but a voice, a girl's voice, shaky and weak. "Sam?" Without a word, the two men clambered down into the open hold between the fore and aft decks, where their load of provisions was stored. They scrambled over the crossbeams, moving sacks and bundles, until they had made a narrow way through under the foredeck. Cray was crouched on the ballast stones behind the fish crates, in a hiding place that seemed scarcely big enough for a mouse. They hauled her out, Sam with a modicum of gentleness, Thorvald with hands that shook with fury. "What in the name of all the gods are you doing here?" he demanded. "How did you get on board? Odin's bones, what will your father say?" "Not now," Sam said. "She needs water, and we'd better light the lantern. It'll be dark soon. There's a flint down yonder in the small bag, and a bundle of dry tinder. Take care. The fire's just what we don't need." His tone was level, held carefully so, Thorvald thought, not to further distress the filthy, cheese-pale, snivelling Cray. Distress, huh? He could scarcely believe she'd done something so stupid. Why, by all the gods, why? It defied all common sense. She had put his whole venture at risk, as if she truly wanted him to fail. And what about her own safety? This was no place for a girl. What if she got hurt? What if she got sick? Cray was supposed to be his friend. Friends didn't do things like this. His hands were still shaking as he made fire and lit the small enclosed oil lamp that had been stored just so, like all the rest of Sam's gear. Now Sam was talking softly to Cray, getting her to drink water, wiping her face, making her stretch her cramped limbs. There were tears in her eyes. Thorvald could see the glint of them in the lamplight. Odin save him. What reason could a girl have for dreaming up such a foolish trick? Especially a girl like Cray, with her fondness for trivial pastimes such as fine embroidery and fancy cooking. How could Sam be so placid about it? He should have come alone, Thorvald thought savagely. You couldn't trust anyone, not even the people you thought understood you. Cray was calmer now, sipping water from the bottle, responding to Sam's patience, stretching her arms and legs with a groan and sucking in lungfuls of fresh air. Gods, she looked terrible. Her tunic all stained with vomit, her hair in a tangle, and her face ghost white in the lantern light. Her eyes had great shadowed circles around them. "What?" Thorvald began, but Sam silenced him with a gesture. "Food first, questions after," the fisherman said, rummaging in the bag. "I should think they can hear my belly growling all the way back in Stensaker. Drink it slowly, Cray, just a bit at a time. You'd better try a mouthful of this bread, too. Emptied your stomach pretty well from the looks of it. Come on, just a nibble or two. Feeling any better?" Cray gave a weak nod. She held the bread in her hand, but seemed unable to do more than sit shivering, clutching the water bottle and sniffing from time to time. In silence, Sam cut the bread, sliced meat, shelled eggs, handed Thorvald a portion of each. Hungry as he was, Thorvald found it hard to eat. Finally, he could hold back no longer. "Tell us, Cray. Give us your explanation. Don't you understand how dangerous this is? Don't you realize where we're going?" He could hear the harshness in his own voice, though he was trying to keep it calm. Sam was looking at him with an expression that could not be described as friendly. "What reason could you possibly have for doing something like this? It'll only make everything more difficult." "You're going to need me," Cray said, squaring her shoulders and lifting her chin in a way that was all too familiar. "I know it. You'll need me before the end." Her voice belied her attempt at confidence. It was very small and wobbled. At that moment, Thorvald knew what had gripped him the instant he heard and recognized her voice, down under the decking, was less fury and frustration than fear. Fear for her, and for what it might cost her to be his friend. It was bad enough to have coerced Sam into coming, into risking himself and his fine boat. But to have Cray in peril, Cray, whose world was all handicrafts and family and blithe sunny days, that was truly terrifying. It was as if his father's hand, the hand that had turned all in the Light Isles to darkness in one terrible season, had somehow crept out to touch his son's voyage, to turn it, too, to shadow. For a little, Thorvald could think of nothing to say. There was still no moon. The small lantern that Thorvald had hung carefully in the bow cast a circle of pale light, just sufficient to show how tiny they were, men, women, frail vessel, in the immensity of dark ocean that surrounded them. "Not used to this," observed Sam. "Keeping her out on the open sea at night, I mean. No sign of land, any direction. Doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel comfortable." "Yes, well, I don't suppose it was comfort you expected when you agreed to come," Thorvald snapped, unable to contain the conflict of feelings that was building inside him. "It's a trip of high risks, a voyage into the unknown, not some sort of family outing up the coast on a fine morning." Sam did not respond to this. Indeed, it had not really been meant for him. Taking his time, he finished his meal, wiped his hands on his tunic, tidied away the loaf, the knife, the oiled wrappings. He moved across to adjust the lantern and gazed into the sky a while. The stars were almost imperceptible, even so early in the spring. The nights were washed with the pale afterglow of the sun. Eventually, Sam turned back to the others. "Well," he said quietly, "no two ways about it, is there? Sun up, we put about and head straight back home." No!
It was as if one voice had spoken. Thorvald and Cray had rapped out the response in perfect, vehement unison. Sam blinked.
One good reason why not,
he said, regarding his companions mildly.
One each.
There was an extended pause while Thorvald, scowling, folded his arms and stared out across the heaving ocean, and Cray looked down at the water bottle as if it were an object of intense fascination.
Well?
queried Sam.
There aren't any, are there?
Ah, said Thorvald.
That's just where you're wrong. I can see you're concerned about Cray's state of health, not to mention her safety. I have to say, bearing in mind how long we've been travelling and the force of that gale we encountered earlier, that I guess we're a deal closer to our destination than we are to the Light Isles. Isn't our first priority getting Cray to the nearest place of refuge?
Sam did not comment.
Cray?
he asked.
She has no good reason, Thorvald said before she could answer. She shouldn't be here, it's as simple as that.
Cray cleared her throat.
I imagine you made him a promise,
she told Sam.
A good man keeps his promises.
She did not look at Thorvald.
I did, said Sam, frowning. The trouble is your father'll kill us if we don't get you back safe. He'll probably kill us even if we do. I really can't understand why you've done this, Cray.
Her voice was firmer now.
I know you're looking for Somerled. I know you're heading for wherever he might have gone. I knew you wouldn't let me come with you, but I needed to come. It's not something I can explain very easily. It's more of a feeling, a deep-down feeling. I know I have to be here. I can't imagine why.
Thorvald's tone was blunt.
You can't sail, you can't fight, you can't help us in any way whatever. All you've done is put yourself in danger and upset your family.
Isn't that what you've done? asked Cray quietly. There was another silence, during which Sam unrolled 2 blankets, put one around Cray's shoulders and settled himself among the fish crates.
All right, he said. My boat, my choice. Only thing is, it's the wind makes the choice for us at times like this. I'm going to sleep for a bit. The 2 of you can practice tearing each other to shreds all night if you want, as long as you keep your eyes open. Wake me when you want to rest, Thorvald. I'll make a decision at first light.
Thorvald was to remember that night later as a strange lull in the storm of his journey. He recalled his confusion, the guilt and anger and fear warring within him. He remembered how serene Cray had seemed with the lamplight playing on her wan features, how, despite the need to creep to the side of the boat every so often and retch helplessly into the swell, she still regarded him with a calm gravity that annoyed him more than anything, since it told him she was far his superior in self-control. As for conversation, there was little of it. He did not trust himself to speak. She appeared to think further explanations unnecessary. For a while she slept, cheek pillowed on an arm, fair hair fanned out like strands of pale silk. And he watched her, wondering how he could possibly manage to keep her safe and still achieve his quest. His quest. It remained foremost in his mind, though another man might have turned for home without hesitation. Perhaps that was his father's legacy, condemning him always to put his own interests first. Sam's reaction to the crisis had been swift and kind. Thorvald was painfully aware that his own response had been somewhat lacking in compassion. Sam now slept the sleep of a man whose conscience was free from burdens, while Thorvald sat alone with the night and the ocean, pondering the way fate seemed determined to turn his steps astray and make him a misfit. Fate, he thought grimly, never passed up a chance to remind him he was his father's son. Cray shivered, sighing in her sleep. It occurred to Thorvald that there had been a certain bravery in what she had done, wrong-headed though it was. There weren't many girls he knew who could have stayed silent under the deck like that through such a rough passage, nor planned well enough to be there in the first place. None, in fact. If they'd had to have a girl with them,
Cray would have been the only possible choice. Absently he tucked the blanket over her and resumed his solitary watch. He prayed for an easterly wind. There was, indeed, no decision made but that of the gods themselves. In the darkness before dawn, the gentle rocking of the sea dove became a harsher movement, the sea anchor near useless against the insistent pull of the current. The wind came up, whipping a fine spray into every corner of the boat, drenching their clothes, their blankets, their stores. The sea dove's timbers groaned and creaked, her sheets whined in protest. Sam gave directions, Thorvald obeyed them. Cray crouched down, doing her best to keep out of the way. They made a choice, speed over safety, for if Tig's directions were right, this wind would bear them straight to their destination. They hoisted the sail. The gale drove them westward, or perhaps north of westward. The lowering clouds made it too dark to tell. Sam held the steering oar in a death grip, and the others clung like barnacles to whatever they could find. The expanse of sailcloth above them bellied out to within a hair's breadth of tearing asunder. The mast bowed, its strength tested almost to the limit. It came to Thorvald that they had no control at all of the vessel's course. The wind would bear them where it fancied. The best they could hope for was to turn the sea dove into the monstrous waves and keep her afloat until the storm abated. What chance had they of finding a small group of isles about which they knew nothing save that they were somewhere northwest of the Light Isles? Beyond those islands, which might themselves be no more than a crazed man's fevered imaginings, all knew there was nothing but empty water. It was as well the wind sought to snatch the very breath from their mouths, for what was in their minds was better not put into words. Best think only of the task in hand, staying on the boat, gathering themselves for the next impossible surge of water, and the next, and the one after, being ready for the sheeting, freezing rain when it came, somehow forcing the hands to fasten and unfasten the lines, shifting position to balance the sea dove, and in between, praying with clenched teeth and narrowed eyes, straining to see some change in the elements, some small hint of mercy. The boat on which Somerled had made this journey was a tiny curragh, like the ones Tig and his brothers sometimes rowed across to the mainland. Beside the sea dove, such a vessel would be like a duckling to an albatross. The imagination could scarcely encompass how it would be to travel thus. A terrible truth crept into Thorvald's mind. Somerled could not have survived. Following that thought, another, starker still. We're going to die, all three of us. Oh, for a faith like that of Brother Tig, simple and sure, the unshakable belief in your God's eternal mercy. Had not the brothers, too, come this way, guarded by the hand of that self-same God? Somerled had had no such faith. How could an evil man expect the favour of any deity? If Somerled had completed this journey, it was something else that had given him the will to do it. Hatred, pride, ambition. Yet he had never returned, never come home to confront the friend who had sent him into this nightmare. Sam was maintaining his vice-like grip on the steering oar, the muscles of his arms bulging with effort. His face was white in the faint pre-dawn light. He was shouting something, but Thorvald could not hear the words in the howl of the wind. Cray's hair streamed in the gale like a flag of gold. She clung tight-knuckled to a rib. The sail, Sam seemed to be telling him. Lower the sail. For the mast was flexing dangerously, the pressure too great, and they must give up any effort to control their path, lest they lose their rigging entirely and render the boat unable to make a course for land, even in calmer weather. Thorvald lurched forward, his sodden boots like lead weights, his fingers numb with cold as he fought to unfasten one rope, then another from the iron hooks that held them. The sea dove shuddered. A mountain of dark water rose before them. "Hold on!" someone screamed, and an instant later the wave crashed over them. Thorvald's nose and mouth, his eyes and ears were full of water. The sea lifted him in a fierce, chill embrace, and he felt pain scythe through his arms as he strained to keep his grip on the rope, clutching as a terrified child clutches its mother in the face of the fearful unknown. Long moments passed. He held his breath until his chest was fit to burst, until the agony could surely be borne no longer, until he knew he was as close to death as he had ever been. And then, with a sound like the groan of a wounded animal, the sea dove righted itself again, and there was blessed air to breathe, and as the light of a new day crept cautiously into the stormy sky, Thorvald dared open his eyes once more. The mast was snapped to a splintery stump, the sail gone. Cray lay sprawled on the deck, gasping and choking, a tangle of rope across her bedraggled form. Between the falling timber and the rush of the water, it was a miracle she had survived. Sam. Where was Sam? The boat rocked violently, her erratic course no more than the ocean's whim. The steering oar swung uncontrolled. Thorvald's heart went cold. Not this, he prayed, though he had never set much store in gods. This is not right. Maybe I want a challenge, but not this, please. Sam! Cray shrieked, leaping to her feet and lurching across the hold towards the stern. The sea dove pitched. Cray fell to her knees and scrambled up again, clambering to the aft deck. Now she was crouching down, the steering oar jerked and shuddered, swinging free not far from her head. "Don't just stand there," she yelled over her shoulder. "He's out cold and bleeding. Don't you know how to sail this thing?" Goaded out of his shock, Thorvald now saw Sam's bulky form slumped on the deck, looking more dead than alive. The bright stream of blood moving down cheek and neck, soaking shirt and tunic, made a note of vibrant colour in a dawn storm dark, ocean green, shadow grey. Thorvald edged aft and seized the steering oar, knowing his puny efforts to maintain control were useless against the malign force of the elements, but understanding the need to try. A fight to the death this was, man against nature. He must hang on and hope some higher power, if there were such a thing, would eventually grow tired of toying with them. He'd sought a challenge, and he'd got one. The hardest game he'd ever played. Cray was tearing something up. She was wrapping a bandage around Sam's head and pressing on the wound with her hand. Her mouth was set very tight. The rays of dawn light creeping between the heavy clouds showed her even paler than before, as if she too would lapse into unconsciousness at any moment. Now she was trying to move Sam away, just enough to give Thorvald room to maneuver in his desperate efforts to keep the sea dove under some kind of control. Though indeed, without the use of oars or sail, the best he could hope to do was keep her from being swamped. Cray subsided onto the decking with Sam's head in her lap. He was too heavy for her to shift, and now she held one hand over his crudely bandaged injury and hooked her other arm around the nearest timber as the sky rumbled above them and the water surged and retreated, rose and fell, determined to dislodge them. A stain of blood already marked the linen. Cray's shift? That circled Sam's head. Cray looked up at Thorvald, where he strained against the shuddering pull of the steering oar. Strands of wet hair were plastered across her face, and her eyes were full of shadows. "Sorry," she said. Whether it was for the plight they were in, or simply for being in the way, there was no telling. "Me too," said Thorvald. The sea dove fled through another lowering day, another chill night in which Sam lay groaning under the two blankets. Thorvald and Cray stared into the darkness, numb with exhaustion, but still doggedly maintaining their watch, one over the injured man, the other on the water, the stars, the movement of the battered craft. They did not talk much. Cray wiped Sam's brow, fed him sips of water, helped him roll from one side to the other. He seemed to be improving just a little. Thorvald did his best to keep some control over their course, though it seemed to him the boat was not responding as it should. He thought the steering oar was damaged, but he did not mention this to Cray. They sighted no land on the second day after losing the mast. The wind died down, the seas became calmer,
and the chill crept deep into their bones. They covered Sam with all the warm clothing they could find, for in his weakened state it was important that he not surrender to the cold and give up altogether. The fisherman was sleeping a lot, but when he woke he was talking sense now and trying to make helpful suggestions, which was a good sign. The next night Thorvald heard Cray muttering from time to time, and wondered if she was losing her mind. That would surely be the last straw. But after a while it came to him that she was praying, or something very like it, though she spoke in the old tongue of the islands, and he was not fluent in that language. He remembered that Cray's sister was a priestess, that her mother too was skilled in the ancient ways of their faith, which had to do with earth and ocean, the ancestral lore of standing stones, the paths of moon and sun. Cray chanted with her eyes closed. There was no telling whom she addressed, nor what she asked them. If it made her feel a little better, Thorvald thought grimly as the sky paled toward another dawn, fine. As for himself, it was becoming rapidly apparent to him that he could not hold on much longer. The ache in his arms was intolerable. His palms were raw with blisters, and worst of all, his head was throbbing with a fierce, insistent pain that came close to blinding him. This happened from time to time at home, and he knew the only cure was to lie down in darkness and wait for it to pass. The sun was coming up. Its pale light transformed the headache into a vice closing on his temples. It made his gorge rise, and spots dance before his eyes. "Thorvald?" Cray's voice pierced his skull. "Thorvald!" He closed his eyes. "Just hold on," he told himself. "Just hold on. Just keep going." "Thorvald!" Cray's voice was so loud his head was fit to split asunder with the pain of it. "Land!" she yelled. "I see land!" His eyes snapped open. Cray was half standing beside him on the aft deck, cautious still, and gesturing, pointing to the north where, yes, it was true. Islands rose in the distance, islands of daunting steepness, grouped close like a ring of fortress towers set in defiance of this inhospitable sea. Something welled in his heart, something kindled in his spirit, an improbable hope. What? Sam was trying to get up. He fought to his knees, his hands grasping a line for purchase. "Land," Cray told him reassuringly. "Islands, not far off at all. There'll be shelter, food, help." She turned back to Thorvald. "You can get us there, can't you?" she asked. Bitter laughter rose to his lips. He suppressed it. An easterly wind, no mast, no sail, a steering oar that was only half working, and himself fit for nothing with his screaming headache and worn-out arms. Get them there? Those mist-shrouded isles were no more a reality for them than some fabled land of story, which retreated even as a mariner approached its shore. The silence drew out. "I know we can't sail," Cray said in a small voice. "But I did think maybe we could row." There was another pause. "We could try anyway." Sam was struggling up again, a hand to his head. "Oars," he mumbled, gesturing to the forward racks where they were stowed. "Come on." Thorvald looked at Cray, and she gazed solemnly back. There was no way she could handle an oar. In these conditions he wasn't sure he could himself. And who would steer? "Here." Sam had lurched across the open hold, unsteady on his feet, but with a seaman's instinctive sense of balance. He lifted one long oar from the rack by the forward deck and set it in place. On this craft, two men must stand side by side to row. Sam's massive arms gripped the pine shaft at chest height. He jerked his head toward the other oar and rolled his eyes in Thorvald's direction. "Steady does it. Cray, steering oar. Wind's easing up. Got chance. Damned if I lose. Sea dove."
It was a source of amazement to Thorvald later that he managed to go on. Friends, he thought, were both curse and blessing. Perhaps all that had spurred him was the desire to seem no weaker than wounded Sam or exhausted Cray, each of whom set to with gritted teeth and eyes ablaze with new hope. He rowed, and Sam rowed, and Cray wrestled with the steering oar. Her eyes narrowed as she sought to keep their course in line with the distant points of land. The wind died down. The sun glanced between scudding clouds. Birds circled the boat and flew off again with derisive cries. Nobody asked if they were getting any closer. The grip of damaged hands, the pull of aching arms were all that existed. Those and the steady movement of the sun across the sky. After a very long time, there were skerries to be seen eastward and westward, and a few seals hauled up on them. After a longer time, an island loomed close, and for a while they pulled hard toward it, but there was a persistent current tugging them offshore. In a moment of grinding despair, they stilled the oars and stood in silence, watching the green-clad slopes recede to impossibility. There were tears in Cray's eyes. She blinked them back, speaking very firmly. "Drink some water. Rest a moment, then we'll go on. We're a little west of that main group now, but there seems to be another to the north of us. We'll aim for that. It's not far at all. You're doing very well." Sam looked at Thorvald, and Thorvald looked at Sam. Through the sheen of sweat, the pain of bone weariness, each managed to stretch cracked lips in a feeble grin. "Stop laughing at me," commanded Cray. "Now come on, put your backs into it. Trust me. I know what I'm doing." If there was a slight tremor under the commendable briskness of her tone, both men chose to ignore it. They passed to the west of other isles, bigger ones, smaller ones. Farther off, a tiny one with monstrous cliffs all around, rising to a desolate plateau where, improbably, sheep could be seen grazing. They struggled against the current. The thing had a mind of its own. At times, the surface of the ocean showed a strange margin, farther off silver green, closer at hand the natural darkness of deep water. It was westward across that divide that the current sought to draw them, and it took all their flagging strength to resist its will. Perhaps they had moved somewhat closer to that northern isle. They were too tired to tell. Thorvald thought there were cottages, but he could not be sure. It seemed unlikely folk would choose to settle in so stark a spot, where there was hardly a level scrap of land to be found, and the waves pounded the rocky shore as if to split the very stones asunder. Who would be stupid enough to put out to sea here, he thought sourly as he pulled, and the sea dove ploughed her sluggish way through the choppy waters. Who would come here at all, save an exile or a fool? In the end, there was a bay, a small beach, and a current that carried them forward. At last they began to believe that they would not die after all, not today. It was not Cray's fault that the sea dove scraped her hull on rocks coming in and began instantly to list alarmingly. The waters were turbid and the undersea reefs invisible. Nonetheless, Thorvald scowled at her as he hauled on his oar. Cray appeared to be working hard to keep tears from falling. As for Sam, when he heard the unmistakable, sickening crunch of the boat's timbers cracking on the reef, he flinched as if he himself had received a mortal wound. He put his back into rowing, snarling at Thorvald to pull harder, for if they could beach the sea dove before she sank, he had at least some chance of patching her up. The landscape was bleak. These islands seemed no richer in trees than the Light Isles, and a great deal less hospitable. No doubt, as at home, logs washed in from time to time, a gift from the sea more precious than any fine-wrought gold or silver. They had nothing to bargain with save the sea dove herself. Still, they were alive, and now, by dint of a last desperate effort with the oars, they felt the boat's hull slide onto sand. And Sam, less than his usual buoyant self, clambered over the side to secure ropes to two massive boulders, perhaps set there for just such a purpose. There was no jetty, but other craft were beached farther away, small ungainly vessels that seemed ill-suited for these capricious waters. Beyond the sheltered bay rose forbidding, rock-layered hills. There was nobody about. Further back, tucked into a fold of the land, there seemed to be buildings of some kind. Smoke drifted above their turf roofs. It was, in fact, beyond their energy to go there, to seek help. Sam inspected the damage to his beloved boat, his livelihood and treasure. He shook his bandaged head. But it was clear he was working out how soon he might fix the great rent in her hull, replace the mast, and be on his way again. The jagged rocks had pierced both garboard and second strakes near the stem. Where might one find oak in these tree-poor isles? He ran his hand over the planks, muttering to himself. Cray could scarcely walk. The instant she set foot on land, her knees buckled, and she stumbled through the shallow water to collapse, white-faced, onto the fine shingle of the beach. Thorvald felt little better himself. His arms and shoulders throbbed as if branded. As for his hands, he would not look at those, for fear the sight would sicken him. He knew they were raw and bleeding. He had seen Sam's. One must hope the people here were friendly and had healers. He sprawled on the shore beside Cray, his eyes closed. "Are you all right, Thorvald?" Despite all, her small voice was desperately polite. He grunted. "You—" "It's my fault," she whispered. "Now the sea dove's smashed and we can't go home." "Nobody's fault but the sea's," Sam said calmly, coming up beside them. "I can mend it, given time and the right bit of wood. Means we'll be here longer, though. Need to look for shelter, and I could handle a roasted mutton shank or two, I can tell you. Looks like some kind of settlement up yonder, though the folk don't seem in a hurry to come out and welcome us. Shall we try?" Thorvald sat up abruptly. "Just one thing," he said. The others looked at him. "You know why I'm here. To find him, to find Somerled. I have to believe he could have reached this place, otherwise it's all been for nothing. I know it's a slender chance, but it's not impossible. Maybe he's right there, in one of those cottages, maybe not. I want you to keep quiet about that. It's my search and mine alone, and I've my own way of going about it, do you understand?" "What do you mean?" Cray asked, putting her head in her hands as if she was simply too tired to think. "Not tell him you're his son?" "Exactly, and not tell anyone the real reason I've come here. If Somerled is on these islands, I want to observe him and weigh him up before I tell him the truth. I can't do that if someone blurts out who I am and what I'm looking for the moment we clap eyes on the locals." "Probably not even the right islands," Cray murmured. "Never mind that," Thorvald snapped. This was taking too long, and his head was throbbing. "This could be the place. How likely is it there are two such groups of isles in these parts? Now, do the two of you understand me or not?" "I understand all right. You expect us to lie for you," said Sam flatly. His face was ghastly pale under the stained bandage, and his eyes bore a disapproving look. "You don't have to lie. Just don't mention Somerled. That should be easy enough even for you, Cray." Thorvald saw her flinch, and instantly regretted his barb. But why were they taking so long to comprehend what was blindingly obvious? The gods protect him from friends. "Listen, Thorvald," Sam said wearily. "I've got a sore head and a broken boat, and Cray's close to fainting from exhaustion. We're in the middle of nowhere, and neither of us cares right now about your little games. Just tell us what our story is, so these folk won't think we're crazy. Then let's try to find some help." Sam was slurring his words. Thorvald realized he had entirely forgotten his friend's injury. "We went out fishing, got blown off course, dumped the catch when it started to sink," he said succinctly. "Now we ask for shelter while we repair the boat. Easy." "And Cray? Why is she here? Your sister? Your wife?" Sam's features tightened a little. "You're very ready with your answers, Thorvald. I won't mention Somerled, if that's the way you want it. But there's no need for more lies. Now come on, the two of you. I'm soaked through, my head's killing me, and my belly's complaining again. Let's find out what kind of folk choose to settle at the end of the world. Brona!
The name rang through the lamplit chambers of the longhouse like a battle cry, as the door slammed shut behind Eyvind. An instant later, Ingegerd began to whimper, roused abruptly from her sleep. It was the first time she'd ever heard her father's voice raised in anger.
You got the message, then?
Nessa was seated by the fire, hands relaxed in her lap, grey eyes wide as she regarded the big, furious form of her husband, axe on his back, sword by his side, wolfskin cloak long and shaggy across his massive shoulders. His face was a picture of distress.
Don't be angry with Brona. She's shed enough tears over this already. And she was just keeping her promise. You've taught them to keep their promises.
At that moment, Brona herself appeared in the doorway, carrying her weeping small sister. She gave them a look. Her eyes were swollen, her expression quite wretched.
It's all right, daughter.
Nessa's tone was calm. Take Ingegerd back to bed now. Tell her a story. Your father will talk to you in the morning. She turned back to Eyvind.
Come, sit down, and I'll pour you a cup of ale. You've journeyed fast, dear one. This has driven you hard. Come now, sit down a while. Perhaps things are not as bad as they seem. How can that be? Our daughter, our good, dutiful girl, running off with a couple of irresponsible young men, out on a coastal fishing boat into waters unknown. What can Cray have been thinking of?
He paced restlessly as he divested himself of cloak and weaponry.
This is quite unlike her, quite out of character. I blame Thorvald. The boy's unpredictable and unreliable. We should have sent her away. Sit down, Eyvind.
Nessa used the tone her husband could not refuse. He sat. She placed a cupful of ale in his hand and reached to tuck a stray curl back behind his ear.
Now listen to me. I should not stay here. I should go north, find a boat, head off after them. They can't have got far. Eyvind, listen to me.
He was silent.
It's possible this was meant to be. I saw something of it in the fire. I could not avoid the vision the ancestors granted me. There is a strange pathway ahead for our daughter, dear one. Strange and perilous. You saw this. Saw it and did not tell me. I could not tell you.
You know how these portents are. They can be imprecise, misleading. I saw Cray on a long and arduous journey, and I saw signs and symbols. A little ragged child, a creature like a fox. No, I will not tell all.
There's worse than this.
Nessa saw the look in Eyvind's eyes, and took his hand in hers. Worse and better, she said. Our daughter will have a wondrous tale to tell if she comes through this. You ask why she would do such a thing, why she would run away. Cray has not run away. She seeks only to aid her friend. She will sacrifice much for Thorvald. You know she loves him. Eyvind frowned ferociously. Such a look had often turned his enemy's bowels to water. Nessa waited, expression tranquil.
I thought we agreed Thorvald was the last man we wanted for her, her husband said. The boy is clever, I acknowledge that, but the legacy he carries is a dark one, and he has few of the qualities I would seek in a husband for my girls. The lad is selfish and volatile, and quite lacking in kindness. How can you say—
Nessa smiled. Thorvald will need her help before this journey is done. You should pray for the two of them, and for Sam. They will suffer and become wiser, all three, before this is over. Eyvind shifted restlessly. He had not touched the ale.
I must go after them. Those waters are wild and unfamiliar. Even Sam would be hard put to find a place they seek. That's supposing it's more than a madman's vision. No father worth his salt just lets his daughter go on such a foolhardy quest. I must try to find her.
No, Eyvind. Nessa put a hand up to his face, laying it softly against his cheek, and looked him straight in the eye. "You will not go. You cannot. I'm going to need you here." He blinked in confusion. Nessa was wise and resourceful. She ordered the household effortlessly and played a confident part in the councils and dealings of the islands, as befitted her royal status. "But," he began. "Evie, dear one, I have some news for you. I have waited to tell you until I was quite sure." Her voice had become suddenly quiet, hesitant. Her fingers stroked his temple. He took her hand and pressed it to his lips. She saw the alarm in his eyes and spoke quickly. "I'm going to have another child. It surprised me. I thought there would be no more chances. I think, if I can carry it safely, this one will be a boy. I hope so much." Her lip trembled. The tears that began to roll down her pale cheeks were mirrored by those in her husband's eyes. He gathered her close, stroking the long, soft fall of her hair. "Oh, Nessa," he whispered. "Oh, my dove. Of course I will stay, of course, but—" "Cray will get through this," Nessa said shakily. "Our daughter is strong and capable. This may seem a foolish escapade to you, but she would not have gone without sound reasons. Brona said her sister hated the need to lie to us. Brona is very sorry, Evie. Don't be too harsh on her. They're good girls, the two of them."
"A son," Eyvind murmured. "I did not believe we'd be so blessed after the sea took our little one from us. But will this be safe for you? You must rest. Perhaps you should be in bed now."
"Hush," Nessa told him, smiling even as she wept. The loss of Kinnart had cut him deeply. He would bear that wound within him forever. His small son had been the light of his life for 4 summers, until the morning the Seal tribe had snatched him away. She'd always thought that was a kind of payment, a reckoning those strange sea-dwellers enacted in return for the aid they had once given her. If it was so, the price had indeed been high. "I may be a little past the best age for this, but I am well and healthy, and I know how to prepare for it. Cray has good hands for midwifery. She'll help me when the time comes. Don't look so anxious, dear one. Be glad of this wonderful gift."
"I am glad. Glad but concerned for you, for him."
He laid a gentle hand on her stomach, which was barely rounded with the new life she bore.
"Terribly worried for Cray, despite your reassurances. And there's the treaty. I don't trust this princeling of the cat people, and nor does Ash. We'll be much occupied."
"So you see, you could not sail off into the west on a foolish quest of your own," Nessa told him. "Trust your daughter. She will surprise you."
"That she's done already," he said grimly. "Tell me, when will this child be born? How soon?"
"In autumn, by my reckoning. Perhaps 2 cycles of the moon before the time of the women's ceremony. Cray will be home long before then, and your worries set at rest. Now drink that ale, husband, and then go and bid your daughters good night. Tell Brona you've forgiven her. We must not let the moon rise on our anger." Later, as Nessa slept in his arms, Eyvind stared out through the narrow window into the pale silver sky of the spring night. He thought of his bright-haired girl out there somewhere on the wild sea, or washed up on some strange shore, with only her courage and common sense to aid her. By all the gods, a lovely young woman of 16 set suddenly amidst whatever wild and desperate men might make their home in those distant islands. The very idea appalled him. Nessa could not see how dangerous it would be. Nessa did not think the way a man thought. A cold shiver went down his spine. Somerled. Somerled might be there. If the man had survived that perilous journey, who knew what he might have become through the long years of exile? Perhaps he would have changed, as Eyvind had charged him to, and grown to be wise, good, a man of peace. Or perhaps he would merely have built on the qualities that had won him kingship here in the Light Isles: ruthless ambition and a complete disregard for the welfare of others. Somerled had no respect for women. He believed a man should take what he wanted. He had much cause for bitterness against Eyvind and Eyvind's kin. It must be hoped, then, that they did not find the Isles, that Thorvald never located his father. And yet, they must find them. There was nothing else out there but a slow death on empty seas. Gods protect Cray. And gods protect this little son now growing inside Nessa's belly. Let Cray be home in time to deliver the child safely, for if she were not, he did not know what he would do. There were no other hands he trusted so well to undertake this task. Let them not lose another child. He could not well survive that. Not a day went by without images of Kinnard in his mind, not a night without dreams. His son learning to walk, sturdy legs, moving in confident, uneven gait, fair hair sticking up in an unruly halo, infant features wreathed in a huge, triumphant grin. Kinnard riding before him, a proud, small warrior, sitting very upright in his father's arms as the old horse ambled across the green pasturelands. Kinnard sleeping on Nessa's lap, worn out by a long day out of doors, and the firelight gentle on the two of them, his dear ones. Kinnard lying on the shore, limp and white, and a terrible howl of anguish that must have come from his own lips, though he had felt his heart stilled by terror. There had been losses before, but none like this. "I will give anything," he vowed silently, scarcely knowing to what god he spoke, only that this was a plea from the very depths of his being. "Anything you want, if you let this one live." Chapter 3. Monk's margin note reads, "Brightwater bell tolls. Which does it mark? The birth of a child, the sighting of whales, or the coming of strangers?" There was a bell ringing somewhere, its note dull and regular. There were men coming down from the settlement. Cray could hear their voices. She could tell from Thorvald's face that he had one of his headaches. Nothing else could give him that sickly pallor, that grim tightness of jaw. Beyond that, everything was starting to blur. She was managing to walk. Her feet seemed to keep going, but her legs were half numb, and she couldn't stop shivering. In the teeth of death, cold and hunger had been forgotten for a while. Now she knew a chill like winter's harshest frost, deep in the marrow. Her clothing was soaked through, and although she walked on solid ground, her head reeled and her belly churned with nausea. Sam was grasping her by the arm, helping her to keep going, and Thorvald, face white as chalk, was walking forward with commendable steadiness as the reception party of 3 men came down the path toward them.
"Good day to you."
Thorvald's voice was firm. Evidently his teeth were not chattering uncontrollably as hers seemed to insist on doing.
"I hope you can help us. As you see, we are cast ashore here and our boat is damaged. We seek food, water, shelter. Can you help?"
The 3 men had halted in a line across the path. They took no notice of Thorvald. Each of them had his eyes fixed intently on Cray. They said nothing. Through the haze of dizziness, Cray observed that they wore thick clothing of dark-dyed wool and boots of sheepskin. There was a certain hardness of countenance common to the 3 of them. 2 young, 1 older, perhaps their leader. There was no telling what race they were, nor what tongue might be spoken here. The oldest man had grey hair and was clean-shaven. The others were fair and bearded. How they stared! Did she really present such a spectacle, dishevelled and sick as she was? One might expect such folk to be surprised at the unexpected arrival, shocked even. But this silent scrutiny went beyond that. She felt she was being examined, somehow measured, and she did not like it. 1 man had front teeth missing, and 1 a torn ear. Each man bore scars on his right cheek, neatly incised parallel lines, 4 or 5 of them.
No aftermath of combat, these, but ritual markings. 2 carried spears. All 3 wore knives. If Thorvald and Sam had brought weapons, they were still on the boat. "I hope you can help us," Thorvald said again, more slowly. He spread out his hands, palms open. "We mean you no harm. There are just the 3 of us, my friend here," nodding at Sam, "and the girl. As you see, she is sick and cold, and my friend has an injury to his head. Can you offer a night's shelter?" Now the eyes of the 3 men turned to take in tall, blonde Sam, who stood stolid under their searching gaze, and then moved back to the shivering Cray, who leaned on his arm. She felt the force of that stare through all her misery, felt it like a blade scraping away her surface to lay bare what was within. They could hardly have been impressed. She was aware of how bedraggled she must appear. Their eyes travelled over her once more, assessing, calculating. It seemed to her they made some decision with not a word spoken. The silence became uncomfortable. Sam shuffled his feet. "They can't understand you," he hissed to Thorvald. "Use signs. Sleep, eat, you know. Keep it simple." "My name is Einar." It seemed that after all they did understand. The older man spoke now in a barely accented form of the Norse tongue. His eyes were deep-set, their expression guarded. "The woman," he went on, gazing at Thorvald. "Your wife? Your sister?" Thorvald blinked. Perhaps the answer to this had been ready, but it evaded him now. "Our friend and kinswoman," Sam put in. "Under our protection. We want to mend the boat and sail back home. That's all. We got blown off course. Heavy storm to the southeast." "You have wood for this mending?" one of the younger men asked bluntly. "Perhaps you didn't understand," Thorvald said. "The young lady needs rest and dry clothes." It was at that moment Cray felt the world spinning before her eyes, and for a while darkness overtook her. She woke to find herself naked under woolen blankets, which was somewhat alarming, though it was blissful beyond description to be dry and warm. She lay still, aware of the aches and pains in her hands, her arms, her back. The stint at the Sea Dove's steering oar had punished her body sorely. By all the ancestors, if she hurt this much, how must the others be feeling after rowing all that way? Cray rolled over cautiously, opening her eyes. She was lying on a rough pallet. Whatever filled the mattress, it did not make the softest of beds. Above her were the low roof supports of a cottage or hut, poles of driftwood holding up a latticework of withies overlaid by turf. The place was dark. She turned her head. This was a small sleeping chamber. There were several bed spaces crudely marked off by slabs of stone, but the only occupant other than herself was an old woman sitting on a high stool by the cloth-hung doorway, plying distaff and spindle by the light of a simple seal oil lamp, no more than a shallow bowl with a floating wick. The lamp's glow accentuated the crone's deep wrinkles, her gnarled hands steady at their work, her dark, hooded eyes. Cray cleared her throat. "Excuse me, where are my clothes?" The woman turned to her. Her hands did not halt the movement of the spindle, the twist of the wool. Her expression was blank, uncomprehending. "Clothes," Cray repeated, sitting up carefully with the blankets clutched across her chest. "Tunic, trousers, shoes. My things." She tried to illustrate what she meant with one hand, while gripping the blankets with the other. The spindle twirled slowly down. The old woman jerked her head toward the foot of the bed, then looked away. "Oh," said Cray, somewhat disconcerted. There was a little heap of clothing there, certainly, but it was not her own. Neither the old ones of Thorvald she'd been wearing, nor the others she had carried in her bag. Indeed, her bag was nowhere to be seen. As far as she knew, it was still tucked into a dark corner under the decking of the Sea Dove. A shiver ran through her.
I need my bag. Where are my things?
There was no reaction at all. Very well, she'd have to scramble into these garments, whatever they were, and go out there in search of her belongings. There was no way she'd let these dour individuals get their hands on the journey. Abandoning the attempt at modesty, Cray got up and dressed herself, aware of the biting cold raising goose pimples on her exposed flesh, and conscious of the old woman's sunken eyes scrutinizing every move. You'd think they'd never seen a girl before, the way they looked at her. Well, it was a different land. One must allow for different customs, different manners. There was a shift here, and a gown of coarse grey cloth, not elegant but warm at least, and a thick woolen shawl. The sheepskin boots were too big, but they would have to serve for now.
Comb?
She inquired without much confidence, running her hands over the damp, salty tangle of her hair. The ribbon that had held the single thick braid in place was gone in the storm. Only a thorough washing with soap, followed by lengthy, painful combing, would restore her hair to its usual well-kept state. One might as well go about with a haystack on one's head.
Wash? Soap?
The old woman grunted disapprovingly and jerked her head again. This was becoming irritating. There was a length of grey cloth on the bed, finer and softer than the gown's fabric. At Cray's blank look, the crone ceased her spinning and gestured, making it clear what was intended. Take, wrap, cover your hair. She was frowning. It was not possible to tell why.
Comb!
Cray mimicked the action, doing her best to look polite and friendly.
Please?
The woman glared. She spat out a single incomprehensible word with such intensity that Cray flinched. Very well. She had a comb in her bag, if indeed her bag had not been washed into the sea in those last days of storm. She hoped very much that it had not, for to lose the journey would be a cruel thing indeed.
I'm going out,
Cray said as calmly as she could.
I need my bag and I want to see my friends. Thank you for...
She could not decide how to finish this. For guarding me? She stepped over to the doorway, but the woman was there before her, alarmingly quick for one so old, her arms stretched out to bar the way.
I want to go out.
Cray's heart was pounding.
My friends, I need to speak to them.
The crone shook her head, making the same gesture as before. Wrap your hair. Of course, thought Cray, she could simply push her way past, but something in the dark, beady eyes made it clear that would not be a wise move. She had not forgotten those men with their assessing gaze and their spears. Cray retreated to the pallet, took the cloth, wrapped it around her head loosely. Was it really only days since she had worn her best blue linen with the border of silver braid, and danced at a wedding with silk ribbons in her hair? "May I go now?" she asked quietly, doing her best to look demure and contrite, though a slow anger was building in her. The crone did not reply, but gripped Cray's arms, turning her around. The old hands, hard as tree roots, shoved her hair up under the scarf, every bright thread out of sight, and fastened it in place with alarming bone pins drawn from the depths of a pocket. In the front, the scarf was tugged down, and stray wisps of hair pushed back under it. Cray stood silent, a flush of indignation rising to her cheeks. The words were on her lips, "Do you know whose daughter I am?" But this was a far island, a wild place of the utmost margins. Here they had never heard of the brave and noble warrior Eyvind, who had made peace in the Light Isles, nor the wise and lovely Nessa who had sustained the hopes and identity of her people through the darkest time. To these folk, Cray and her companions were just travellers washed up in the wrong place, a nuisance. She must be grateful for what help was offered them. She was warm and dry, and had slept a little, and now the Ancient One stepped aside from the doorway and let her out. Cray crossed a small yard where scrawny chickens were foraging in the mud, and, following the sound of voices, entered a larger hut. Men were gathered around a central hearth. Thorvald and Sam were eating. At least, Sam had a mutton bone in his hand, and his mouth full. There was a platter on the bench by Thorvald,
But Cray saw from the way he looked, pallid, distant, that he still fought the crippling headache and would be unable to contemplate food. She had learned to read him very well over the years since childhood. By now he would be near blinded by the pain, but doing his best not to show any weakness in front of the small group of island men who had gathered to share this evening meal and take a look at the strangers suddenly arrived in their midst. And there was another thing. She'd thought of it when those 3 men met them on the pathway from the shore. From now on, Thorvald would not be able to look at a man of middle years without thinking, "Are you my father? Are you Somerled?" By all the ancestors, this would be a tortured journey indeed, if he insisted on their silence and maintained his own until he was quite sure. But that was Thorvald's way. He had never sought the straight and easy path. On the crude hearth burned a small fire fueled by animal dung. Cray walked across to stand by it, deciding she would not be intimidated by the wild look of the folk gathered there, nor the fact that there was not a single woman among them. Perhaps this was merely a gathering place for fishermen. Their real settlements were probably farther away, in more hospitable parts of the island, hidden valleys, rolling grasslands, like those of the Light Isles. She shivered, remembering the sheer cliffs, the pounding waves, the high, steep peaks they had seen from the Sea Dove. These men's closed faces, their guarded eyes, told of a life of struggle, an existence carved out in the face of the elements. All of a sudden, home seemed a very long way away. Maybe she was just a little frightened. This would not do at all. She was here to help Thorvald, not hold him back. "Good evening." She made her tone courteous and confident as she spread out her hands to warm them at the fire. "Thank you for providing us with shelter." There was a silence, as if she had said something either quite astonishing or entirely inappropriate. The one man turned to Thorvald and muttered something about food and drink. "You want something to eat, Cray?" Thorvald asked, in the constrained voice the headache imposed on him. Cray stared at the man who had spoken. "Thank you," she said. "A small amount only. I've been ill." Indeed, she felt the weakness in her legs, the dizziness in her head now. "Here," said Sam, moving along the bench to make room for her. "Sit down. You look washed out." He glanced at the scarf wrapped around her head, but made no comment. "Thank you." She sat. The young man on the other side edged away like a nervous animal, and the one standing behind moved too, as if she would pass some malady onto them. Perhaps she smelled bad. Lacking water for washing, there wasn't much to be done about that. Every man in the chamber was watching her. That strange expression was on all their faces, as if the smallest move she made were of intense interest to them. The older man, Einar, had ladled some meat from a stew pot into a bowl. He did not pass it to Cray, but gave it to Thorvald with a roll of the eyes in her direction. "Here," Thorvald said, putting it in her hands. His eyes defied her to mention the headache. She held her tongue. The stew was grey and beaded with fat, and there was nothing by way of a spoon, not even a hunk of bread to scoop with. Still they watched her. "Better eat up," Sam advised. "They say we're moving on in the morning. Got to visit some chief, find out where we can get wood for the Sea Dove. These fellows are just passing through on their way to a place called Council Fjord. Lucky we came in where there are folk around. Here." He rummaged in a pocket and brought out a little spoon carved from whalebone. He had ever been a resourceful fellow. Cray ate in silence, feeling the pressure of so many eyes on her. There seemed no reason for such discourtesy. "Tell me," Thorvald said after a while, "how many folk live on these isles and where? You speak as we do. We must share ancestors. How long have you dwelt here, and where did your people come from?" Einar was sitting opposite Thorvald, using a finger to scour the last of the meat juices from his platter. "You have many questions," he observed, frowning.
I don't wish to offend, Thorvald said carefully. If I have kinfolk on these isles, I'd welcome the opportunity to greet them, that's all. I'm sure my friends here feel the same. Have any of you come from the place called Orkney Isles, also known as the Light Isles? Are there men here from Norway, from Ulster? None of our business, of course, muttered Sam, tearing the last shreds of meat from his bone. But interesting. Good meal, this. Best I've had in days. How's the fishing in these waters? Tricky tides, I'd bet. What do you take mostly, cod? Redfish?
Several men began to speak at once. This topic apparently was both safe and interesting. In no time at all, Sam was the centre of a lively conversation that included much waving of hands, though there were no smiles. There was a universal grimness about these men. Cray applied herself to her meal. The standard of the cooking fell far short of her own, but she could hardly afford to be fussy. She just hoped she would keep it down. "Thorvald," she hissed under the bulk of boats and nets and winds. "You look terrible. Tell them you need to lie down." "I'm fine." He was seated near her, leaning back against the wall with eyes closed. His face was the colour of goat's cheese. "I'll tell them then. You're being stupid." "I'm fine, Cray. Eat your supper." The meat was rich and greasy. Perhaps the sheep here carried an extra layer of fat to help them cope with the cold, which even now penetrated the small chamber with probing fingers. Warm gown, woolen shawl, headscarf, and sheepskin boots could not alleviate Cray's shivering. She was thirsty, terribly thirsty. There was a jug on that far table, perhaps water, but in the din of voices, nobody was going to hear a polite request for a drink. She started to get up, to fetch it for herself, but there was a lad in front of her now, the one who had moved away before, and he was extending his hand shyly, offering a cup. His hand was shaking so much the water slopped over the side. What was it about her that caused such strange reactions? "Thank you," Cray said, smiling at him and taking the cup. The youth ducked his head, a fleeting grin flashing across his features, and scuttled back to a corner. If the others could ask questions, Cray decided, then so could she. "Where are the women of your community?" She addressed this to Einar, who had not joined in the talk of fishing, but had kept his attention on Thorvald and herself, almost as if fearing they might run away, though there was indeed nowhere to run to. "Do they not come to supper with you in the evenings?" Einar's hard eyes looked into hers. He shook his head, then turned back to Thorvald.
"Tomorrow," he said curtly. "Tomorrow we walk to Brightwater. The ruler will meet us there. It's for him to answer your questions, not I."
"The ruler?" Cray asked. "What ruler?" Even to that she did not receive a direct answer. The fellow still addressed himself doggedly to Thorvald, as if she were invisible.
"The ruler of the Isles," he said gravely. "Leader of the Long Knife people. All strangers must be seen by him. He will decide your fate."
It was a measure of the grip the headache had on him that Thorvald gave no visible reaction to this. It was Sam who sat forward, frowning. Talk of nets and tides abruptly abandoned.
"Fate? What do you mean by that? All we want's a couple of pieces of wood and a roof over our heads while we do the fixing. We'll pay for it, as I told you. By work, it'd have to be. Whatever you need doing, we'll give you a hand. Nobody's talking about fate here."
"That is a strange name, the Long Knife people," observed Cray. Her shivering didn't seem to be stopping, and it was not entirely due to the cold. "Who are they?" An instant later the answer came to her, for there had been a certain pride in the way the odd name was spoken, and there were the weapons they wore in their belts, every one of them, for all this seemed no more than a fisherman's outpost. With dour expressions and scarred skin, these islanders were entirely suited to such a title.
"This ruler," Sam put in. "Got a name, has he?"
Einar spat neatly on the earthen floor.
He'd been picking the remnants of mutton flesh from his teeth with a splinter of bone.
Ask your questions tomorrow. Early start. You can sleep alongside us. Steep climb. Can the girl do it?
It was becoming impossible to disregard the fellow's rudeness. "If you're referring to me," Cray told him in icy tones, rising to her feet, "I have ears and a tongue of my own, and am well able to use both. I'm quite capable of walking wherever Thorvald and Sam go, and have every intention of doing so. Now, my kinsman here has a bad headache and needs to lie down, and we want to go back down to the boat to fetch our things."
No,
Einar said sharply.
not safe for you.
He sprang to his feet and took a step toward her. He may not have intended to lay hands on her, but she shrank back, and at the same instant Sam interposed his large form between them. Thorvald had opened his eyes, but seemed too dazed by pain to realize what was happening.
Now then,
Sam said levelly,
no need for that. Different lands, different ways, I know. But we don't take kindly to men who threaten womenfolk back in the Light Isles. You'll keep your hands off Cray if you know what's good for you. And descended from royal blood she is, a lady.
The islander's attention had been captured by the action, if not the words. His eyes were on Sam's square jaw and sturdy body, his well-muscled arms and look of determination under the strip of stained cloth that still bound his head wound.
You a fighting man?
He queried. Cray saw Sam open his mouth to answer no. He was just a fisherman and wanted no fight with anyone. But he did not get the chance. Thorvald was on his feet, a hand against the wall to steady him.
Of course we are,
he announced with a firmness quite at odds with his alarming pallor.
Where we come from, no lad reaches 12 years without a mastery of spear and sword. An island people without the ability to defend itself can expect only annihilation. Good,
said Einar, after a considerable pause, during which several conflicting expressions passed over Sam's usually placid features.
That will please the ruler.
The time seemed right to press what little advantage there was, though Thorvald's words had troubled Cray. To call them exaggeration was an understatement. She summoned up her courage. "I want my bag, the one I had in the boat. And we need a bed for Thorvald. He's ill. And a promise will be kept safe until we get to this...
Brightwater, wasn't it?
Thorvald supplied the name in a voice that was no more than a whisper. His earlier effort seemed to have drained his last strength.
Sleep,
the fellow said, pointing to the far end of the chamber where a doorway opened into a further space within the hut. Some of the men were already retiring there. Their yawns suggested they'd had a long day. One was damping down the fire. The cold room grew even chillier. That old woman was back, standing by the outer doorway like some messenger of Bone Mother, with her sunken eyes and knotted fingers.
Sleep,
said the man again, jerking his head toward the crone.
Safe here.
It was a kind of answer, but not enough. Cray clutched at Sam's arm. "Sam, ask him. I need my things." It sounded girlish and petulant, and she did not want to be a nuisance. Her role was to help Thorvald, not hinder. It wasn't the comb that really mattered, the clean clothing, the useful bits and pieces. It was the journey. She could not let these people set their hands on it.
Don't fret, Cray,
Sam said.
I've no intention of going to bed without checking on the sea dove. It's light enough this time of year. I'll bring what you need if I can find it.
True to his word, he was back not so much later, at the door of the little hut housing Cray and her grim guardian. Before Sam could so much as open his mouth, the old woman snatched the bag out of his hands and shooed him away. By the flicker of the same tiny lamp that had lit the Ancient One's steady spinning, Cray spread out her sodden clothing, her roll of wools and needles, her other small possessions to dry as best they could on the empty bed shelves. The journey seemed unscathed and was perfectly dry. The other things were a mess, and so was her hair. Still, she must be glad her belongings had survived at all. If she had not jammed them tightly into her hiding place, they'd surely have been lost in the storm. She struggled to draw the comb through her dishevelled locks. It seemed to her that teasing out the implacable knots was a little like trying to get useful information from these odd, tight-lipped folk with their strange approach to conversation. She knew the old woman could understand her, just as the men had. Yet the crone only muttered and frowned, and Einar seemed to believe women quite lacking in the skill of comprehension. He had been quick enough to anger when she had challenged him. As for the others, their sidelong, nervous glances annoyed her almost as much as Einar's rudeness. She didn't like this. She didn't like it a bit. And when they got to see this ruler of the Isles, probably another jumped-up fisherman, she would tell him so straight out, Thorvald or no Thorvald. Her father had taught her honesty was the best way. Her mother honoured courage and a forthright manner. How could she aid Thorvald's cause if she were alternately ogled and intimidated? Ouch! Cray winced as the comb caught another tangle. The job was nearly done. In the morning she would wear the headscarf without argument, just to stop the wind putting all the knots back in. She yawned. What a godforsaken place this was. It was unthinkable that Thorvald's father would actually have chosen to stay here, if he could have sailed anywhere else at all. The people were as capricious and strange as the winds and tides, impossible to read. She hoped they would find Somerled soon, or at least learn what had become of him. There was nothing in the world would induce her to remain on these islands an instant longer than she must. A steep climb. It was certainly that, in parts, and a long walk. Thorvald's head was clear this morning, and he thought he made a passable show of strength, forcing himself to match the brisk pace of their minders, although he could see how hard it was for Cray in those ill-fitting boots. To survive here, it seemed to Thorvald, one must earn these folks' respect quickly. They understood winds, tides, and fish, and they understood strength. The only thing that had impressed them so far had been Sam's quick defense of Cray. Cray. By all the gods, Thorvald thought as he watched her dogged, white-faced struggle to keep up with the line of men climbing the precipitous, slippery track. What had possessed her to come here? Premonitions and vague feelings were no basis for such a journey. Surely she knew that. She had ever been a practical girl. Her presence here would be more hindrance than help. She was going to cause all manner of complications with these islanders. He could see it. Everything in their manner screamed their unease with her presence, and worse still, he could tell she was frightened, for all her show of confidence. He knew her well. He had seen the change in her eyes when the fellow, Einar, would have touched her. Wasn't this hard enough already, with the sea doves smashed and themselves under armed escort? How could he get on with what must be done here if he had constantly to be worrying about Cray? They halted on a small patch of level ground near the top of a particularly steep section of track. On one side the slope fell away, on the other it rose sharply. Rangy island sheep grazed there, heedless of the long drop to the base, though they stayed downhill of their lambs. The men brought out waterskins and passed them around. Some squatted by the track, some sat on the rocks, easing their legs. In the distance, far ahead, a plume of smoke arose. Below them, a broad, glinting lake spread, wide and peaceful under the light sky, its margins rising steeply to grass-clad fells and bare, craggy peaks. They had climbed high enough to see far to the west, where a long, narrow bay seemed to cut between dark cliffs. At its mouth were more islands, a small, improbably steep one not far out, and another, more distant, which seemed to wear a shawl of cloud even on this clear spring day.
Council Fjord, said Einar, pointing to the west. Your people have their main settlement there, a council house, where the thing can be convened,
Thorvald queried. There were many islands, he had seen them from the Sea Dove, scattered to north and south, though that cloud-wreathed isle was the farthest point west, he judged. Fighting men. Did they face the threat of invaders here? Surely not. The place was too remote to attract such unwelcome attention, and it was as stark and bleak a realm as one could imagine. What could be here worth taking? Of course the peril might come from within. Such a realm might harbour many small settlements, each with its own inhabitants and codes. But how could a serious dispute be sustained in this desperate terrain? There was scarcely a scrap of flat land to be seen. It was not fighting men they needed, but creatures of legend that could fly like eagles or swim like seals. "You're home," he added. "Long Knife people dwell here on Isle of Storms, on Isle of Streams and East Island," Einar said, sweeping a hand around. "A few further north, in the south the others." "Others?" "A scourge, an accursed race." These words were spoken in a hushed undertone, as if even to name such a threat were perilous. "The unspoken." Thorvald felt the hairs on his neck prickle. "They are not human." Stupid question. It was the sort of thing a girl would ask, not a man who had boldly declared himself a warrior not so long ago. "I will not talk of this here," Einar whispered. "Not safe. We are at war. There is no time for counsels. Come on, we must go." Thorvald shouldered his pack and moved on in Einar's wake. The track was steep here, rising to skirt the slope above the lake. Some distance ahead it dropped again toward what seemed to be a small settlement. Sam walked up near the front of the line. Thorvald observed his friend was carrying Cray's bag as well as his own, and managed to keep up a lively conversation as he strode on. Thorvald's own legs ached, and his back still felt the strain of that last, desperate effort on the oars. His hands hurt too, though a fellow called Scully had slathered them with some sort of evil-smelling grease last night, and it appeared to have helped a little. He fixed his mind ahead. Ruler of the Isles. The title seemed possible for a man who had once possessed a burning desire to be king. He rehearsed what he might say, what questions he could ask. He considered what information he might offer. Not much. Even his mother's name could give too much away. Perhaps he should play dumb and hope Sam and Cray could hold their tongues when required. Perhaps he should let Somerled do the talking. If it was Somerled. Would he know? Was there something in the blood that called, "This is my father, this is my son"? Some instant recognition that went beyond a voice, an appearance, matters of probability and logic? He shivered. Soon enough he might get his answer, and he might regret the wild impulse that had drawn him here. What if you sought out your father and found only a monster? There was a sudden, sharp cry from one of the men behind and below him. The line came to an abrupt halt, strung out along the narrow pathway. Thorvald turned and felt his heart leap to his throat. Cray had stepped off the track. She was standing on a tiny shelf that protruded from its outer edge, an uneven, slippery surface scarcely large enough for two of her feet. She was gazing westward, seaward, her eyes fixed on that far-off, cloud-swathed island, as if it had the power to draw her through the air toward it. The smallest move and she would plunge down the sheer hillside to be smashed on the protruding rocks or swallowed by the lake waters far below. The man behind her was shouting in alarm. The one above her was running back. She reached out her arms, not for help, but as if to fly, as if to embrace the very air separating her from the vision that held her, some wondrous thing nobody else could see. Thorvald knew she would fall the moment anyone touched her. "No!" he called, his tone urgent but low, so as not to startle her. "No, not like that. Let me." He began to edge down the track. The islanders pressed back to let him pass. His heart was hammering, his brow ran cold with sweat. He knew such trances, and the danger of breaking them abruptly. There were wise women in Cray's family, priestesses. One did not grow up as a neighbour of such folk without some understanding of the power of the seer and the havoc it could wreak. He made himself go carefully, suppressing the instinct to run. Behind him he could hear the sounds of Sam's descent. Who else would be scrambling back down the path so fast, sending a shower of small stones over the edge? Though what Sam could do to help him he could not imagine. "Stay back," he hissed over his shoulder. Now he was quite near Cray,
moving slowly closer, making sure he did not let his shadow fall on her face, or frighten her with sudden movements, unexpected noises.
Cray.
He kept his voice quiet, calm.
Cray, what do you see?
Her face was turned away, eyes still wrapped on that distant island. It seemed numinous, otherworldly, its slopes of grey-blue, dusky violet and moss-green rising gracefully from the wide expanse of mist-shrouded water. A shawl of white clung close about its upper reaches.
What is it, Cray? What do you hear? Tell me. It's Thorvald. Tell me.
He sidled closer, easing his feet silently across the rock. It would be so easy to get this wrong, to lunge and grab, to miss by a hair's breadth. He could see her falling, the wide, terrified eyes, the bright hair like a banner, the wind snatching away her last scream.
Cray.
Behind him, Sam slid to a halt and now stood motionless. The other men had fallen silent. Even the gulls that had followed their path, circling and calling, had stilled their cries. It was as if the whole island held its breath.
Cray.
Thorvald took another step forward. Now he was close enough to touch her, but he would not touch, not yet. He could see her eyes, wide and strange. Perhaps a man could glimpse her vision in them, if he looked deep enough. Her cheeks were flushed. The wind had teased out strands of her fair hair from the cloth that swathed her head and tossed them across her brow. There was a kind of radiance in her features that terrified Thorvald. It was as if she belonged in another realm entirely, one that he could never reach. He saw her draw a deep, shuddering breath, and then another, and he saw the change in her face, the doubt and confusion suddenly overtaking the vision as she returned to herself. She put her hands up to cover her eyes and began a stumbling step forward. He moved then, quicker than he had known he could, seizing her around the waist and hauling her back to safety. He could feel her trembling. She was crying now, shielding her face with both hands as if, while she could not see what was before her, she might still return to whatever strange realm had captured her. Thorvald gripped her tightly by the arms. Might she not simply walk away from him and over the edge if he let her go? The islanders had moved in closer. Before, behind, silent no longer. The buzz of talk seemed to have a note of approval in it. Thorvald could think of easier ways to earn their acceptance.
Cray, wake up. Come on now.
He gave her a little shake. The position was still precarious, and now that the worst danger was over, he found sudden anger had replaced his terror. He swallowed the next words that came, for after all, they still had to get down to the settlement.
That's enough, Cray. Wipe your face and get going. You're slowing us down.
Shivering, she did as she was told, though a flood of tears was rolling down her cheeks. Thorvald could not tell if it was the vision or the loss of it that made her weep. Perhaps it was no more than artifice. Women did these things for their own reasons.
Come on,
he said, pushing her ahead of him along the path.
Here.
Sam's voice sounded odd, gruff.
Take my hand. It's not much farther, so they say anyway. Lovely island, that. Wouldn't mind going there myself, taking a look. Ah!
The exclamation came from a stocky, weathered-looking fellow with a bristling beard, who stood next to Sam.
Isle of Clouds. You won't be going that way in a hurry. Worst patch of water this side of the snowlands, between Council Fjord and that place. Fool's Tide, they call it. Lucky if you can get across once a year at hunt time.
Really? Asked Sam, making a steady way along the path with the 2 bags on his back, and one arm stretched out behind him to clasp Cray's hand and guide her.
So it's uninhabited. Looks a fair sort of place, but strange. It's strange, all right. Home to freaks and sorcerers. They call that peak over there the Old Woman. Old Witch, more like. Nobody goes near the Isle of Clouds. It's forbidden, even to the unspoken. A death place, cursed.
Except at hunt time, another man put in. That island gobbles up men, said the first. Chews them up and spits out the pieces. Keep your woman's eyes off that place. It's evil. We don't sail out that way. Only at hunt time. I see, said Sam thoughtfully. When is hunt time? But there was no answer. Einar had barked a stern command. His men fell silent, and they made their way slowly down the track till the slope flattened out at the lake's edge, and a cluster of turf-roofed cottages came into view, squeezed together between a gushing stream and the rising grass-clad hill. The western fjord, with its view of the mysterious Isle of Clouds, could not be seen from here. Cray walked now with her gaze on the path before her, following in Sam's steps. If she'd done that all the way, Thorvald thought grimly, she'd have saved them a lot of trouble. It was odd. She had never had visions before, not that he knew of. Indeed, it had always been Cray who was the practical, sensible one, busy with cooking or sewing, while her older sister, Ayanna, learned the ways of the spirit. Cray did not go into trances and step off cliff paths as if she expected to take wing. He must hope it would not happen again, or she would be even more of a liability than he had imagined. His heart was still thumping, even now. He must be less fit than he had thought. And they were almost there. He must collect his thoughts. He must be ready. "Remember," he hissed to the others. "Remember what I said. Leave the talking to me." They were on level ground now, and the path was wide enough for two to walk side by side. Sam was supporting Cray with his arm. Both turned their heads back toward him. Thorvald saw, to his surprise, that big, burly Sam was pale as a ghost. Cray's face was marked with the tracks of tears. She seemed exhausted and sad. They looked at him, then turned away, walking on. There had been something like reproach in their eyes. What was wrong with them? He'd saved Cray, hadn't he? They entered the settlement, if that was the right name for such a ramshackle collection of tiny dwellings and narrow twisting paths. Someone was ringing a bell from higher up the hill, a welcome, perhaps, for rare travellers. Why was it then that it seemed to him like a warning tocsin? Thorvald gritted his teeth. This place was getting to him, and he must not allow that. He was leader of this expedition, and a leader must be strong. He squared his shoulders and held his head high, addressing the men who had brought them here. He made his voice firm and confident, not a plea, but a challenge. "Take me to this ruler of the Isles," he said. "I would speak with him." It was not quite so easy, for it transpired one did not seek out this potentate, but waited for him to arrive in his own time. In due course, their escort told them they would be sent for. Meanwhile, there would be a place to rest and food. The girl would go elsewhere. It was not appropriate she be housed with them. Briefly, Sam and Thorvald protested. Cray was not well. She needed her friends close by. They were responsible for her safety. As for Cray herself, she was unusually silent, clutching her bag with both hands. Her eyes were oddly vague, as if the last shreds of her vision still lingered there. At length, a couple of women appeared, and Thorvald, reassured by their practical, down-to-earth look, allowed them to lead Cray away to one of the little houses. It was one less thing to think about. The two men were led to a building somewhat larger and better maintained than the others. They waited in a small anteroom. Islanders stood casually at either door, but whether to prevent others from entering or the new arrivals from departing, there was no telling. An attempt to engage these men in conversation proved fruitless. All Thorvald discovered was their names. The man with the bristling beard was Orm, the other, younger fellow, Sven. Food was brought, a blood sausage, rich and dark, and a dish of eggs. They ate gratefully. Water was provided. They'd have welcomed ale. Perhaps these folk were without the wherewithal for brewing, for it did not seem a promising terrain for crop yields. They waited longer as the day wore on. There was plenty of time for thinking, too much time.
In the end, Sam stretched out on the floor, head pillowed on his bag, and fell asleep. He muttered from time to time, perhaps dreaming of storms. Thorvald knew his friend was anxious about the sea dove. It had been a wrench to leave her unguarded. Dusk was falling when they were finally summoned. There had been good signs: water brought for washing, more dry clothes, a warm cloak apiece. All the same, Thorvald recalled the talk of fates being determined here. He must take control from the start. He must not forget that this was his own quest, to make of what he could. These islands were a proving ground. Here, he would find out who he was. Maybe his father was here, and maybe not. Perhaps Somerled was still the man he had been, ruthless, driven, cruel. Maybe he had changed. Could such a man change? Could he break free of that dark legacy and make himself anew? And if that was so, could not his son, too, strive to do well, to make his mark in the world, to find his true purpose and calling? Thorvald shivered. Possibly the truth he would discover might only confirm what he already suspected, that his father's blood was tainted, his spirit irretrievably steeped in evil, that this was the legacy he had passed down, an inescapable shadow, rendering Thorvald, too, incapable of fine deeds, of worthy thoughts. Still, at least he would know, one way or the other. He would know the truth.
My greeting to you.
The man who stood in the lamplit chamber waiting for them was not surrounded by courtiers or warriors, nor by fishermen or folk of his household. He had just one guard by him, a very large man with shoulders like a bull's and small, alert eyes. Thorvald and Sam walked the length of the room, 2 islanders behind them. Thorvald noted the low roof, the small hearth, the lack of wall hangings. If this were the ruler's domain, it was a poor thing indeed, beside the grand council chambers and assembly halls of the Light Isles. As for the man himself, he was formidable enough. He regarded them levelly as they approached, his dark eyes assessing, his mouth a thin line, giving nothing away. He was of middle height, not strongly built, but wiry and lithe-looking. He was the right age, or could be. The hair dark as a crow's wing, with a thread or two of grey at the temples, the right cheek marked with the same parallel scarring they had seen on the other men, a 5-line pattern drawn with neat precision. The robe he wore was not kingly, but of plain wool, its only trim a narrow, patterned border, lighter grey on darker. His hair was tied back with a strip of the same woven braid. The impression was austere. They halted a few paces away. The big guard shifted slightly, fingers moving on the haft of his axe.
And ours to you,
Thorvald said, matching the coolly courteous tone in which the fellow had addressed him.
You are the man they call ruler of the Isles.
My lord.
Orm spoke quickly, his tone apologetic.
These are the 2 travellers who landed at Blood Bay. The woman... You can leave us now.
The ruler spoke without emphasis. A moment later the islanders were gone. Obedience was evidently automatic and instant. The bodyguard made no move.
Please, be seated.
The ruler motioned to a stone bench and sat down himself on the one opposite.
Your names?
Sam opened his mouth, but Thorvald was quicker.
We are from the islands to the southeast, which some call Orkney Isles, and some the Light Isles,
he said, never taking his eyes off the rulers.
As we told those who brought us here, we were blown off course, and our boat is damaged. I am Thorvald. My friend here is Sam Olafsson of Stensaker. The boat's mine, and I'm keen to get her mended and sail for home. We were hoping...
The ruler lifted a hand. Sam fell silent.
And you?
The ruler queried, his eyes intent on Thorvald.
His brother? That seems unlikely. His deckhand? I think not. Your manner of speech suggests at least a rudimentary education. Your friend here gives his father's name with pride. Why do you not do the same?" "From you," Thorvald replied, his heart racing, "we have heard neither name nor lineage. The title of ruler was not given to you in the cradle, I imagine."
Sam jabbed him sharply in the ribs. He ignored it.
"As for me, I am my own man, and go my own way. I need no other identity."
He wished it were true. Life would be so much simpler.
"I am Askrim," said the ruler. "We are of all kinds here. We call our home the Lost Isles, a place of fugitives and outcasts, men who see the world beyond these shores through a veil of bitterness and mistrust. Not content with that, we war with one another."
Rapidly, Thorvald rethought what he'd been about to say.
"Askrim," he mused. "A fine Norse name. Were your antecedents from that land? How long have folk dwelt in these parts? Where we come from, the existence of these isles is no more than the subject of conjecture, a thing of legend almost."
Asgrim steepled his fingers, his dark eyes intent on Thorvald's face.
"Einar mentioned your fondness for questions," he said mildly. "I have some for you, and before you answer them, you'll do well to note who I am and what power I wield here. The Long Knife people obey me in all things, but for my guidance they would have perished long ago. This is an unforgiving land, and we are not its only dwellers. My people have much to contend with. They have learned to play a single game only, one they must play for survival. My game. While you remain here, you will do the same. The weak or disobedient cannot survive in such a place. Now answer me. Why have you come here? What do you want?"
There was a brief pause.
"Sam spoke the truth," Thorvald said. "We're here quite by chance. There was a storm, and our boat was carried to this shore despite our efforts to turn her back eastward. As for what we want, we made that plain yesterday. Enough wood to mend the sea dove so we can leave here. We understand wood's in short supply," Sam put in. "That's no surprise. It's the same at home. We'll work at whatever you want doing until we earn the price of what we need. I've got tools. I can do the fixing, it's just the materials."
Askrim raised a hand again, cutting Sam's words short.
"Yes, I heard the tale. Fishing, wasn't it? And I was told enough to recognize that you, at least, are no more than you seem. These folk know their own kind. But you," turning to Thorvald, "you are another matter. Tell me, why would you bring a woman on such an expedition? A woman of exceptional beauty, and very young at that." "I can think of only one reason, and it does not match what I read of you, nor your friend here. Is the girl indeed only with you to warm your beds at night, each in turn?"
Sam flushed scarlet.
"You insult her, and you offend me, my lord, with such a suggestion. Cray's a good girl. There's nothing of that sort going on, nothing at all. And I hope you make your men aware of it, because if anyone lays a finger on her—" "Sam," Thorvald warned, and Sam's torrent of words subsided to an angry muttering. "I have heard no answers as yet," Askrim observed coolly. "The girl is this man's sweetheart, maybe, that a simple question provokes such a flood of emotion. She is comely, no doubt about it, shapely and fair. Such a woman cannot fail to draw the eye. Who is she?" "A childhood friend, my lord."
Thorvald found himself somewhat taken aback at the repeated emphasis on Cray's looks. He had never thought of her in those terms. Exceptional beauty? Hardly. Cray was, well, she was just Cray. He decided truth was the best option here.
"She is 16 years old, of high birth, and not yet promised to any man, untouched, and it had better stay that way," growled Sam. "But, my lord, to be quite honest with you," Thorvald went on, "the girl did not accompany us with our consent. Cray stowed away on our boat, By the time we found her, the storm was already bearing us far from our home shore. We had no choice but to bring her here with us. You know women, once they take an idea into their heads, there's no gainsaying them. Cray thought it would be an adventure, I suppose.
Really?
Asgrim's dark brows rose in derision.
A fishing trip? The women of your island must indeed be short of diversions.
Thorvald managed a nonchalant shrug.
She's young, he said. She hardly knows what she's doing sometimes.
The sight of Cray on that little ledge, arms outstretched, eyes blind to the world, was imprinted starkly in his mind.
So I've been told, Asgrim observed. An incident on the way here, and the woman nearly lost. That was very careless. I questioned those who accompanied her. There has been appropriate punishment. Such visitors are rare on our shores, and must be protected. Punishment?
Sam sounded quite taken aback.
It wasn't their fault. Cree did it herself. It was like something took hold of her, something none of us could see. Indeed. It does seem to me the young woman is more than a little capricious. Wayward, one might say. She presents a danger to herself, or to others. Oh, no, Sam said anxiously. Cree's a good girl, a reliable girl. Great little spinner and weaver, wonderful cook. The sort any man'd want for his wife.
He caught Thorvald's penetrating look and blushed violently.
It's this place, he added with a note of apology. Getting to her, you know, the strangeness and all. I mean, how does a peaceful cove earn the name Blood Bay? A simple matter of whales, Asgrim said mildly. In past times, the men of that settlement prided themselves on the size of catch they could herd into the shore with their currers. The sand was run red in many a season. These days we are occupied with other pursuits. There has been no whale harvest for over 5 years. As for Cray, we must ensure she is kept safe. She's a creature of rare loveliness and, if you speak truth, remarkable skills as well. A prize indeed. Fortunately, this settlement is well protected, and there are women here. Company for your little friend when you move on.
There was a brief silence.
Move on, Thorvald said eventually. Move where?
Asgrim stretched, arms linked behind his head.
You know, he said expansively, I don't think you've answered a single one of my questions. Fortunately, the young lady was a great deal more communicative. Shall we continue this in the morning, when you've had some time to think? It grows late, and you've had a long day. Let it not be said that the ruler of the Isles has forgotten what it means to be a good host.
He gave a single sharp clap of the hands, and there was the sound of men approaching, vessels clinking, and a smell of roast meat.
Just a moment,
Thorvald said as a chill of misgiving went down his spine.
You've spoken to Cray already. Why didn't you tell us that? What kind of game are you playing here?
Odin's bones. Perhaps Asgrim knew the truth about this quest already. Cray might have told him everything. But no, Cray would be true to her word. If there was one thing you could say about her, it was that she was completely trustworthy. She'd have kept quiet, true to her promise.
What? Still more questions?
The ruler gave a thin-lipped smile.
It's quite a simple game, Thorvald. Not beyond you, I'm sure. Information is exchanged, question for question, answer for answer. Don't they do that where you come from? The other part is easier still. You want something, and I can give it to you. But you must earn it. As this is my domain, you will earn it on my terms. I'm told you have some skill in the arts of warfare. We can use that. Indeed, it's precisely what we need. But you will find the kind of battle we wage here strange and frustrating. For all is at the mercy of wind and tide, and the uncanny powers of our enemies lie beyond the reach of spear and knife. We have the smallest margin of time to act. That requires the planning to be meticulous.
There were islanders coming in now, bringing jugs, cups and platters of mutton and boiled fish.
"Tell us," said Thorvald urgently. "Tell us more. Who are these enemies and where do they live? Why do you war with them? What is the nature of their attacks?"
"Perhaps," observed Asgrim, "you will learn patience during your stay with us, Thorvald. I hope you do. This constant questioning could soon grow wearying. Come, have a bite to eat, a little to drink, and let us speak no more of this until morning."
"Still—"
Thorvald was taken aback to hear Sam speak up, for their host's tone had grown dauntingly chilly.
"I'd feel better if I knew Cray was well. I take it the women won't come here for their supper. That doesn't seem to be your way. But you understand, she's a girl, and we're responsible."
Asgrim had walked over to the stone table where the dishes were set. He was using a small, sharp knife to slice off strips of meat and lay them neatly on a platter to the side. Most of the men who had walked with them from the bay were in the hall now. Supper time it might be, but there was no sense of conviviality. All was silent and grim-faced. Thorvald could not see the man who had walked in front of Cray that morning, nor the one who had followed her.
"Rest assured, lad," Asgrim addressed Sam with a quirk of the lip that might have been a smile. "There can be no safer place for your friend in these isles but here at Brightwater. Don't distress yourself. She has a warm hearth, good food, and female companionship in abundance. I imagine it's a great deal more comfortable than your boat. Trust me. The girl's a treasure, and I know how to look after precious things. Now eat, drink. We've work ahead of us, and you need your strength."
Much later, as the two of them settled in the narrow chamber they had been allotted for sleeping, Sam hissed Thorvald.
"Did you hear what he said? Arts of war? Why did you tell them that anyway, about every lad in the Light Isles being a fighter before he's 12 years old? You know what'll happen now. We'll end up on their front line and be stone dead before it's summer."
"Shh," whispered Thorvald.
"Keep your voice down. There's men sleeping on the other side of that partition, and I'll bet he's ordered them to report every single thing they hear.
Maybe I did exaggerate a bit."
"A bit? I may be handy with my fists when pushed, but I'd be precious little use with a sword in my hands. Arts of war? The only art I know is throwing out a net and hauling it in again."
"It's all right, Sam. I know what I'm doing." There was a pause.
"Could have fooled me,"
Sam muttered. Thorvald made no response.
"Do you think it's him?"
Sam asked.
"I don't know."
That was a lie, of course. He was almost sure as one could be after so short a time. Not that the man resembled himself in any way that was obvious, save perhaps the eyes. It was more a feeling, not the calling of the blood he had imagined, but a recognition at once more alarming and more heady. This man had hidden depths. He harboured secrets, plots, and plans. Thorvald would uncover them. He would find out what lay behind that mask of austerity and control. Asgrim intrigued him. The whole place intrigued him. An island of sorcerers and freaks. A war waged against an enemy with powers beyond the merely physical. A hunt that must be carried out at precisely the right time. There was indeed a quest for him here, a challenge far beyond what he had envisaged. And he would do it. He could show this fellow Asgrim, who might or might not be his father, what stuff he was made of. They would achieve victory together, perhaps, like and like. "It's an opportunity," he said softly, not sure if Sam was still awake. "A chance to find out what kind of man this is. Maybe he's my father, maybe not. Maybe I'll tell him, and maybe I won't. We've got to earn our wood anyway. Going farther afield is good. I can talk to people. Find out who came to these parts back then. Anyway, it sounds as if they really need us, half-baked warriors or not. It sounds as if we can help them. It's a strange place, an interesting place. I want to find out more." He rolled over, knowing sleep would be a long time coming.
Thorvald, came Sam's whisper in the darkness. What? What if the two of us get killed and Cray's left here on her own? Trust me, said Thorvald. It'll be fine. Now go to sleep. You heard what the man said. We're going to need our strength.
The light was fading. Margaret sat before the loom, shuttle idle in her hands, the fine-woven strands in their subtle shades of grey and dun blurring before her weary eyes. It was too late for work. She should give up the pretense and go to bed. She sat on, staring blindly at the woolen web and picturing another, a bold swath of blue and red, and her niece's small, deft hands moving like graceful birds across its flawless surface. Why couldn't she weep, as a normal woman would? Why did it all just build up and build up inside her, when already her heart bore a lifetime of burdens? By all the gods, it was a long punishment she had been set for her one error. On days like today, it seemed to her a doom that was forever.
Come, you must eat a little. Leave that for now.
Ash's voice was quiet and even, as always. She did not turn her head, but knew just how he stood in the doorway behind her, knew every crease and line of his grave features, the concern in his eyes, the plain, serviceable clothes he wore, garb that reflected his role as something between guard and companion, household steward and familiar friend. Over the years she had watched as his hair turned from russet brown to grey. It was no life for a man, a half-life at best.
Come now,
he said again, gently insistent.
You can't see in this light. It'll strain your eyes.
She got up reluctantly, turned to face him, knowing he would read the pallor of her cheeks, the unshed tears.
It will come back, you know, Ash said. Sons have a habit of sailing away. They learn about the world, and about themselves into the bargain. Thorvald loves you. He will remember that in time.
Margaret shivered, walking past him into the long room. Bread and ale was set on the table, with a round of sheep's cheese and a platter of little onions. Ash was so good to her. She did not deserve such kindness.
He hates me, she said flatly. He told me so. I looked into my son's eyes as he said those words, and I saw Somerled staring back at me. I can't escape what I did. It is a curse that lies not just over me, but over Thorvald as well.
Come, sit down, Ash said. This bread is good. Let me cut you a piece.
His hands were long-fingered and capable, wielding the knife, slicing cheese, setting a platter before her.
I can't eat,
Margaret said, feeling the churning tension in her stomach. Since Thorvald had gone away, a cloud of uncertainty had shadowed her thoughts by day and haunted her dreams at night. There was no escaping it.
It's my fault this has happened, Ash. If I had chosen to tell him earlier, when he was little, he might have come to terms with it. Then he would not have done this.
She put her head in her hands, hating her own frailty.
You are concerned for him. I too, Ash said. But Thorvald is no weakling. You have taught him to be resourceful, to accept challenges.
She managed a wan smile.
And, thanks to you, my son is able with sword and bow, though he was ever less than gracious to you for the years of tutelage you gave him.
Thorvald resents my presence here,
Ash remarked calmly, taking a mouthful of bread and cheese.
I have long known that. He does not understand how it is with you and me. He wishes to be the centre and sole focus of your world. He is unaware that he is indeed precisely that.
Margaret sipped her ale. Why was it everything tasted like ashes? It was as if a pall had descended since the day she told Thorvald the truth. She had not known then what she would bring down on herself, on her old friends, on everyone. On that day she had brought Somerled back to life.
It seems different here without Cray's visits,
Ash observed quietly, crumbling his bread with his fingers. Suddenly Margaret was unable to stop a tear from spilling down her cheek. She wiped it away with furious fingers. Even here, even with nobody but Ash to see her, she would not be weak. She must not be weak. Her strength was all she had left.
"You miss her,"
he said, eyes intent on her face.
"You miss her most of all. Your bright light, your almost daughter."
"You've been here too long, Ash," Margaret said bitterly. "Sometimes I think you know me better than I know myself." He said nothing. Now neither of them was pretending to eat, and the silence drew out. "You should leave," Margaret said eventually. "You know that. There is nothing for you here, no life, no future. You should move away, get yourself a farm, take a young wife, have a family of your own. You are not yet so old that you cannot find that kind of contentment." Ash smiled. There was such sadness in it, such resignation, that guilt and sorrow settled on Margaret once more, like a heavy cloak.
"You know I will not,"
he said simply.
"You know how it is with me. Besides, why should I heed your good advice if you yourself will not? We spoke of Cray, who is like a daughter to you. All the same, she is not yours, although you love her. Why do you not move on, make a new life free from the shackles of the past? It was a long time ago, and you are still young enough to bear another child, if you choose. Your own daughter."
She laughed, a harsh, bitter sound quickly suppressed. "Bring another child into the world to share the curse I carry with me? I think not." He regarded her gravely.
"What will it take?" he asked her, "to lift this burden from your shoulders? A lifetime of loneliness? When is it enough?"
"I don't know," she whispered, wrapping her arms around herself. "I fear to see my son grow into his father. That I fear above anything. I fear for Cray now. She has been drawn into something that can swallow and destroy her. Her love for Thorvald lays her open to great harm. If only she had not gone with him."
"A traveller needs a light to show him the way,"
Ash said, wrapping the bread in its cloth and covering the cheese.
"While she is with him, our home hearth is a little darker. Perhaps she has a part to play. You look weary. You should rest."
"I have dreams. I am not overeager for sleep when such shadows attend it."
"Margaret."
She looked at him, seeing the steadfast goodness in the grey eyes, noting new lines on his weathered features, knowing what he was about to say.
"Each of us sleeps in a cold bed."
Ash's voice was very soft.
"There is no need to be alone with your dreams."
She shook her head helplessly. "I can't. You know that. I have nothing for you, nothing to give. I cannot shake off the darkness of the past. Somerled would always lie between us."
"All the same,"
Ash said, rising to his feet.
"I will be close by, should you need me. You know that."
"You are too good, Ash. I am not worth such care." He said nothing. There was a code between them, a pattern of restraint that did not allow the touching of lips to palm, a kiss to the cheek, nor even the clasping of hands in the manner of serving man and lady of the house. She got up. Another day over, another night to be endured. Where were they? Her son with his intense, pale face and his driven eyes. Her dear Cray of the golden hair and clever hands. Had the ocean even now devoured them? Or did they stand on some far shore, confronting the pitiless gaze of the man she had once believed she loved? Gods treat them kindly. Gods be more merciful than they had been to her, trapped as she was in a web of her own making. "Good night, Ash," said Margaret. Chapter 4. Monk's margin note reads, "They call us. It is time. Have they learned nothing?
Not holy cross nor cold iron can prevail against these shadows. God grant me the gift of detachment. She managed to pretend. She didn't cry. She didn't beg them to stay, or at least not to leave her behind in the settlement with these strangers who, despite their efforts to make her welcome, continued to behave very oddly indeed. There were men standing guard all around Brightwater, and nobody would say why. There was a war. That was as much as she could get out of the women. Those men who did not guard the settlement had to go away. It was terrible to have to smile and clasp hands with Sam and Thorvald as they stood there with packs on their backs and staves in their hands, clad in thick outdoor gear that spoke of a long journey to come. It hurt to pretend she didn't mind, to hold her tongue when everything in her was screaming, "Take me with you, oh please." There was a moment when Sam asked her gently if she was sure she'd be all right, and she came close to telling them how uneasy she was and pleading with them not to go. But she smiled again and said everything was fine. She knew they had to work for the wood they needed. The ruler had explained to her that in a place like this, there were always huts and boats that needed repair after storms, tracks to be strengthened, stock to be tended. Asgrim had seemed a courteous man, both authoritative and kindly. He had asked after her health and assured her she would be safe at Brightwater. It had been hard not to scrutinize him too closely, seeking signs of likeness to Thorvald. She had tried not to stare. As for conclusions, she had reached none. This might be Somerled, and it might not. All in all, it seemed unlikely such a pleasant sort of man would have a catalogue of evil deeds in his past. Since they were going away, it would be up to Thorvald now to find out one way or the other. She managed her farewells and watched the long line of men snake its way up the track to the west. Watched the bright auburn of Thorvald's hair, the solitary nose of colour against the green-grey of the hillside, moving farther and farther away until he rounded a corner and was lost from view. There had been a light of challenge in his eyes. That was good. The bitterness of those last days in Rosie was gone from his face, and he was looking ahead. Surely it would not take them long to do their work and come back with the wood. To speak of her worries would only have delayed them, and she was here to help, not hinder. Besides, her concerns were probably baseless, just homesickness and the aftermath of what had happened that first morning on the cliff path. Often she tried to recapture the dream, closing her eyes, willing it back, but it was fading now to no more than a lovely half-memory. It had been like a voice, like singing, but only in her head, wordless, magical music that tugged at her, calling, crying, "Here, I'm here!" Sometimes she thought it had been more like hands reaching toward her, hands stretching out in love or friendship or need. "Come," the hands were saying. Yet as well, the hands were clasping that mist-shrouded island closely, surrounding it with a barrier of protection. She would have gone if she could, winging her way there on invisible pinions, bridging the gap with only a dream to hold her. She had not spoken of what she felt, not even to Thorvald. She doubted she would have shared something so strange and powerful even with her own mother, her own sister. Now Thorvald and Sam were gone, and so was Asgrim, the ruler, along with most of the men. The small force armed with throwing spears could be seen patrolling the pathways of Brightwater by day and standing guard at night, but all remained quiet. Cray applied herself to embroidery. There was no exploring, the women had made that clear. A walk down to the lake was allowed, and up as far as the corner overlooking the walled vegetable patch, but no farther. She had tried one day, and had found herself escorted back by two of those fellows with the spears. It was for her own safety, the women said. None of them went wandering. The vision that haunted her, coming with clarity only in her dreams, found its place in the journey. At first the women had been curious, crowding around to see. It was clear no seamstress here had the gift for such fine and detailed work. Cray was obliged to show them a little, unrolling the fabric a hand's breadth, to reveal the vibrant colours and meticulous detail. A pattern not at all in the mode of traditional craft, with its mirror images, its formal motifs and regular borders, but an organic, evolving, ever-changing flow. They exclaimed, amazed, impressed, perhaps a little fearful. It was nothing like they had ever seen.
One admired the tiny trees, one the creatures hiding in the foliage, one the figure of what seemed a girl flying, and the moon within her grasp. One reached a touch. Cray rolled her work up again, leaving only the empty part exposed. The dream, the vision, crept onto the cloth in wools of violet and dusk blue, soft green, moss and lichen shades, the grey of rocks under a wash of tide, the subtle hue of a seal's pelt. The journey moved on. It was as well she had packed her bag with ample supplies of needles and wool, for many days passed and she had need of occupation. One could not sit at such demanding work all day. Early on she had seen the others spinning and offered to help. This seemed to surprise them, but when it became evident she was more than capable at it, they found her a distaff and spindle, and let her ply them in the communal work hut of a morning. She offered to cook. Indeed, she ached to take charge in the kitchen and produce something more palatable than the endless diet of boiled fish and overcooked mutton. But Gudrun, in whose house Cray was staying, made it quite plain her guest should not dream of exerting herself in such a way. Cray must rest, eat well, and recover from her illness. Protests that she was fine now fell on deaf ears. Cray grew restless. At home her days were filled with activity. She was always busy. The idleness made her uneasy, and she took to walking the allowable section of track 4 times over every morning, thinking miserably of her daily trips to Aunt Margaret's and back, and how much she missed them. Poor Aunt Margaret. She would be so worried about Thorvald. As for Cray's own family, she shuddered to imagine their distress, made worse by every one of these endless days that prolonged her absence. For the weather had turned foul, with sheeting rain and dense lowering mists, and nobody seemed to be expecting the men back. Sometimes the women talked of this in undertones, nervously. Cray questioned them, but they were good at answers that told her nothing. She spun and sewed and waited. There weren't many children in the settlement. A couple of boys seemed to go to and fro a lot, bringing fish and eggs, and there was a lass of 12 or so with a terrible squint and a furtive, sidling manner, but not a babe or infant to be seen. Cray missed her small sister Ingegerd, and she missed Bronna with her quick wit and ready smile. She could imagine how Bronna would be feeling, knowing Sam had made this journey with Cray, and waiting out day after day of no news. One of the women was heavy with child. When her time came, and it could be no more than 2 full moons away, that would at least swell the numbers a little. Cray remarked on the matter to Gudrun, and, as usual, got a response that told her nothing. She commented on it to the others and received blank stares. It was a challenge even to make conversation about the weather here, let alone broach more serious topics. She told the pregnant woman, Jofrid, of her own experience in midwifery, and offered her services should they be needed. Truth to tell, she hoped fervently that before this babe was ready to make its way into the world, she would be heading for home again. Who would have thought another voyage on the Sea Dove could seem so attractive? Jofrid nodded nervously as Cray told her of the twins she had delivered back in Rosie, the breech births safely accomplished, the many straightforward cases, as Jofrid's own would likely be, for she seemed young and sturdy, if disproportionately afraid. "Is this your first child?" Cray asked her. Certain the answer would be yes. It did take them like this sometimes, especially if their mothers were not at hand to reassure them. Jofrid shook her head, eyes down. Cray looked at Gudrun. There had been no children at Jofrid's skirts as they sat with their spinning, no babe on her back as she walked from hut to cottage. "Her third," Gudrun spoke matter-of-factly, her hands busy winding wool into a ball. "Lost 2. If she holds on till summer, she may keep this one." "Oh," said Cray. "Oh, I'm sorry. As I said, I have delivered many babes. I can help." "We can always use another pair of hands, if it comes to it," Gudrun said. She was one of those women whose age seems indeterminate. The hatchet features, thin, scraped-back hair, and shrewd eyes were matched by a certain terseness of manner. "Of course, you may well be gone by then. Perhaps there'll be no need for a hunt this season. We must pray Jofrid doesn't come early to her time." Perhaps she was missing something, Cray thought. She framed her words carefully. Tell me about the hunt. The men spoke of it too. What do they hunt? Are there deer or foxes here? Wolves? She'd never seen any of these creatures, but knew them from her father's tales. Long ago in Norway, Eyvind had been unequalled as a hunter. Or is it a whale hunt you're talking about? I've heard that was common here before the war. You'll find out if you stay here long enough, Gudrun said. We've lost husbands and brothers, sons and fathers to it over the years. Of course, this year may be different. Why would it be different? A sudden misgiving came over Cray as to the nature of the task Thorvald and Sam had been called to assist with. Let me plait your hair for you, Cray. A woman named Helga, one of the friendlier of this doer bunch, came forward with a comb in one hand and a length of twine in the other. Turn around for me, that's it. With that, the answers dried up. Nobody would speak further of the hunt, or of the absence of children, and Cray sat there thinking very hard as Helga combed out her hair and braided it up again. Cray's long, fair locks were the object of much admiration among the women. Not one of them had hair of such a hue, or of such a glossy shine and thick abundance. Sombre and silent as they were most of the time, they still delighted in combing and dressing it, almost as if she was some kind of toy they had previously been forbidden. She noticed, too, the offers to lend a favourite shawl, a best skirt, to provide her with what passed for delicacies here, fresh eel meat, wind-dried lamb. It was almost like being fattened up for market, not a comfortable feeling. She would have traded any of these things gladly for some honest talk. How she missed Thorvald and Sam. Boys might be somewhat blind at times, and lacking in subtlety, but at least you could get straight answers out of them. With any luck, they would be back soon, for the moon had waxed and waned since they had marched away, and surely in that time they must have earned the price of a few lengths of driftwood. The days passed. A pattern had established itself. She'd been up at dawn to walk the track through the settlement, with a pause at the westernmost point to scan the way up the steep hillside, in case she might catch a glimpse of Thorvald and Sam coming back. After the walk, she returned to Gudrun's to be plied with breakfast, and then she joined the others for spinning. All spent the mornings working at such crafts, save for the few women who took small boats out on the lake for fish every day. Odd, this, but with all the men away or on guard duty, essential. Cray was not invited on these expeditions. Later in the day, when the women went back to their cottages to prepare food or tend to animals, Cray would take out the journey and let her mind float free as her fingers took up the complex tale, the intricate puzzle of images. At dusk, Gudrun prepared another meal, watching her guest as every mouthful went from platter to lips, almost as if Cray were a sick child whom she feared to lose. It was hard to summon much enthusiasm for the food. The island cheese was of poor quality, lacking in flavour and unreliable in texture, and sometimes Cray felt she might kill for a loaf of fresh-baked bread. Grain was scarce here, such goods a feast-day luxury. After supper there was little to do but retire to a fitful sleep. They did not allow her to feed the stock or tend the straggling, untidy garden. They stopped her from cleaning fish, from scouring dishes, lest she spoil her hands. With so little to fill her day, Cray determined to undertake one more task at least, and that was to supervise the last stages of Jofrid's pregnancy, and make quite sure this babe was delivered safe and well. She rehearsed in her mind the possible complications. A breech position, tricky but manageable. She'd look out for the signs and turn the babe in the womb before it settled in place. Twins. She did not think Jofrid bore more than a single babe, but just in case, she must make sure the other women knew how to help. Other complications that might occur, she practiced dealing with each in her mind. She would cope. Meanwhile, she bullied Jofrid into drinking milk, eating fish, and resting with her feet up in the afternoons. For all the women's protests that she had animals to feed, the others could do that for her, Cray told Jofrid firmly, at least from now until the child was safely delivered and taking the breast. Jofrid stared at her, face wan, saying nothing. Sometimes Cray wondered if she was a little simple. Gudrun, as the senior woman of the settlement, organised others to tend to Jofrid's cow and calves and keep her hut tidy.
All the same, Cray felt the weight of their stares, as if her efforts to help were in some way bizarre, inappropriate, and doomed to failure. She squared her shoulders and got on with it. One had to do something. It was late in the spring. Back home, lambing would be over, and the days long and light. Here it might almost have been winter still, for one never knew what the morning might bring. Rain, sleet, storm, lowering cloud, and eldritch mist were all common. Yet from time to time the sun showed its face, as if to remind them of the season. And on the precipitous slopes above Brightwater, ewes called to their wayward lambs. If there were indeed wolves or some other fierce creatures to hunt, it seemed they did not frequent these parts, for the sheep went their own way by day, untended by boys or dogs. The girl with the squint had geese and chickens to look after. The two lads disappeared each morning, returning before dusk with a haul of shellfish or eels or eggs of varying hues and sizes. They, it seemed, were allowed to wander where Cray was not. The rules were hard to understand. There was an expectation, still, that Cray would wear her headscarf out of doors, covering every strand of bright hair. Yet the other women seemed subject to no such edict. She asked and got no answers except that it was a rule and must be obeyed. In fact, the scarf was useful. In this place, one never knew when the heavens might open and rain pour down by the bucketful. On such a morning of late spring storm, Joffred's pains began. It was early for her, dangerously early. They called Cray, not, she thought, from any confidence in her ability as a midwife, but because Joffred had asked for her. The pregnant woman lay now on a pallet in Gudrun's cottage, her eyes wide with fear, her brow pallid and dewed with sweat. Cray examined her, muttering reassuring words. The birthing was not yet advanced. Surely the pain should not be troubling Joffred so much. Briskly, Cray bid her get up and walk around between the pangs. Not only would it speed the process, it would take her mind off her belly for a little. Gudrun, more dour-faced than usual, if that were possible, set a kettle to boil and rummaged in a chest for cloths. Helga came in bearing a jug of milk and a round of coarse bread to be shared after the hard work ahead of them. Helga's face was almost as anxious as Joffred's own. As she walked the expectant mother up and down the chamber, Cray looked across and saw men in the doorway, dressed warmly for travel, and beyond them rain teeming down. Gudrun went over to them, and an urgent conversation took place in undertones. At one point, Gudrun looked back at Cray and asked, "How long?" "She's barely started. The child will not be born before dusk." Of course, an infant could always take you by surprise, but Joffred's pains did not seem strong. It was far more of a concern that the child was coming now, at least a moon cycle before its proper time. It would likely be small and weak. Cray hoped Joffred could shake off her unreasonable panic in order to deliver it safely, and that her milk would be copious. This child must survive. Cray had promised herself Joffred would not lose yet another infant while she had the power to do something about it. "Keep walking," she urged as Joffred paused, panting, after the mildest of spasms. "It will go more easily for you if you move about in this early stage. I promise you." In the entry, Gudrun still held conference with the men, their hushed voices now raised slightly. "You must fetch him. Track. Impossible. Not until tomorrow. What about her?" Then Gudrun said, "Without Asgrim here, this child is doomed." It did not make a lot of sense. The men left. The door was closed against the weather. They walked up and down, up and down. "Why do you send for Asgrim?" Cray ventured. "Is he the baby's father?" These women spoke little of personal matters. They were as tight-closed as limpets. She had learned that Helga's man was called Skolli, and that he was a smith. She had discovered that Gudrun was a widow with grown sons, but Joffred had never mentioned a husband. If she had one, he was certainly not at Brightwater. If the ruler were indeed the husband of this frightened young woman and the father of her lost babes, it seemed to Cray that tilted the balance still further against his being Somerled. Asgrim had seemed far too civil to be a murderer. A wife and child would render him too ordinary. "It is not his child," Gudrun said. putting an abrupt end to Cray's speculations. "And he can't be here in time. The child wasn't due until summer. He would have been back by then. He could have done what has to be done. They'll go, but they can't fetch him here before morning. The infant's doomed. It can't survive." Cray was seized by sudden anger. "Don't say that," she snapped. "How can you utter such nonsense? I told you I've delivered many infants, and I see no reason why this one should not do well, even if it is before its time. We must help Jofrid, not upset her. A man can make no difference, surely. The child's cursed." Helga spoke from her place by the table, where she was folding cloths in readiness. Her tone was resigned. "How cursed? Have you no priests here, no wise women who can cast a circle and speak words of ward?" Cray had seen no sign of either during her stay in Brightwater. It had surprised her, but was one of many things she had decided not to ask about, since these folk were ever less than ready with their answers. "This is beyond any priest," Gudrun muttered, but a note of uncertainty had crept into her voice. "My mother is a wise woman, my sister too. The simplest of rituals can help at such times," Cray said. "I have no power to summon the spirits myself, but surely there are some here who—" "Not in the village," Helga said, glancing to left and right as if afraid there were listeners in the shadows. "Besides, Asgrim doesn't like them to come here. He doesn't trust them." "Doesn't trust whom?" Was there no end to the complications here? Why couldn't they see none of this was doing Jofrid any good? She was moaning now, her face milk-pale, and Cray was forced to let her lie down once more, a limp, pathetic figure on the hard pallet, the swelling made by the unborn child round and tight as a ripe fruit. "Hermits, Christians. They'd come if we sent up the hill for them. Streams are in spate, not the easiest of walks. The boys could go, but the ruler would be angry. He says they do more harm than good. Meddlers." "The ruler is not here," Cray said firmly. "If Christian prayers will help, then let us summon those who can offer them. How far away are these hermits?" Gudrun stared at her a moment, nonplussed, then forced the door open against the harsh wind and whistled shrilly, fingers in mouth. Not long after, the two boys came. They got their instructions, and a sack each to keep off the worst of the rain. It was coming down so hard now, the day seemed like dusk, and the pathway outside Gudrun's cottage was a gurgling, muddy stream. The door was fastened again. The women waited. After a morning of hard work and little progress, Jofrid slept. It was a long time since the lads had set out into the storm. The women ate some of the bread, hard and musty-tasting, but welcome nonetheless, and a watery fish soup Helga had prepared. Even Gudrun, whose iron features never showed much emotion, looked drained and tired. She sat with her soup bowl in her hands, staring into the hearth where dried cow dung made a sputtering, flaring fire, lacking in real warmth. Seal oil lamps were set on stone shelves around the room, casting gentle light over the form of Jofrid, now mercifully peaceful in her slumber. Cray willed her not to wake a while yet. For all Cray's calm encouragement, Jofrid had endured the morning in a state of what seemed utter terror. They had told Cray a midwife was coming, named Frida, but her arrival had provided no reassurance. Indeed, it was more the opposite, for the old woman who had arrived at mid-morning, swathed in shawls, was none other than the grim ancient who had guarded Cray that first night at the unpleasantly named Blood Bay. She'd lifted her brows in apparent disdain at the way Cray had arranged things, and would have assumed complete control at once, but for the way Jofrid had clung to Cray's hand, her eyes so wide with fear the whites showed all around. Now that Jofrid was sleeping, Frida had relaxed a little. She sat by the table, dipping sippets of bread into the soup and sucking them through her gapped and blackened teeth. Her hands were filthy, the nails encrusted with grime. Cray drank her own soup and listened to the small crackle and spit of the fire and the relentless drumming of rain outside. After a while, she thought she could discern another sound, a distant howling cry, as of someone trapped in a deep place with no escape. It set a chill on her heart. She thought instantly of Thorvald. She forced her breathing to slow. It must be the wind. What else? This was indeed a day of winter and spring, and with luck both Thorvald and Sam were snug and secure indoors somewhere, in whatever corner of the islands Asgrim had led them to. Perhaps the hermits would not come after all. The gale tore at the cottage, rattling the shutters. A man would be a fool to walk out on such a day. He'd be blown off those cliff paths like a leaf whipped away by an autumn breeze. Only a madman or a Christian would go abroad in such a storm, Gudrun observed dryly, rising to her feet with some reluctance. Or one of them, Helga added in a whisper. Hush, Frida hissed. Don't say it. Don't tempt fate. She's awake. Cray had been watching the pallet. She saw Joffred's eyes open, at first tranquil with the recollection of good dreams, then on an instant alert, the face blanching to sickly pallor, the terror returned stark and real in her eyes. Joffred opened her mouth and wailed, a heavy, harsh sound from the depths of the belly, a noise of utter despair that made the blood turn cold. Grasping Joffred's hand once more, easing the pillow, it came to Cray suddenly that, lost infants or no, Joffred would give anything not to be having this one, that it was the prospect of a birth of any kind that horrified her. Cray dismissed the thought quickly. Surely it could not be so. Didn't every woman want children? She'd often imagined what it would be like when she herself bore a son for Thorvald, a little red-headed babe, as like his father as 2 peas in a pod. She knew she would not shiver and whimper as Joffred did, but would handle the process as efficiently as she did everything, with minimal bother to anyone, though it would be good to have Nessa there. A girl needs her mother at such times. She had pictured Thorvald with the infant in his arms, a smile of pride replacing the dark, furious look that so often shadowed his features. Cray frowned. It was much harder to capture those images now. If Thorvald was not ready to marry her when at last they got safely home, was it possible he might never be ready? By evening the storm had darkened the sky so heavily that the setting of the sun behind the clouds made little difference, merely layering shadow on shadow. Cray had heard it again through the afternoon, that distant, eerie wailing that set the teeth on edge, and she knew the others had too, though they did not speak of it. She noticed what they did. The first time, Helga built up the fire and checked all the lamps, while Gudrun busied herself with Joffred, talking loudly and constantly until the howling ceased. When it was over, Gudrun opened the door and called, and men came, some of those who were standing guard in the settlement. Cray heard Gudrun's orders with dismay. Keep watch all around the house, storm or no storm, until it was over. On no account were they to leave their posts, no matter what they heard, no matter what they saw. The second time Gudrun went to the windows and put iron bars up across the inside of the shutters, where slots were made in the stone to take them. Frida sat by the fire, watching, silent. Indeed, Frida had scarcely stirred from there. Cray suspected the midwife would leave all the work to her, then claim the credit for a safe delivery. No matter. The child must live. Joffred as well. Nothing else was of importance. The third time the strange sound came, it was louder, closer. What is it? Cray's heart was racing. No wind sounded like that, as if there were hungry voices in it. What is that crying? But they would not answer her. Gudrun looked at Helga, and they both looked at Frida, and all three made a sign together, tips of the fingers against the brow, two-handed, then a crossing of the arms over the breast. A charm of ward, Cray judged, though it was unfamiliar to her. They're coming, Gudrun said. A moment later there was a sharp rapping on the door. Joffred gave a strangled scream, while Cray herself could not suppress a gasp of fright. They sat, frozen. The knocking came again. "We come in God's name," a man's voice called out above the storm. "Let us in, if you will." Gudrun moved to open the door, while Helga hastened to screen Joffred's pallet from sight. Cray rose to her feet as three men came in. One was very young, no more than a youth, his brown hair not yet shaven. The second man wore the tonsure Cray had seen on Brother Tig and his companions back home.
The front of the head bald as a babe's, the hair at the back trimmed short and neat. This man had ugly, pleasant features and a soft voice with a burr of accent in it. He was, Craig guessed, of the same origins as Tig himself, and had doubtless made his own perilous sea journey from his home shore of Ulster. The third man stayed by the doorway, a hood covering his head. His cape dripped onto the earthen floor.
"I did not expect a call,"
the second man said, untying his own drenched cloak and passing it into Helga's willing hands.
"Not on such a wild day. God scourges us hard at such times. He reminds us of our weakness, of how small we are before the force of his creation. I hear an infant is expected."
Helga had taken the younger fellow's cape now and hung the two garments by the fire. Rivulets of water trickled from the heavy woolen cloth. The cloaks were much patched. It was just so with Tig and his brethren, who lived at utmost frugality. Cray felt the unease that had gripped her beginning to abate. Perhaps, at last, here was someone she might trust. At home in Rosie, it was unheard of for men to be present at a childbirth, but she was learning every day that this place had its own rules.
"Joffred's child is coming before its time," Gudrun said tightly. "You've heard the wind, how it torments us. We thought maybe a prayer or two."
Her tone was diffident now.
"It can't hurt."
"Asgrim's back at the encampment, then?"
The hermit's voice was calm. He showed no sign of offence at Gudrun's curt manner.
"I don't imagine you would have sought our help if he had been here."
"Asgrim's about his own business,"
Gudrun said, hanging the iron kettle over the fire.
"Too far to get here in such weather. The girl said to ask you. No real harm in it."
"But no good either, you think?"
The hermit had come forward now, but not too close. The small screen concealed Joffred only partially.
"There is great power in prayer, Gudrun. Our Lord watches over all his creatures. We need only turn to him. A message that has fallen on deaf ears, unfortunately, in Asgrim's case. I am glad you summoned us."
He turned his gaze on Cray, who stood by the screen.
"I am Brother Brecken,"
he said.
"With me I bring Brother Colum here."
He nodded toward the youth.
"And Brother Neil. I do not know your name, though we've heard tell of your arrival and that of your companions. A long voyage."
"My name is Cray, daughter of Nessa," she answered him, almost without thinking, for she was becoming increasingly aware of the silent scrutiny of the hooded figure, who still stood quietly by the outer door. She could not see anything of his face, and yet she knew all his attention was fixed on her and her alone. It felt most uncomfortable. "I'm glad you've come," she managed. "In my home we have a community of holy brothers much like yourselves. Our people hold them in great respect. I hope you can help here." She would have liked to explain, "Joffred is frightened. They keep speaking of curses and doom, and we really should just be getting on with things." But one could not speak thus before Gudrun and the others. Brother Brecken had an honest face. His crooked, bulbous nose and ruddy complexion did not disguise the goodwill in his eyes.
"I, too,"
he said mildly.
"The girl says she's a midwife."
Frida's tone suggested profound distrust. "I can deliver the babe safely," Cray said steadily. By all the ancestors, why didn't that other fellow come into the room properly and stop staring at her? These islands seemed a breeding ground for strangeness. "We were hoping you could offer up a prayer or two, something to banish the ill they all fear. I don't know what it is, but Joffred needs to concentrate on what she's doing, and if you could—" Brother Brecken smiled again.
"You are aware of our own faith?"
he asked her. The young one, Brother Colum, had sat down at the table, eyes carefully averted from the screen and palette, and was wrapping his chilled hands around the steaming cup of fish soup Helga had given him. The other had not moved. Cray shook her head. "My mother was a priestess of the folk. My sister too," she said. "We are of an older faith, but we respect yours. The brothers have done nothing but good in the Light Isles. Please help us.
What occurs is God's will. We will ask for his mercy.
Was it her imagination, or was the tone of this equable, smiling priest shadowed with the same colour of inevitable doom that had hung over Gudrun's words, and Helga's, and Frida's? Cray shivered. And at that moment the man by the door slipped back his hood and took a step forward.
Well, well, Gudrun, he remarked softly. You do get some interesting items washed up on your doorstep. I never heard the women of the folk had such heads of hair. Aren't they supposed to be little dark people?
He doffed his cape in a fluid movement and dropped it on a bench, heedless of Helga's scurrying move to take it for him. Cray stared. The fellow's manner could not have been more different from Brecken's. His words seemed some sort of challenge. She had forgotten about Somerled. Now, as she looked into a pair of fine dark eyes of penetrating intensity, Thorvald's quest sprang back into her mind, and she felt a pang of misgiving. Had she said what she should not have? But no, it was safe after all. The man who walked across the lamplit room to seat himself by Colum at the table was too old by far. At the back of his tonsured head, Brother Neil's hair was purest white. His brows were of the same snowy hue, incongruous over those black, piercing eyes. The face was fine-boned, thin, and relatively unlined. She had noted the same phenomenon at home, whether it was the simple life they led, toiling in their fields, subsisting on a fish or two, a crust of hard bread, sleeping on ungiving stone, each moment of the day a prayer of joy for their God's blessings, or whether it was simply the openness of their hearts and minds. The brothers of Holy Island all possessed a serene, untroubled youthfulness in their features, as if their years hung more lightly on them because of their goodness. All three of these men had the same look. It seemed to Cray they brought a light into this place that had been sorely lacking. "My father came from the Snowlands," she offered, since some kind of reply seemed necessary. "A warrior of considerable note. I think you'd better get on with it." For Joffred had gripped her hand suddenly with fingers cold and iron-strong, and had uttered a gasping, grunting sound that Cray recognized instantly. Soon Joffred would need to push. There wasn't much time left. This might be the grandest cottage in the settlement, but it allowed little privacy, screen or no screen. She could see how pale young Colm was, as if he would rather be anywhere but here. "Do it quickly," she urged the men as Joffred howled in pain, her grip like a vice. After that she was so busy she registered only vaguely that Brother Brecken was walking the edges of the room, uttering prayers in a tongue she recognized as Latin, but understood none of. Colum, eyes stolidly directed downward, went after the Ulsterman with a little flask of water, from time to time sprinkling a few drops onto the floor, the hearthstone, the table, the door that shivered in the gale as if it would burst from its frame and come crashing down at any moment. Brecken's voice was steady, clear, infinitely reassuring. The third man, Brother Neil, stood in the shadows by the wall. Glancing over, Cray caught the gleam of metal by his side, within the folds of his well-worn brown robe. A knife. Since when did a Christian hermit go armed? As if aware of her scrutiny, the white-haired man turned his head a little. He looked at her, and a small, droll smile curved his lips. The flash of silver was gone, his hands folded peacefully together. And yet she had not grown up in a Wolfskin's household for nothing. She recognized his pose, outwardly tranquil, but aware in every sinew, in every corner of his body, ready to move in an instant, ready for trouble. Brother Neil, she sensed, had not always been a man of God. Against the howl of the wind and Joffred's straining groans, the flow of quiet prayer continued. Gudrun's hatchet face looked drained and weary, Helga's softer features flushed and anxious. Frida sat like an ancient, disapproving statue, and that man, Brother Neil, maintained a silent, watchful presence in the shadows. Joffred was exhausted, her eyes glazed to an unseeing stare, and it seemed futile to bully her, but Cray battled on. The child must be born, or both mother and infant would surely die. Try a little harder, push, keep on pushing.
Was it Cray's imagination, or were the woman's efforts growing weaker? Cray prayed it were not so. Joffred must retain enough vigour to expel the child. She had heard of cases where the mother lost her will and the child must be cut from her body. She knew she could not attempt such a feat. Even if the most skilled of surgeons attended such a childbed, it was unheard of that the woman could survive. The child, sometimes. Usually both expired in a pool of blood. "No," Cray said. "Next time, one really good push, and hold it as long as you can. I thought I could see his head a moment ago. Sit her up," she commanded Gudrun. "You," nodding at the glum-faced Frida. "Help support her back. Helga, fetch a clean cloth. Take the babe when it comes, and make sure it's breathing. Now!" Then Joffred screamed and pushed, and briefly they all worked together, and the child's tiny head appeared, crowned with sticky, dark hair, the little face blue-white. Cray's heart lurched. "Stop pushing!" she snapped. "Cords around its neck," Frida observed flatly, peering close, touching a grimy finger to the small, closed features. "We bairn stone dead." In the background, the steady flow of words went on, a plea for mercy, a deathbed lament. Who could tell? "Don't say that! Don't touch him!" Cray felt her face flush, the tears welling in her eyes, and she felt the surge of utter rage. "Helga, make sure she doesn't push. It's vital. Joffred, this might hurt a bit. Keep as still as you can. You've been very brave. Just hold on a little longer." It must be done very quickly, before the next spasm seized Joffred's belly and sent the infant's body violently forth, strangling him with the very cord that had nourished him, robbing him of life in the moment of birth. A pox on Frida. The infant was not dead. Cray would not allow it. She sent up a silent prayer to whatever spirits might be prepared to aid her. Her hands steady, she placed one palm beneath the tiny skull for support, feeling the fragility, the tenuous mortality, and slipped her hand within the folds of Joffred's body, searching for the cord, easing a finger beneath. Joffred screamed, a shrill animal noise of pain and fright. "Don't push," Helga said, her voice shaking. "Breathe slowly, Joffred. You mustn't push." Quick now, one finger, two between cord and small neck, holding firm against the slippery coating of mucus and blood. Ah, she had it now. And as Joffred gasped and Helga soothed her with trembling voice, Cray slipped the cord over the child's head and freed him. "Ah!" Joffred expelled the air in her lungs in a shuddering rush, and with one last groaning effort, the child was born. He lay limp and blue in Cray's hands. "I told you," Frida said. "Stop it!" This time, astonishingly, it was Gudrun who spoke. "Hush your voice!" They stood for a long moment, looking down on the newborn. A boy, small, perfect, utterly still. "Where?" Joffred whispered. "Give..." Cray's cheeks were wet. She could not speak. This was no good. There was work yet to be done. "Give him to me," Helga said. She took the child. He hung from her hands, limp and unresponsive as a fish on the chopping block. Helga opened his mouth and stuck in her finger, clearing away the debris of birth. "Pointless," Frida muttered, but nobody was listening. All eyes were on the infant. Even the wind had stilled beyond the cottage walls. Helga took hold of the tiny ankles and swung the boy upside down. The young man, Colum, sucked in his breath. This practice was common enough to clear the lungs and start things right. But what youth of 16 was ever witness to such women's business? Again Helga swung the infant, and a third time. There was no sign of life. "Cursed," Frida mumbled. And at that moment the small mouth stretched to reveal gums already turning from deathly blue to violet to pink. And a mewling cry cut across the lamplit chamber, a gasping, hiccuping proclamation of presence. Joffred burst into noisy tears. "Good," Cray said, sniffing. "Wrap him warmly. He's very small. You did well, all of you." Sheer relief blotted out other things for a while. She supervised the delivery of the afterbirth, the washing, the changing of linen. She kept an eye on the child, now snuggled close to his mother and mumbling weakly against the breast. He would feed well in time. He was a little fighter. She made Joffred drink some warm milk. She wondered, through a miasma of weariness, why Joffred had not stopped crying, why Gudrun could not summon so much as a small attempt at a smile, why Helga, now busy cutting bread and cheese and pouring watery ale, still glanced nervously at door and windows every time a gust shook them. The wind was rising again, but it was all right now. Whether it was Brecken's prayers or Cray's own skills, or the fact that, in the end, they had all worked together, the child was safely born, and the threat was over. She became aware that she was too tired to go on, and since all was tidied to her satisfaction, she sat down at the table, food and drink in front of her. The others stood or sat around the room. Why were they so quiet? On the pallet, Joffred still sobbed softly, the tiny child held close against her. Gudrun sat by her side, stone-faced. On the other side, Frida made a pair. With such grim guardians, Cray thought wryly, perhaps any woman would be reduced to tears. Helga was cutting the last of the bread. The knife shook in her hand. Brecken and the boys seemed calm. They were eating with enthusiasm. Cray suspected these plainest of viands were a feast for them. The other one, Brother Neil, had partaken of neither food nor drink. He had hardly moved from his place in the shadows this whole time. Cray was too tired to eat. Indeed, she could not help folding her arms on the table and laying her head down on them, just for a moment. She would get up soon and let Helga rest. It was quick. Oh, so quick. A sudden shift in the wind, a sudden change in its voice, above its howling, the shouting of men outside. Not words of bold challenge, but cries of fear. The lamps flickered and went out, every one, plunging the room into darkness save for the small, struggling glow of the fire. Cold terror clutched at Cray's heart, and she half rose to her feet, not knowing what this was, what she could do, but seeing in the strange, half-lit eyes of the others, not shock, not fear, but a terrible fatalism, an acceptance of the dark inevitable. "What is it?" she whispered, but nobody answered. Brother Brecken was praying again, voice less steady than before, and breathlessly young Colm joined in, the two speaking the words together, not Latin this time, but an older tongue. Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison. The voices came. They were here, inside this hut, though door and shutters had held fast against the fierce onslaught of the wind. Such forces find their own way. They require no admittance. It was a cry, a song, an awesome, terrible music that played inside the head, ringing its harsh tunes on the very bones of the skull, vibrating in the ears, wresting sound from nose and mouth, pulsing in the very breath, wrenching its wild anthem from every corner of the listener's body, as if it would suck out the life force to feed it. It thrummed in the blood, it throbbed in the veins, it raced in the heart. Cray squeezed her eyes shut, though there was indeed nothing to be seen. She put her hands over her ears, but the song was still there, ripping at her spirit, shredding her will, seeking to steal away her very identity. She took a shuddering breath, held it a moment, let it out. One could not be the child of such parents as hers without learning courage. Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison. "Begone!" Cray stood, hands still clutched over her ears, eyes open now on the darkness, as her breath faltered, then steadied again. "By all the ancestors, by all that is good, begone from this place!" To expect obedience to such a command was foolish. She was no wise woman. Still, one owed it to one's upbringing, to the love and wisdom of one's mother and father, at least to try. The terrible sound ebbed and flowed, as if a malevolent force circled the dark chamber. Cray thought there was a kind of laughter in it, a bitter, sorry laughter, and a lament of utter desolation, and a taunting, mocking cry all at the same time. Around the room it travelled, once, twice, 3 times.
And in a last eldritch scream of shattering intensity, it seemed to whirl into the fire, up through the smoke hole and away. The fire sputtered and died. The darkness was complete. For long moments, nobody spoke. Even Joffred was silent now. Then there was movement, and a little flicker, someone putting a taper to the smouldering embers that lay beneath the ashes. A lamp was lit. The light touched Brother Neil's white hair as he walked about the chamber, bringing fire to each small bowl of seal oil. His features were impassive. Cray was cold. She was colder than she'd ever been, even crouched wet and wretched under the Sea Dove's decking after an endless day of voyaging. They were looking at Joffred, all of them. Joffred was not crying anymore. She sat on the bed, her face an ashen mask, her eyes empty. The babe lay on her lap, still warmly snuggled in his fine wool blanket. Nobody said anything. They were the longest 5 steps Cray had ever walked, across to Joffred's bed. She made herself look down. The boy lay still, small mouth no longer eager for milk, vague infant eyes no longer searching to discern light and shadow, tiny flower-like hands motionless now, paler than the linen on which they lay open. She did not need to check further to know that he was dead. After that, all was confusion for a while. Cray did not weep. Indeed, she could not tell if what she felt was grief or fury or merely a cold recognition of failure. Her whole day's work, her whole night's effort had been futile from the start. There was hurt, most certainly. Whatever fell power had wrought this, why had it let her save the boy first? Why grant her that small triumph only to snatch it away? No wonder Joffred had not wanted the child born. They had merely waited, then taken him. She sat, head in hands, and let the others do what must be done. Joffred was conveyed to her own cottage, Helga by her side. Frida disappeared. Men came in, spoke with Gudrun and left, taking the hermits with them. Even priests had to sleep. Cray was aware of Gudrun moving about, stacking platters, removing the straw that had been laid about the pallet, taking things away. It was late. She should retire to bed, or it would be morning. She did not seem to be able to move. Gudrun had gone through to the northern end of the cottage, where her best stock was lodged for the winter. A sound of lowing, a clanking of buckets suggested she might be there a while. Cray felt the weight of weariness, the longing for home settle on her. By all the gods, how had she managed to get everything so wrong? She'd been so sure she could help them. There was evil sorcery here, horrors beyond her worst nightmares. "Come back," something cried within her, a voice she could not silence, though it shamed her. "Oh, please come back soon. I want to go home."
"It is difficult."
Cray started. She had believed herself alone, but it seemed Brother Neil had not left with the others. He stood now, grave in expression, facing her across the table.
"You weep, or would do, if you had the strength left. It is not so much the death of this child that grieves you, as your own failure to prevent it. That can be the hardest lesson in the world, to stand back and let the inevitable play itself out. To watch while others bungle the task you know you can do for them, and do perfectly. It is a lesson long in the learning. For some, it seems impossible not to act, not to strive. One sees what is right, what must be. How can one not attempt to make it so? And yet, in such a case as this, the action only makes things worse. A conundrum.
Cray felt anger awaken once more. "I suppose you're going to tell me it's the will of God that child died, and I should just accept it?" She challenged, and saw the corner of his mouth twitch, as if he found her amusing. "How dare you? What god could will it that Joffred should lose all 3 of her children? What god decides a little boy's life should be snatched away almost before he has the chance to draw breath? Why would I be allowed to save him? And then... My words trailed away.
As I said.
There was no judgment in Neil's voice.
It is your own pride that is damaged most here. You thought you could be a hero, could do what all these folk knew was impossible, and you failed. Now you really are crying. I suspect they tried to warn you, and you wouldn't listen.
The tears came more quickly now. She rummaged for a handkerchief, sniffing. They never told me, not what would happen. What was that anyway? That wind, those voices? Beneath her distress, Cray felt a surge of gratitude. Harsh he might be, but at least he was talking to her and making sense.
Their enemy has been sorely wounded, and strikes back in the only way he knows,
Neil said, seating himself opposite her and folding his hands together on the stone table.
Asgrim's folk have never understood what it means to live here. An old place, a wild place. One does not disturb such a realm and walk away unscathed. On the surface, the unspoken seem much as we are, ordinary men and women. They speak our language. Outwardly, they resemble us, but they are not the same. The first of our own race to journey here found an older people already in the islands, a people steeped in magic and possessed of powers beyond those known to our kind. The unspoken come from a union of these two races. Unchecked, they are dangerous indeed. We do not know how they achieve this, the singing of charms so terrible they snatch the very breath from the body. We have not discovered how this uncanny music can reach us here on the Isle of Storms, when the singers dwell across the water in the south, setting foot on our shore but rarely. All I know is that this is magic gone awry, a great power misused for lack of proper controls, for want of suitable guidance. The unspoken have not always warred with Asgrim's tribe. The Long Knife people made an error, and now they pay for it with the lives of their newborn.
An error? Cray was both repelled and fascinated. The hermit's voice had remained measured and calm. He seemed unaffected by the strange visitation, and might just as well have been discussing the weather.
Indeed, by a quirk of fate, something was stolen, an item of great value to the unspoken. Until it is returned or replaced, these voices will be heard at each childbed, and the Long Knife people will be bound to the hunt. In the first, they lose their future. Each time the second runs its course, their tenuous grip on these islands loosens, for the hunt greatly depletes their numbers. A misguided people, their ruler serves them poorly.
Cray struggled to comprehend, her head dizzy from lack of sleep. An item of great value? What sort of item? Treasure? Weaponry? A talisman of some sort? Neil gave his thin-lipped smile.
The last is closest to the truth. The unspoken lost the very core of their faith, the lodestone, their key to wisdom. They lost what can keep their wild powers in check. It was Asgrim's kin took it from them and placed it beyond anyone's reach, though not without Asgrim's blessing. Now his folk are bound to this until they find a solution.
Why didn't they tell me? Why wouldn't they explain anything? Neil's eyes narrowed.
I have a theory on that. It's something I must discuss with you, but not here where others might hear us.
The sounds of Gudrun tending to her stock could still be heard.
A knowledge of the true situation, I suspect, would not have changed your actions in the slightest. Am I right?
Cray felt her cheeks flush. You think me a fool, she said, chastened.
Foolish in your courage, perhaps.
You mentioned a solution. The ruler spoke of war. That worries me. My friends have gone away with him. They are not warriors. One is a fisherman, the other a scholar, I suppose you'd call him. What war? Do Asgrim's people fight against these unspoken, the ones who can wield such terrible magic? What chance have ordinary men against such evil charms?
The thought of Thorvald in battle was bad enough. Thorvald at the mercy of some kind of demon was unthinkable.
Evil? It's all relative.
Neil gave a little frown.
Asgrim should open his mind to the possibilities, expand his view a little. He spends a great deal of time sharpening his men's skills for the hunt. He makes no effort to investigate alternatives, to find another way.
The hunt. They speak of it often, yet they tell nothing. What is it they hunt? He widened his cold, dark eyes at her, raising his brows.
Asgrim's folk hunt what was lost and cannot be found, yet must be if they are to survive. They seek that which the unspoken desire yet cannot reach, since the island is forbidden to them. Their— what was the word you used? Their talisman.
Oh! She tried to imagine what this might be. A stone, a jewel, a sacred bone in the shape of an animal. So it is more of a treasure hunt than a tracking and killing of animals. I thought— He smiled. It was an expression quite without mirth.
Both, he said. 2 in 1.
There was a rustling, the creak of the half door from the back of the cottage. Gudrun was returning.
I really should be going,
Brother Neil said, rising easily to his feet. He had shown no signs of weariness.
There's no point in flagellating yourself. One cannot stop the inevitable. These folk have brought it on themselves.
Cray was shocked. That is a strange view for a Christian priest, she could not help saying to him.
You think?
He was putting on his long cloak. It had not dried much and hung about him heavy and dark.
Cray.
His voice dropped suddenly to a whisper.
We must speak privately in the morning. It may not be safe for you here. You should consider—
He broke off. Gudrun was back, yawning widely as she moved to damp down the fire.
I'll bid you good night, then,
the hermit said smoothly, making for the door.
I might look in tomorrow early, before we set for our home. These are sorry times, Gudrun.
And with that he was gone. Dark thoughts kept Cray wide-eyed and wakeful until the first traces of dawn were creeping into Gudrun's cottage. And then, abruptly, exhaustion won the battle, and she slept. She had intended to be up early, walking the length of the settlement according to her usual pattern. She had hoped to catch the hermit alone, out of doors. His words of warning had worried her. Besides, it was sheer relief to be able to conduct a conversation that made sense, even if Brother Neil's comments sometimes cut a little close to the bone. As it was, a web of troubled dreams held her fast until much later, when she was aroused by the sound of angry voices. She rose quickly, donned her overdress, slipped on her shoes and tidied her hair as best she could in the darkened sleeping quarters. She was alone there. Gudrun's voice was one of those she could hear from the outer chamber. Cray made to walk out, then froze where she stood, hearing what they were saying.
I should have banished you from the Isles long since.
This voice was sternly authoritative. Asgrim was back, too late for the child, but returned nonetheless, and from the sound of it, furiously angry.
You're a pack of ignorant fools. What did you hope to achieve here? I made it clear Brightwater is forbidden to you, yet you walk straight in here regardless, spouting your foolish doctrines of tolerance and forbearance. What good could that possibly be to Joffred, or to any of us? Has a single one of the Long-Knife people turned to your holy cross in all the years you've clung on here like an irksome parasite? Last night's episode merely serves as another illustration of what we've all long known. Your prayers are entirely powerless. Our enemy still harries us, and another child succumbs even as you mouth your meaningless litanies. As for you, you should have known better. There are rules, and rules are to be obeyed unless we are to sink into total lawlessness. It's for your own protection.
The girl persuaded us. Cray barely recognized Gudrun's voice. It was so subdued. The woman sounded almost frightened.
The girl?
Asgrim's tone was scathing.
How could she influence such a choice? Her part in this is already mapped. You know what is right. You know the way this unfolds.
Since we knew you could not take action in time, Gudrun said, there seemed no harm in a prayer or two, for Joffred's sake.
Rules, Gudrun, Asgrim chided. None of us can afford to weaken on this.
It won't happen again, said Gudrun. There was a polite cough.
To the matter at hand.
This voice was calm and measured, Brother Niall's. A wave of relief flooded through Cray, and she stepped out from the sleeping quarters. They were standing, the three of them, Asgrim still in heavy outdoor cloak and muddy boots, with a knife at his belt, Gudrun by the fire, the hermit caped and tranquil near the door, ready for travel. There was no sign of Brother Brecken, or the youth, Colum. Surely the ruler had not come here alone. He must have brought a few men with him. Perhaps...
Thorvald and Sam,
she burst out.
Are they here? Have they come back?
Home. She could go home, and the nightmare would be over. Brother Niall was regarding her somewhat quizzically. She realized she had forgotten her manners.
I'm sorry,
Cray addressed the hermit.
I overslept. Are you leaving now?
Ah,
said Asgrim before Niall could reply.
Cray, I'm told you did your best to help in the sad events of last night. We're indebted to you. I'm afraid I've come alone, but for Skapti, my guard. Your young men are much occupied. Brother Niall was just going. Then I think some breakfast would do us good.
Gudrun turned her back and began purposefully clanking pots and pans.
Don't let us keep you, brother.
There was ice in Asgrim's voice.
Ah.
Niall's tone was an echo of the others.
We have a little unfinished business. I don't recall your responding to my suggestion, save by losing your temper. I find silent meditation an excellent aid to self-control. You should try it sometime. Enough!
Asgrim thundered. Platters rattled on the table.
Leave now! Your suggestion does not deserve an answer. It is patently ridiculous. A young unwed girl, alone up on that hilltop in a household of men. Sheer lunacy. We are sworn to celibacy, every one of us,
Niall said mildly.
Cray's safety would be assured in the hermitage, far more so than it can be here. What about last night? Such visitations do not cross our own threshold. You should at least give your young guest the choice.
He was looking straight at Cray, trying to convey some message with those cryptic dark eyes. Oh, she said, taken aback. Oh, could I go there? This was a reprieve from imprisonment. No more strange silences, no more eerie manifestations, no more glum Gudrun and grim Frida. Best of all, there would be folk she could talk to, honest, good men in the mould of the Brothers of Holy Island. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, she said to Asgrim, but I would like that, just until Thorvald and Sam come back. I will go, I think. Thank you so much. She gave the hermit a smile. He inclined his head courteously. There was a quality in the ensuing silence that made her very uncomfortable indeed. Gudrun had ceased pretending to cook and now stood very still. Asgrim was drawing a deep breath.
That's settled then,
said Brother Niall calmly.
I'll wait while you pack a bag. We live frugally, but you'll be warm and well fed. As you say, it's just until your friends return. This is much more suitable.
He set a hand to the door.
I don't think so.
Asgrim was not shouting now. He held his voice very soft.
Cray,
he said, turning toward her and taking her hands in his.
Would you not wish to be here in the settlement when your friends arrive? It can be only a day or two until their return. Why not stay with us a little longer? I'm sure Joffred would like that. I'm told she has taken a fancy to you, and of course she will be in need of comfort after her sad loss.
He sighed.
Another fine boy, another future snatched away. Joffred weeps without cease. Cray, I know you will not want to miss your friend's homecoming. They'll have so much to tell you.
He glanced at Gudrun. Asgrim's right, Gudrun said. Besides, you've helped us beyond what anyone would have expected. What happened wasn't your fault. You did your best. Let us repay that if we can. Stay a while longer. Won't your menfolk be expecting to find you here? Cray had never heard her make such an extended speech before. Oh, she said. She thought of Thorvald's long journey back to Brightwater. She imagined his smile when he saw her again, safe and well. That surely was worth a day or two of waiting. And yet Brother Neil had said it wasn't safe here. What about those voices that brought death on the very heels of life? What if they came again? He had not had the chance to tell her what he meant. I don't know. Will Thorvald and Sam really be here so soon? She felt as if she'd been waiting forever.
Undoubtedly, my dear, Asgrim said, smiling. I have this very night come from the encampment where they're staying. They speak of you often and with affection. I'll take pleasure in relating their exploits over a little breakfast, if Gudrun hasn't forgotten how to cook, that is. Cray should come with me, Neil said firmly. I'm certain that is the best course. It isn't so very far, after all. I'm sure we— Enough!
This time the ruler's voice had an edge as sharp as a blade.
Let the girl wait for her sweetheart. She's been patient enough, don't you think? Besides, there'll be plenty of time after they return for her to come up and visit your establishment, if she chooses. The young men can accompany her. Nothing improper in that. What do you say, Cray?
Please stay, Cray, Gudrun said. Joffred needs you. This was so unexpected, Cray could hardly summon a reply.
I think you've outstayed your welcome, Brother Neil, said Asgrim.
And at that moment the door opened to reveal a very large man, clad in garments of leather and armed with a thrusting spear.
Goodbye, Brother Neil, the ruler added.
I'm sorry. Cray found her voice. I would have liked to come. I would have liked to talk to you and the others. But I must be here when Thorvald and Sam get back. That's what they'll be expecting. Brother Neil nodded. He seemed quite unperturbed by the fierce-looking giant at his back and the grim glare of the ruler.
Remember, he told Cray quietly, we're there if you need us. Our door is always open. Just take the track up the eastern side of the valley, and you'll find us. Good day to you, Gudrun.
The white-haired man turned and went out. The big guard stepped back to let him by. Beyond him, Cray glimpsed Brother Brechin and young Colum waiting on the path. The rain had abated to a fine drizzle. She turned back to the ruler. Tell me, she said eagerly. Tell me about Thorvald and Sam. On the Isle of Clouds, the rain came in a cool, refreshing whisper, blanketing the slopes, silvering the grasses, and setting small birds chattering. Keeper stood on the eastern hillside with Small One at his heels, looking across to the Isle of Storms. His eyes were keen. Small boats hugged the far shore, driven hard before the gale as they made their way in from fishing. Smoke came sideways from the shelter at Council Fjord. Gulls screamed above Dragon Isle, competing for the best spots. Here on the island, the birds had no need to war thus. Here they understood him, and he them. They gave him what was necessary to keep Small One alive. A few eggs, carefully chosen, their own bodies, taken gently with love. There was a way to do the killing, a right way, with soft, strong hands and words of respect for the sacrifice made. Men were different. They came in anger, came where they did not belong. When he killed a man, he saw no reason for mercy. Later, Small One stirred in his sleep, whimpering. Keeper did not sleep. He sat by the remnants of the cooking fire,
still glowing red in its stone-lined pit, and listened to the voices. There was a storm over Council Fjord, but his ears were a hunter's, finely tuned. His song carried far and deep, threading through the turmoil of gale and deluge. He laid his hand over Small One's ear, where it showed above the threadbare blanket. His other hand went to his own neck, touching the ornament he wore, a narrow circle of plaited hair, once brightest gold, now soiled and faded to no colour, but strong. The strongest part of him. Sula. Her name was a talisman to keep them safe. The voices keened on the wind, ebbed and flowed with the waves, sobbed their bereavement deep inside him. He would not heed them. Sula, I keep my promise still. I am true. The music rose to a screaming, a frenzied wailing that tore at his heart. Small One cried out in his dreams, and Keeper lay down beside him, curving his body to accommodate him, stretching an arm across in protection. He waited. At length the voices faded and were gone, their harvest complete until the next time, and the next. How many seasons, how many children for the Long-Knife people? He would not think of that. What had befallen Asgrim's folk was their own doing. Their own folly had made it so. Small One moaned again, shifting in the darkness. I'm here, Keeper whispered. Sleep. You are safe. I will always be here. Chapter 5. Monk's margin note reads, With whom shall a man keep faith? A silent god, an absent brother. Into the void the heart cries, enough. They were camped at the head of the long western fjord, at a place where there had once been a settlement with turf-roofed huts and a substantial hall suited to councils and gatherings. Though it was not so far from Brightwater, it might have been another land, so different was the pattern here. Many men were staying in the encampment and sleeping communally in the hall. Their days were employed in what appeared to be preparations for war. There was a rule nobody broke. No leaving without Asgrim's consent. As it was, nobody ever asked to go anywhere. There was an unvoiced understanding that trips out of camp happened only when the ruler had business to be done. Generally 2 or 3 men stood guard on the single track eastward, just to be sure. Thorvald came to understand that, from early spring to midsummer at least, these islanders had no contact at all with their wives and children, their old folk, their home communities. This was necessary because of the hunt. The days were spent in refurbishing boats, fashioning weapons, preparing the accoutrements of combat. They were all kept busy, though Thorvald watched the pattern of it with a critical eye, seeing much room for improvement. He kept quiet for now. As for the ruler, he stalked about the encampment inspecting the men's work, always shadowed by one or other of his big bodyguards. Thorvald almost never heard Asgrim praise his warrior's efforts. His criticisms, on the other hand, were sharp and wounding. The ruler seemed on edge, as if waiting for something. He kept himself to himself, sleeping apart in a hut reserved for the purpose, taking his meals for the most part in silence. He would appear in the evenings to give brisk orders for the next day's work. The pair of formidable warriors who served as his personal guards were an additional spur to obedience. Asgrim's rule was absolute, and he did not hesitate to enforce it by physical means when necessary. Once a fellow was caught helping himself from the ale keg. Thorvald did not witness the punishment, but whatever it was, the culprit was unable to stand straight for 3 days afterward. The 2 men deemed responsible for Cray's near fall from the cliff path had never reappeared. When Thorvald asked after them, Orm muttered something about the mouth of the lake and a certain precipice, and then retreated into tight-lipped silence. Asgrim or no Asgrim, they needed materials to patch up the Sea Dove. It seemed appropriate, therefore, simply to do as they were bidden. As soon as he made his background known, Sam was put to work mending the small boats drawn up on the tidal flats below the shelter. There was a reasonable supply of wood, lengths of pine and ash, other bits and pieces,
some already shaped, some just as the tide had delivered them. Sam found friends of a sort and set his task willingly, observing to Thorvald that it shouldn't be long at all before they were headed for home with the Sea Dove as good as new. The mast was going to be a challenge, but he'd spotted a piece he could work with. He'd made a mark on it, just to be sure. Once these poor excuses for boats were watertight, he'd ask politely for what he was owed, and that would be that. It was not so simple for Thorvald. Back home in Hrosi, he had moved in his mother's circle and that of Eyvind and Nessa, the group that maintained the order and culture of the Light Isles. He was used to the open discussion of strategy, the planning of endeavours in trade or alliance, the airing of matters of justice and law. Debate excited him, ideas intrigued him. Here there was no possibility of that. These islanders were no more than simple farmers and fishermen. They never questioned the ruler's judgment, and apparently never sought to know more than the little he chose to tell them. It was evident that part of the rule Asgrim imposed on them related to the keeping of secrets. Sam appeared to be chattering away all day, and his fellow workers answering readily enough. Yet at supper time, Sam had nothing to tell but tales of wind, tide, and improbably large codfish. For Thorvald, making conversation with these men was like blundering through a maze full of blind corners and dead ends. He needed to know what this was all about. He wanted to know. As the son of this man who called himself ruler, there could be a place for him here, a place and a purpose, if he did things right. It was clear to him the way they were going about their work was less than efficient, and he had ideas on how they could fix that. But these people were universally dour, sad, and silent, and he could not work out how to break through the barrier they set around themselves. Many days passed, and still Thorvald had gleaned little information as to the nature of the hunt they spoke of. He had worked alongside the men on the preparation of weapons, and had moved through the steps of battle, watching how they went about it, storing away what he learned. He wanted to talk to Asgrim. It seemed ever more probable that this tight-lipped autocrat was Somerled. His ruthless authority and caustic tongue underlined it. In his mind, Thorvald placed the man in the tale Margaret had told him, a story of cruel conquest and cold-blooded fratricide, and found Asgrim fitted there too well. And there was the manner, guarded, evasive, cryptic. In that, and in the watchful dark eyes, Thorvald saw, uncomfortably, a reflection of himself. He planned to ask Asgrim a few penetrating questions, without quite stating the truth of his mission here. He would make sure he obtained answers that proved it one way or the other. If Somerled had become ruler of the Isles, he had done better for himself than anyone would have expected. He had forged a life. He had made himself once more a leader of men. On the other hand, the flaws in Asgrim's leadership became clearer to Thorvald every day. He itched to step in, to start making changes. All he needed was an explanation. If the ruler would just tell him exactly what this hunt entailed, he was sure he could offer many helpful suggestions, starting with something that would wake these would-be warriors out of a state of mind that seemed to accept defeat before battle was ever joined. But Asgrim chose to make himself unavailable. He had shown no inclination, after that first meeting, to engage either Thorvald or Sam in conversation, and Thorvald began to believe they would simply earn their wood and go back to Blood Bay with no more said. His frustration grew. He needed to learn whether Asgrim was worthy to be told the truth. After a while he began to suspect that perhaps Asgrim knew it already, and had chosen not to recognize it publicly. The ruler was definitely avoiding him. Meanwhile there was work to be done, and at a certain point Thorvald found he simply could not let them continue to do it so badly. If Ash had taught him anything, it was to make best use of what you had, whether it be raw materials or talent and enterprise. Besides, their attitude was irritating him. Why bother fighting at all if you didn't believe you could win? They were finishing off a batch of spears. The shafts had been hewn with axe, adze, and knife from the limbs of a great dead ash, a treasure of immense worth cast up in spring storm and weathered until another spring. The spearheads were of iron. The upper reaches of this island held bog ore, and on the hillside above this sheltered cove, a small forge worked day and night. Its glowing fire, fueled by dung and peat, was the beating heart of this settlement of men. These were throwing spears, the points long and slender, some leaf-shaped, some triangular and barbed. They were cruder than the ones Eyvind's men had used back in Rosi, the quality of the metal inferior, the shape without refinement. Still, they were capable of damage if used skillfully. Thorvald was shaping the end of a shaft where the spearhead would be pinned in place. Today they had made 10 or more, and arrows as well. His adze moved carefully, smoothing the wood.
"I've noticed," he observed casually, "we're concentrating on these, and the arrows. Yet you have a big supply set by already. Lose a lot, do you?"
The man next to him gave a grunt of assent. Others nodded, their hands never pausing in the steady work.
"Of course," Thorvald went on, "you know about loosening the pin."
They looked at him without comment, hard faces expressionless.
"No? It's pretty simple, just a way of making sure your enemy can't throw too many of these back at you if you miss. Keep the pin in place to hold the head on the shaft like this, see? Until you're ready to throw, but leave it loose enough to be easily knocked out. Then, just before you throw, remove the pin." "Spear without a head never killed a man,"
observed bristle-bearded Orm, looking at Thorvald blankly.
"Unless you got him in the eye, maybe."
"What's this?"
Thorvald said. The finished spears were propped against a low stone wall. He chose one he had put together himself, one with a good weight to it. There was a target set up for testing the weapon's balance before they were deemed complete. A man of straw, with an outer skin of coarse sacking. Someone had used coloured clay to draw on rough features, staring dark eyes and a grinning mouth. Thorvald took the pin from the spear, making sure they could all see what he was doing. He lifted his arm, balancing the weapon, took aim and threw. There was a whistling sound and a thud.
"Told you," said Orm glumly. "Falls off."
But others were running to the straw man, pointing and exclaiming.
"See? Straight into the target, and then shaft and point come apart."
"Like magic,"
said Ranulf, with an edge to his voice.
"Uncanny."
"All the same,"
Wieland spoke up, coming closer and thrusting his finger into the hole the weapon had made in the straw man's chest, where the heart would have been.
"It's not likely to return too many of these, not if he needs to find the heads and put them back together before he can throw."
He looked at Thorvald, eyes narrowed.
"How does it work? How does it hold together?"
Thorvald managed a smile.
"Not by witchery, I can assure you. It's all the movement forward. While the spear travels quickly, its very force holds the head in place. It's only when the weapon finds its mark that the two separate. After the battle, it is possible to retrieve the parts and make these spears anew. It's simple enough, but it will slow your enemy in the initial phase of the attack and give you an advantage."
They gazed at him silently. He thought he detected a slight change in their eyes.
"Want to try it?"
he asked them. From then on they started putting the pins in differently, so they were easier to remove. At Thorvald's suggestion, Ranulf and Svein fetched the stocks from storage and spent some time modifying those as well. Buoyed by his small success, Thorvald went on doggedly with his questions.
"What weapons does the enemy have? We seem a bit short on swords, knives, even thrusting spears. This stuff's all very well for the first stage, but what about after you move in?"
Silence again. Not unfriendly exactly, simply blank. Einar, who had first greeted them at Blood Bay, was the oldest of the men, and the most ready to contribute more than a grunt or a sigh. He looked at Thorvald, eyes narrowed, jaw set tight, then turned his attention back to the bowstring he was testing. Not to answer seemed a kind of defense, a protective wall they had learned to build around themselves. They were not stupid. Thorvald had seen how quickly they could learn, once their interest was sparked. Wieland, in particular, a youngish man with close-cropped hair and sad eyes, seemed ready to embrace new ideas. This was more like a deeply formed resistance, as if somewhere within them lay a belief that their lot could not alter, no matter how hard they tried. That infuriated Thorvald. It was pointless, time-wasting, and he determined to change it, even if it took him all summer. He would work on the men first, and then concern himself with their leader. These fellows needed help. For now, his own quest must take second place. Besides, what better way than to show his father his own mettle, his own qualities, than by throwing himself into this endeavour, if it was his father?
Do these enemies have axes? Swords? He asked them. Or is it some impregnable fortress we're supposed to be attacking?
A long pause. Perhaps, thought Thorvald, he had got it wrong, and the islanders were just very slow thinkers.
It would help, he added, summoning his last shreds of patience, if I knew what we were up against.
Orm cleared his throat.
Ask the ruler, he mumbled. Best if he explains it to you.
The ruler isn't talking to me these days, Thorvald said. Why can't you tell me?
They glanced at one another, their eyes furtive, fearful.
Spears of living bone,
someone whispered.
Poison darts,
hissed someone else.
Stones,
muttered another, and several nodded assent.
Big rocks, hurtling through the air, took a man's head off last summer. Wind, waves, tides, said Orm. The enemy's got what we haven't got, sorcery. But we shouldn't be telling you. Ask Asgrim, he knows. The ruler knows what to do.
Anyhow, what do you mean?
Someone challenged, voice rising in distrust.
It would help, you said. Help who? Help what?
Thorvald found himself suddenly without an answer, for he could not say what was in his head. If I knew the truth about this situation, I could help you to win your war. And after that, another thought, though where it had come from he did not know. I could lead you.
Never mind, he said casually. That's none of my business, of course. I'm only passing through after all.
The pretense of nonchalance didn't seem to be working. Now the lot of them was staring suspiciously.
Let me show you a way you can fit more arrows into these quivers. Did you say poison darts? Ever thought of trying a bit of the same yourselves?
He knew, of course, that Asgrim was watching him. Asgrim watched everyone. That was not unreasonable, for Thorvald in his turn watched this grim chieftain. He learned the ruler's daily habits, his disciplines, his ways of making sure the men remained a little wary, a little frightened, so they did not think to question his orders. He noted the differences between the one group, more ready with talk and smiles, set to work exclusively on the boats at the far end of the bay, and the others, Einar and his fellows, united in their reticence and that set, grim expression. Thorvald wondered if they could see only death in their future. He had gleaned enough information to know that many were lost each time they confronted this strange enemy. Between keeping an eye on the ruler and trying to get it across to these men that nothing was going to change unless they grappled with a few new ideas, his days were pretty full. As time passed, he found his mind dwelling less on Somerled and on questions of character, his own, his father's, and more on practicalities, such as ensuring the men knew basic techniques for stemming the flow of blood or refletching an arrow. Oddly, he seemed to be enjoying himself. It had been almost 2 turnings of the moon since they came there. Thorvald knew all the men's names now, and he had learned a little about the individuals to whom the names belonged, but not much. It was as if they found the exchange of words somehow pointless. He had not been able to lighten the look of despondency all of them seemed to wear, as if their efforts were doomed to inevitable failure. To change that look became something of a quest for him, for he did not like to see men sunk in despair thus, especially when a great part of the cause seemed to be no more than poor leadership. He worked on them one at a time. Wieland might have seemed the obvious one to target, for this young man watched with attention when Thorvald was explaining something new,
and could occasionally be seen showing the others different ways to bind on an arrowhead or to balance a shield. But Wieland was a reserved man. His habit was to watch and not to speak. So it was to Scully, the smith, that Thorvald went first, knowing that even in times of despair, a craftsman has his pride. He stood in the doorway of the little forge, watching with folded arms as the smith hammered a lump of rough iron into the leaf shape of a spearhead. Scully used the tongs to lift the darkening metal and plunged it into a barrel of water. Steam arose.
"You worked here all your life?"
Thorvald asked casually. Scully gave a grunt, turning the iron in the water.
"Council Fjord, Blood Bay, Outer Isles." "How did you learn the trade?" "My father."
The spearhead came out of the barrel and was laid back on the anvil and inspected closely.
"He came from over the sea, always complaining. Said the iron in this place was poor quality, second-rate stuff. I see it's true. Your own weapons are fine, superior. Give me a bit of that to work with, and I'll turn out something a man can be proud of."
Thorvald was encouraged by the smith's readiness to talk.
"Of course,"
he said offhand,
"if these islands had a trading agreement, say with my home islands or with those that lie to the north of them, you could have as much top-quality iron as you wanted. Has the ruler investigated that?"
"Huh." Scully grunted, laying the finished piece to one side and stooping to wipe his brow with a grimy rag. Sweat was pouring off him.
"Trade? Who's got time to think of that, with the hunt hanging over us? A man doesn't think of trade when he's struggling for survival. Not that a few decent weapons wouldn't help. You've got that much right." "So no chance of improving on the materials?"
Thorvald said, seating himself on the bench by the door. The heat from the fire was intense. He eased the cloak off his shoulders.
"But how about the design? I don't know much, but I did work with men who had been in a Jarl's personal guard, and I have a few ideas. Of course, you'd need to tell me if they weren't practical. I think, with this iron and your skills, we could produce a different kind of spearhead, one more suited to this terrain."
He picked up a charred twig and began to draw on the bench, ready for Scully's scorn or his silence.
"Two kinds, maybe. One with a flange around here, and the other very long and narrow, easy to thrust, easy to withdraw. Longer, lighter shafts for these ones, so the fellows can carry them readily across country. What do you think?" "Interesting."
Scully took the twig from Thorvald's hand, rubbed out the diagram and started again. The look in his eye surprised and heartened Thorvald. This had indeed sparked his attention.
"I could angle the flanges down and leave a ridge along the centre. That would give it a bit more weight for throwing," the smith went on. "That one would have a removable pin. The other would be fixed in place for hand-to-hand combat. Not that we see much of that on the island."
There was a pause as Scully mused over his drawing.
"The island?"
Thorvald queried.
"The Isle of Clouds," said Scully absently. "That's where it is, the hunt. Here, I think I've got it. What do you think of that?"
"Excellent," Thorvald told him. "When can you make a trial batch?"
"Tomorrow. I'd want to work on this design a bit first, make sure it's just right. You get the fellows busy on the shafts. Hjort's your best man for shaping the wood. And that young fisherman, Knut, isn't bad either. And work out how to test them. Set something up so the difference is plain. New version, old version. It can be hard to convince the fellows to change their ways." "What about Asgrim? Can he be persuaded to change his ways?"
"I don't know," mumbled Scully, who was drawing again. "Nobody ever dared to try." The new designs were good. Tested on the run and against stationary targets, and by men of different heights and builds, they proved superior in every way. And once Einar had given them the nod of approval, it did not take so long for the others to agree, and to slap Scully on the back and congratulate him for his work. Scully told them that although the making was his, the idea was Thorvald's. At the time, nobody commented. But Thorvald detected a subtle change from that point on. They were reluctant to let him take the lead in the rehearsal of actual manoeuvres. Indeed, they seemed to do very little battlefield training. But they began to listen seriously to his advice on weaponry and on tactics, and occasionally one of the more confident men, Einar or Orm, would offer an opinion or acknowledge the sense in Thorvald's suggestions. He began to glean information. On his own, Einar was prepared to speak more openly of what was to come. And one morning on the tidal flats below the shelter, Thorvald found the older man walking by the water, his boots setting their prints beside the delicate markings of gull and tern. And he asked him direct.
Scully tells me the hunt will take place on the Isle of Clouds.
From here, the shape of the Western Isle could be clearly seen out beyond the mouth of the fjord, its cloud-shawled slopes dark and mysterious across the silvery expanse of water.
I can see the difficulty you face in leading the men. They seem defeated, and they don't train as warriors should who are heading into such a challenge. Asgrim doesn't make it easy for you.
Einar glanced at him, frowning.
You should be careful what you say, Thorvald. There's no special treatment for incomers here. The ruler doesn't care for talk of that kind.
Thorvald spoke calmly.
I mean no criticism of the ruler, nor of you. I see both of you trying to do what must be done under considerable difficulty. I don't want to be forward, but I do believe I could contribute something, if you'd let me.
Einar said nothing. He lifted his brows in question, expression wary.
Would you allow me to take the men through some exercises in battlecraft? Perhaps discuss with you and Orm some ideas for organising their workday better, so all of them are fully tested in both body and mind. I think, if we could do that, if we could occupy them better so they didn't have time to let their fears overwhelm them, perhaps we could change the way they think about this hunt. Oh, yes. Yes, I believe it, Einar. But I can't do it without more information. I need you to tell me about the hunt, or battle, or whatever it is. Who is the enemy? What weapons does he have? What advantages? Tell me about the terrain and the difficulties you've encountered there. Tell me how soon we have to be ready. Tell me why the men are so despondent, so terrified they can't work properly. Tell me that, and I will help you change things.
Thorvald waited somewhat nervously. This had been quite a risk. Of all those here, Einar was the one who seemed to have the men's trust. He was the closest thing they had to a true leader. Asgrim could not be counted. He made his own rules and took no heed of others' opinions. As ruler, he was ineffectual, insulated from his men's concerns by his own arrogance, and by the two hulking guards who shadowed him, their very presence striking fear into all. A chieftain could not lead properly if his men did not know him. He could not lead well if his men were scared of him. Perhaps that was what had gone wrong for Somerled before, in the Light Isles. Thorvald's stomach twisted into a knot. He could help his father win this war, he was sure of it. But perhaps his father was beyond helping, beyond reaching. Perhaps Asgrim did not want a son.
Difficult,
Einar said in an undertone.
Asgrim prefers us not to talk about it, certainly not to incomers. You'd need his approval to do what you say. Can't act without him, unless you fancy a beating from Hogni or Skapti, or both. Well, no.
Thorvald thought of the two bodyguards with their menacing eyes and their thick, muscular necks.
But I can't let things go on like this either. It's not right. Why would you care?
Einar asked blankly.
Because...
Momentarily, Thorvald was at a loss.
Because they're good men, all of them, and I don't like to see good men give up. That's all the answer I have for you.
Einar said, looking at Thorvald with a somewhat different expression on his weary features.
I suspect you don't know what you're taking on, but I salute your courage. And some help certainly wouldn't go amiss. Still, there's a right way and a wrong way to go about these things. I won't go against the ruler's commands. I haven't survived 5 trips to the Isle of Clouds by being stupid.
His hand moved to touch the parallel scars on his cheek. Thorvald had learned already that these were a badge of honour. 1 new line earned each time a man got through the hunt and returned to tell the tale. 5 was the highest number born, sign of a veteran warrior.
A couple of things you need to know, Einar went on. It's not so much about winning a battle as staying alive while we find what we're looking for.
Thorvald's heart quickened. Real information at last, something he could use.
And what is that?
He asked.
A child,
Einar said with some reluctance.
A prisoner. One of your own, kept captive by the tribe that lives there. The fact is, Einar said, it's less a tribe of warriors than a force of nature, an enemy that uses sorcery and tricks to fend us off. There's only a certain amount spears and arrows can achieve, when all the enemy needs to do is open his mouth and the men's bowels turn to water. What do you mean?
This was strange indeed. A child. What child could possibly merit the loss of so many lives, the expenditure of so much effort? There was a tale here, and he must have it.
Said more than I should already, Einar muttered. If you want the story about the hunt, you must get it from Asgrim. After that, come and talk to me again.
Thorvald was silent. Half of the story was almost worse than nothing. He had hoped for better than this.
And,
Einar went on, turning back toward the shelter,
I'll have a word with some of the others, Orm in particular. We know you've got new ideas. We know you want to help. But the fellows might take a bit of persuading. You'll understand that when Asgrim tells you about what we're facing here. If we look as if we've given up before the battle begins, there's a good reason for it. You'd be taking on quite a job. Not I. We,
Thorvald corrected him.
We'll be taking on quite a job. A challenge. We'll see,
said Einar. There had been scant opportunity to talk to Sam. The fishermen worked all day long, either on shore refurbishing the beached vessels, or out in the fjord gleaning the men's supper from an ocean full of tricks and surprises. At night they all slept in the one long building, on the raised earthen platforms to either side. Conversation was never private there, and always interrupted with plaintive calls to shut up, couldn't they, and let a fellow get some sleep. Sam caught Thorvald late one afternoon, when the weapon makers were packing up and the fishermen bearing the day's catch back to the shelter. Rain was starting to fall in heavy, spattering droplets. In these isles, one could have all 4 seasons in a single day. Sam bore a damp-looking sack on his shoulder. He stood by the pathway in the dark sand, his guileless blue eyes shadowed with anxiety. He was looking thinner, older somehow.
Good catch,
Thorvald asked. Sam regarded him in silence.
Don't tell me you've developed it too, exclaimed Thorvald in mock alarm. The inability to speak, I mean. It's driving me crazy. But then, your lot do talk, don't they? I've seen them. Thorvald.
Sam put the sack down. He sounded alarmingly serious.
What? What's bothering you? You shouldn't need to ask that, Sam said. Well, come on then, what is it?
Sam sighed.
Can't you count? Haven't you noticed the season passing? Don't you know how long we've been here?
Thorvald stared at him. What was this all about? I told you this would take time, he said carefully. Sam's placid features looked almost angry. For him, this was most unusual. I have to assess the situation, work out what the man's up to. It's not so easy to talk to him. Have you forgotten about Cray? She's all by herself, and nobody will tell me when we're going back there. What if she comes to some harm? I mean, we just went and left her. Thorvald could not stop his brows from rising in disbelief, though he was doing his best to be understanding.
Is that what this is? Cray will be fine, Sam. She did say she didn't mind us going, don't you remember? Cray's a strong girl. Besides, what's to harm her back at that village? She's got all the things she likes: women's company, domestic comforts, time to weave and sew and potter about the house. I expect by now she's organised the whole community to her own design. She'll scarcely have noticed we're gone. Don't bother yourself about Cray. I do bother myself, Sam said doggedly. And so would you, if you could think beyond your own little world for a moment or two.
Thorvald did not reply. His friend had never spoken thus to him before.
If that sounds bad, I'm sorry for it, but it's the truth, Sam went on, his cheeks flushing red. There's something going on here that I don't like, and I don't want to be a part of it. Mending a boat or two is all very well, helping these fellows haul in their catch and so on. But they're scared out of their wits. And if you think Cray is safe from harm, making herself at home among these folk and forgetting all about her family and friends, you're just plain stupid. Some of the stories I've heard here would curdle your guts.
His tone fell to a whisper as men passed close by, on their way to ale and supper.
That fellow, Asgrim, he's up to no good. I know he might be your father, and you might not like me to say this, but I have to. He's got them eating out of his hand. But it's not like the way folk are with Eyvind at home, not from respect. These men are frightened of the ruler, and no wonder.
Thorvald found his voice.
What do you mean, stories?
Maybe Sam would know more of this odd tale about a captive child and sorcerer's powers. What have they been saying?
They want to go home, like us, but they can't. They've got wives in the settlements, but they don't see them, only in the winter. He won't let them go. It's war, Thorvald said, frowning. Men don't take little trips home in a war. That's another thing. There's some kind of battle coming up, some kind of test. Nobody says when we win, or even if we win. It's more like, if I die, tell Helga there's a bit of silver hidden under the hearthstone, or if I die, you can have my second best net. It doesn't sound good. These fellows are no more warriors than I am, Thorvald. I didn't come here to fight.
We are improving, Thorvald offered.
The group I work with has made big advances, both in skills and the standard of weapons. You may not need to be a warrior, Sam. Perhaps none of your fishermen need be a part of it. Heard what happens when a fellow tries to leave?
Sam asked heavily. Thorvald waited.
Asgrim makes all the rules here. A game. Isn't that what he said before? Some game. You know what happened to those two that were walking over to the settlement next to Cray? A quick death and a quicker consignment to the sea. That was the price for their mistake in nearly letting her fall. It wasn't even their fault. Of course, if Asgrim decides you're too useful to get rid of, there's a beating instead. Bad enough to stop you disobeying again, not bad enough to cripple you, since cripples can't fight. The two big fellows, Skapti and Hogni, do the dirty work for him. I don't want Cray staying on these islands, Thorvald. I think we should go home. Of course, Thorvald said after a moment. But there's the question of the sea dove. Surely we've earned the price of a bit of wood by now, Sam said. We need to ask for it at least. So ask. Me? Why not? You ask. This is your trip, not mine. Ask for wood, ask if he's your father, ask why he takes a whip to fellows who just want a peaceful life with their nets and their family. You brought me and Cray into this. Now it's for you to get us out.
Sam's voice cracked. He sounded quite unlike himself.
I have a suggestion, Thorvald said. What if you go back with your wood, see if all's well with Cray, and get started on the repairs? I'll come later, after the battle. You want to be in it? We worked hard. These men have learned a lot. They can win with what I've started, with what I can still do between now and midsummer. From what I've heard, it sounds as if all they have to do is retrieve one prisoner from over there. That can't be so impossible.
Sam shouldered the bag of fish and turned up the path toward the shelter.
Enjoying yourself, aren't you?
He asked over his shoulder.
Can't drag yourself away, not even with Cray's life at risk. If you're looking for proof of whose son you are, maybe you've found it." "Oh, come on, Sam," Thorvald protested. His friend's odd behaviour was making him increasingly uneasy. "Cray's life at risk? Hardly. If you weren't sweet on her yourself, such a notion would never have occurred to you." "Just ask him," Sam growled. "Ask him tonight." There was a simple pattern to that last part of the day, between dusk and bedtime. The season had indeed advanced, and the working day was long. Sleep came quickly on the heels of supper. A sunken hearth ran down the centre of the big hut, with a rudimentary opening above that dispelled some, but not all, of the smoke. A couple of lamps would be lit, and the men would gather around the fire, where one or two cooked the day's catch, generally in the form of a kind of fish stew, containing a generous share of small, sharp bones. There might be a shred or two of vegetables in it, onion mostly, if someone had brought across a supply from one of the settlements. A pair of skinny lads ran between with messages sometimes. Thus one fellow learned of his mother's death from a spring chill, and another that his cow had produced twin calves, one male, one female. Neither man asked for leave to return home. There was no leaving, not until the hunt was over. While supper cooked, there was some talk. Mostly it was the fishermen who exchanged comments, always concerning the day's work, the catch, the weather, perhaps a joke relating to an obscure point of net mending. Thorvald had noticed Sam's popularity among this group, and he had observed as well that Sam was always very careful, giving nothing away, asking no probing questions. It came to him that perhaps he had underestimated his friend. The weapon makers spoke little. Already weary by the time they made their way up to the shelter, they sat hunched and silent, and when supper was ready, ate with no apparent enjoyment. To work, to feed, to sleep seemed no more than necessary steps in an existence set out for them in unchanging, joyless inevitability. Night after night, Thorvald had sat among them and wondered if, given sufficient time, he too would become like this, no better than a beast yoked to a heavy load, obedient to the whip and the master's call. He shuddered. Not true. Already he was making them change. He was showing them new tricks, new ways. He would awaken a spark of something in their dull eyes, no matter what it took. He would make his mark before he left there. Asgrim's habit was to come down from his hut just in time to eat. There were no formal tables here, no benches, just the long earthen platforms that served as bed, seat, and storage for a complement of close to 30 men. The only one to dwell outside this dark, smoky hall was the ruler himself. Then there were his two personal guards, Hogni and Skapti, biggest and most silent of all. Broad-shouldered, stone-faced, they were brothers, and took it in turns to spend the night on duty outside the ruler's hut. Many times Thorvald had thought to seat himself close to Asgrim and engage him in conversation as casually as possible, to glean what clues he could as to the strange patterns of life and conflict in these islands. There were so many questions to be answered. What was the nature of this enemy exactly? What numbers did they have? Did they truly use sorcery to aid their assaults? Or was that account merely a product of superstitious fear? Why were Asgrim's forces gathered here in a single place, sitting targets should the unspoken move on them from the sea, as was said to be their habit? And why weren't the men supposed to talk about it? All he needed to do was be there at the right time and ask. But somehow, wherever he placed himself, Asgrim was always on the other side, or farther down the hall, and seated between taller, bigger men, so that Thorvald could not attract his attention. And with so many men gathered in so small a space, and sleep the foremost thought in all their minds, it never seemed possible to squeeze past the others and seek out the ruler. Indeed, there was something about the thick, smoky, defeated feeling of those silent suppers that quashed the urge for independent inquiry almost before one felt it. Thus Thorvald had let time pass, too much time. He did not think he had wasted it entirely. Over his bowls of tasteless stew he had done a great deal of observation. He knew now which men had Asgrim's favour,
Orm, Scully, and Einar. He knew which ones the ruler watched with a little frown on his brow. Svein, Wieland, and, rather oddly, Sam, who, as far as Thorvald could see, had not set a foot wrong since they got here. The man who had been beaten for stealing no longer attracted Asgrim's attention. One lesson seemed to be enough. Tonight there was no choice. A pox on Sam and his silly anxieties. If Thorvald didn't broach the question, his friend would probably do it for him, and get them both sent straight back before Thorvald could finish what he was doing, before he found out what he wanted to know. Tonight, then, he must confront Asgrim, and hope he had the skill to make the man answer him. He waited. They sat, they cooked and ate the meal. They unrolled bedding, took off boots, settled in huddled heaps on the earthen shelves. One or two went outside to relieve themselves, and Thorvald slipped out behind them. Asgrim was on his way up to his solitary hut, the looming forms of Hogni and Skapti on either side. It was raining. In the west, lightning speared the dark sky. And after it, there was a fierce, low rumbling like the angry voices of earth giants. Who dares disturb our slumber?
I want to talk to you,
Thorvald said crisply, stepping out of the darkness into Asgrim's path. An instant later, Hogni had him in a hold that did something exceedingly uncomfortable to his neck, while Skapti, breathing heavily, waved the point of a thrusting spear a hand's breadth before his eyes.
Ah, yes,
Asgrim observed easily, coming to a halt. The rain had increased to a steady, drenching downpour.
Thorvald, you've been quite a busy fellow.
Hogni moved one hand slightly. Pain lanced through Thorvald's neck and into his head, the kind of pain that suggests unconsciousness is not far off.
You kill men for daring to speak to you,
he gasped, trying to recall if Ash had ever taught him how to get out of such a grip.
No wonder your army is so small.
The spear point was so close to his face, he could see every pockmark in the iron, every drop of rain running across the dark metal. He would not close his eyes.
Should I retain you, do you think?
Asgrim's tone was light. The spear point trembled.
It depends on what you want,
Thorvald wheezed. Ah, he remembered now. The bluff, then the knee, that was the trick.
To win your war, or merely to keep things the way they suit you?
His whole body went suddenly limp. For an instant, no more, surprise unclenched Hogni's hands. And in that moment Thorvald rolled, striking his captor hard in the back of the knee with a well-placed kick. Hogni howled. Skapti thrust wildly with the spear.
Not quite quick enough,
Thorvald said breathlessly, from where he now stood on the path behind the ruler.
You'd want to counter that with a low, sweeping blow, and follow up with your boot. If you like, I'll show you tomorrow.
There was a roar from the two guards as they closed in from either side, teeth clenched, features contorted in identical grimaces of furious frustration.
That will be all, men,
Asgrim said calmly.
No likelihood of disturbance in such weather. This rain seems fit to drown us all. Go to your beds now.
But, Skapti began, his eyes flicking toward Thorvald and back again. Asgrim looked at him.
Yes, my lord,
Skapti muttered. Hogni was flexing his fingers in a manner that suggested he had unfinished business with Thorvald, and it didn't include lessons in hand-to-hand combat. The two bodyguards turned without another word and were gone into the night.
Well,
Asgrim said coolly,
I don't imagine your plan was to stand here in the rain all night. Follow me.
Inside, the ruler's hut was comfortable, without ostentation. The practical, solitary quarters of a seasoned war leader. It housed a stone table, two small benches, a sleeping platform where bedding was neatly rolled. There was a hearth with the remnants of a fire. Asgrim stirred the embers, set on dried cow dung, lit oil lamps with a taper. The light revealed further details. It seemed the ruler was a man of learning, for there was a roll or two of parchment laid away in a niche beside knife, sword, and bow.
Asgrim fetched ale in a stoppered flask and poured it into a pair of crude clay cups.
Sit down, Thorvald. Get your breath back.
Thorvald sat. Now that he had his chance, he wasn't sure where to begin. Get this wrong and he'd be thrown out with not a single question answered. Asgrim's face was shuttered, his eyes unreadable. Still, he had asked Thorvald in.
A long time ago, Thorvald said, you explained a process to me. Question for question, answer for answer. I have many questions and little information to give that can be of any interest to you.
Asgrim gave a murmur that might have been agreement. He seated himself opposite Thorvald, a cup between his hands.
How do we play this game? Thorvald asked. Perhaps you should begin, since we're on your territory. What do you wish to know of me?
Asgrim's thin lips twisted in a smile.
I see you have learned something after all. Well done. Why are you here, and what do you seek?
The question was rapped out, sudden as a blade in the dark. Thorvald's heart thumped, then quieted in obedience to his will.
I believe I might have kinfolk here. I was told of a man who sailed to isles such as these, a Christian monk who spent many seasons away and returned crazed by what he had experienced. I'd determined to voyage here and learn what it was that could confound even a man of faith. I hoped at the same time to discover whether my kin had indeed travelled this way, and what had become of them. Your companions? As I said, one came because the boat is his, and I needed him to sail it. The other accompanied us uninvited. So you told me. It's the truth. I have no reason to lie to you. Indeed, I'm here tonight because Sam wants to leave. He wants his length of wood so he can go back and start mending the sea dove.
Asgrim nodded slowly.
And you? That's 3 questions. Answer, and you shall have 3 of your own. It's a long-winded way of exchanging information on the eve of a battle. No wonder.
Thorvald fell silent at the look in the ruler's dark eyes. This was a man who dispensed life and death as easily as he poured ale.
Very well, Thorvald said. I would prefer to stay on a while. I've been trying to work with the men to improve the weapons and the way they use them. There's a lot more I want to do here. I think I can help you, but not without better information. The men don't talk much. The men obey. An army must obey. How long have you been fighting this war? How many battles have you actually won?
Thorvald forgot to be cautious.
These men are worn down, defeated before they even begin. They can see only failure. You can't get the better of your enemy like that.
Asgrim raised his hand again.
Are these your questions? He asked smoothly.
To his annoyance, Thorvald felt a flush rising to his cheeks. He took a mouthful of the ale. It was of considerably better quality than the watery brew served down in the shelter.
I'm sorry, he said. I would be grateful if you would explain to me the nature of this enemy you call the Unspoken, his numbers, his location, his manner of attack. I cannot help you effectively unless I know that. Sometimes I hear of a battle and sometimes a hunt. How are the two connected? Who is the child we seek? I understand we have to travel out to the Isle of Clouds. Why is it we are so ill-prepared for close combat? These men don't practice with sword or thrusting spear unless I make them. They seem to think it's pointless. We are so ill-prepared.
Thorvald looked down at his hands.
I don't like to see such potential wasted. There's strength here and talent. If we could just get past that attitude, I think I could do that given the chance, given the information.
Said Asgrim, sipping his ale.
And you could be a spy, though generally spies don't march straight into the enemy's headquarters, demanding full details of his plans. Thorvald, perhaps you've forgotten what you told me when you first arrived here. Fishing, a storm, A profound desire to mend the boat and head for home at the earliest opportunity. Wasn't that it?
This is another question, Thorvald said.
You owe me some answers first, I think.
He felt a trickle of cold sweat on his neck. Here in this isolated hut, it was all too easy to believe the tales of sudden, final punishment. It was all too simple to look at the pale, impassive features, the shrewd, dark eyes, and see his own reflection. Why don't we work together, like and like, father and son?
There's a small difficulty, as I see it, Asgrim said, rising to fetch one of the rolled sheets of parchment from the recesses in the stone wall. Sam wishes to return home. You want to stay. We don't know the girl's mind. Possibly she is happy to wait for you, possibly not. This could be awkward to reconcile. Sam doesn't care for fighting. He could go back to Blood Bay now if you'd instruct the fellows on guard to let him pass. He could visit Cray on the way, fix his beloved boat. Then, when I'm finished here—
Thorvald's words faltered to a stop as the ruler unrolled the parchment on the table, setting small stones on the corners to hold it flat. Asgrim moved one of the soapstone lamps to rest beside the drawing that flowed, meticulous in its neatness and complexity, across the coarse, cream-brown surface of the parchment. It was a map fashioned by a master, a map that showed the islands in every detail, curves and fissures of coastline, lakes, streams, and sea currents, hills and dales and tiny isolated settlements. Here and there words were written, words Thorvald could read. Isle of Storms, Isle of Streams, Dragon Isle, Troll's Arch at the mouth of Council Fjord, Witch's Finger. Out to the west, all on its own, lay the Isle of Clouds. In the south were islands with no names, realms marked only by a subtle shading of the pen, as if these territories lay beyond some barrier that could not be shown by image or text. They were the lands of the unspoken. The small, neat script held Thorvald fast. He stared at the page, unable to speak. He knew this writing. He had seen it before.
Some of your answers lie here, Asgrim was saying calmly.
This is a fine piece of work, Thorvald croaked. He cleared his throat. Now was not the time. He must get a grip on himself.
I congratulate you.
Asgrim did not reply. His hand moved to hover above the shadowed isles of the south.
Such a chart cannot show all, the ruler said eventually. It cannot show the years of failure, the deaths, the bitterness. Our enemy has a power we cannot match. My men know that. They have seen it. Their despair is not surprising. Each of us has his own losses. Father, brother, comrade. I too.
He bowed his head.
I'm sorry,
Thorvald said, still struggling to control his voice. Now that he had seen the proof, now that he knew.
You have lost family.
Somerled could have married again, probably had done just that. A decree of exile was not necessarily one of total isolation. Strange, though. This possibility had never occurred to him. He might have a stepmother here, and a whole tribe of half-siblings. He had imagined Somerled alone.
A daughter,
Asgrim said quietly, his fingers still trailing gently over the map, across the Isle of Storms to the empty realms of the north.
A girl every bit as lovely as that young friend of yours, with the same bright hair and innocent smile. Taken, despoiled, slaughtered. A boy also. He was no more than a fool. His blundering efforts to put the world to rights set a dark curse on our future. He'd never have come to anything. He was too much his mother's son. You?
The question came so abruptly after this flat statement of loss and bitterness that Thorvald hardly understood what was meant by it.
You have family?
Asgrim asked, gazing at him across the table. Between them the map lay in all its complexity and wonder, the last piece of a puzzle to which its maker still did not understand the solution.
Yes,
said Thorvald, heart hammering.
but I will not speak of them until you answer my questions. The rules of your game are to be obeyed, are they not?"
The moment he mentioned Margaret, the truth would be known, and everything would change. Now that he had come so close, he felt curiously reluctant to take the next step. As a stranger, it would be up to him to prove his worth entirely on his own merits. Far better, he thought, to take up the challenge, to make this rabble of dispirited islanders into a real fighting force with heart and discipline. Far better to win the battle, and then, only then, to make the truth known. "I have achieved this, and I am your son. I will not disappoint you as the other did."
"As you know," Asgrim said, "this is a realm of secrets, of strange past, difficult present, unknowable future. We are reluctant to share our story. It pains us to tell it. I have watched you, waiting until it might be appropriate to reveal this tale to you, for if, as you say, you wish to take a role in aiding our endeavour, there are certain matters you must be aware of."
"And what have you concluded?" Thorvald managed to make his question nonchalant, as if he cared little whether he heard the tale or not. In truth, he could hardly wait. Asgrim was going to tell him the truth at last. His father trusted him. The ruler gave his thin-lipped smile.
"I have concluded that you may indeed be useful to me. I'd thought your talk of expertise in arms merely a young man's bragging, a wild exaggeration designed to impress. Your actions, however, and your evident commitment to improving the men's efforts, seem to prove me wrong. If your will to help me is genuine, then I believe we can work together. If that is to occur, you must first know the truth."
Thorvald waited.
"Understand," Asgrim went on, "that it has not always been thus in these islands. The long-knife people against the unspoken, the battles, the hunt, the murder of children—"
"Wait a bit," Thorvald interrupted. "I know the purpose of the hunt is to retrieve a child, but nobody said anything about murder."
"That is all part of the tale, another thread in the long pattern of suffering. When our kind first settled in the Lost Isles, it was not thus. We came to the islands as exile, as outcast, as farmer and fisherman and hermit, all of us fleeing something, all of us searching for something. Bonds of a kind were forged. One cannot survive long in such a realm without them. We made our settlements and built our boats. We ran our stock on the hills, we scraped a living, we bred our sons and daughters. In those southern isles, the Isle of Shadows, the Isle of Dreams, the others dwelt, those who were here before us. We saw them little.
There's been talk of sorcery, of magic, Thorvald said diffidently. I was given the impression that this tribe you call the Unspoken are not entirely human. Asgrim's finger moved again on the map, coming to rest on the small, isolated shape of the Isle of Clouds.
We have long winters here, he said. Summers of mist and storm. It's a climate that breeds superstitious fears. I keep the men occupied as well as I can, but their imaginations tend to get the better of them. The Unspoken come from the same stock as we do. They speak our tongue. But they are not as we are. It's thought there was an older race here, a race possessed of unnatural power and unusual savagery. They interbred, and in time became one people, a people like none you have ever encountered, Thorvald. They are a scourge, a curse.
There was a brief silence, while Thorvald decided which question to ask first.
There was some suggestion, he ventured, that this tribe prevails by the use of hexes and spellcraft. How can we counter that? I believe it is those charms the men fear, not the prospect of an honest battle.
Asgrim gave a crooked smile.
This is a real enemy, and a real threat. My daughter died. I lost my only son. I've known the pain of this conflict, as they all have. The ancestors of the Unspoken dwelt in these islands long before our kind sought refuge here. The lineage of these folk has given them faculties we do not possess, an ability to tap into a strength that emanates from the land itself. Those skills they employ to their advantage, with devastating effect.
Winds, tides, weather, mused Thorvald.
Exactly. Call it magic if you will. My men think of it as just that. It is beyond us to counter it, Thorvald. Each confrontation reduces my numbers further, and there are the children. That was the final blow. It is no wonder you see despair in these men's eyes. The unspoken rob us of our very future.
Asgrim sat down once more, hands clenched before him. At last Thorvald could see some spark of feeling in the cold, dark eyes.
"Tell me the story," he said, taking up the flask unbidden and pouring more ale for the two of them. Outside the stone hut the wind was rising. The rain beat down like a many-toothed flail.
It is a sorry tale, Thorvald. A tale that has turned us old before our time. Once we lived peaceably enough. They left us alone. We did not venture across the water to the places where we knew they dwelt. There were chance encounters from time to time, a sudden squall driving a boat to shore where it did not belong, a request for a sheep or two in years of bad harvest. There was tolerance between us, but no formal bond of friendship or alliance. There was a council of sorts, held once a year at midsummer on their Isle of Shadows. They are a people of many secrets. Their ritual observances are governed by complex networks of laws. They would let no more than 3 of our people attend the gatherings, the ruler and 2 of his chosen men. In my early days as chieftain here, I attended several such councils. Einar, too, has witnessed them. We discovered something of their ways.
Asgrim's voice dropped suddenly to a whisper.
It was thus we learned of Foxmask.
Foxmask? This grew stranger and stranger.
Their priest or holy man, a visionary, a teller of ancient wisdom. At the time when I became ruler, Foxmask was old, blind and crippled. He did not venture forth, but they held him in utmost awe and reverence, as if he were a creature unearthly in his power, part elder, part feral thing, able to pass to them the wisdom of standing stone and deep well, wild beast and eternal stars. Foxmask was the centre of their existence, the cornerstone of their belief. Foxmask kept them safe. He told them how to live their lives, how to survive. You understand, this crippled priest, this old blind man, was but one in a long line of such seers. Foxmask is not a single individual, but a title, a position, one might say.
Such as ruler. Asgrim nodded.
Indeed, though not a leader such as we appoint from among the Long-Knife people. Foxmask does not bring his folk forth to war. He sings his wisdom. They listen and follow the path he decrees.
It sounds harmless enough, Thorvald observed, thinking that indeed it sounded not so very different from the ways of Nessa's people, another ancient race of island dwellers. Such folk cling to the law of earth and sky, ocean and fire. Privately, he thought them doomed to be overrun someday by people more flexible in their ways, more amenable to change. This was not a sentiment he would express before his mother. He would not speak of it to Eyvind, who, Norseman though he was fiercely committed to the preservation of his wife's ancestral culture. He had never aired his views to Cray, a child of 2 races.
Harmless it was, Asgrim said, until Foxmask died. That was some time ago. I was a young man then, my son and daughter mere children. It is the custom of the unspoken, after such a death, to select another to take the seer's place. That they do with some ceremony, but this time there was no suitable candidate. There is a circumstance of birth by which Foxmask is chosen. A test follows to determine his aptitude. If no member of the tribe fits this mould, the unspoken are without ancestral wisdom, without the guidance they need to lead their lives, to survive in this harsh realm. There was no visionary among their own, not this time. And so they sought elsewhere.
I see, Thorvald said softly, never taking his eyes from Asgrim's hard features, his tight mouth.
A child. This is what you spoke of, The stealing of children.
Asgrim shook his head.
We did not know why they had begun to attack, to sink our fishing boats, to raid our coastal dwellings, to howl their songs in the night and fill our heads with evil dreams. When called for a council, I sailed to the shore of the Isle of Shadows with 2 others, and entreated the Unspoken to sit down with us and explain themselves, to try for an agreement. They drove us off with hurled stones and arrows of bone, with witching music that set our minds full of foul visions. After that, we prepared ourselves for war. We countered their raids as best we could. I taught my own folk what I knew of battlecraft, and we tried to protect our fields, our stock, our boats. We lost many good men. The pity was, I did not understand what they wanted until they took her.
The ruler's control was slipping now. His voice shook, and lines of pain bracketed the severe mouth.
Your daughter?
Thorvald ventured. Asgrim nodded.
My only daughter. Not a seer. Foxmask must be of their own people. They stole my girl away by night. We could not fetch her back. Wind and tide defeated us time after time. They used her, Thorvald. Waited only until she had her first bleeding, then passed her from man to man, so that the child she bore would be the son of each of them, the true offspring of the tribe. That is the hideous practice they follow. Sula bore a son for them, and died of it. Little matter to the Unspoken. They had their seer. Foxmask was reborn.
Thorvald cleared his throat. He had come here in search of answers. This was almost more answer than he was ready to hear. No wonder the ruler seemed a little odd at times. This was a weight of grief and guilt to rival the burden Somerled had borne with him from the Light Isles.
I'm sorry,
he said, knowing any words he might summon would be inadequate.
You pursue this war now for the sake of vengeance, to make them pay for your daughter's suffering.
Asgrim gave the bleakest of smiles.
No, Thorvald. I've no wish for more men to die simply so I can be at some peace with my conscience. My daughter is gone. No amount of bloodletting can bring her back. If it were up to me, I would seek to negotiate, to make terms for truce. Indeed, I have already attempted that, and will do so again. It is not I who desires to continue this conflict, but others, the tribe of the Unspoken.
But why?
They have what they wanted, their seer. Not any longer. For a little there was peace of a kind, and peace that simmered with unease. Then suddenly Foxmask was gone, stolen. The seer was removed to a place where only the boldest or most foolish could seek him. He was encircled by a barrier of protection only the cleverest and most devious could penetrate. It is so to this day. The Unspoken cannot fetch him back. The place where he is kept is forbidden to them. To set foot there is to transgress their oldest law. Foxmask himself lies above and beyond law. He may set his foot where he chooses. They say he still lives, somewhere on that western isle, and since their attacks on us are based on that belief, we must honour it, though his survival would be something of a miracle. The island is perilous, surrounded by the most treacherous of waters, studded with tricks and traps, a place we dare visit but once a summer when a particular conjunction of wind, tide, and time occurs. And yet we must attempt it. Until we fetch him back, the Unspoken punish us by stealing our hope, by robbing us of our newborn.
What? But that's outrageous. How can you stand for that? Surely your warriors can prevent it. It would be easy.
This is a matter that goes beyond the merely physical, Asgrim said levelly. They cannot be halted by sword or spear. A curse has fallen upon the Long Knife people. There is no longer a need for the Unspoken to set foot on our land, or to raise a hand against us. The voices come, howling in the night. In the 5 years since Foxmask was taken, not one of our infants has lived to see a second sunrise. Unless we return the seer to his true home, our folk are doomed.
Thorvald could think of nothing to say. He had hoped to hear of weapons tonight, of campaigns, of strategy and advantage. To that kind of conversation he could have contributed much. This, This seemed like something from an ancient tale, part truth, part bizarre imagining. And yet it was conveyed as boldly as if Asgrim had been presenting him with tomorrow's plan for combat training.
"Who took the seer away?" he asked. "And who guards him now?" "Who took him? A meddling fool who should have known better. That was a dark day. We had believed the time of death and suffering over at last. But it was one of our own who betrayed us, cut very hard. Because of him, Sula's sacrifice was in vain. To the unspoken, this punishment is appropriate, I suppose. Their child is taken, so they will rob us of ours. Each and every infant, until we find Foxmask and return him to his true home. Without their seer, the unspoken are a dangerous force indeed. Without his control, their wild music wreaks such havoc as could drive us all mad. They cannot govern themselves, it seems, unless this living heart beats again to the pattern of their ancient law, safe in the midst of their strange circle. I've witnessed this myself in my futile efforts to treat for peace. There is one elder of the unspoken who, in the past, was his people's voice at the council, and spoke wisely, wild man though he is. Given the right conditions, covert meetings can be arranged between this elder and myself. There are rules to be followed, and it's somewhat risky. I've been there once or twice with Skapti. Through this man I was informed of Sula's fate, of the stealing away of Foxmask, of the curse they had laid on us until the child was returned. The end is very close for us if we cannot achieve that soon. This is the purpose of our preparations, Thorvald. To travel to the Isle of Clouds, to do battle, to rescue this visionary and take him back where he belongs.
"Forgive me," Thorvald said, wondering if he had missed something.
"Is there yet another tribe on this Isle of Clouds whom you must fight to reach the seer? Isn't this Foxmask still quite young? Wouldn't it be easy to go and get him, tricky currents notwithstanding?"
Already he could see himself sailing there, accomplishing the task with ease, returning triumphant to set all to rights. Sam would help him. Sam liked children.
"Easy? No, Thorvald, it is far from easy. For 5 summers my men have pursued the hunt. On those few days each year when conditions make it possible. Our losses have been severe. The one we seek is guarded by an elemental force of great strength. You would not call such a task easy if you knew of the Isle of Clouds."
"Asgrim?" Thorvald asked with some hesitation, for there were further secrets here, old hurts that ran very close to the bone.
Who was it that stole Foxmask away? And why?
At that moment the howl of the wind and the drumming of the rain were joined by a rapping at the door and the sound of a loud, hoarse voice. Skapti's, or maybe Hogni's.
"My lord! A messenger, my lord!"
After that, things moved very quickly. 2 rain-soaked men were admitted and conversed briefly, breathlessly, and inaudibly with the ruler, as their clothing dripped onto the floor around them. Skapti stood by the half-open door, glaring at Thorvald. All that could be heard of the message was a woman's name, Jofrid, and something about being early. Whatever the meaning of the messenger's words, it brought a look to Asgrim's face that Thorvald found disquieting. The furious glare of a man thwarted in some long-held plan. An instant later, the ruler could be seen to draw a deep breath and force his expression to calm. He was rapping out orders even as he reached for his cloak, his heavy boots, his sword and spear.
"Skapti!"
It seemed the guard was to accompany Asgrim wherever he was going on this night of screaming wind and drenching rain. The ruler was heading out the door before he remembered Thorvald. He turned.
"I'm called away, as you see. I'm sure I need not tell you that what we discussed isn't for open airing. The men know of it, but we don't speak of it. Such talk only unsettles them. Now, Thorvald, somewhat to my surprise, the men do appear to be responding to your efforts at training them. That can only be to our advantage in the hunt. I want you to continue, though in my absence it's Einar who's in charge. If you can work with him, so much the better. As for Sam, see if you can persuade him to stay on a bit. He's a big, strong fellow. I'm sure you understand how useful that might be. Give him my guarantee he'll get home safely when all this is over."
With that, Asgrim vanished into the night, shadowed by the looming form of his bodyguard. The messengers looked at one another, pallid and wheezing. Both seemed fit to drop with exhaustion right where they stood.
"Come on,"
Thorvald said to the two men, moving to snuff the lamps and damp down the small fire. He was tempted to stay in the hut to investigate what further secrets Asgrim's private quarters might reveal. On the other hand, Hogni was around somewhere, and Thorvald could still feel the imprint of large fingers on his neck.
"You need a bite to eat and a warm place to sleep. Follow me."
It did not feel at all odd to be assuming a kind of responsibility. Indeed, it seemed to Thorvald entirely appropriate. There was no need to talk to Sam, for the very next day Sam came back early from the boats with his arms around the shoulders of two other fellows, and his right foot swollen up so badly they had to cut his boot off. An anchor had fallen, or been dropped, a nasty accident. Sam was considered to have been extremely lucky. There were no broken bones as far as anyone could tell, but the injury was painful and he could put no weight on the foot. Orm applied the pungent green salve that seemed to be a universal remedy. Hjort wrapped a length of cloth around the injured extremity. Sam took his misfortune with a good will, as he did most things. It did not need to be spelled out that there would be no walking back to Brightwater, let alone Blood Bay, for quite some time. It was almost as if the fates were conspiring to keep them at the encampment. The timing of the accident made Thorvald uneasy, but he said nothing of that to Sam. In his turn, Sam did not ask Thorvald about the night before, and Thorvald welcomed his restraint. He was far too busy for explanations. With Asgrim away and Skapti with him, a brief opportunity presented itself. Hogni remained in camp, and Hogni's attitude to Thorvald could not be described as cordial. Hogni's role was critical, and time was short. There were 3 ways of tackling this. 1, Thorvald could wait for Hogni to challenge his authority, fight as well as he was able, and hope to salvage some kind of reputation from it, if he survived. 2, he could ignore the look in Hogni's small, angry eyes, and offer to share a few of the tricks he'd learned from Ash, with him as well as the rest of them. That might perhaps win the bodyguard over. There was another choice, and that was the one Thorvald took. The first step in a strategy that, if he played it right, would carry him all the way to the Isle of Clouds. They had a good stock of the new thrusting spears now. The first type was based on a model Thorvald had seen Eyvind using, the blade an elegant leaf shape with a ridge down the centre, and what might be called wings at the base. This could be inserted effectively and withdrawn with relative ease. The second was narrower, a long triangle with a very precise tip. Thorvald had explained the particular advantage this offered at close quarters when one's opponent was wearing protective clothing, such as a mail shirt. This had drawn blank looks. Or a leather jerkin, Thorvald had added, like the garments Hogni and Skapti possessed. He demonstrated how the spear point could be inserted neatly into a vulnerable spot, its small head being designed for that purpose. Of course, a man needed to develop some skill in its use. He would show them. A day or 2 after Asgrim's departure, Thorvald made a request of Hogni. Before he did so, he made sure everyone was within earshot. The men needed practice at hand-to-hand combat, he said, to shapen them up for what lay ahead and to test the weapons properly. He couldn't expect your enemy to stand still like a straw man. Everyone knew Hogni and Skapti were the best among them at close fighting. Hadn't Thorvald witnessed it himself not so long ago? Indeed, he rubbed his neck ruefully. He'd taken away more than one little reminder. The men laughed. So he told them from now on they should have a few bouts every day, in pairs, and watch one another and learn. Since Hogni was a talented fellow, he should be first to demonstrate what he knew. Hogni grunted and spat on the ground. There was no telling if this signified agreement or derision.
"The thing is,"
Wieland said diffidently,
"there's not much of it. Hand-to-hand, I mean. Even on the island. Not much close work. We never get the chance."
"Not that we wouldn't welcome it, if it came to that,"
Orm put in, scratching his chin.
"But
"Mostly arrows,"
Knut said.
Took out 6 men last time. Then there's the spears, and those other things. This time—"
Thorvald made his tone confident, strong, the voice of a leader.
"we'll have better spears and better arrows, and we'll know how to use them. This time we'll attack with our wits as well as our weapons. We'll take the battle right up to the enemy. This time we'll be ready." "So, who's going to fight Orkney then?"
One of the fishermen spoke up. There was a general muttering, a little laughter, a nudge here, a gesture there. At least this had their interest.
"And when are we starting?"
Orkney rose to his feet. He was a head taller than anyone else and built like a plough ox.
"Why not now?"
he inquired, looking straight at Thorvald.
"Why not indeed?"
Thorvald gazed back steadily.
"And since I was silly enough to come up with the idea, I suppose the first challenger has to be me. But just hope you don't kill me. Scully's got a new batch of spearheads cooling up in the smithy, and I'd like to be here tomorrow to see if they're any good. Well now."
He summoned a nonchalant grin, though his heart was racing. Ash's tuition may have been thorough, but there were limits to what one might achieve against an opponent of such daunting size.
"Shall we start?"
It was not necessary to win, only to survive. That was just as well. His escape the other night had owed as much to lucky timing as anything, and Thorvald was uncomfortably aware of it. He was no more than average as a fighter. He had got by so far on his ability to learn quickly and his talent for observation. It was clear from the way Orkney flexed his arms and bent his knees in preparation that this giant had no intention of letting him off lightly. The men formed a circle around the two combatants. Thorvald caught a glimpse of Sam at the rear, propped on another fellow's shoulder and pale as goat's milk. Orm was taking wagers. Men jostled to get a better view. If he were to die today of a cracked skull or a snapped neck, Thorvald thought as he eyed the bodyguard's massive arms, his formidable shoulders and little vindictive eyes, at least he would have achieved one of his goals. This had woken them up. It had kindled a spark within them. That was exactly what he needed. He could use this if he came out of it in one piece. It was important, he told himself as Orkney moved in, dodging low, then levering up with a punishing shoulder. It was important to keep it going long enough to show a modicum of strength and skill, to provide excellent entertainment, so the men were both diverted and heartened. It would be good, he mused as Orkney threw him painfully down on knee and elbow, jarring every bone in him. It would be good to appear to be winning at some point, just to maintain a little credibility. He rolled, twisted, came up on his feet and managed a kick or two. Orkney grunted in surprise, perhaps pain, and took a step back. The main thing, Thorvald told himself as his opponent locked his hands together and prepared for a crippling, hammer-like blow to Thorvald's neck and shoulder. The main thing, apart from not dying, of course, was that Orkney must win. The way this was going, that part of it wouldn't be a problem. He parried the blow with his left arm. It was a bone-breaker, and he reeled away, fighting to keep a steady footing. Orkney roared and charged at him with head lowered, a battering ram of sheer muscle. The crowd howled with excitement. Thorvald jumped. The maneuver was not in Ash's repertory. It came in a flash, the only possible option. He sprawled awkwardly on Orkney's back, his legs around the bigger man's neck, his face level with the fellow's buttocks, and staring into the tightly packed group of onlookers. Orkney straightened, his hands fastening like clamps around Thorvald's crossed ankles. Thorvald squeezed his thighs together and prayed. He was hanging now, his head against Orkney's odoriferous trousers, his arms flailing for purchase. He could hear Orkney wheezing, gasping, struggling for air as his assailant's legs pressed ever tighter against his neck. The noise from the crowd was deafening. Some of them had started a rhythmic chant, "Orkney, Orkney," but others shouted encouragement. "That's the way, youngster," and helpful suggestions. "Sink your teeth in, lad." Orkney shook him, setting his teeth rattling. Orkney turned, spinning him, hazing his head with dizziness. Hold on, hold on. Orkney's grip was weakening. Thorvald could feel the fingers starting to loosen. He could hear the whistle of Hogni's agonized attempts to draw breath. The big man would be red in the face by now, close to passing out. Hogni staggered. The ground lurched below Thorvald's head. Now was the time. Thorvald slackened the death grip his legs had on Hogni's neck, grabbing his opponent's belt to keep himself from falling. A moment. That was all that was needed. The bodyguard might be brutish in appearance, but he was a skilled fighter. Hogni sucked in a single, shuddering breath and whirled in place again. Then, with a deft twist of the arms, a stylish flick of the huge hands, he plucked the smaller man from his back and launched him through the air to land, with a painful thud, flat on his back in the very centre of the circle.
"Ouch," said Thorvald after a moment. "I think you may have broken something."
A chorus of cheers erupted, and a renewal of the war cry,
"Hogni! Hogni!"
Many hands dragged Thorvald to his feet, dusted him off, ruffled his hair and slapped his shoulders. Men like a good loser. Straightening up, Thorvald found himself looking directly into the eyes of the warrior who had, inarguably, been the outright victor in this contest. Hogni's face was an alarming shade of crimson. Sweat streamed down his broad brow. He was beaming.
"Not a bad trick, that,"
he observed, putting out a large hand.
"Not bad at all for a runt of an incomer. Couldn't hold it, though, could you?"
Thorvald shook the hand. Even after that bout, Hogni's grip was crushingly strong.
"Ah, well,"
he said, grinning back.
"There'll be other chances. I don't suppose you'd teach me that lock you used on me the other night, would you?"
As the sun slipped down toward the margin of sky and sea, Keeper sharpened his spears, heart of ancient tree, laid at his feet by ocean's giving hands, splinter of bone, carven from a great dead giant of the deep, taken with a prayer. Some were iron-tipped, wrenched from the bodies of those who would sully his shore and steal the precious thing he guarded. Small one feared the smell of iron, while Keeper scraped away, smoothing the metal. The other watched from between the stones, a pair of bright eyes in the shadows.
"It is not the spear that kills," Keeper said. "Man's hands kill, holding the spear. Only tools, these."
Small one made no answer. His was a different kind of wisdom. Over the years, Keeper had learned to touch the edge of it, no more than that. He understood at best the mystery of Small One's gift, and the peril it carried with it. The spears were propped in a line against the moss-cloaked rock wall. The setting sun touched them with a blood-red gleam. He had prepared them lovingly, to make of each death an act of cleansing, a sacrament, a cry of truth. Thus had he sworn long ago, and he would keep faith until the day he died. In the shadows, Small One shivered.
"Come,"
Keeper said.
"Fire. Food."
He held out a hand, encouraging, and after a little the other crept forth and came to wait by the fire pit, still trembling in sudden bursts, as if shaken by some unseen force. Keeper stirred the embers, remade the fire. The fish he had caught at first light lay ready, weed-wrapped, beside the flat cooking stones. As dusk fell, the flames set a warmth on Small One's anxious features, and the shivering ceased. Under his breath, Small One began to hum, and the fire burned deep ocean green, and summer sky blue, and dark as the flank of an ancient whale. The stones grew hot. When they were ready, Keeper set the fish to cook on top, covered with ash and earth. The hum grew slowly to a song. The sky dimmed, and against the grey of the spring night, faint stars appeared, distant, solitary, sweet as the notes Small One threw up to them. Call and echo, question and dazzling, perfect answer. Chapter 6. Monk's margin note reads, 3 eggs today, a bountiful harvest. After breakfast, the slow calligraphy. Memory stirs,
cruel as a knife. Some days the journey flowed under her fingers, so that it seemed to make itself. If she squeezed her eyes almost shut, she could see its figures moving, changing, living a life of their own within the confines of its narrow borders, its dyed wool landscape, and yet possessing a freedom beyond that offered to folk who walked their way on solid earth and breathed plain air. Some days she was too dispirited to attempt so much as the threading of a single bone needle, the fashioning of a solitary stitch. They hadn't come. Asgrim had promised, and they hadn't come. Cray knew she was behaving like a child thwarted of some long-anticipated treat, but she could not shrug off the gloom that had settled over her, nor the anger that went with it. Asgrim had been kind to her, taking time from his busy day to sit down and tell her everything Thorvald had been doing, rebuilding walls knocked down by winter storm, helping ferry much-needed supplies to isolated communities, digging drains. That had made her smile. Thorvald possessed a certain sense of his own importance, and was not known to be especially forthcoming when he felt himself overqualified for a task. Such hard and basic work would be good for him. Their piece of wood was already more than earned, Asgrim had assured her, and the young men simply helping with some final duties before returning to collect her and tend to the sea dove. They had made themselves well liked with their easy manner and general willingness. Both had mentioned her often, with evident concern and obvious affection. Asgrim had undertaken to let them know she was quite well and perfectly safe. A pity she had had to witness what she did with Jofrid. It was a difficulty caused by the other tribe, a scourge and a sadness, but not something visitors need concern themselves with. The Long Knife people were used to it. Someday they would find a solution. She must forget that, put it behind her. It could be no more than 2 days, at most 3, before Thorvald and Sam returned, Asgrim had said. Cray would be doing him a personal favour if she could keep Jofrid company for that small time, and perhaps stay on while her young friends were mending their boat. Gudrun would like that too, and the other women. They had become fond of her. So she had waited, 2 days, 3, walking to the western end of the settlement each morning, eyes scouring the hillside in vain for signs of life beyond straggle-coated sheep and scrawny goats. Asgrim departed, on his way back to wherever they were. His bodyguard, a very large man, padded silently at his side. This fellow had looked Cray up and down thoroughly and expertly with his small eyes, as if she were a prize heifer or likely breeding sow, until Gudrun scolded him out of her cottage. Now he was gone, and the ruler with him. And it was not 2 days or 3, but 7, 9, 15, another full turning of the moon, and Thorvald still did not come back. Sitting in the workroom, plying distaff and spindle as Jofrid combed the fleece in preparation, Cray was forced to recognize what it was she felt. Thorvald had not met up to her expectations. He had been unkind to her, and to Sam. They were both used to that. It happened often, and could be excused because Thorvald did not understand how it made them feel. He had left her behind. She could forgive that as well. Sam had known how ill at ease she was. His concern could be seen in his eyes, but Thorvald had believed her blithe assurances that she didn't mind a bit. This time, however, Thorvald's selfishness could not be explained away. She had tried to do just that. Indeed, she realized how many times she had made excuses for him, had justified what he did, simply so she could go on believing him perfect. The days passed, and Thorvald stayed away. Yet he was free to return, Asgrim had told her so. That could only mean one thing. Thorvald didn't care a bit how she felt. Indeed, he probably hadn't given her a single thought since he walked away that morning with his staff in his hand and his eyes fixed on his personal quest. Not only did he disregard Cray herself, but her whole family and Sam's livelihood and everyone who waited back in Rosie to know if the 3 of them lived or died. What about Margaret? Had he spared any thought for her, for the pain and guilt she might be feeling, knowing that it was her action that had sparked this journey? Cray was forced to reassess Thorvald, and the result left her somewhat dissatisfied, not just with the object of her affections, but with herself as well. "You look angry," Joffred said softly, easing the oily tangle of uncarded wool through the wide comb. Cray set the spindle turning, drew the twist of fibre between her fingers. The good thing about spinning was that once you had the knack of it, you didn't need to think. Your hands simply went ahead and did the work. Not angry, just a bit sad. I want to go home. I don't understand why Thorvald and Sam aren't here. A flicker of expression crossed Joffred's pale features and died. Joffred had barely begun to talk so long after that terrible night of loss. Her voice was an apologetic whisper, her whole demeanour one of exhausted defeat. She clung to Cray's side like a wan shadow. It had become habit for the two of them to work together in the mornings, for Cray to sit in Joffred's cottage and sew in the afternoons, while Joffred tended to her stock, or sometimes just sat in silence, watching. Returning to Gudrun's for supper and sleep had become a relief. Big, dour Gudrun had mellowed somewhat. There was a reluctant kindness in her terse comments, her attempts at special cookery. "I'm sorry," Cray went on, talking more to herself than Joffred. "It seems selfish to fuss about such things, I know. I didn't expect to be away so long, that's all. I miss my family." She could see them as if they were right there before her, Eyvind striding up and down, racked with worry and guilt, though her plight was none of his doing. He would believe he had somehow failed in his fatherly duties to let such a disaster occur. Nessa, quiet with Ingjerd in her arms, holding her concern inside as always, looking for signs in fire and water, seeking her inner wisdom for answers. Brona, trying to do all her own tasks as well as Cray's, and biting her nails to the quick over Sam. Aunt Margaret, Cray's second mother, standing stern and silent on the steps of her house, gazing out to the west. Ash would be in the background somewhere, maintaining a faithful watch over her. "I miss them terribly." Joffred bowed her head, apparently intent on her task. She laid a handful of carded wool in the basket at Cray's elbow. Between the two of them, they had prepared enough twist this morning to make a good start on a blanket or a warm tunic for one of the men. "Joffred?" There was no reply. Cray had not expected one. "Have you a husband? Is he away with Asgrim's men?" Cray had not tried this direct question before. Now seemed as good a time as any. A nod. Joffred's hands stilled. The soft, teased-out wool like thistledown between them. "What's his name?" "Wieland," Joffred whispered, making a little sigh of the name, a small sadness. "Is he a fisherman?" "Not anymore," Joffred said. "He is a warrior now." A moment later, a single tear rolled down her cheek. Her voice cracked. More tears fell, and she put her hands up over her face. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't—" Cray began, but as soon as it had started, the moment was over. Joffred scrubbed a hand across her cheeks, took up the comb again, and retreated back into silence. After that, Cray swallowed her frustration a while, and went on waiting as late spring turned to early summer, and the lambs on the hillside grew sturdier. There was no news at all from Thorvald and Sam. As for Brother Neil and his fellows, she had seen no more of them. She supposed Asgrim had forbidden them access to the settlement at Brightwater. She thought herself that the women would have welcomed such voices of calm and common sense among them. Maybe Brecken's prayers had been powerless to hold off those voices of death, but they could at least provide solace. When it came to such times of loss and grief, Cray thought it mattered little which gods one believed in, which faith one adhered to. Anything was good, as long as it helped. As time passed, it seemed to Cray that the women were growing accustomed to her presence, almost as if she were one of them. And because of that, she began to hear things that were not intended for her ears, scraps of conversation that worried her. At first she dismissed them. She was lonely, upset, disappointed with Thorvald. She was overreacting. All the same, being her father's daughter, Cray had learned how to listen. And the more she listened, the more a sense of dread, of dark secrets and dangerous shadows began to creep over her. Gudrun, clanking pots on the fire, talking to Helga as Cray was changing her shoes in the inner room. Good little thing. Seems a shame, really. And Helga's response, a sudden hissing, shh. Frida, invited to share their meal on another evening, silently chewing the overboiled mutton and watching Cray with her beady, inimical eyes. Ale poured later, a joke shared with Gudrun, something about the size of men's noses that had them all laughing. All but Frida, whose shriveled lips never so much as attempted a smile. Then later, words overheard as Frida donned her shawl and Gudrun opened the door for her. Careful. Too friendly. Just makes it harder. Helga in the workroom one sunny morning, and Cray offering to help her with weaving. There was a much more efficient way to beat the weft threads up, a particular grip on the whalebone weaving sword, a flick of the wrists that was easy to master once someone showed you. Cray demonstrated. The threads aligned themselves, perfectly even and regular. She watched as Helga did it, once to try, twice to be sure. She congratulated her on her quickness to learn. Helga beamed. Oh, thank you. You're such a clever girl, Cray, and so kind. It seems a pity. She blushed crimson and turned away. What seems a pity? Cray asked quietly. All of a sudden the room had gone very still. That you won't be staying, put in Gudrun from where she sat on her stool, spinning. That you'll be off as soon as your young men get back. It was a logical answer, but Cray knew it was not the one Helga had come close to blurting out. There was something afoot, something they were not saying, and it had to do with her. She wished Asgreen would come back so she could ask him straight out. Then, at a time when the air was growing appreciably warmer at last, with a hint of real summer in it, they presented her with a gift. It was a gown of finest wool, not made on these islands, she suspected, but borne to this shore from far away and set aside for some special purpose. These women had neither the ability nor the tools for such delicate work. It was palest cream in colour, with a narrow green border to neckline and hemline, embroidered with little flowers and birds. Both skill and love had gone into its making. The sleeves were narrow, the skirt fell in graceful folds from a wide girdle. There were green ribbons for the hair to set off the trim. It was a lovely thing, and entirely inappropriate as a gift. I can't take this, Cray said flatly. It's like a wedding dress. You must save it for one of your daughters. She faltered. This settlement had few daughters. The pair of lads, the awkward, squinting girl, made up its full complement of children. You must not waste such a precious garment on me, she went on. Though I thank you for your generosity. Take it, said Gudrun, sounding almost angry. Try it on. You look bonny in it, with your yellow hair and all. When your young man comes back, put in Helga. Won't he like to see you in such a gown? Go on, lass, said Gudrun. Cray was pushed and prodded through into the sleeping quarters and found it impossible to refuse their polite, insistent requests to undress and put the gown on. The fit was not bad, the bodice a little tight, the waist a little loose, but comfortable enough. Now that she was doing as they wished, the others had retreated. Joffred remained, combing Cray's hair, tying in the ribbons, stroking the folds of the skirt so they fell more cleanly from the girdle. It was a strange fashion, showing somewhat more of the figure than was considered respectable at home. Even for dancing, Cray and Bruna always wore gown and overdress, properly pinned, or the straight skirt and long tunic that were the traditional garb of their mother's people. This was more like a nightrobe, low-necked, clinging at breasts and hips, a garment she had absolutely no intention of wearing in front of Thorvald and Sam, though it would have been interesting to see their faces. She stared at herself in the dull bronze of Gudrun's mirror. Her face gazed back, dimly candlelit, shadowy, worried eyes in a pale oval. Her hair was a haze of gold, falling across her shoulders and down her back unbound. Joffred stood behind her like an anxious wraith. Cray. Joffred's whisper was so soft, Cray thought at first she'd imagined it, tiny and intense, a breath of danger. "What?" she whispered back. "You must go away. In the morning. Go." "What?" Shock made her voice louder. "Shh," Joffred hissed. "Not safe. You must not stay here." Cray's heart was thumping. She opened her mouth to ask, what is not safe? Where must I go? But the moment was past. Joffred, hearing the others coming, had lapsed back into silence. She moved the comb steadily through Cray's long hair, smoothing the shining strands, her eyes once more blank of expression. It was as if nothing at all had happened. Cray allowed herself to be admired, petted, fussed over. She submitted to the twining of more ribbons in the hair, the small adjustments to the dress, the presentation of a pair of soft slippers deemed more appropriate than her workaday shoes. It became apparent that refusal of the gown would not be allowed. Reluctantly, she accepted it, knowing that she could never wear such a garment, save perhaps in the privacy of her own bedchamber, to laugh about with Brona. In this outpost, among these grim folk, to dress in such extravagant clothing was to single oneself out as different, special, and she could see no reason at all for that. When every detail was to their liking, the women stood about and admired her, with little comments about how kind she had been, how helpful, how clever, and how pleased they were to be able to thank her thus. Joffred wasn't saying anything now. She stared at the ground or into the corner, as if she were pretending to be somewhere else. But after it was over, and Cray was permitted to remove her finery and fold it away neatly, Joffred looked at her from the doorway, and in Joffred's shadowed eyes the message was once more stark and plain. "Go. Go now, or it will be too late." Cray passed a sleepless night, trying to set her mind in order while her heart drummed in panic and her body ran with cold sweat. In the pre-dawn, she rose in silence. Across the small chamber, Gudrun still snored under her coverlet. The ale had flowed generously last night, and with luck the woman would sleep later than usual. Cray packed her bag. There was not time to find everything, but she stuffed in what she could. Her knife, her sewing things, a shawl, the comb Sam had made for her, and into the pocket on the outside, the closely furled roll of the journey. Then, sheepskin boots in one hand, bag on her shoulder, she tiptoed out to the main room of the cottage, where the fire lay in cold ashes, and the merest sliver of grey light could be seen through the chinks and cracks around the door. This was all in the timing, and the ability to keep quiet. For all she was a girl, and not destined for life as hunter or warrior, Cray had learned a thing or two growing up in her father's household. For such a big man, Eyvind had an uncanny knack of moving swift as a shadow, silent as a hawk, when there was the need for it. Cray had learned as well how to watch and listen, how best to seize an advantage. She slipped the bolts on Gudrun's front door, opened and closed it without a sound, set rocks in place to stop it from swinging and banging. Hood up over her hair, she stood by the wall, every sense alert for danger. The place was quiet. No dog stirred, no bird sang yet in salute to the rising sun, though it was light. The traces of first day a sensation of pallor somewhere beyond the blanket of damp that clung low around the houses. If there were men set to guard the settlement today, they were nowhere to be seen. At such a time, on such a morning, it was probable they sat by a fire somewhere, warming their hands and sharing a flask of ale and a mutton chop or two. One could only hope. The first part was easy, mist or no mist. She had passed this way daily in rain or shine since her first arrival in Brightwater. Soft-footed as a ghost, Cray slipped past cottage and outhouse, pig pen and fowl run, up to the place where a stile in the stone dyke marked the end of her permitted territory, the border of forbidden land. She glanced behind her. Down the track, shreds of mist cloaked Gudrun's dwelling, the communal craft hut, the cottages of Joffred and Helga. Cray hitched up her skirts and clambered over the wall by the straggling vegetable patch. A bird sang suddenly, high above,
in confident recognition of morning. Cray drew a deep breath, feeling the moisture in the chill air, sensing something odd in her heart. Fear, maybe? Mingled with an awareness of freedom that went far beyond the fact of leaving the small settlement, silent women and half-spoken secrets. She could not capture it yet, not quite. It beat within her, strong but elusive, beautiful and dangerous. Beyond a doubt, this feeling was akin to the vision that had seized her that morning on the cliff path, something wondrous, powerful, and ineffably sad. What it was, she did not know. She knew only a profound gratitude that it still lived, somewhere inside her. Shifting her bag higher on her back, Cray set her steps forward and began to stride up the valley, away from Brightwater. In time, the morning mist lifted, and the squint-eyed girl drove her geese out to forage. By then there was nothing to be seen on the hillside beyond the settlement, but the pale, slow forms of grazing sheep.
"She's not here."
Brother Neil spoke calmly, lying with a practiced ease that sat at odds with tonsure and habit.
"Not a sign of her. And Colum's been outside all morning, digging the vegetable patch. He'd have seen Cray if she passed by. I did tell the boys when they came up looking. Now you've climbed all this way for nothing."
The two lads had appeared at the hermitage around midday, breathing hard, and had been sent on their way again with a brief answer and a drink of water. Now Gudrun herself had made her way along the valley and up the hill, red-faced, sweating, with a note of real fear in her voice. "Where else would she go?" she panted. "She must have come this way." Brother Neil spread his hands in a gesture indicating helpless perplexity. Funny that, thought Cray as she stood very still, watching through the crack in the inner door of this small, neat dwelling. She'd never known a man who seemed less helpless, except her father.
"I can't imagine," said Brother Neil. "I do understand your concern. One's mind tends to play tricks at such a time. Let us hope Cray has merely gone wandering along the lake shore, or into the fields to pick flowers. Girls will do these things. Of course, she may have attempted the path back to Blood Bay, and we all know the danger for a girl of walking alone by the sea. I'm afraid it may already be too late. Asgrim's not going to be happy."
Gudrun wrung her hands. Cray had never seen her like this, not even on the night of the voices. The large, capable woman seemed at her wit's end.
"You're very welcome to join us at prayer,"
put in Brother Brechin from the far end of the chamber, where he stood at a table that held scrolls of parchment, soapstone pots of ink, quills in a jar.
"God may have answers for you. A little quiet reflection can provide great comfort to the troubled spirit."
By all the ancestors, he was as bad as Neil. Bare-faced dissemblers, the two of them. Cray watched in silence as Gudrun scowled at the hermits and peered into the corners of the hut, as if to seek proof that they were tricking her.
"As you see,"
offered Brother Neil in mild, kindly tones,
"there are just the two of us here, and Colum out in the field somewhere. If you'd like, I'll call him in so you can ask him yourself, unless you wish to inspect the sleeping quarters of a household of 3 men, all of them sworn to celibacy in God's service."
He lifted his brows. "Don't say yes," Cray willed Gudrun. If the woman took one step through this inner door, Cray would be in plain view. This white-haired hermit certainly seemed to enjoy taking risks. Gudrun growled a response in which Cray could discern the name Asgrim, then turned on her heel and headed off down the hillside. It was a long walk back to Brightwater, and by no means an easy one. They waited in silence. After a carefully judged interval, Brother Brechin moved to close the front door, a massive, heavy thing that had perhaps once been part of an ocean-going vessel, for it was studded with rivets in unlikely places.
"Oh dear,"
observed Brother Neil as Cray came forth from her hiding place and resumed her seat by the table. He fetched a jug from the stone shelves at the far end of the room, filled a cup, set it before her.
"Trouble does seem to follow you, doesn't it?"
"I'm sorry," she said. She had explained herself already, the reasons for her sudden, unannounced arrival, the way her disquiet in the settlement had grown to a real fear.
Remembering Brother Neil's veiled warnings and his offers of help, she had hoped they might take her in. Here, surely, she would be safe. Folk did not harm men of faith, nor those whom they sheltered. The brothers had received her calmly, heard what she had to say, fed her vegetable broth and warm flat bread. While she was eating, the hard walk had brought back the appetite that had deserted her in recent times. Brecon had made a few adjustments to the sleeping arrangements in the cottage.
Colum would share the outhouse with the cow and calf,
he'd announced blithely. It was the warmest place anyway, and a good lesson in humility besides. He and Neil would spread their blankets here in the outer chamber, leaving the sleeping quarters to their guest. Cray had begun to protest, but after the walk she'd been weary enough to drop, though it was not yet midday, and she'd fallen asleep in one of the hard shelf beds the instant she lay down. She had not been long awake when Gudrun had come rapping at the door. Now Gudrun was gone, but others might come, and she realised, sitting here beside these quiet men, with the late afternoon sun streaming in warm and golden between open shutters, that on no account was she going to return to Brightwater, not for Gudrun, not for Asgrim, not for anyone.
"Don't be sorry,"
Brecon said.
"Our home is open to you. You are safe here."
Neil made no comment. "It's only until the others get back," Cray put in quickly. "Not long. Asgrim said—" She fell silent.
Asgrim said 2 days, I seem to remember.
Neil's tone was thoughtful.
That was some time ago. I'm afraid, my dear, that the ruler may have plans for your friends, plans that will keep them by his side until midsummer at least.
Cray was horrified. What plans? He said they'd already earned what they needed. He said they were coming back.
Yes, agreed Neil. The ruler says many things, and every one of them with a purpose.
A pox on him! Cray rose to her feet, fists clenched. I'll just walk on over there and find them. That's what I'll do. I'm sick of these rules. Cover your hair, stay in the settlement, don't ask awkward questions. Thorvald and Sam should come back. Folk need us at home.
Did you ask anyone why?
Neil's voice was soft.
Why cover your hair? Why not walk about freely?
Cray gave him a cross glance. Of course I asked, but nobody would tell me anything. I suppose it's to do with the spirits, the voices, whatever it is the other tribe sends that does such evil work. I'm not afraid of them. Now she was the one who was lying. She was deeply afraid, but for the moment her anger was stronger. I'm going to go and find Thorvald and Sam, and nobody's going to stop me.
Neil
regarded her levelly, his dark eyes assessing.
Not today, though. You wouldn't get there before dark. And if you want to avoid Brightwater, you need to take the steep track. That can be treacherous, even when your shoes fit properly.
He glanced at Brother Brecon, and Brecon moved to busy himself over at the hearth.
I can provide answers to some of your questions, Cray. Guesswork, maybe, but informed by my years of living on the islands, close to both Asgrim's tribe and the other. I think, really, it would be wise to learn what you can before...
Cray grimaced. Before I go rushing off trying to change the world. She sat down, folding her hands on the table before her. Its stone surface was scrubbed shining clean. The pens and inks, the sheets of parchment lay in orderly fashion at its far end, ready for a scholar's touch. You're right, of course. I'm behaving like Thorvald, dashing into the fray without studying the lay of the land. That was exactly what Thorvald had done, she thought, when he had followed Asgrim away from Brightwater. Though he had said nothing to her, he had already decided the ruler was his father. She had seen it in his eyes. Perhaps he was right. By now he would know one way or the other. There was a simple means of ruling people out, one that required no questions at all. My father would be ashamed of me, she added.
Would he? Well then, let us do this as he would wish it done, calmly and carefully. Myself, I have learned the great value of foreknowledge. One cannot defeat an enemy one does not understand. Unfortunately, Asgrim has never grasped that, so the situation grows ever more tenuous for the Long Knife people, season by season. These folk deserve better.
Brechin had taken a bucket and gone out, closing the door firmly behind him. Of the boy, Colum, there had been no sign, save a head ducked in the window earlier, and a bit of bread and cheese passed out with a few explanatory words. Brechin had gone to warn him, perhaps, in case anyone else came searching.
"We have a few days at least,"
Neil said, perhaps seeing something of her anxiety in her face.
"He will know where you are. He and I have a long history. He will anticipate my keeping you here out of his way. He won't rush back. Asgrim's busy. He's getting his forces ready for the hunt. At this precise moment, I'm informed he's preparing to sail your boat around from Blood Bay to his encampment for a bit of refurbishment. I would suspect he has a particular job in mind for this vessel. Asgrim has plenty to occupy him for now. Nonetheless, we must be ready for him. That means, I'm afraid, that you are still within prison walls of a kind. You'll have to stay indoors until we decide what to do."
Oh. Perhaps after all she'd made a terrible mistake. Perhaps they were not Christian monks in the mould of peace-loving Brother Tig at all. This one still wore a dagger. She had seen his hand move to its hilt when Gudrun hammered on the door. She had seen him adjust his robe later to conceal the bright metal.
"Not good, I know. You are an active girl, I suspect. You made the walk here in remarkably good time."
At home, I'm used to walking to my Aunt Margaret's house every day so we can work together. Sometimes I ride. It's a fair way. I hate being cooped up. She flushed. I'm sorry, that sounds terribly ungrateful. Please, do tell me what you can about all this. I'm so worried about Thorvald. He gets caught up in an idea sometimes and forgets everything else. He can't really look after himself very well. And Sam's just a fisherman and expects everyone else to be as honest as he is. That's why.
Neil gave a half smile.
"That's why you came with them?"
Well, yes. I suppose it sounds rather silly, but it seemed to me they needed someone. She faltered again.
"Someone who could see the situation from outside and come up with answers. Not this time, I fear. The three of you have walked into a web that is dark, complex, and very old. A struggle that has come close to annihilating all who live here, both Long Knife people and Unspoken. And, sad to say, because of what you are, it will be no simple matter to extricate you."
What we are? Cray echoed, not understanding. Neil reached across and took a strand of her hair between his fingers, twisting the bright gold gently.
"Not the others. Just you. They bade you cover your hair with good reason. Asgrim's daughter had such a head of hair, fair and shining as ripe wheat. Asgrim's daughter was stolen for her golden hair, stolen and borne away by the tribesmen of the Unspoken. She was used by each of them in turn, over the nights from one full moon to the next. Thus does the tribe make a child, a very special child, whose conception and birth are integral to their lore. They call this one Foxmask, a powerful visionary, their priest and wise man. Such a child can be born only of a maiden who is sun and moon in one being, hair like rays of morning light, skin white as moonbeams on snow."
Cray stared at him aghast. His daughter? How terrible! What happened to her? But she seemed to know the answer already. It was in the gravity of his austere features, the careful neutrality of the eyes.
"She died. She was a young thing, perhaps 13 when they took her, younger than you, Cray. The Unspoken have been without a seer for some years, since the old one died. They were in turmoil. They require this kind of guidance to maintain their order, their whole pattern of being. Without it, they are like a sharp axe in the hands of a crazy man, striking at random, as ready to destroy a friend as an enemy. You've heard their wild music, you've seen what damage it can inflict. They did not use their powers thus when Foxmask dwelt among them. The girl served her purpose. Her death would have meant little. She was merely a vessel for them.
Beneath her outrage, Cray was thinking hard. Golden hair, all right. I suppose I have to cover up because they might see me, because I might be at risk of abduction. She shivered, recoiling from the image of it, that little girl all alone among those monsters, her whole world destroyed. Herself, perhaps taken and used the same way. It was disgusting, impossible. Such things just didn't happen. Why only me? She challenged, hearing the shrill note of fear in her own voice. Why don't all the women have to cover up? And how do you know all of this anyway? I thought the three of you were banned from the settlement.
As to that, Neil said, we are unwelcome in Asgrim's domain, that much is true. But I've been here many years, Cray, since well before these troubles began. There was a time in these isles when men plied their trades without fear, when folk travelled freely from settlement to settlement and spoke openly of their business. In those days, long-knife people and unspoken met yearly for a council. Hard to believe now, but true. Latterly, the information has come through Asgrim himself, for only he can speak with the enemy now, and that with some difficulty, I gather. My young messengers, bringers of fish and news, keep me up to date, and they don't tell tales at the other end. You ask why only me? The fair-haired women are rare in these isles. In all the time I've been here, Sula and yourself have been the only two young girls with such a head of hair. Your mother, I expect, had her origins in some land far to the east. Norway, perhaps.
Cray managed to smile. My mother is one of the old race in the Light Isles, a dark-haired woman and slightly built. You know that already. It is my father who has the butter-yellow locks and the eyes like pieces of sky. He did not reply. There was a quill in the jar by his side, and he took it out and rolled it between his fingers absently. You are a scribe? A draftsman? Cray asked, trying to fix her mind on something normal, to reassure herself this was not some living nightmare. She had wondered at the tools of scholarship set out here. They seemed incongruous in the brutal, ungiving landscape of these far isles. For a moment she thought he was not going to answer, but he put the pen down and said, All three of us practice this craft, in one way or another. It passes the time. You read? Oh, no. I would like to, of course. Thorvald can read. His mother taught him. And I want to learn. But I don't seem to have the knack for it. Aunt Margaret said it didn't matter, that I put my talent into the other things I do. But it would be very fine to be able to make my name, decipher and describe.
Other things? What are these other things Aunt Margaret values, Cray?
She was blushing again. Stupid. Girls' pursuits. Spinning, weaving, embroidery, cooking and midwifery. Looking after children and teaching them. Thorvald thinks those things aren't important, but they are. They have to be. They are the heart of a community. They hold it all together. She was babbling. What interest could he possibly have in this?
You have some handiwork with you?
Yes, but I don't show it. Not usually. His smile was guarded. Something had set a constraint between them.
Nor I mine, Cray. We are both slow to trust, and rightly so. Perhaps, when we know each other better, we may work side by side. Now it grows late, and I think the others are returning. Perhaps there will be eggs.
Oh, but you didn't finish. What about Asgrim and the boys? Why is he keeping them there, and how— The door rustled and opened, admitting Brecken and Cullum. The latter shot a glance at Cray, then retreated to the fireside, milk pail in one hand and egg basket in the other. Cray supposed he was still young enough to find the presence of a woman at close quarters disturbing. The others, by dint of age or discipline, seemed to have no trouble with it. The cowshed would probably be a blessing for Cullum, judging by the way he was looking at her under his lashes like a bashful suitor.
As I said,
Neil folded his arms casually.
We do have a few days.
And with the restriction on outdoor activities, plenty of time to talk. And you need more food and more sleep. Let us come at this slowly. There is layer upon layer here, and not all are so easily unfolded. 4 eggs today. The hens must have seen you coming.
I'm going back, declared Sam, testing his weight on the heavily bandaged ankle and wincing in pain. The injury was taking a long time to heal. Maybe something was broken after all.
I'm going if I have to crawl there. This is just ridiculous. I want my boat, I want to see Cray, and I want to get home. Since the ruler's not here, I needn't ask permission, need I? Or is it you I'm supposed to ask, since you seem to have set yourself up as leader in his absence?
He glowered at Thorvald and hobbled another step along the shore. The two of them were alone, on the higher ground by the shelter. The men were engaged in mock battle under Hogney's supervision. Thorvald had moved them on from 1-to-1 bouts, and now they rehearsed the possible flows of a real skirmish, 8 men attacking, 8 defending, the rest observing. By midsummer they would be ready. He would make sure of it.
Leader? Thorvald lifted his brows. Hardly. I'm what they call an incomer, after all. I merely share what little knowledge I have. You've seen what they're like, Sam. They'd have been sitting targets in this battle. The least I can do is give them a bit of help. You lap it up, though, don't you? Being treated like you're someone special, the hero that'll see them through and solve all their problems. I don't know about you, Thorvald, I really don't.
Anyway, Thorvald said, finding himself more than a little rattled, though Sam's comments were nonsense, of course.
You know you can't walk more than 6 or 7 steps on that foot without falling in a heap. You know you'd never make it over to Blood Bay, especially not with a load of wood on your back. I presume that was the plan, since there's a certain question of boat mending to be addressed. You know I can't go back yet. These men depend on me. Without my help, they stand to be beaten yet again. Beaten, maimed, killed, and sent back into despair until this enemy wipes out every last one of them. You expect me to let that happen when I can do something to prevent it? Try to look past your own concerns, Sam. This is far bigger than you and me and the Sea Dove.
It was so big, in fact, that it had begun to consume his thoughts night and day. In the Light Isles, the closest he had come to influencing men, to making decisions of any importance, was in joining the debate when invited to councils with his mother. His contributions, while always received with respect, had been, at best, peripheral. It had never been possible to believe himself essential to any discussion, to any endeavour. He had never been part of a venture in which life and death hung in the balance. He had never had men depending on him. This was vital. He could almost believe he had been sent to do this. Sam set his jaw obstinately. He had given up the attempt to walk and stood leaning on the length of driftwood he used for support.
"What about Cray?" he challenged. "Forgotten her, have you, in your quest to impress this father of yours?"
Sudden anger seized Thorvald. He lifted his hand as if to deliver a blow, and lowered it at the look in Sam's eyes.
"Hold your tongue!" he snapped.
Then he made himself draw a deep breath. A leader does not lose control so easily, and he was a leader here, for all his denials. In that, Sam had been quite correct. The men turned to Thorvald increasingly for guidance and encouragement, and he saw a flowering in them, both of skills and of hope.
"Cray came here by her own choice," he said, forcing his voice calm. "You know that. There is no reason why she should not wait for us a little longer. Provided we sail before the autumn storms, we can reach home safely. A passage across to the Northern Isles, I think, then a cautious trip down to Rosie. There'll be plenty of time."
Cray could wait. His mother could wait. This was a quest, a challenge bold and real.
"You'll do what you want, of course," Sam muttered. "Don't you always? But you won't make me do it, not this time. I have a bad feeling, and it's got to do with Asgrim and this whole hunt business, and Cray as well. Soon as this leg's fit for it, I'm off back over there. And if you're not ready by the time the Sea Dove is, we're going home without you."
Thorvald smiled thinly.
"That'll be cosy, just the two of you."
It hurt somewhat that Sam did not support him,
that Sam could not comprehend the magnitude of what he was doing here, the huge significance of it. Win this summer's battle, retrieve Foxmask at last, and he would deliver the long-sought peace and freedom that Asgrim craved for his tribe. Surely no boat, no girl was more important than that.
"Blind, are you?"
growled Sam, turning away. Thorvald had no idea what he meant, and no inclination to ask. The injury, the forced inaction, had turned Sam rather odd. His sunny, equable disposition had been replaced by ill temper and restless brooding. Well, that was Sam's problem, not his. Asgrim would be back again soon, his latest trip merely to check outposts and call in a few more men to swell the number Thorvald was training at the camp. He must ensure that when the ruler returned, they had something to show him. As their trust in Thorvald had grown, the men had begun to talk more openly, and he had learned enough about the nature of the coming battle, and the terrain on which it must be fought, to narrow his strategies to those appropriate to such challenging conditions. What was the size of the enemy forces? Big. They came from everywhere, appearing and vanishing at will. Last summer they had accounted for many of Asgrim's men before the broken remnant of the islanders' army had raced the Fool's Tide back to Council Fjord. So this tribe had numbers, and they were well armed, resourceful and clever. They had the advantage of knowing the territory. The timing of the hunt? 2 days, if they were lucky. The boats would stand off the Isle of Clouds overnight, for the ground was treacherous even in full light, and there were presences. Not a man among them wanted his foot on that shore in darkness. 2 days, and then home again, whatever the result. Failed to cross over while the strange midsummer clan lulled the roiling currents of the Fool's Tide, and the sea would have them if the enemy did not. The terrain? A beast of a place, full of sudden sheer drops, holes, cracks, and caves. Not much cover, and the enemy knew every bit of it like the back of his hand. There were birds everywhere, the ground in some areas slick with their droppings, the air full of their screams and pecking beaks. They'd have young to protect. It was an additional hazard. Anything else he should know? Well, there was the mist, the drenching rain, the chill. There were the hands under the water, and the voices. It was a kind of warfare in which organised formations, the wedge, the swine's head, were entirely inappropriate. He could have made use of wolfskins. Fear of the enemy seemed a primary barrier to success here, and a small force of elite professionals would have served him well, not least those fanatical followers of Thor with their total disregard for self-preservation. It was interesting, Thorvald mused, to recall that Cray's father had once been such a fighter. Indeed, although Eyvind was now more arbiter and family man than soldier, folk throughout the Light Isle still referred to him as the Wolfskin, as if there had only ever been one. Well, there were no such warriors here. Even the best of Asgrim's men still viewed the coming conflict either with trepidation or with a certain blank-eyed acceptance. Thorvald was working hard to change that. He had made it his task to get to know each man better and to give each man a sense of purpose. It was starting to work. Einar had become a friend, and Scully an ally. Wieland was more ready to share his own ideas than before, though he was still unnaturally sombre. Skapti had been a challenge. It had been necessary to set up a situation in which the second of the big guards, whom the men feared still more than his brother, Hogni, could be commended for his expertise, his own particular skills, and convinced that he was vital to the endeavour. Hogni himself had been helpful. Skapti, he told Thorvald quietly, had a deft touch for knife-throwing. There wasn't much call for such a skill here. Brute force and minimal scruples were what Asgrim wanted for his guards. But Skapti was an artist with the knives. Thorvald gave the men an afternoon off work and had them set up a competition in which games of various kinds featured. Wrestling, running, jumping and climbing, a race to haul up boats, escaping from bonds, and, to crown the contest, the hurling of knives into a target. This was a wooden door on which was sketched the outline of a man with his heart done in red clay. There were 5 points for the head, 10 for the heart, and 1 for a hit anywhere else on the body. With each round, Thorvald moved the target farther back. In the final turn, only 4 throwers managed to hit the wooden man at all, 2 in the leg and 1 in the arm. Skapti's huge hands wielded his knives with delicate precision. He landed his missiles in a neat triangle, each of them piercing the small red heart. Thorvald congratulated him warmly and offered him a drink, and then another. By the end of the evening, he had persuaded the big warrior that the hunt's success would depend on Skapti's ability to teach the men all the tricks he knew, not just knives, but every kind of fighting in his considerable repertoire. If both Hogni and Skapti worked with him, Thorvald said, they'd have a first-rate band of warriors by midsummer. Some of the men had glanced at Thorvald sideways. Skapti's history had little in it to commend him as a teacher, and they were thinking, no doubt, of the beatings that might ensue if they did not come up to standard. Thorvald ignored the looks. "We need you, Skapti," he'd said at the end, with simple truth. For without this most formidable of warriors as an ally, the men must continue to work under the shadow of Asgrim's harsh authority. "Will you help us? Will you be part of this?" Skapti, curiously hesitant, had spoken with unusual restraint. "You sure?" he queried, small eyes intent on Thorvald's. "Sure it's me you want, and not some other fellow?" "I am sure, Skapti. I trust you. Indeed, I don't think I can manage without you. What do you say?" Skapti's ferocious grin, his crushing hand clasping Thorvald's, had been all the reply necessary, and Thorvald's confidence in him appeared well-founded for now. Both Hogni and Skapti delighted in their new roles as tutors in warcraft. All Thorvald needed was time. He just hoped there would be enough time. Skapti and Hogni carried out their duties with little need for words. They knew their trade. Had it not been so, Thorvald would not have trusted this to them. They had the men's respect already for their size and strength, a respect that would always be touched with fear. For these two had long been the instruments of Asgrim's rough justice, and there was no forgetting that. Asgrim had a habit of staying a while, barking a sharp order or two, stalking about the encampment, watching the men's endeavours, and making them fumble with nervousness, then heading off again for 2 days, 3, sometimes longer. He always took Skapti or Hogni with him, sometimes both. Of recent times, Hogni and Skapti had drawn straws to determine who would stay and who would go, and it was the loser who walked away at Asgrim's side, though they did not tell the ruler so. Thorvald had put Hogni in charge of the daily mock battle sessions, while Skapti had been given responsibility for ensuring each man, fishermen included, came up to a certain basic level of skill in both armed and unarmed combat. There were rewards for improvement, a better knife, a warmer blanket, the privilege of leading the after-supper singing, if singing it could be called. Thorvald had dredged from his memory a store of old sagas of heroic warriors and seductive women, fierce hill trolls and menacing ice giants, and passed them on as best he could. He encouraged the composing of more, and a certain element of competition arose, with Orm being the champion so far. The ruler's absences became more frequent and lasted longer. It was whispered that he was trying to arrange a truce with the unspoken. When in camp, he observed in silence, eyes narrowed, lips tight. He made no attempt to curb Thorvald's endeavours, nor did he praise them. At one point, he suggested that Thorvald might as well make use of his hut while he was away. No need to waste a good bed. That seemed in itself indicative of a certain recognition. But Thorvald said he would prefer to sleep alongside the men, and he meant it. Even the fishermen were actively involved now. Today they were using the newly made shields to fend off the blows of the opposing team, trying to advance by sheer, stubborn persistence beyond a certain line marked out by a pair of iron posts driven to the hard earth. The defending team had thrusting spears. There were no practice weapons. Those were a luxury this army could not afford, being poor in both wood and iron. Watching the press of bodies, hearing the shout and the thud of spear point on shield, Thorvald only hoped Hogni would stop them before they really injured each other. Each man must play his part in the hunt. A couple would guard the boats when they got there, and the rest move out across the Isle of Clouds. Using every farmer, every fisherman, he could muster a fighting force of 27 men. He'd send Hogni and Skapti in with a group each,
and Einar would lead the rest, with Orm or Wieland by his side. Each of them had shown certain qualities suggestive of leadership. If they kept their nerve, the chances of overrunning the enemy were better than good. Finding Foxmask and taking him alive would be his own task. Sam was squatting down by the rocks now, big and awkward, and fiddling with the cloth that bound his damaged foot.
"What are you doing?" asked Thorvald. "Don't take it off. You're supposed to keep the salve on it and keep it covered." "I've had enough of it," Sam said heavily, unrolling the stained length of bandage. "I've had enough of the whole thing. Let's try a dunking in plain seawater and some fresh air. Never did me any harm before."
He sat on a flat rock and lowered the swollen, reddened foot into a small pool that lay like a round basin there, reflecting today's sunny sky. They had had few days of real summer. One would not be drawn to these isles by their climate, though the fishing was unsurpassed.
"I'm doing things for myself from now on," Sam said. "If that fellow Asgrim gives me orders I don't like, I'll tell him no. Ruler he may be, but he's no chieftain of mine. I want out, Thorvald." "Yes, you've made that extremely clear."
Thorvald's voice was tight.
"Sam."
"What?"
"You should do as you're asked. You should be part of this. We need every able-bodied man." "Able-bodied?" Sam queried, studying his foot which lay among the clinging shellfish and fronds of fine-leafed weed like a bloated sea creature. "That will mend before midsummer. Don't desert me, Sam. I need you. Think how it will look to the others if you walk off. And don't defy Asgrim. That really wouldn't be sensible at all." "That a threat, is it?" "You can take it however you like. Folk don't disobey him and get away with it, that's all. You know that. You told me yourself." "I know he's cruel," Sam said. "The man's got no heart. That's not fair. These are extreme circumstances. And he acts as he thinks he must to maintain discipline among his men. These fellows are not warriors. There's something about the enemy that scares them witless. Asgrim believes his strict approach is holding them together, I think. He doesn't realise the key to a good performance is respect and trust, combined with solid preparation." "Performance?"
Sam spoke flatly.
"Like a horse or a hunting dog, you mean? You may have your own methods, Thorvald, but it's Asgrim who's in charge here. If a man doesn't perform, the ruler simply gets rid of him. If you still want evidence that he's your father, that might be just it. Didn't Somerled kill his brother in cold blood and run roughshod over anyone else that got in his way? Seems like he hasn't improved much since then."
He paused.
"I should be sorry I said that, but I'm not. I know you think he could be your father, but there's something not right about him, Thorvald. I don't trust him." "You're wrong. Stay here and help me and I'll prove it. Asgrim's been struggling under impossible odds. Imagine how it must feel to lose your one battle year after year. To see more and more of your men cut down for no gain at all. Imagine an enemy who kills your children on the day they take their first breath. He's doing his best, but it's desperate. And desperate men get cruel sometimes. He probably thinks it's the only way." "Then why is he letting you do his work for him?" Sam asked bluntly. "Seems to me he's just making use of you."
Thorvald did not reply. There was one obvious answer to this, but he would not say it.
"Proud to be his son, are you?"
Sam's eyes were bleak in his honest face.
"If he is my father," Thorvald said in a whisper, "it seems to me I must be the best son I can to him. That's all. Will you stand by me?"
Sam opened his mouth to speak and closed it again. One of the men had shouted something, and now the combatants had laid down shield and spear and were running to the shore, pointing out to sea. Sam stood up carefully, using Thorvald's shoulder for balance as he gazed across the water. A boat was coming in, rowed by two men standing. A boat of greater size than any of those assembled here on the tidal flat. She was listing heavily, her course somewhat erratic. The rowers were Egil and Helgi, who had gone with the ruler on his last trip away. Holding the steering oar was Asgrim himself. The rowers hauled, muscles bulging with effort, and the sea dove crunched over shells and small rocks to beach herself at a drunken angle on the dark sand. Where the hole had been in her side, there now sprouted a hodgepodge of planking and patching, crudely pinned and nailed together, as if a finely wrought sword had been mended with a lump of scrap iron, or a delicate embroidery with hanks of uncombed wool. Sam stared in horror. First over the side and up the shore toward them was Asgrim.
"Thorvald, Sam, she's still watertight, as you can see. How are the men progressing?" "To schedule,"
Thorvald said absently. His eyes were on his friend. Sam had taken one faltering step forward, and another. The expression on his face was comical in its stunned disbelief.
"Who mangled my boat?" he breathed. "What sort of repair do you call that? Odin's bones, a child in swaddling could do a better job. Where did you fellows learn your boat-building skills? From a cook or a shepherd?"
He stumbled down to stand by the sea dove, one large hand reaching to stroke the undamaged timber, to touch with disgust the ragged line where the ugly overlay began.
"Temporary, of course,"
Asgrim said smoothly. He was watching Sam closely, Thorvald noticed, perhaps waiting for some particular response.
"We do need her here. She's capable of carrying more men than any of the others, and her sturdier construction will give her an added advantage in the strong currents off the Isle of Clouds. Nobody's sealing her anywhere with that lump of ordure on her hull," Sam said boldly. "She's not going out on the ocean until I have that off her and a decent repair done. And nobody touches her without my say-so. That goes for all of you."
He glared defiantly, turning his head to take in not only Asgrim and Thorvald, but the semicircle of others, warriors, fishermen, guards, who had assembled on the shore to watch the sea dove come in.
"Fine boat," grunted one of the fishermen. "Never seen a better." "I hope you heard me,"
said Sam, blue eyes turned straight on Asgrim's.
"Indeed."
The ruler appeared quite unperturbed.
"Certainly you must do this your own way, and choose your own helpers, remembering, of course, that all men must continue to complete their daily quota of combat and weapons training. I'm sure Thorvald will see that's not neglected. My apologies for the repair. Foremost in my mind was the need to get her fixed. You did speak of it rather often, and your own inability to make your way back over to the place where she was beached. So, an emergency solution, I'm afraid. And there's still the mast to replace. We do have a length of spruce for that. Not perfect, but serviceable. It's a big job, Sam, and you don't have a lot of time. Sure you can do it?"
The expression in Sam's eyes was answer enough.
"I'll get started now," he said. "Who's got my bag of tools? Knut, get down here and step lively. Thorvald."
Einar spoke with some diffidence as the two of them stood next morning, watching the men at target practice. Farther along the beach, the sea dove was swarming with Sam's chosen helpers. Already most of the patchy repair job had been undone.
"Yes." "Need to tell you something in confidence. Hope you won't take it amiss."
Thorvald turned to look at the elder man. Einar's expression was unusually grim, even for a man who seldom smiled.
"Of course not,"
he said calmly, even as unease clutched at him.
"What is it?"
"You'd want to be careful,"
said Einar, lowering his voice to a whisper.
"Very careful. He asked me to keep an eye on you. Make sure you weren't overstepping the mark."
"What do you mean?" Thorvald felt suddenly cold. Hadn't Asgrim trusted him? Hadn't the ruler more or less asked him to take charge?
"Can't say much more. The problem is, you're useful to him, very useful. And if you can win this for him, he's not going to stand in your way, not till it's over. But he sees how the fellows look up to you, and he doesn't like it. He's weighing you up, advantage or threat, help or, in the long run, hindrance. I've seen that look in his eyes before, Thorvald. He's not a man to get on the wrong side of."
Why are you telling me this? Thorvald hissed. He was torn between anger and hurt. Doesn't that put you in danger too?
Why do you think, you fool?
Einar responded, laying a hand on the younger man's shoulder.
Just be careful, that's all I'm saying.
His tone changed abruptly.
That's the round finished, and every man with at least one shot in the mark. They're getting better.
Yes, Thorvald said, recognizing in that moment that whatever else had possessed his thoughts, his father, his identity, his own future, nothing was more important than the flowering of these men's skills and courage, the reawakening of their hope.
And we'll get better still before the end. Come, let's tell them so.
Cray felt uncomfortable if her hands were idle for long. After a good night's sleep, she sat at the table, bag by her side, the journey on her knee. The fabric was unrolled just far enough to show where she had last formed stitches some time ago at Joffred's house. She threaded a fine needle with moss-green wool. She had cluttered the hearth of Aunt Margaret's workroom with dyes and mordants before she was satisfied with this colour, and began to sew. This part of the pattern was gentler, a lull in the swift flow of the journey. What she made signified trust and openness. There had been precious little of either in recent times. She stitched a hill and a small building with a cross on top. The next part was still in her mind, clasped hands, a dagger, veiled, an egg, its shape simple and perfect. On the other side of the table sat Brother Neil, watching her in silence. The others had gone outside. After their morning prayers, there was work to be done tending to stock and walled gardens, for they must support themselves in everything, Brecken had told her over supper. They even had their own small boat, which had brought himself and Colum to this shore from their native land, praise God, and was now kept safe in a place not far from Blood Bay. If Colum had not decided to take the cloth, Brecken smiled, he could certainly have earned his living netting cod. After a while, Neil unrolled one of the pieces of parchment and set white stones on its corners. He fetched water in a little jug, scraped powder into an ink pot, poured, mixed, waited. He took up a quill and began to write. Glancing up, Cray saw the words flowing across the parchment, neat and regular, cryptic and lovely as the tracks of otter, hare, gull or swallow. At the top of the page there was a bigger letter, with patterns set around it in colours as deep, as subtle as those she made for the fashioning of her own work. There were leaves, spirals, twisting snakes, and small, strange-eyed creatures with wings and scales. The quill moved on. Today Neil was merely adding text in perfect rows. And yet, within this order she could see disorder. Around the neat framework, signs of escape. She turned her attention to her own work. Her hands moved industriously, making a flower, a cloud, a little sheep. For a while they sat in silence, each intent on the task.
I've noticed.
Neil's voice broke the stillness.
The small irregularity in your work. Deliberate, I suspect. Where there's a gap in the border pattern, a pathway out, one might say, amidst the trail of vines there. That interests me.
Her first reaction was to roll the fabric quickly over, to cover what she'd made. It was secret, not to be shared, most certainly not to be discussed. But then, had she not put into today's labour what she felt most strongly in this small house of men? Trust? She unfolded her work again, touching the part he had mentioned with her finger. "You have good eyesight," she said.
For an old man. Yes, I still seem to manage. Will you explain the pattern to me? A thing of wonder it seems to be. Some might even call it a talisman of power. Not your Thorvald, evidently. His eyes are less acute, for all his youth.
I will tell you what this means, this gap in the border. If you will tell me what those little writings are, the ones that flow into the margins of your manuscript. It looks as if the letters are trying to get out. The quill stopped moving. Neil smiled. Cray caught her breath,
His expression was a wondrous blend of sadness, regret, acceptance, touched with a slightly guilty look, like that of a boy caught out in a small misdemeanor.
"Oh, Cray," he said quietly. "Your eyesight surpasses mine, I think. It goes straight to the heart of things. Very well. I will tell if you will. Ladies first."
"All right." She laid the journey on the table, unrolled just a little, so he could see the part she had made today and the last time she had worked on it. The images from before were dark and strange. Her fear and disquiet showed in the shadows, the half-glimpsed clutching hands, the faces that both smiled in welcome and screamed in furious repudiation. She did not show him the place where she had made the Isle of Clouds. "It is difficult to explain," she said. "Because of what this is, the power it holds within it, there's a need for a safeguard. I make a new part every day if I can. I call it the journey. There is so much in these stitches, these images, far more than wool and linen, that it is necessary to provide an escape route. If I did not do so, the love, the hate, the fear, the joy would simply build and build until it could not be held in so small an object. It would become too dangerous, too powerful. So I make this little path, here in the border, a way out. It is not regular. It must not be a pattern, or it risks becoming lost in the whole. This is the way with everything we make. Each blanket, each hanging, each garment possesses such an irregularity. It is a form of protection for those who use these items later. Even Aunt Margaret does it now, though this is a tradition of my mother's people, not of hers."
"You respect this aunt greatly, I can see. She is your father's sister."
It seemed to Cray there was a studied casualness about this question. She began to feel an odd sensation in her spine, a kind of tingling anticipation. "Oh no," she told him. "Aunt Margaret is not my blood kin. She is an old friend of my parents', that is all. I think of her as both aunt and friend. She has no daughters of her own, only Thorvald. And she has been very kind to me, and taught me all she knows of spinning and weaving. She enjoys my company, I think. Her life would be rather lonely without our times together."
"Your young friend, Thorvald, he is her son."
Cray nodded. "The only one, yes. Aunt Margaret's husband was killed. She never married again, though she had plenty of offers. Will you answer my question now?"
"Oh, yes. What was the question again?"
She looked at him surprised, and he gazed back, eyes bright with some emotion she could not interpret. Cray shivered. This felt like the brink of a precipice, like a moment of discovery. It came to her that perhaps she had got things entirely wrong. "Tell me what these are, these places where the writing flows into the margins of your work."
"Ah, yes,"
Neil said softly, rolling up the sleeves of his coarse robe, so that the fabric would not smudge the wet ink, and reaching to touch one such irregularity near the top of the page. The manuscript was a work of wondrous artistry, a creation to rival the journey itself, and surely made with equal fire and equal love.
"In a way, the answer is the same as yours. Our ruler is strict here, kind, but strict. My own rule is more rigorous still, imposed in accordance with a vow, as indeed is the discipline we all follow, but somewhat harsher and more particular in my case."
His gaze had left the parchment now, and was fixed on the middle distance, as if he saw something far away or long ago. The dark intensity of those eyes conjured an image of Thorvald on the cliff top, hair wild in the wind, his father's lesser in his hand, and bitter words on his lips.
"For some men, and some women, I imagine," Neil went on, "the most difficult constraint can be not to act when one sees how one could have some influence in the world, not to solve puzzles when the intellect cries out to stretch itself thus, to ignore solutions when they appear right before one's eyes. But some men should not act.
Some men, it seems, can wreak only destruction, whether that is their intention or not. These small verses you see, crawling off the page like creatures escaping the confines of a cage, are the ramblings of one who chafes at such self-imposed fetters. That is all. The words are safe enough, I believe. Indeed, if they take the place of actions, they perform much the same function as your hidden escape hatches, allowing what is perilous to dissipate before any real harm is done. There is some cost to me and to you as makers of these maps of the soul, but that is a price we pay willingly, not to fashion such things as to wither and die. I am rambling, Cray. Does that answer the question?
She nodded, unable to speak. It seemed to her a number of questions had been answered, and the knowledge was, for the moment, overwhelming. I don't know what to say to you. It was a lame enough response to what had been, in its essence, a revelation of his innermost self.
There is no need to speak further of these matters,
Neil said quietly, rolling his sleeves back down to the wrists and reaching for his pen.
We understand one another, I think. I regret very much I did not meet your friends before Asgrim took them away. Very much.
They worked on in silence a while, and if a confusion of thoughts and feelings caused both quill and needle to move less than freely, neither the white-haired hermit nor the young woman put this into words. It was Cray, eventually, who broke the silence. There are some things we do need to discuss. You left your explanations half-finished yesterday. Asgrim and the threat from the other tribe. I don't entirely understand that, and I need to, if it places me in danger. And the boys, I need to know what it is he plans for them.
Yes, Cray. We must indeed come to grips with this, for increasingly I fear for your safety here. I think in a day or so we may need to move you elsewhere before Asgrim decides you have enjoyed our hospitality for too long. I've earned his deep distrust over the years. I am one of the few who is prepared to challenge his authority here. Though being the mild-mannered cleric that I am, I do so only with words, never deeds.
He gave a crooked smile.
We shall call Brecken back shortly, and the two of us will set it all out for you. Then we'll decide what to do. But not just yet. I have a small favour to ask you.
A touch of diffidence had crept into his voice. What favour? Asked Cray. Neil hesitated.
I do not wish to speak of the past, he said. Will you respect that?
Of course. Thorvald would most certainly want to speak of the past, but Thorvald was not here, and she herself had no business prying into this man's secrets. Besides, she had made Thorvald a promise, and the more Neil told her, the harder it was going to be to keep it. If that's what you want.
On the other hand, he said, I would very much like to hear a little of your life at home, your family, your friends, the world you inhabit when not sailing the seas in search of adventure. I hope you will indulge an old man's foolishness.
An old man? She raised her brows at him.
It was what you thought, wasn't it?
You do have white hair. One assumes...
I was a young man when I began my journey here. By the time I set foot on this shore, my hair was the hue you see now. If that makes me old, then I am old. Will you...
It might be rather boring for you. A lot of my life is spent in front of a loom, or surrounded by cooking pots.
All the same.
She set her tail out carefully, painting a picture for him, of the times of peace in the Light Isles, the breeding and rearing of fine stock, the nurturing of good crops, the governing of a society that had grown from two races, the ancient one of the folk, her mother's people, whose kings had ruled there for generation on generation, and the Norse newcomers, her father's race, who now dwelt in the Isles alongside the others, and indeed outnumbered them. She spoke of the existence of several faiths. Christian hermits such as himself dwelt in the Light Isles, cheek by jowl with the priestesses of the ancient way. Her own sister was one such wise woman, and the adherents to the gods of the snowlands, Odin, Thor, Freyr. She told of her father, how he led the people in the ways of peace and justice. Of her mother, whose wisdom and insight had mended many a quarrel between the disparate folk of the islands over the years. Because Neil did not interrupt, did not cut her short, she went on to speak of her sisters, and the one small brother who had died before he reached his 5th birthday. She spoke of Margaret and of Thorvald, close in age to her own elder sister, Eanna, the one who was a priestess. After a while, she saw that he had stopped pretending to write and sat with chin in hand and eyes distant, simply listening. "I am bound by a promise, you understand," she said near the end. "Thorvald was 18 last autumn. Then, in spring, his mother gave him a certain piece of information. It was this that sparked his journey here. I cannot see if he will find what he seeks. It is a matter of great importance to him. A search for identity, one might say."
Said Brother Neil. "Difficult, and not just for the young man himself. You are a loyal friend, Cray. Your father's daughter, no doubt of it."
His voice was so quiet she could hardly hear it, even in the silence of the cottage.
One might carry such a search to its logical conclusion and find oneself bitterly disappointed with the result. He'd better have stayed home and got on with his life, I think.
"Like you," Cray said carefully. "Thorvald is a man who finds it hard not to act. That's why I need to know what he's doing now, away with Asgrim. I have a terrible feeling he's getting himself into some sort of trouble."
"Let us call Brother Brecken," Neil said, rising to his feet, "and think of a plan of action. I'm afraid trusting our future to God's mercy will be inadequate in this particular case."
"Just one thing before you call him." Cray hesitated. This must be said. She must hope he would not be offended. "Don't you believe a man can change? You said something about wreaking destruction, as if that were the only path possible. Aren't you a Christian? Brother Tig tells us the Christian God loves even sinners, that a man need only turn to him, and he can start his life anew. If he has done ill, God forgives it and lets him try again. If you believe that, how can you speak thus of a man locked into evil-doing?"
You speak from your own experience. You have grown up among the brave and virtuous, and it has clouded your judgment somewhat, I think. I am as much of a Christian as Brecken has been able to make of me since he came to this shore. His intentions are good."
His tone was bleak as frost, his eyes without expression.
Can a man change? One could spend a lifetime debating that point and never come to a conclusion. Shall I call the others?
Thus it was that Cray learned the full and twisted story. How, after the girl, Sula, had produced the child they needed, the Unspoken had lost him before his second summer in their midst. He'd been stolen, taken away by Asgrim's own son, Sula's brother, not back to the settlements of the Longknife people, but over the water to the Isle of Clouds, where he had been kept in hiding ever since, for 5 long years. That isle was forbidden to the tribe of the Unspoken. Their law decreed that it was death to approach the place. Being a holy man, Foxmask himself was apparently exempt from this rule. For the rest, perhaps it was death anyway, law or no law. The sea currents between the island and the shore by Council Fjord were feared by every fisherman of the Longknife people and shunned in any season, save for a brief time around midsummer, when a strange hush would descend on the churning ocean and one might cross over and return safely between one day's sunrise and the next day's dusk. Even so, they did this only because they must. The Unspoken had set a curse on the Longknife people when Foxmask was stolen. Until he was recovered from his captors and returned to his own tribe, no Longknife infant would live to see the sun rise twice. The voices came and sang them into darkness. So the hunt. Every summer they embarked on it, Year after year, and every summer the bleeding survivors limped back with the broken bodies of the fallen, those they had managed to recover. Asgrim had led them into this death trap 5 times now. This summer would be the 6th. In all those years, not one infant born to the Longknife people had survived. Nobody was quite sure what tribe it was that dwelt on the Isle of Clouds. Only that they were fierce as wild beasts, numerous and skilled in magic. The Longknife people were not even sure that Foxmask himself still lived. But it was evident that the Unspoken believed it to be so, and would continue to punish them until the seer was found. "I see," said Cray. As Neil and Brecken told the story, she had been cooking. Now she took the flat cakes from the iron pan suspended over the fire and set them on a platter. Colum was here too. His eyes lit up at the sight of the crisp, golden dough, the savoury smell of herbs and sizzling butter. It was, in fact, merely a concoction of eggs and flour and a bit of this and that. The trick was all in the beating. "Do you think Asgrim has persuaded Thorvald and Sam to help him in this endeavour? To be a part of it? I cannot think Sam would do so willingly."
"But Thorvald might,"
queried Brother Neil, cutting his flat cake and regarding it with appreciation.
"Yes, Cray. This seems the likeliest explanation for their extended absence. A trade, perhaps. They assist in preparations for the hunt, and they earn what they need to repair the boat. I did hear Asgrim had come over to move the boat to Council Fjord. That gave me pause for thought."
Cray felt her heart thumping. They should not fight. I mean, Sam knows nothing at all of warcraft, and Thorvald—
"Strangely, it's not that I'm concerned about," Neil said. You certainly do know how to cook." "No, I fear that the prompt whisking away of these 2 young men, followed by their lengthy absence, is no more than a strategy to remove them from you, Cray. You are in danger. If Asgrim can finish this struggle without the loss of any more lives, he will do so. After 5 years, his men grow dispirited. It cannot be long before they start to question his authority openly, to challenge his role as chieftain. The women, too. This conflict not only robs them of their infants, it slaughters their men and leaves them with the entire burden of maintaining stock, fields, the very structure of community here. There are only boys to do the fishing once Asgrim gathers his force together, and few enough of those. The women themselves spend weary days out on the lake now, with scant harvest to be taken. It is a heavy load for the Longknife people. Asgrim cannot afford another hunt."
Cray waited.
"It seems to us,"
Brecken spoke in his soft brogue,
"that with you here among us, Asgrim has the means to make a bargain with the Unspoken. His men have shown quite clearly the impossibility of retrieving Foxmask from this island fortress. What can this summer bring but another expedition doomed to defeat? So, he seizes the chance to offer an alternative. He calls a meeting with the Unspoken, something we know is still possible for him, though they will no longer attend council nor speak to others of the Longknife. He meets with their elders and presents them with the chance to breed another seer, a new Foxmask. In return, there will be no more deaths, no more voices in the night. To buy this peace, he offers them another fair-haired girl. Yourself."
There was silence. Cray could feel the rapid beating of her heart, the chill crawling across her flesh. If she had not fled the settlement, perhaps even now she might be suffering the same fate as Asgrim's daughter. "But wait," she said, frowning. "It was his own daughter they stole before, stole and treated so cruelly. Surely no father would seek to have that happen to another girl. Surely he would recoil from such an idea, even though I am a stranger. He was kind to me."
"Perhaps," said Neil. "But I believe this is just what Asgrim plans. He would have acted before the birth of Jofrid's son if he could, so to prevent yet another loss. The early arrival of the child made that impossible. As I said, in this time of conflict the Unspoken will deal only with the ruler himself, and I imagine it takes time to arrange such a parley. So that infant was lost, But he can save his men and allow the womenfolk of his tribe the chance to bear children without fear once more. He must offer his adversary this prize before hunt time. We don't have long."
I can't believe he would do it, Cray breathed. After he lost his own daughter, how could he?
You judge him by the measure of men you have known, Cray. Your father, perhaps. I have reason to doubt Asgrim. There was a certain irregularity at the time of his daughter's abduction, which did nothing to improve my opinion of the man. As ruler here, he is clinging to the power he has, but his fingers are slipping. In such desperate times, men's boundaries change. "Neil's right, Cray," said Brecken. "If not for Asgrim's persuasion, I imagine your friends would have come back for you long ago. He's keeping them out of the way until he can make this arrangement. We don't have much time. Tomorrow or the day after, we must move you to a place of protection."
Where? She asked blankly, a picture of stark, precipitous hillsides, tall cliffs and pounding seas in her mind. And what about Thorvald and Sam? How will they find me?
"I could take a message,"
put in the young man Colum, cheeks turning pink with shyness.
"I could go in and offer to say prayers. With luck, there'd be time to slip in a word or two before they kick me out. I'd need to go when the ruler was away. Those two lads can tell me when it's safe. I know them."
Brecken smiled.
"Good. Do it carefully. We must ensure Cray has time to reach her destination before we draw Asgrim's attention. He went to Blood Bay, didn't he, to fetch the boat around to his encampment?" "So I'm informed," Neil said. "And may well have left again by now, possibly with a small side trip on the way."
He turned to Cray.
"The bay where your ship was beached is conveniently located for the crossing to the Isle of Shadows, where the elders of the Unspoken dwell. If I were the ruler, I would not pass up this opportunity to sound them out, possibly even to finalize an agreement. I think we must expect a visit fairly soon."
Where can I go?
"To our brothers in the north, initially. Oh, yes."
He had seen her look of surprise.
"We are not alone here. This place attracts those who seek God in solitude and hardship. We have 2 brethren on the far side of the island, with a boat. And there's another hermitage on the Isle of Streams. Best that you go there until we can get word to your friends. I'm sorry, Cray. This is frightening, I expect. But I will not insult you by offering less than the truth."
Cray shivered. I'd be lying if I said it doesn't scare me. I just wish there was some other solution, one that didn't involve death or suffering. If my father were in Asgrim's position, I know he would arrange a council, get all parties together, talk openly about the situation, and try to agree on a course of action that suited everyone. He wouldn't do things secretly, all by himself.
"Asgrim has not been acting alone," Neil said grimly. "It is apparent the women of the settlement must have known what was intended for you."
Yes. Cray's voice was sober, remembering the special meals, the combing of the hair, the green-trimmed gown. And one of them warned me. One was brave enough to do that, even though she had just lost her child. There are good people here. Why doesn't Asgrim seek some other way?
He believes, perhaps, that there is no other way. Do not forget, his adversary deals in curses and spells, voices that bring death, and armies of superhuman strength. I have long considered whether another solution could be reached. I am inclined to believe a substitute might well be acceptable to the Unspoken. It would be a matter of presenting it in a way they understood. That is all. Persuading them to a slightly broader interpretation of their own law. "It is a barbaric faith," said Brecken. "Their ears are closed to God's word, and so to his infinite mercy. I would give much to be able to reach them, but they will have none of us. Asgrim's tribe is little better. He fears God's truth."
Neil's response could have meant anything.
"You should go in the morning, I think, Colum.
Make sure you're there and away before Asgrim sails the boat into Council Fjord. Be unobtrusive. Do not upset anyone. I don't suppose your young men are of the Christian faith, are they?
He asked Cray, brows raised. Well, no. Sam adheres to Thor, a good god for fishermen. Thorvald doesn't think much of religion. He says that if a man cannot depend on himself, he is not much of a man. Neil's mouth quirked at the corner.
Indeed. Ah, well. Colm must do the best he can. A word or two is all we need, a warning, specific enough to let them know the urgency, but not too detailed. We don't want anyone challenging Asgrim to a fight. And Cray must be gone soon after. We must wait long enough to be sure she won't be likely to run into Asgrim or his men, but we need her away from here before he comes looking. The best time would be at first light, the day after tomorrow. Colm will be back by then, and we'll know if he has been able to speak to the young men.
Brecken frowned.
One of us must travel with Cray, the other remain here to answer questions.
He exchanged a complicated look with Neil.
If he's going to come in person, you are the one best able to deal with it. You mean I tell lies with impunity, risking God's disapproval every day of my life? Yes, I understand. In addition, you are less advanced in years. I suspect I might have difficulty matching our young friend's pace across country, judging by her impressive speed up this hill. Very well. That's the way we'll do it. Now let us turn our attention to the remains of this extremely fine breakfast. What a pity we can't keep you, Cray. I'd love to see what you'd do with a catch of fresh mackerel.
The plan had seemed, if not foolproof, at least reasonably likely to succeed. The man who went by a name he had borrowed from a tale heard in childhood waited in the hermitage alone, waited for the arrival of the ruler, angry, imperious, demanding the return of his prize bargaining piece. Colm had left one day, Cray the next, walking on up the valley at first light with Brecken by her side. Brecken would not carry a weapon, only his stout staff of ash wood. They had vanished across the hills like shadows, the girl's yellow hair closely hooded, her bag on her back. The strange web she made travelled with her everywhere. Colm had not come home. Neil milked the cow, fed the chickens, cast an inexpert eye over the vegetable patch, and returned indoors. Writing appeared to be impossible. His mind was elsewhere. The sun passed overhead and began to descend into the west, and there was still no sign of the boy. He was almost a day late. Neil collected the eggs, mucked out the byre, forking the soiled straw into the garden. Colm was proud of his leeks and onions. One should not neglect them. The cold glow of the long summer twilight spread across the sky. Neil lit a solitary lamp, more for reassurance than from necessity. All was quiet. The last plaintive cries of birds sounded through the air, and beneath them roared the old, deep song of the sea. He waited, alone in the night. At first light he made a decision, and, staff in hand, set out to the southwest on the high path toward Council Fjord. Before the sun had climbed 2 fingers' breadth into a clear sky, he stumbled over Colm, face down among stones, young hands open and helpless on the pebbly scree of the hillside. A single blow had felled him. There wasn't much blood. Neil turned him over and closed the sightless eyes. He tried to do what was appropriate, kneeling, hands together, whispering a prayer. Pater Noster. But the words deserted him. Brecken was the one this lad needed to speed him to whatever reward awaited him, not some ill-fated pretender who could not set his hand to anything without turning it all to ashes. The boy was tall, heavy. Neil could not get him up onto his shoulders. He settled Colm as best he could, hands gentle on breast, wooden cross between them, rocks wedged by his side so he would not tumble down the sheer slope. When Brecken returned, they would come back with a board and carry the lad home. More waiting. Long, too long. He sat into another night, listening to the silence. The house was cold. He did not light the fire. One lamp burned. Brechin would need that to find his way across the hillside when he came. If he came. It occurred to Neil that, if the truth of his heart had matched the exterior he showed the world, he could have prayed and taken some good of it. The gods, however, were not on his side and never had been. That was no more than just. He had long dismissed their efficacy. Tonight he desired faith, but desire in itself is not enough. Time passed. At some point in the night he heard footsteps outside and was instantly by the door, knife in hand.
"Neil,"
said a voice that was barely recognizable. And when Neil pulled the door open, Brechin staggered in to collapse on the earthen floor, wheezing and shaking. Neil lit lamps, made a fire, fetched blankets. He waited. The other man could not yet form rational speech. When the words came, they were accompanied by tears, and the russet-haired Ulster-man made no attempt to brush them away.
"Set upon, going over the pass, the unspoken, too late to help."
"It's all right," Neil said. His own voice sounded distant and small, as if it came from some other place.
"It's all right. You must drink, here, and warm yourself. Let me see if you were injured."
Brechin had an angry lump on his head, and one wrist was badly twisted. Neil fetched salves, bandages, bound the arm, swabbed the head wound, got his friend at last to bed.
"Colum,"
whispered Brechin, as his lids closed over eyes full of shadows.
"Not home yet,"
Neil said quietly.
"Now sleep. We'll talk in the morning."
He smothered the lamps then and stood in the darkness, listening to the beat of his own heart, pounding relentlessly on and on, strong and insistent. One would think it would have given up by now. What was the point? If one were doomed to fail, to turn gold to dross and squander what was most precious, why go on at all? And yet, for some reason, he had done so before, and did so still. Perhaps he had been waiting all this time, all these long years, to learn what it was he must do. It whispered in his mind somewhere, a terrible thing, an extreme thing, one that froze the blood even of a man who believed his life to be entirely without value. He would not allow it to take shape yet, not while Brechin lay wounded, and the boy out on the hill unburied. Still, the half-formed thought edged at his mind. Sooner or later, he would have a choice to make. Chapter 7. Monk's margin note reads, "Who would awaken the past? It shines like a sunrise and cuts like a fine blade." The moment their hand seized her, Cray's mind was filled with a single thought. She would survive no matter what. They came out of the mist in total silence, long-armed, pale-faced, dark-hooded, their eyes bright and wild, their mouths set with grim purpose. Brechin began to lift his staff. Then, with a grunt of surprise, he toppled to the ground as his assailant tapped him on the skull with a short, stout club. Cray's heart was pounding. She could feel cold sweat breaking out all over her body. She could smell her own fear. Their hands, gripping her arms from behind, were cold as ice and iron-strong. Her instinct was to fight, and for a few desperate moments she did, wrenching away from their grasp, stamping and kicking, using her nails to scratch and rip. Soon enough she noticed, through a haze of mind-numbing fear, that they simply loosened their hold, avoided her blows, then apprehended her again. There were many of them, tall, silent, and strong. One thing became starkly clear. To try to escape this way was completely pointless. Brechin had been laid out senseless, and her efforts to resist might simply precipitate the same treatment for herself. Then she'd have no hope of getting away. A second insight was more worrying. It was evident they were at some pains to ensure she was not hurt, not marked. They held her carefully and moved with caution, so she could in no way bruise or damage herself in her frantic struggles. They were shepherding her off the track now, still without a word spoken. Brechin they left where he had fallen. Two walked by her on either side, thin fingers encircling her arms.
Others went before and behind. No weapons had been drawn save the club that had felled her companion. She hoped he was not badly hurt. At least he would be able to take word back when he came to. The pace was brisk, and after they had gone a certain way, the direction veered westward, apparently back toward Council Fjord. They followed the course of a fast stream that hurtled along between rocks. Here and there the ground was boggy, saturated. They made sure she did not slip and fall, though her boots were coated with dark mud. Cray ventured a glance to left and right. She did not like the look in her captor's eyes. It was clear enough who they were and what they wanted. Their faces, their eyes, their strange garb fashioned of ragtag skins told her they were not of the Long Knife people, but those others Neil had spoken of. And she knew what it meant, this careful handling, this avoidance of damage to their newly acquired prisoner. She must be delivered to the tribe unmarked, a perfect trophy. Stumbling over jagged rocks, sliding across pebbly scree, Cray weighed it in her mind. A girl who was sun and moon in one form sounded very poetic, but what it actually led to was less than dreamlike. What had been done to that girl, Sula, was crude and hideous. Perhaps they had believed it justified in order to allow each man of the tribe fatherhood over the child she was to bear for them. That did not lessen its brutality. Now it was Cray's turn. It would be her fate to provide their new seer, Foxmask remade. She saw it in the way these men were looking at her, for all the cautious touch of their hands. Their strange eyes mingled superstitious awe and avid lust. Cray shuddered. This simply wasn't going to happen. She wouldn't allow it to happen. She used a trick her mother had taught her, breathing to a pattern, slowing her heartbeat, summoning strength of purpose and clarity of mind. She considered the situation as she marched on, with her grim captors maintaining their relentless, silent progress all around her. There was no point in screaming. Who would help her? They were all in this together, Long Knife people and Unspoken. She must make her way out of the trap alone and unaided. It was a long walk, on top of the distance she had already travelled with Brecon from the hillside hermitage above Brightwater. Cray tried to keep track of where they were, knowing such knowledge would be vital if she managed to escape. But the thick mist clung close in the air, blotting out all useful landmarks, and she had to resort to guesswork. She judged they had crossed a high pass and come back down toward the shore of the western fjord, if shore it could be called. Steep cliffs fringed the narrow waterway for most of its length. Today the mist veiled that lovely isle to the west, the mystical, cloud-swathed realm that still called to her in her dreams. She could catch a glimpse of other closer islands, a narrow, improbably steep one, and by it a squat, sturdy arch. Now they were coming down to a place across the fjord from those small isles, a place where there was a narrow strip of flat land by the water, and a couple of crude cottages on the hillside above it. The small dwellings looked bleak, deserted. Her captors had begun to whisper among themselves. She could not make out the meaning. There was only one word she caught clearly, and that word was Asgrim. That did not surprise her. She had seen already that among the tall, dishevelled figures of the Unspoken walked one who was not of their kind, who was familiar to her from a morning at Brightwater, when the ruler had come back in a hurry and Joffred's small son had been laid in the cold ground. This hulking warrior was none other than Asgrim's personal bodyguard, and his presence here among the enemies of the Long Knife told her Neil's suspicions had been well-founded. She wasn't being abducted. She was being traded. Peace for Asgrim's tribe had been bought, and the price was her own future. Unfortunately for the ruler, Cray thought grimly, she had no intention of letting herself be anyone's captive for longer than was strictly necessary. She'd better come up with a plan soon, for she could see now that on the narrow strip of ground below them, perhaps the only landing place in all this sheltered waterway, lay a long, low boat of tarred skins over a wattle framework. Beside it more men of the Unspoken waited. Each was tall, lean, and ghostly pale of visage. Each stood utterly still. It was a stillness that spoke of ancient things, of an identity that was part of the very bone of these dark islands, enduring and deep-rooted. A dark power seemed to emanate from them. They bore weapons, spears of bone, bows and quivers, short clubs.
There was nothing made of iron. Their garb was of crudely cured skins over coarse wool, with here or there a tattered cloak, a strand of shells around the neck, a small bone threaded on a cord. The tight discipline of their mouths stood at odds with the hunger in their eyes, shadowed, feral eyes that returned over and over to Cray's own figure, well covered though it was by gown and cloak, boots and scarf. The wind had teased a lock of her hair from under its neat wrapping, and it drifted gold and fine across her face. It was this, above all, that drew their gaze, and Cray saw in their mask-like faces that disturbing blend of awed veneration and open desire. For a moment, terror and revulsion came close to overwhelming her. She must disregard that. She must not let fear paralyze her. Only weak people did that, and she was strong. A plan, that was what she needed. Nothing immediate presented itself. The boat was being readied to depart under oars, with 7 men to accompany her, 6 to row and 1 to guard her, she supposed. Brother Neil had spoken of the Isle of Shadows to the south. On the shore, the big bodyguard stood still, watching. His face might have been carved from a lump of stone, so little did it reveal as the wild men bundled her into the boat and settled her in the stern, with one fellow seated beside her. The options darted through Cray's mind, to be discarded each in its turn. Try to run for it. She wouldn't even get off the boat before they stopped her. Scream for help? A wasted effort, she knew that already. Probably every single one of the Long Knife people knew what was happening to her and welcomed it. Gudrun had known, and Helga, for all their smiles and their little gifts. She made an exception for Joffred, a woman of surprising courage. That big guard had known, even when he ran his eyes over her, back at the settlement. Neil and Colum were far away, beyond reach, and Brecon lay injured up in the mist somewhere. As for Thorvald and Sam, they seemed almost like ghosts from another life, so long it was since she had seen them. All the same, the moment seemed to call for some expression of what she felt. "Shame on you!" Cray yelled at the bodyguard. "You're nothing but Asgraim's puppet, and Asgraim is not fit to hold the title of ruler. How can you do this to me? I only came here by chance." The big warrior strode toward the boat. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, she thought he was coming to help her, to make them let her go. Then he and several others set their hands to the prow, pushing with all their strength. The low craft ground over the shingle and out into the water. The men of the Unspoken clambered in over the sides and took up their oars. They turned the vessel expertly and began to row steadily out into deeper water. One of her father's early lessons had been in keeping calm in different situations. Cray sat quietly a while, listing in her mind what advantages she had. She was not tied up. They were not holding her, not anymore. Now that they had her safely in the boat, they probably thought any restraints unnecessary. After all, apart from her initial struggle and brief outburst, she had appeared compliant. She had her bag on her back, and in her bag were some useful items. Only getting to them unobserved was not possible. Unfortunately, there were 7 of the Unspoken, and there was only 1 of her. And now they were well offshore, and the small craft was bouncing and bucking in a distressingly familiar way, putting Cray sharply in mind of her arrival in these lonely isles. The mist was dissipating now, and as she looked westward, she saw it in the moment the veil parted, rising like a distant, lovely vision. The Isle of Clouds, still wearing its shawl of clinging damp, still somehow calling, crying out to her, "Here, here." And that, of course, was the answer. That was the one place where they could not follow, the one realm they could not enter to fetch her back. There she would be safe from Long Knife people and Unspoken alike. In order to make a southerly course to their home islands, these boatmen must first row out of the fjord, come close to those 2 small isles, the tall jagged one and the squat archway. They must skirt the edges of the falls tide. Very well. She would forget, for now, what she'd heard about the body of water separating that western island from the Isle of Storms. She would forget that no fisherman who valued his life went out that way, winter or summer. She would not dwell on the probability that the water would be freezing cold.
save to ensure that her plan kept her in it for as short a time as possible. She would not think of sharks or sea serpents, nor of currents that might drag one down to the depths or sweep one away beyond the intended destination and over the rim of the world. She watched the sea. Gudrun's brother had been drowned in the fool's tide, just one of many men on the islands lost to its fickle currents. Its capricious gusts of wind and sudden sucking whirlpools. She watched the rowers, observing how they struggled to maintain a straight course. Even here, on the far rim of the sea path between the fjord and the Isle of Clouds, the current still drew them hard to the west, as if the fool's tide were demanding a tribute, warning them that they were close enough for a toll to be exacted. She blessed the childhood summers in the Light Isles, when she had played in the lake waters with Eanna and Thorvald and learned to swim. Never mind that the lake waters had been warm and sheltered. She could do this. She had no choice. Behind them, the landing place had shrunk to a smudge at the foot of the steep, rock-laid cliffs. The small figure of Asgrim's guard could be discerned on the shore, gazing after them. The boat was level with the tall, narrow islet. The crew were attempting to change their course, skirting the western margin of that island and making for the south. Out of the corner of her eye, Cray watched the movement of the oars. She sensed the pull of the current, recognizing the same tug, the same insistence she had felt as Thorvald and Sam had laboured to bring the sea dove safely to shore against impossible odds. Had she been a wise woman steeped in ancient lore, as her sister was, she could have sought help from the powers beneath the surface, the seal tribe perhaps, for no doubt even here they had their dwelling places under the waves, and might come to the call of a priestess in time of direst need. Lacking those special skills, Cray made use of what she had. She judged her moment finely, waiting until the swell picked up, and the men of the Unspoken were fighting hard against that strange current. One of them spoke harshly, snapping in order, and for just a moment the fellow who sat beside her was distracted. Cray stood up. The light-fashioned boat rocked violently. The men shouted. Her guard sprang to his feet, grabbing for her arm as the vessel tilted in the swell. He was too late. Snatching a breath, Cray jumped. The sea's touch was like a hard clamp around the chest. Squeezing out the air, it was only after she struggled to the surface, gasping for breath, that she realized how cold it was. Already the current had carried her some distance away. Now the tribesmen of the Unspoken were ignoring the danger and turning the boat to row hard after her. The vessel drew closer. Cray sucked in another desperate breath and dived, trusting the ocean to hide her, to carry her beyond her pursuer's reach. By all the powers, this was a chill beyond any she had known before. No wonder so many had been lost in these waters. She held her breath as long as she could. Her skirts were dragging her down. She fought to shed the sheepskin boots. Her bag, not to be discarded, was like a leaden weight on her back. Again she sought the surface, coughing, choking, her hair plastered over her face. The boat was close by, and they gazed this way, that way, oars held poised, eyes ferocious. Such a loss would be bitter indeed for the Unspoken, and more bitter still for Asgrim's people. Her strength was already flagging. She could not keep this up for long. The current that carried her westward was pulling pursuit after her. That was not the way she had intended it to be. They still hadn't seen her, though they were very close now, the blade of that first oar almost within reach of her hands. The water swirled. A gust of wind shivered the surface. Cray reached up and, grasping the oar shaft, tugged with all her might. Taken by surprise, the oarsman let go, and the length of pine tumbled into the sea. There was a shout, followed by a general movement to the side of the craft, which listed perilously. Clutching the oar, Cray gritted her teeth and gave herself up to the current, and the fool's tide bore her away. Looking back, she watched what unfolded through scarce believing eyes, for it had the quality of some ancient tale of nightmare deeds and monstrous consequences. A wave arose, not a big wave at all, quite a moderate swell of water, but moving as if guided by an inexorable will. The sky darkened, the wind began to howl. The water lifted the boat, slowly turned it and tipped it gently over. And the tribesmen of the Unspoken were cast out into the ocean. Cray did not see what happened to them after that. Maybe they drowned. Certainly they disappeared from view almost instantly. Maybe they swam toward the shore, but if they did, there was no sign of them. All she knew for a time was the thudding of her heart, the rasping of her breathing, the weight of her clothing pulling her down, the fierce pain in arms and hands as she clutched at the oar, desperate for its aid to keep her afloat long enough. The water pulled strongly now, its westward current moving her in a kind of helpless dance. Here a circle widdershins, here a circle sunwise, here an arc, a loop, a spiral, as the shadowy form of the Isle of Clouds grew gradually nearer, and her body grew colder and colder, and her mind clouded and wavered, refusing to obey her will. She chanted to herself, over and over, a charm of survival. I won't die. I won't die. As the numb feeling spread through her arms and crept up her legs, so that she could not kick any more, she recalled what Nessa had said after Kinnart died. Cray had been very small herself, not quite 4 years old, but she remembered. Kinnart had drowned, a simple matter of wandering off and not being found until it was too late. It was an accident, folk said. But Nessa was sure the Seal tribe took her little son as the price for a favour they had once done her. If that were true, Cray wondered what it was she was paying for now. Her own foolishness, perhaps, in thinking her presence on this cursed voyage would have been of any assistance to Thorvald at all. Thorvald. She would never see him again, nor her parents, nor her sisters. She would never go home. By all the ancestors, she was cold. Maybe it would be easier simply to let go, for this was really starting to hurt quite a lot, and nobody knew where she was, and all she wanted to do was sleep. Easy, really. Just let go. Something loomed up beside her. Her heart contracted. She was suddenly sharply awake, anticipating any moment the rending bite of some voracious sea creature. But no. What lay in the water by her was a familiar construction of wattles and hide, floating upside down, buoyed by trapped air and festooned with a network of tangled cords. The boat floated alone. No men, dead or alive, clung to its hull or lay twined in its ropes. None could be seen in any direction on this wide sea. Now the shore she had left seemed more distant than the graceful, cloud-capped shape of the isle to which she journeyed. I won't die. I refuse to die. Clambering up seemed beyond her. All the same, she must try, for escaping the chill clutch of the water was surely her best chance of survival. Climb up, cling on with the aid of those shreds of rope, and she had at least some chance. 1 hand, 2, 1 foot. By all the powers, her body would feel the aftermath of this if she came through it alive. Now pull. It was too hard. She would never be able to haul her own weight up. Draw breath once, twice. Now a gentle wave coming from behind her, lifting her in its kind embrace. And at last, wrenching effort. Grasp, twist. Quick now, arms and legs through the ropes, heart thundering. Quick, grip on while you can. And then the sheer weight of complete exhaustion. The wondrous solid bulk of the boat's hull beneath her. The lulling rock of the swell. The bone-deep cold. The darkness. Something had changed since Asgrim's return. Thorvald sensed it, though he could not quite put his finger on what it was. The ruler seemed edgy, distracted. He strode about the encampment, up to the forge, along to the boats. But it seemed to Thorvald that most of the time Asgrim was not really seeing what was before him. There was a brooding look in those dark eyes, a frown on the pale brow that suggested the ruler's mind was much taken up with other matters, secret matters. Skapti had not returned with him this time, and when Hogni asked where his fellow guard had gone, Asgrim snapped that Skapti was off on personal business and would return all in good time. That momentary loss of control, so unusual in this man, interested Thorvald. It seemed to him Asgrim was waiting for something. There had been talk of negotiations. Had Skapti been dispatched to the realms of the unspoken to treat for peace? Most unlikely. The ruler had said the enemy spoke only to himself. Besides, the dealings would require subtlety, cunning, and cleverness.
The bodyguard possessed all three qualities in the arena of combat, but he was no diplomat. In Skapti's absence, Einar took his place as personal guard, since Hogni could hardly be on duty day and night. Now Hogni too began to wear a frown. He missed his brother, and it showed, for all his pains to conceal such weakness. The men began to whisper, and the talk was of some kind of agreement, a treaty. Maybe they would not have to fight, but could go home at last. Asgrim was saying nothing. He paced and scowled, and quite clearly waited. Thorvald found himself growing irritated. While Sam had been working frantically to undo the botched repair on the Sea Dove and restore her to something like her old condition, he himself had been putting in long days on Asgrim's behalf. Einar's warning had done nothing to change his approach. A leader was useless if he did not earn his men's respect. If there was a personal risk involved, so be it. When he was not ordering the rehearsal of battle, coaching, encouraging, sometimes bullying to get the results he wanted, he was talking to the men, finding out as much as he could about the Isle of Clouds and the campaigns they had undertaken there, working out how they might achieve decisive victory, where before there had been only numbing defeat. When the long day was over, and the last lamp quenched, and the ill-assorted group of men snored in the half-light of the pale summer night, Thorvald lay wakeful, his head full of plans, schemes, strategies. There was much to lose here. If they failed in yet another hunt, he doubted these men would have the heart to try again. That meant this must be perfect to the last meticulous detail. Once they reached the Isle of Clouds, he must be prepared for anything. And he would be. They would be. It was unfortunate that Asgrim seemed incapable of showing a genuine appreciation of their efforts. He remained grimly detached. As chieftain here, Thorvald thought, it was time the ruler demonstrated some real leadership. If Margaret's account was accurate, Somerled had been misguided and cruel, but he had been a real leader. He had achieved things. Asgrim's lack of support dampened the men's enthusiasm and sapped their confidence. It came to Thorvald that, very soon, he must confront the ruler openly, must ask him the question straight out. Surely, as a son, he could count on his father's full support in this endeavour. Perhaps all Thorvald needed to do was tell him the truth. They made a map with wet sand, Orm and Scully describing the contours of the island, its narrow coves, its one towering crag, its cliffs and outlying skerries, while Thorvald constructed it with careful fingers. Wieland prepared the mixture so it would hold its shape without crumbling. Knut, biting his lip in concentration, added detail in the form of small stones, twigs and greenery as instructed. Others stood around them in a circle, scratching heads or chins. Many were perplexed by what seemed a childish game, but as the Isle of Clouds took shape, complete with its caves, its rocky outcrops, its places of concealment and its places of danger, they began to nod and make suggestions. Wasn't there a spot near the cliff where the waterfall came down? A hollow close by where two men could crouch under cover. The holm at the western end should be bigger, the channel splitting it from the mainland narrower. There were rock stacks here and here where gannets roosted. Yes, that was it. Odin's bones, the construction was a marvel. All it lacked was the breath of life to make it perfect. "Now show me," Thorvald said, when all was fashioned to his satisfaction. "Where is the settlement of this nameless tribe that dwells on the Isle of Clouds? It's clear that we have only one possible landing place, and that severely limits our initial options. Einar tells me they sometimes attack as soon as you set foot on shore, but not always. Some years they've waited until you progress to a point well inland. Where exactly?" "Don't know about a settlement," said Orm, squatting to peer more closely at the sculpted sand. "We never found one. No much sign of habitation beyond the traps they set for us. You'd think it would be here." He motioned toward the westward end of the island, between the landing place and the sharply rising ground a short way inland. This was the only place where there seemed to be sufficient level ground for dwellings to be built, though they would have little shelter from the fierce lashing of the westerly gales. "Where else, unless they dwell in the sea? There's not a hut, nor a hovel, nor any boats to be seen in those parts. Tumble-down ruin or two, that's all." "What about these caves?" Thorvald queried.
They must live somewhere. Other concealed places on the island. Don't they have a child there? They must make fires. Have you seen any signs of smoke?
Einar shook his head.
Only the mist they conjure up, to lead a fellow off his path and over the cliffs. I see, said Thorvald after a moment. Then which direction do they come from when they attack? Maybe that is a clue. We must get this into our heads in a new way this summer. We need to reach a better understanding of the enemy before we go in. I intend to minimize casualties. We're going to win, and we're going to do it with as few losses as possible. Now, let's run through the pattern of last year's hunt again. Orm? It was bloody slaughter, Orm grunted, his eyes fixed on the shape they had made, elegant, ephemeral.
Thorvald waited, but nobody seemed to have anything to add. He drew a deep breath and let it out again.
Step by step. That's what I need, he told him calmly. I know it was bad. I know it was frightening, and that many of your comrades were killed. That's why we need to fix in our minds just how it unfolded, so that we can avoid making the same errors next time.
He looked up, alerted by some change in the quality of their silence. A circle of faces gazed down at him where he knelt by the sand map on the level ground above the shore. Orm's, grim with the memory of loss. Knut's, younger, lips curved in a tentative smile. For he had enjoyed his task as helper here. Wieland's, scarred, sad, resigned. Many men, all of them watching him, all of them seeking something, a solution, a way out. He could give them that, if only he could make them understand.
There may not be a next time.
The ruler had come up quietly. Now he stood in the circle, shadowed by the larger form of Hogni behind him. Hogni craned to see what Thorvald had made. Asgrim's glance flicked over it dismissively. Thorvald rose to his feet. A sudden anger possessed him, and he struggled to appear calm.
Yes, I heard talk of a treaty. That surprised me. Had I suffered such reversals, such losses over the years, my mind would be set on vengeance, not truce. There is a chance to defeat this enemy once and for all, to show him you are warriors of skill and courage. A red-blooded man does not shrink from such an opportunity, but strides forward to meet it. It seems to me, mused Asgrim, his dark eyes now fixed on Thorvald, his expression impossible to read, that there may be a little self-interest here. You've done a good job, nobody's questioning that. All the same, one struggles to understand why. It's a lot for an incomer to take on himself.
Thorvald felt a flush rising to his cheeks, for all his efforts to contain his anger. Words spilled from his mouth before he could stop them.
What did you expect? That this incomer would stand by and see your men blundering their way toward yet another bloody defeat? That I would amuse myself, tinkering with ill-fashioned spears and poorly strung bows, knowing all the while that the whole venture was headed for certain disaster? If that was what you thought, I can't imagine why you brought us here. You could simply have given us our piece of wood and waved us goodbye.
His foot moved, trampling the little isle of sand into an amorphous heap. A general sigh went around the circle.
You didn't need to wreck it, Knut said, outraged. After all that work. Indeed.
Thorvald heard the chill in his own voice. He could not remember being so angry for a long time, not since the day Margaret gave him the letter and changed his world.
The work has been for a purpose, and the purpose is victory and self-respect. After that comes the peace these men crave. Is it so hard for you to comprehend that a man may wish to put his talents to such a use, to lead others toward that goal?
There was a frosty silence. After a little, the men started to edge away down to the shore, or up to the sleeping quarters, with not a word said. Thorvald's heart was beating like a drum. He was caught between fury and fear. The ruler's face was pale, his jaw tight. Probably nobody had ever spoken to him thus before. Thorvald held himself still, keeping his eyes on Asgrim's, waiting for a stinging volley of retaliatory words.
You will never do that again.
The ruler's voice was deathly quiet.
If you feel you must express doubts as to the quality of my leadership, you'll do it in private. I will listen, as long as your arguments are based on fact and not ill-considered outpourings of emotion. You know less of the mastery of men than you think, if you imagine such an exchange will not damage your reputation among them. They know me. They trust me. I am one of them. You are young, untested, untried. You've kept them occupied during a difficult time, and that has been useful to me. But you have not fought alongside them. You have not suffered and wept with them, laid brother, father, comrade in cold earth beside theirs. You have not endured the wrath of the unspoken. You have not seen the light go out in a child's eyes on the very day he first draws breath. How can you know what they want? You cannot even begin to understand how it is for them.
Thorvald felt as if Asgrim had struck him in the face. Hogni stood at a little distance, shifting his weight uneasily from one foot to the other. Farther away, the men's voices could now be heard as they went into the shelter.
"You're wrong," Thorvald said.
He was unable to keep his voice from shaking.
"It is at just such an extreme that good strategy and sound technique come into play. At such a time, when men risk becoming swamped in a tide of emotions, an income is exactly what you need. I stand outside this. I see it with clear eyes and can devise the necessary solutions. Give up and make a truce, and your men may survive a little longer until the next time these other tribes decide to turn on you. Mount a solid attack, planned with precision and executed with discipline, and they can win back both peace and their belief in themselves. You would lead a stronger people forward on these isles of yours if you could do that. I believe I can make that possible for you."
More words trembled on his lips.
"Don't you know I am your son? Don't you see how we can change the future, make it good at last?"
He bit them back.
"You speak with some passion," said Asgrim, "for all your talk of standing outside. I fail to comprehend your reasons for this dedication to a stranger's cause. You've worked very hard this past season, I've observed that. Your friend, too."
He glanced along the shore to the place where Sam still laboured on the Sea Dove's hull.
"But his passion I do understand. The boat is his livelihood. You are more of an enigma. It seems that no sooner do you set foot on this shore than you are striving to control our endeavour, to prove you know better than we do how we should live our lives. Did they cast you out of the Light Isles for meddling?"
The ruler's dark brows arched in query. Thorvald flushed again.
"Since we're on that tack, I have a question for you. Are you not also an incomer? Is not each of you a refugee from some other place, come to this shore to forget? The Lost Isles? A realm where a man can put his past life behind him, his errors, his misdeeds, the crimes he committed, the good deeds he never managed to do, all of that conveniently set aside now he lives where his past cannot pursue him. Surely only the youngest among you were born and bred in these islands. The tongue you speak is our own. Your manner of life does not suggest to me an exile of many generations. It seems to me the Long Knife people are outsiders here just as I am. I'm only trying to help you. How dare you judge me?"
He found he was shivering. The conversation was slipping from his grasp, something he had been at pains to prevent.
"I don't judge you, Thorvald," the ruler said quietly. "I merely seek to discover whether, in my plans for the future, you represent an opportunity or a threat. Your manner, your words make it plain you see yourself as a leader. The Long Knife people have only one leader." "I am no threat to you," Thorvald replied, wondering even as he spoke if this were the truth. "I have not acted thus from any desire to harm your cause or undermine your authority. Perhaps my motives are hard to understand. At home I felt I was outside affairs, in a way cut adrift.
Gods, he was sounding like a stammering, confused child. He forced his breathing to slow.
My father was lost to me. I never knew him. I have struggled to find a place for myself, a role, a purpose.
travelled here at least partly in the hope of discovering both."
Said Asgrim, frowning.
"The question is, do you desire simply to step into another man's shoes? You know me a little by now, Thorvald. You know surely that such an ambition would set a very short term on your life. I've heard you can be ruthless, yes. I understand that, at least in part. A leader must act decisively in such a realm, or quickly lose his authority."
The ruler nodded.
"Tell me," he said. "Why here? Why not southward to Ulster, or back to the east? This is a dark corner of the world, Thorvald, dark and forbidding. It does not welcome strangers. Such a choice seems wayward, not the decision of a rational man."
Thorvald drew a deep breath.
"I thought it possible a kinsman had made his way here long ago," he said. "I wished to discover if it was true. That was the sole reason for my choice. I have told you this already, I think. I suspect Cray may also have mentioned it to you."
Something flashed across the ruler's face. A shadow, a swift change, and was gone as rigid control was imposed on his features once more.
"I had forgotten." Asgrim spoke lightly. "What kinsman was this? These isles are not well populated. Nobody arrives without my knowledge. What manner of man?"
Thorvald swallowed.
"He'd be of about the same years as yourself now, perhaps 40 or somewhat less. A fit, able young man when he came here, and of Norse extraction." "His appearance?"
Thorvald could not prevent his mouth from twisting in self-mockery.
"Somewhat akin to my own, I imagine. I never met him. He travelled to this shore in the year before my birth."
Asgrim's eyes narrowed.
"I see," he said slowly. "And could you put a name to this fellow?"
"A man can change his name." Thorvald could feel his heart thumping in a crazy dance, as if it sought to leap from his breast.
"It probably did, I imagine. Seeking this shore, as so many others did, in order to forget. All the same." "Somerled," Thorvald said. "His name was Somerled."
There was a lengthy silence. Hogni gave a little cough and shuffled his feet. From the shelter now came a smell of fish frying in oil, and a plume of smoke arose from the hole in the roof, to be quickly snatched away by the wind. The sky was glowing red, the sun sinking in the west beyond the dove-grey shadow that was the Isle of Clouds. Thorvald watched Asgrim's face. The man was a master of control. For a considerable time he seemed to react not at all. When he did, it was with a fleeting, humourless smile that set a chill on Thorvald's heart.
"Really?" Asgrim said. "Somerled. There is no man in these isles who answers to that name now. What was this Somerled to you, that you seek him so far from the safety of home, though he was gone before you ever clapped eyes on him?"
Thorvald turned away, unable to bear the malice that had awoken in Asgrim's dark eyes, the cruelty in the set of his thin lips.
"It doesn't matter,"
he said, hardly recognizing his own voice, which seemed to come from somewhere far distant.
"It's of little importance."
It was only after he walked away, 10, 12 paces up toward the shelter and the false comfort of companions, who probably thought even less of him than the ruler seemed to, that Thorvald heard Asgrim's voice behind him, light, mocking.
"Your father?"
So this was what it came to. He had travelled this far, had given all he had in an attempt to achieve something worthwhile and lasting, to prove himself. He had found his father, and his father cared so little for the bond of kinship that he didn't even take the trouble to acknowledge it. Yet it was there, and Asgrim knew it. Thorvald had recognised that in the supercilious lift of the brows, the cruelly bantering tone of voice. This was Somerled, all right. Somerled had found his own place in the Lost Isles, a place with no room at all for a son. Thorvald sat alone on the rock shelves above the pebbly shore. Small waves washed in and out in the half-light. The sound they made a sighing, sorrowful, resigned. We change and are the same. This is as it was. This is as it is. This is as it will be. He threw a pebble into the water, and another. The sky had darkened to the grey of sealskin, tinged with a faint glow that was both memory and anticipation of day. This was as dark as it seemed to get in summer here. He could hear the solitary calls of birds, somewhere up there winging from cliff to cliff, a mournful counterpoint to the whispering of the sea. There was no more to say. There was no more to be done. If your own father did not want to recognize you, even when you had tried your best to please him, that said something pretty clear about your value in the world, didn't it? If he wasn't prepared to acknowledge you, even though he himself was in exile, a man who understood surely how it felt to be cast aside as if you were rubbish, then what did that make you? Thorvald shivered. Why had he come here? Why had he trusted his instincts instead of thinking this through properly? He had been angry with his mother for holding back the truth, for being less than the perfect creature he had believed her, for he did not know what. Margaret was human after all. She must have been barely 17 when she lay with Somerled and made a son who would grow up as dark and twisted as his father. He'd been furious with Eyvind, who had been his father's dearest friend and who had banished Somerled forever from the land where he had once been king. What man would take so drastic a course of action? The boat, they said, had been a frail curragh of wattles and skins, the provisions minimal. Such a repudiation had been heartless. It had been quite out of character for Cray's father, known as the most wise and just of men. He wished now he had talked to Eyvind. Most of all, Thorvald had been angry with himself, because the day Margaret told him the truth, he had recognized that he was his father's son. He bore within him Somerled's cruelty, his ambition, his single-mindedness. Somerled had become king because he was ruthless and driven. He was ruler here for just the same reasons. His talk of sharing sorrow and regret with his men was sentimental rubbish, no more than a play for Thorvald's sympathy. Asgrim remained leader here not through any fellow feeling, but because of his iron fist and the way he fueled his people's fear of the unspoken. Thorvald knew, to his shame, that he carried the same determination, the same grim sense of purpose within his own breast. He knew it made him snap and snarl at those who sought to curb him. He knew it made him blind, sometimes, to the needs of those around him. Cray had told him so, and Cray never lied. At the time, he had pretended not to hear her. But he had heard, understood and accepted this dark energy inside him, which could work to achieve more wondrous goals than an ordinary man might dare to aspire to, and could work to send him spiraling downward into a deep pit of despair. Gods, how he wanted Cray here now, sitting quietly beside him in that way she had, still and calm, just listening. He could say anything to Cray and know she would understand and forgive. She was the only one he could talk to when this black mood was on him. Tell his true thoughts to anyone else, and he would be judged as crazy. There were times when he would have believed that himself, if Cray had not been there to comfort and reassure him. True, she was a little free with her advice at times, but nonetheless, in some strange way, she was essential to him. He realized he had missed her a long time, without recognizing what it was he lacked. Well, if Asgrim got his truce, Thorvald thought savagely, hurling another stone into the sea, he would see Cray soon enough, for this would all be over, his work with the men completely wasted, the neatly made weapons set away in storage, the tribe of the Unspoken and their ghostly counterparts on the Isle of Clouds, allowed their victory without even a token resistance. Orm, Wieland, Knut, the rest of them would think they were safe, would think this was an easy peace until it all started again. And it would start again. Such feuds did not die after so lame an ending. Something would reignite the burning anger, and these tribes would be at war once more. And the Long Knife people would be vanquished because he had not been allowed to lead them, because by then they would have forgotten what he had taught them. Pointless, useless, all of it. He tossed another stone, futile and wasteful. A pox on Asgrim and his treaty, a curse on his cynical laughter. How dare he mock? Thorvald sat there a long time, his thoughts turning in a familiar pattern. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. That seemed to be the way of it for him. It was as if a shadow had been cast over his life before ever he left his mother's womb. A kind of curse, almost, that Somerled had bestowed on him as a reminder for the rest of his days that he was flawed, damaged, unable to set his hand to anything without it all turning to ashes. He had allowed himself to forget that in the challenge of making this desperate rabble of islanders into a disciplined fighting force. He had believed in the task, and for a little, he had believed in himself. It just went to show how warped his own judgment was, for it had taken Asgrim, Somerled, only a moment to destroy his son's vision. How much of a man were you when your own father dismissed you as a meddling incomer? In his mind somewhere he could hear Cray's voice, quiet, careful, saying, "There are others who love you, Thorvald. Others who believe in you. Your mother. Do not forget Margaret and Ash and your friends." But he closed his thoughts to those half-remembered, half-imagined words, for tonight he was beyond such comfort. Cray was not here, nor Margaret, nor anyone but Sam, who snored among the others in the shelter, worn out by an honest day's work on the boat. Thorvald was alone with the ocean and the night, alone in a place well suited to a man whose spirit seemed no more than a small echo of the desolate shores, the harsh, bare-topped hills, the monstrous cliffs and voracious surges of this most ungiving of realms. One could make an end of things, of course. On such an isle, the means were readily at hand. The answer as easy as stepping off a cliff or entering the water at night when nobody else was at hand to cry, "No!" Thorvald pondered this, considering the methods and which would be quickest and least untidy. Somerled could have killed himself all those years ago. His voyage of exile had been desperate, a far greater challenge than that terrible journey on the Sea Dove. Sam's boat was big and sturdy, and there had been 3 of them to handle her in the end. Somerled had been alone. He had not known if there was any land at all to be found to the west of that shore where his dearest friend had cast him adrift. Yet he had not taken the easy choice of a sharp knife and a quick, bloody trip to oblivion. Somerled had gone on, had gritted his teeth and followed some inner voice to this wild place to make his life anew. Why? To become ruler of a sad collection of dispirited folk at the mercy of the Lost Isles' earlier and more dangerous inhabitants? To father a daughter and a son and then lose both in a futile struggle for survival? There was no reward in that, no satisfaction at all. But he had stayed here. He had chosen this and chosen to survive. And Thorvald knew that he too would choose life, for all the dark thoughts that hedged him around. There was no saying why. There was no sense to it. It was simply the steady beating of his heart, the regular pulsing of the blood. And at the point where outward breath pauses and becomes inward, the decision each time, the knowing, I will go on. It is not yet my moment of darkness. Even in this, it seemed he was his father's son. Dawn came eventually, and not long after it Sam, with a frown on his usually placid brow.
"Been out all night, have you? Not the best start to the working day."
Thorvald said nothing.
"Cold too, summer or no summer. Here."
Sam dropped a blanket over his friend's shoulders. It would have seemed a gesture of childish petulance to shrug it off. Thorvald gathered it around him, not trusting himself to speak. For all of a sudden he seemed to have tears in his eyes. Utterly foolish.
"Have you and Asgrim had a little disagreement?" Sam said, without any particular emphasis. "Did you tell him?"
Thorvald nodded.
"More or less," he managed. He chose not to recognise it. I should have expected that, I suppose.
There was a short silence.
I'm sorry,
Sam said quietly.
Sorry, but not surprised. He's got his own little world out here, and no room for anything else in it.
They sat a while as the sky lightened above them, and one or two of the fellows passed by on the way to the boats. It would be a good day for fishing, fine, mild, a day on which the Lost Isles wore a face that belied their true wildness.
Thorvald. The sea dove's all but ready. The fellows have shaped the mast better than I could have expected, and it turns out there's a sail of sorts ready made, from a boat they salvaged a year or two since. I'm not over keen to have her used in Asgrim's crazy hunt. She's likely to end up on the bottom of the sea, and us with her, if we sail her across this fool's tide of theirs. And I'm not a fighting man, you know that. I could have her ready to go, day after tomorrow. What I think is, we should go back and pick up Cray from that settlement, guards or no guards, and then sail away off home. Weather seems set fair for a bit. Don't get me wrong, I'm not pushing you. I know this is hard for you, and you've got to make your own choices. Just quietly, there's one of the fellows willing to come with me in your place, providing Asgrim doesn't get wind of it before we're safely away. Still, if I were you, I wouldn't be staying. There it is.
Thorvald did not answer for a while. To do so seemed to put his own failure into words. Eventually he said,
I'll give you an answer tonight. Will that do?
Of course, Sam said gravely.
Tell you what, why don't you work with me today, finishing off the sea dove? You have a good eye for detail. I could use that. Knut's keen, but he's better on the rough jobs. Give you some time to think. I promise not to talk too much.
The simple kindness of this offer left Thorvald without words for reply.
No privileges for friends, mind, Sam said with a grin. I plan to work you hard so we can get the job finished. Best to go up and have some breakfast. It'll be a long day.
Thorvald recognised later that Sam's suggestion had been not only kind, but also remarkably wise. The hard physical labour stopped his mind from going round in circles. He was just too busy to think beyond the next rivet, the next plank, the brush and tar. No sooner had he finished one job than Sam gave him another, or sought his help with heavy lifting, or his advice on whether the joint between the timbers was perfectly aligned and properly watertight. Knut worked in cheerful silence, content to do as he was told. It was with genuine surprise that Thorvald noticed, as he smoothed off the inner surface of the last of the replacement timbers, that the sun hung low over the Isle of Clouds once more, and that it would soon be too dark to continue. He realised in the same moment that, without being aware of any process taking place, he had made up his mind. He was going home. Knut had run out of tasks and was heading back for supper. Sam was packing away his tools. Being far from home had made him, if anything, still tidier and more methodical. Thorvald climbed down from the sea dove onto the coarse sand of the beach.
Sam. Uh-huh. I wanted to tell you.
Thorvald broke off at the sound of angry voices from the encampment. There were running footsteps now and the flare of torches. He thought he could hear Skapti's rumbling tones, but the man who had shouted was Asgrim.
What's going on there, I wonder, muttered Sam. Better find out, said Thorvald.
A strange sensation gripped him, a chilling premonition of change.
Come on.
They began to walk back.
What was it you were going to tell me? Sam asked. Never mind, it can wait.
That sense touched him again, excitement, dread, anticipation. Perhaps this was not over yet. Perhaps the plans for a truce had fallen through. What else could make Asgrim lose his temper in front of all the men? Give me this chance, Thorvald found himself praying to whatever god might be prepared to listen. Give it back. Let me lead them. It is only right. When they reached the shelter, the ruler was nowhere to be seen.
The men were very quiet. The usual routine of cooking, eating, preparing for rest was unfolding, but Hogni and Einar were absent, and did not appear as the fish stew was served and consumed. Thorvald asked Orm what had happened, but Orm, like the rest of them, knew little. The Skapti had come in not long ago and given the ruler some news that had evidently not pleased him at all. The Skapti had been looking grim and tired, not himself. Asgrim had taken him up to his private quarters right away, and Einar and Hogni too. They were not to be disturbed. That was all anyone knew.
You think this means no truce?
Thorvald ventured, keeping his voice down. Several men turned to look at him, Orm, Wieland, Skolly. Where his own heart was filled with dawning hope, with purpose rekindled, their eyes held only a terrible, sorrowful resignation.
What else would it be?
Said Wieland flatly.
The unspoken have rejected the offer. The hunt's on after all.
You can't know that yet. Thorvald felt obliged to say this, though he was certain the other man was right. It would be hard work to persuade them that it was, in fact, good news.
I suppose he'll tell us in the morning, grunted Orm. And we'll go on, like always. I'm for bed. Put out that lantern, will you?
Thorvald had been a long time without sleep. Tonight, however, it did not seem appropriate to give way to it. He sat on the earthen shelf by the others, a solitary seal oil lamp that burned by the doorway, the only light, save the glowing embers of the cooking fire. He saw that Sam too was awake, lying blanket-swathed among the men, eyes fixed squarely on Thorvald himself. They did not speak. Perhaps each knew the other's thoughts. The sea dove was finished and ready to go. All hung in the balance. The summons, when it came, was a subdued one. Hogni stood in the doorway, gave a little whistle, jerked his head. Thorvald rose and went out, careful to avoid stepping on the close-packed ranks of slumbering men. He was aware that Sam followed him, and waited for Hogni to send the fishermen back. But the bodyguard shepherded the two of them up the track in the moonlight, and into Asgrim's hut. The ruler stood there waiting, with Skapti and Einar by him. The lines bracketing Asgrim's mouth and furrowing his brow was starkly visible tonight. He looked old. Einar was withdrawn and pale, the big warrior Skapti nervous as a boy, restlessly moving his feet, clenching and unclenching his hands. Hogni had remained outside by the door.
Thorvald. Sam.
The ruler regarded them levelly, his eyes giving nothing away. His voice, however, was less than steady.
You'd better sit down. Einar, give them some ale.
They sat. One did not disobey Asgrim. Thorvald was confused. He had expected to be called, if the truce were not to go ahead. He had hoped to be given instructions. Get the men back into training, continue what you began, for I need you now. But why had Sam, too, been summoned here? Why were they all behaving so strangely, as if this news was almost too hard to tell? When they were seated on the bench with cups of ale before them, Asgrim cleared his throat and spoke again.
There's no good way to put this. I have some bad news for you. Shocking and distressing news. Skapti has borne it back from Brightwater.
He fell silent, clasping his hands together in front of him. The other men were as still as stones. It was Sam who broke that dreadful hush, Sam's voice bursting out harsh and uncontrolled, as Thorvald had never heard it before. A sound that clutched at the gut, though Thorvald did not know why.
What?
Sam cried, springing to his feet.
Tell us now. What? Hush, hush, please sit down, Asgrim said, moving forward with hands outstretched to ease the distressed Sam back to the bench.
Sam shook him off, raising a fist, and in a flash Einar was in front of the ruler, a shield against attack. Sam's face flushed scarlet.
Sit down, Sam, Thorvald muttered. Do as he says, and let us hear this news, I beg you.
He addressed Asgrim with exaggerated politeness.
If you think us unable to bear it, whatever it is, Rest assured that postponing the moment of truth will do nothing to allay our misgivings. It's Cray, isn't it? Sam blurted out. Something's happened to Cray.
And as the silence descended once more, and Asgrim bowed his head to stare at his linked hands, Thorvald felt a terrible cold spreading through him, starting in the vicinity of the heart and seeping gradually outward.
What?
He croaked.
What's happened? Your little friend was taken.
Asgrim's voice shook.
Taken by our enemies, and...
There was no stopping Sam this time. He lunged forward, seizing the ruler by the shoulders and shaking him hard.
What?
He roared.
You told us she would be safe. When was this? Why aren't you going after her? You know what they'll do to her.
The words were stifled as Einar clapped a hand over Sam's mouth and, with Skapti's help, dragged him away from Asgrim.
Hush, Sam.
Something had gone wrong with Thorvald's voice. The most he could summon was a whisper.
We need to hear this. Let Asgrim finish.
For this wasn't all. He could see it in his father's eyes.
She wandered away from the settlement early one morning, while all were abed. The women said she had probably gone to visit the hermits, those crazy Christians who live up in the hills. Skapti was in the area and saw her taken. The unspoken came from the sea. It was very quick. The boat was in and out almost before you could blink.
Thorvald looked at Skapti, who still held Sam in an iron-hard grip, though Sam, in fact, had stopped struggling altogether.
What were you doing?
He heard himself say.
But why didn't you help her? She's only a girl.
Curiously, he felt that perhaps it was to himself he was speaking. Skapti's blunt features went red. He opened his mouth and closed it again.
He did try, Thorvald, Asgrim said gently. But he could not reach her in time. And then...
He paused.
She drowned,
Skapti said, releasing Sam suddenly so that the fisherman slumped back onto the bench beside his friend.
I saw it. They were well out, and she stood up, and the boat tipped over right into the fool's tide. They were all swept away and drowned. I saw her go under. This is a cursed place. I wish I'd never come here.
Yes, all right, Skapti, Asgrim said a little curtly, and the bodyguard fell silent, wiping his nose on his sleeve.
It's true, I'm afraid,
the ruler went on, seating himself opposite Thorvald.
It is dreadful tidings. I hardly know what to say to you. Such a sweet girl, and so beautiful. She had become well liked in the settlement. This is typical of our enemy, I'm afraid. I suffered a similar loss myself, and understand how you must feel.
You, snarled Sam.
How could you hope to understand, you selfish...
Sam. Thorvald laid an arm around his friend's shoulders, and Sam, with a strange, sobbing groan, put his head in his hands. Thorvald would have welcomed the chance to weep himself, or shout his grief and fury aloud. But this was a moment that called for something else, and, digging deep within him, he found it.
I want to know exactly how this has been allowed to happen.
His tone was chill, precise.
We were assured of Cray's safety. We were discouraged from returning to Brightwater to visit her. You say she wandered away. Cray is a grown woman and far from stupid. She doesn't wander.
Perhaps not, Asgrim said quietly.
But her behaviour was, unpredictable. You cannot deny that. Didn't she almost step off the cliff path on the way over from Blood Bay? Maybe she had another of her visions, one that led her into the hands of the unspoken. What about these hermits? Thorvald queried. I've heard no talk of any Christians. I want a proper answer here. I sense we've been denied the full truth. If such a death occurred in my homeland, there would be a thorough investigation and compensation to be made. I am extremely displeased.
The words came out smoothly. A calm cold seemed to have descended on him, allowing him to continue this dark game. though within him a terrible, wild thing was building, like a trapped animal struggling for release. He must not allow it to break free. He must maintain control here.
The hermits. No more than a nuisance, generally, Asgrim said. They've been here a long time. There are more of them in other parts of the Isles, mostly from Ulster. They seem content to keep themselves to themselves, except for one meddler who doesn't know when to hold his tongue. He has persuaded your little friend to stray, perhaps. I'll arrange for him to be questioned, if that is your wish.
Thorvald lifted his brows, compressed his lips. Beside him, Sam now wept in open misery. Einar had come forward to crouch beside the fisherman. Thorvald's arm still lay across Sam's shoulders. The sobs seemed to go through his own body, jolting the heart, unmanning the will. But he kept his arm where it was. He could do this. He was a leader.
I take it there is no chance, he said. Not even the smallest chance.
Asgrim shook his head.
In the fool's tide? None at all. I'm afraid she's gone, Thorvald. I'm sorry. So very sorry. What more can I say?
This was getting harder. Thorvald forced his breathing to slow. He looked the ruler directly in the eye, and Asgrim stared back at him unblinking.
The repairs are finished on the boat, Thorvald said. We've decided to go home. We must bear this news to Cray's family. The weather seems fine just now. We thought we'd leave the day after tomorrow. But...
Einar and Skapti both spoke at once, and both bit back their words.
I see, said Asgrim. And I understand why you would wish to do so, though I recall some words of yours spoken not so very long ago. You said, had I suffered such losses, my mind would be set on vengeance, not truce. Do you change your mind so quickly?
Sam had fallen silent, though his shoulders still heaved. Einar fished in his pocket, drew out a square of cloth, crumpled and grey, and handed it to the fisherman. Thorvald did not speak.
You realize, of course, that after such a terrible event, I can no longer think of a truce with this enemy, Asgrim said. Who would consider peace with the unspoken now? To snatch one of our girls in broad daylight, at a time when we had treated for peace and were merely awaiting their response. That was barbaric, outrageous. After this, it can only be war between us.
Another silence. Skapti sighed. Sam used the handkerchief to wipe his eyes, and then noisily to blow his nose.
I had hoped,
Asgrim spread his hands in appeal,
to have you by my side in this venture, Thorvald, to lead my men. I'd hoped Sam would lend us his fine boat to spearhead our advance across those treacherous waters where Cray died so cruelly. His skills and seamanship, too. We have no such experts among our own men. You could aid us immensely, the two of you. It could make all the difference in the hunt. Still, I do understand if you wish to leave now. No attempt at revenge is going to bring Cray back, nor my Sula either. You must do as you think best.
Thorvald waited. He saw the signs of uncertainty begin to appear, a slight change in the ruler's eyes, a shifting of the hands on the table before him. Asgrim knew he could not do this without Thorvald's help. It was a gift. It was the opportunity for which Thorvald had been longing, despite himself. To accept it was to accept the price it had cost.
We'll stay.
Sam's voice was muffled, but the words were clear enough.
We'll stay until the hunt's over. We'll wipe the scum off the Isle of Clouds, and then we'll go for the other ones. By Thor's hammer, if any of those animals that laid their hands on Cray survive this, they'll be lying in their own blood when I get the chance to come near them. You can count on us. Cray deserves no less.
After that, there was nothing more to be said. Asgrim offered them sleeping place in his hut, and they declined.
Hogni and Einar shepherded Sam back to the shelter, one on either side. There were no clenched fists or threatening gestures now. Once there, others were woken and ale produced. It was apparent they intended to drink long into the night, and thus offer the fishermen a temporary oblivion. Thorvald did not linger there. Getting away seemed to be imperative right now, as far away from the others as he could. But this was night, and the paths were dangerous above the bay. All the same, he walked a fair distance by moonlight, until he found a small hollow below the cliff top, where he could look back down and see the lamplight from the shelter, and the lesser light from the open doorway of Asgrim's hut, the looming form of Skapti standing outside, his shadow lying huge and strange across the uneven ground. Thorvald sat and gazed over the dark sea. What was inside him was growing stronger, fiercer, clamouring to be let out. He forced control on it, for to be a true leader, one must first learn to master oneself. A real man does not scream his pain, does not rail at the stars, at the gods, at the evil of enemies, or the frailty of friends. A real man is strong, even alone at night on a cliff top in darkness. He does not put his heart on display. So he sat in silence, breathing as he had seen Cray do when he had upset her and she was trying hard not to cry. 1, 2, 3 in, 1, 2, 3 out. It seemed to work for him, or almost work. He managed to hold the sign in, to stifle what he knew would be an eldritch howling of grief, the cry of a wounded animal. Strange, though, he did not seem to be able to stop the tears that were running in a hot flood down his cheeks. Tears whose origin he could not understand. For surely within him there was only emptiness. Keeper had not expected a goddess to be washed up on his island. He saw the boat coming, saw and distrusted his eyes, keen as they were. From the watch point high on the hill, on a good day, it was possible to make out quite small things. The little whales dancing in the swell, a flock of terns sweeping like a silver banner over the Troll's Arch, smoke from the cottages at Council Fjord. He watched a while, seeing the flash of gold, the draping of pale cloth across the dark skin covering of the boat. He tried to make sense of it. Then, when it became apparent the Fool's Tide was delivering this gift to his own island, Keeper went out to take possession of it. At first, Small One had bounded ahead, glad of an expedition, for they had been a long time still, simply watching. Tide and wind had told Keeper it was not yet hunt time, but those days were coming soon. Not the smallest sign must escape his observation, not the least clue, or he might not be ready for them. His spears waited, his missiles, his traps. But foremost among his weapons were his own ears and eyes, his fleetness of foot, and the island itself. They had spent many days watching, and Small One was growing restless. So he was first on the stones of the tiny inlet, first by the upturned boat with its cargo tangled limply in the ropes that twisted over the hull, first to stop short, then back away, staring. Keeper, too, was halted by something he could not name, a sense of turning, of changing, which was both wonder and dread. His fingers moved to touch the placid circle around his neck, faded to the hue of dust. His eyes were on the limp figure that lay sprawled on the curragh. Her hair was darkened with water, tangled and wild. Nonetheless, it lay across her face, her shoulders, down her back like a waterfall of sunlight. He swallowed. Sula was dead. She would never come back. He had seen her, little and grey-faced, like a shrunken mockery of his laughing, merry sister. This was someone else, someone who lay still and silent, pale hands twisted in the ropes, clothing sodden and dripping, and one narrow white foot exposed below the hem of her woolen gown. She bore a small bag on her back. This, too, looked wet through. It was late in the day, the sun 3 fingers' breadth above the ocean. Could a goddess drown, or perish from cold? Keeper made himself move forward, past the spot where Small One stood trembling on the shore, right up to the dark form of the beached boat. He took his knife from his belt and began to cut, Though he did it carefully, nothing could be wasted here, for they lived on what the sea gave them and what the hunt left behind. He would use the ropes, the timbers, the tarred covering, everything. At a certain point, it became necessary to support the weight of that limp figure with his body, and Keeper realized she was a mortal woman. Not long after, the screening curtain of golden hair fell back from her face, and he discovered that she was wondrously fair and still alive, but only just. He changed what he was doing then. Salvaging the boat could wait for morning. If the tide reclaimed it in the night, perhaps it was only as it should be. Of these unexpected gifts from the sea, it had become quite clear which was the most precious. He called to Small One. "Quick! Blankets!" But Small One was being difficult and had gone to ground among the rocks above the shore. That was not so surprising. When other folk came to their island, it was always to hurt, to kill. They came with their iron-tipped spears, their forest of arrows, and their angry eyes. Of course, Small One was afraid. He could remember only the years of the hunt, nothing of the time before. He had been barely 1 year old when Keeper brought him here, his mother's golden hair no more than a faint warmth in his infant mind. In this world, strangers meant terror, blood, and death. So he cowered in the shadows, watching as Keeper took the woman in his arms and carried her up to their safe place. It was necessary to be quick. She was moon-pale, her breathing slow and uneven. Keeper felt the chill touch of her skin, observed that she was not shivering. She was close to giving in then, allowing her spirit to slip away. Still, she breathed. He called to Small One again, but there was no answer. The other would come when he was hungry. There was nobody else to provide for him. Keeper moved with the efficiency of a man who has lived long alone and is used to finding solutions. He raked the embers, made up the fire in the pit within their little shelter. He fetched the blankets. They only had a few, and these were very threadbare now. But there was a store of other things, trophies of the hunt, cloaks, tunics, a jacket of sheepskin. After he got her warm enough, after she woke, he would delve deeper into the items he had laid away. Somewhere among them were 2 gowns of Sula's. Why he had brought them here he did not know, save that once he had discovered she was dead, it had not seemed right to leave the smallest memory of her among those who had stolen her childhood, her innocence, and, eventually, her life. He had her little shoes as well. He would offer those, make a gift of them, but not yet. He'd have to take those wet things off the woman, wrap her in the blankets, and let her lie by the fire a while. He knew, once he had undressed her, that she would not be able to wear his sister's clothes. Sula had been frail, slight, scarcely more than a child. This girl was... His hands shaking, he laid her on a cloak spread by the fire, covered her with 2 more, and then the blankets. He reached to brush the strands of sun-gold hair back from her pale brow. This girl was, quite simply, the loveliest thing he had ever seen in his life, or might hope to see. He sat by her a little, watching her face, willing a touch of rose into her cheeks, a flutter of awareness to her long lashes. She was a miracle of sweet curves and elegant planes, of white and pink and gold, a graceful, tantalizing, terrifying creature, whose presence by his fireside filled his heart with a tumult of feelings, and his body with a confusing mixture of pleasure and pain. It occurred to him that perhaps he had been right the first time. Maybe she really was a goddess. What human woman could wreak such instant havoc simply by lying there? The fire was glowing warm now. He could tell Small One was back. The light the flames cast picked out the 2 small bright points of his eyes between the rocks outside the hut. Small One was still frightened. He would not come back to himself until Keeper could convince him it was safe. There were the wet clothes to deal with. He spread them out, a gown, an overtunic, a fine shift for underneath. All were ripped and damaged from the sea. He would find her something, make her something. He had become good at that, caring for Small One, who had come away with little. There was the bag she had worn on her shoulders, a precious thing to her, Keeper judged, or she would have shed it in the water. It was completely saturated. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Small One creep in, sidling to the far end of the fire pit. Keeper fetched the night's fish, ready in its wrapping of weed, and set it by the fire, knowing Small One would find reassurance in this familiar activity. He could not cook it yet. The flames were too high, but he must keep them thus to warm her, to bring her back. What he would do then, he could not imagine. The bag. Her things would be ruined. He unfastened the strap that held it and began to unpack the contents with careful fingers, and lay them out to dry on a flat rock near the fire. Each seemed an object of wonder, secret and magical. A whalebone comb, carven with little sea creatures. There was still a thread of her bright hair in it. Shears made of iron, well sharpened, and a small, business-like knife. He dried these thoroughly, knowing how quickly rust would dull and blunt them. Small One had moved closer and was watching intently. The iron made him flinch. Keeper, too, felt deep unease at the touch, the smell. But he had made himself grow used to handling this bane, since it was essential to their survival here. A length of strong cloth, which unfolded to show many small pockets holding bone needles, other delicate implements whose names he did not know, and skeins of coloured wools, beautiful colours, the hues of his island. Evening blue, night sky purple, sunrise gold, seal grey. The magic here was powerful indeed. He set them on the rock, arranged with care, light to dark, dawn to dusk to night. This little bag held a whole world. What was she? There were other items here, useful ones. Some clothing, a coiled rope, a flint, a jar firmly corked, which he did not open, a shallow vessel of soapstone and a length of wick. There had been herbs, too, in a soiled bag, but the bag had split and they were ruined. Keeper sat a while, simply looking at what lay before him. For a goddess, she had a very practical turn of mind. He could hardly have packed better himself. She lacked only a fishhook, he thought. Small One came closer, nudged at Keeper's arm. His nose was cold. "You're hungry?" "I know. I will cook the fish soon. Soon. When she wakes." Small One nudged again, making a little sound. He touched his nose to the bag, sniffing. And now that Keeper looked, he could see there was another compartment to it, a pocket on the outside, itself firmly tied with a length of string. One could not have imagined a receptacle that seemed so small could encompass so much. They unfastened it together, and Keeper drew out the roll of fine linen that had been tucked securely inside. It was very strange. Where all else was wet through, as was only natural after such a sea journey, this felt completely dry, pale and clean. He made a space on the rock and slowly unrolled it. For a long time he only stared, entranced into a deep silence, his eyes moving slowly along the intricate pattern of tiny images and vivid colours, a whole world of mystery and wonder revealed in complex fashioning of fine wool. He could see it moving, evolving, as if the tale it told, the truths it held, were ever shifting, even as the heart and spirit of man or woman grows and changes and strives toward what is new. He thought that he might sit there forever, as the sun rose and fell above him, and the seasons painted new colours on sea and sky, and still never quite see all of it. Her own tale was there, and others. For there was a man at the start of it, a fine warrior with yellow hair like hers, and a mark on his arm. There was a woman, a priestess, he thought, for creatures floated in the air around her, an owl, an otter, a dog. And at her feet was a little child, her own small one. The goddess herself was in this pattern, flying in the sky, touching the moon, her golden hair streaming out behind her. A boat in a storm. The goddess and her companions were on it. And there, the Isle of Clouds. He became aware at some point that Small One had decided it was safe at last, and had climbed onto his knee in order to see better. They studied the magical web together. After a while, Keeper began to tell Small One the tale, as he saw it. It was important to use language to make sure Small One could understand it, even though so far he had not seemed to master speech himself. Keeper was young and strong, but he would not always be young. What would become of Small One then? So Keeper tried, as often as he could, to impart to the one he guarded whatever might be useful. To make fire, to find shelter, to speak and be understood. It was not easy. What Small One knew, he knew deep in the bone. What he could do, nobody had needed to teach him. The other things, the skills a man required in order to survive, had so far eluded his grasp. "Here is her father," Keeper said in a whisper so as not to disturb his goddess. "See, a fine man with sun-coloured hair, as she has. Here her mother, a wise woman. These creatures are her spirit friends, as the puffins and seals are ours. Here is her little brother, like you, but she had to leave him behind. See where she journeyed, far, far across the sea, much farther than we did, with 2 strong companions. One has hair as red as fire, the other is wheaten fair, perhaps her big brother. She came to the islands, but she was hurt, frightened. See here, the voices, the faces, they scared her, so she ran away." Small One had his thumb in his mouth. His eyes were intent on the picture, his body warm and relaxed against Keeper's. His fear was gone. He mumbled something, not words, just a sound meaning more. "You must remember," Keeper said, "that there are many stories here, countless tales. Each time a man looks into this web, he sees another, and another behind it. You could spend a lifetime looking, learning. I tell only one tonight." She climbed a long way up the hill to a little house where there were friends. He knew the house. He had been there himself long ago. Brother Neil, he remembered, a white-haired man, and another, younger. They'd been kind to him. His father had beaten him for going there. Friends, but... The pattern ended there. The last thing he could see was a hand reaching out into emptiness. But in the end they could not help her, Keeper said. And he looked up. The goddess still lay by the fire, the curves of her body not quite concealed by the warm covers he had heaped over her. The light from the glowing embers touched the golden sheen of her hair and the faint pink of her cheeks, and showed him a pair of eyes the blue of a summer sky, wide open and watching him. Chapter 8. Monk's margin note reads, "Fair is the prattle of a child, fair a woman's voice singing, fairer still, silence." When she came out of the fever at last, Cray wondered if she had imagined it. The young man, tall, lean, scarred, dangerous-looking, with tattered garments and a wildness about him that suggested something less, or more, than human. And the ragged child on his knee, half asleep, sucking its thumb,